Fuck! Still is in him.
Welcome back to day 2 of the Eastern Europe TI-12 regional qualifiers. We're going to be moving down and starting in the lower bracket where we have to say goodbye to some of the teams. In fact, it's going to be 4 teams today that we have to say goodbye to, Denog.
Yeah, 4 teams, still best of 3, so, you know, they get that little bit of an extra chance, but it certainly is looking like it's going to be a bloodbath with a few, I don't want to say surprises coming through from the upper bracket, because that series between NAVI and Nemiga really was the hotly contested one, but NAVI just really looked incredibly solid, didn't they?
Yes, that they did indeed. That was a series that we thought would be very competitive out of all of them yesterday, and in fact, probably the most competitive one. You could say the one move versus Team Sexy, and in fact, recap as well. We got to see what happened yesterday. In particular, we casted the first series, and it was just a clean 2-0 from Virtus.pro. No messing around. Just you comfort like and pick for Natus in game 1 and game 2, and they made quick work of Matreshka.
They did, and you know, I'm all for going for these comfort picks if it makes a lot of sense, but it really did feel like there were just a few picks that didn't make sense for the meta right now, or they got a little bit too greedy going down certain routes, and Virtus.pro dispatched them pretty easily. 28 minutes in game 1, and a pretty similar story in game number 2 as well. You know, we did like to see Natty Narwhal attempt the mid-earth shaker, and, well, he was pretty on point. I mean, I thought he got out of the laning stage in a fairly decent spot, but just a few really solid individual plays coming through from Virtus.pro made sure that he just wasn't able to have the same level of impact that he would have been wanting.
Yeah, I think later in this highlight reel, we'll get to see another mid-earth shake that was actually crowded, and they got a victory off the back of that. But of course, we're going to jump over to NAVI versus Nemiga. And again, like we were saying just before, we really thought this series was going to be much closer than what it was. But NAVI just stormed out the gates and knocking down a team that, again, both you and I said would probably make it into the grand finals.
Still could. You know, it's still going to be a long road for them to be able to get there, but Navi just looked incredibly clean. I mean, obviously, Malik has come off the back of being able to be in that, what was it, 7th, 8th place that he got when he stood in for Quest at Riyadh, so that would have given him a lot of confidence to be able to say, you know what, I do have the stuff. And even just as the team, right, they are a team that went completely undefeated, with the exception of one game loss to NAVI Junior in Division 2. But let's be realistic, Navi is not a Div 2 team.
No, without a doubt. It was definitely interesting to see, well, maybe weird to see that organization down there in Division 2, because they are quite often a staple in the Eastern European scene. But a lot has changed when, you know, VP and Navi aren't the ones at the top, but at least in this series, they definitely felt like the top dogs in particular. So they're going to be moving on to that upper bracket semi-finals where they'll face Virtus.pro. And then, of course, next up, we got to see...
throwback, isn't it? Virtus.pro versus NAVI coming tomorrow. I'm excited for that.
It should be a very good series between the two. Of course, winner moves on to the upper bracket finals, then one more series win. All of a sudden, you're in the grand finals as well.
Yeah, for sure. And, well, here's the series that you were talking about as well, the closest one of the entire game. This was the closest game of the whole series. And, you know, it really did feel like it was going back and forth a whole lot. We did finally start to see a few more of the region-specific heroes start to come out. This was Dawnbreaker played in all 3 games on one move side. And, well, they didn't make it work in game number 1, but games 2 and 3, it really did come to the forefront, right? Just being able to be aggressive in lane, have a nice way to just assassinate targets, and even just that BKB piercing ultimate now feels so effective. Yes,
it does. I feel like you were doubting me a little bit yesterday about this potential of the hero.
Not a top 5 hero.
All right. We'll see if we can change your mind as we go into the qualifiers. Maybe that highlight is a good way to do it. So a game-winning fight for the boys on one move in a very convincing game. I'm 38 minutes in, they have a 43,000 net worth lead. So, like you said, game one was definitely back and forth. Team Sexy were able to take it, and that was another game. So far, we've seen really Lycans looked incredibly strong once they've been able to pick that up. So this is again something that people have to be considering when you're going down the route of like an ancient apparition of maybe counter the gyrocopter, because we get to see the Lycan once again. This time though, did not work for HYDRA. EEU were able to get the victory.
I think a big part of that is just being able to pick up the Nature's Prophet. There is no more obnoxious hero for the laning, like the first 15 minutes of the game, than this Nature's Prophet. You just win basically every single lane that you're in. You go and steal away the Wisdom Rune. You can make teleports happen towards the mid lane. You get extra damage and extra armor off the back of it. And it just forces supports to itemize in a way that they don't really want to. And again, you're very flexible with what you look to go for after that, right? You can go a Solar Crest. You can go like some extra form of lockdown in an Orchid or something along those lines. You can go with drums. It really is, anything can work with this Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, but fortunately for Aleikum, they weren't able to continue with that momentum off the back of game one. Of course, a new addition of Oteka coming in as well to play as a position one for Aleikum. Previously they had Palantimos, so we've seen what Oteka's been able to do over in Western Europe. But yeah, they're going to be knocked down to the low bracket. So really, the only one move in HYDRA still didn't look convincing with those game losses, but definitely they were expected to be able to get the victories under their belt, at least the series victories as a whole.
We're really seeing a lot of PAs lose as well, aren't we? Like, I know it's been a very good hero. People are thinking that it's a really good time to be able to pick it up just because of some of the changes to the coup de grace, maybe the changes to the dire jungling sort of situation, making it a little bit more appealing. But again, you just are one of these heroes that does nothing for the first, like, 20-ish minutes of the game. And, it's not quite anti-mage territory, but at least anti-mage can completely shut people out in the laning stage. We saw that in the Chinese qualifiers when Hart was able to play it for Team Bright.
Yeah. So, yeah, I just took a look. It's 15 and 5. Sorry, 15 games overall and 5 wins, I should say. So 5 wins, 10 losses. Not looking too good at the moment is the Phantom Assassin. We'll take a look at the bracket, though, like we were saying earlier on. All the series tonight is going to be down at that lower bracket round 2. So again, no best of ones. So at least you're going to have that full best of 3 to be able to. And we're going to be starting with those top 2 series as well. I'm sure we'll get the schedule up pretty shortly, so it's easier to see. And there we go. So we got Matreshka up against Storm. Then we got Nemiga versus SIBE or SIB. And then you've got Sexy.
I'll let you go take that one.
Oh, okay.
NAVI Junior and EEU versus the MoneyMakers. That's what we want to see. I love games like that, and I love teams like that. I ever said if I owned like a racing horse, I would call it Boom Boom Dollar, because who doesn't want to support a horse called something like that?
What?
Dollar.
Would you reckon that's going to be, you're going to try and shill off that name to someone else, Boom Boom Dollar, and then that could be the next TI team potentially. So, yeah,
could work on me. I would very happily support a team like that. But out of these 8 teams, you would have to say probably Storm and Nemiga are the top 2 that are favored to be able to go through in this one. I know Matreshka are coming down from that upper bracket, but it really wouldn't have inspired too much confidence in them that series against Virtus.pro.
No, without a doubt. But let's take a look at, in particular, at this first series and dive a little bit deeper. We saw Matreshka, but let's talk about Storm a little bit. A team who we haven't seen so far in the qualifiers, coming through in Division 2 in 4th place. I know you were saying yesterday, potentially led by Seneko. We know this man, whenever he joins a team, all of a sudden he can elevate them to the next level. Do we think potential for them to make a deep run in the low bracket?
I think there is. I mean, it comes down to the bracket positions as well, right? Because even if they win, they're probably going to be going up against Nemiga. So that might just cut their lower bracket run short. I think they could have probably gone one deeper if that is the case. I'm writing off Matreshka pretty quickly here, so I probably shouldn't be doing that. But I just have a lot of faith in some of these Storm players, Nikki Cool and Seneko especially. They are really able to play either just at a next level in terms of mechanical skill, but even just Nikki Cool with some heroes that aren't exactly like super meta right now. Obviously the Shaker mid, it is a thing, but he loves to spam it and he absolutely dominates with it. He's also playing Tusk mid, even in this new patch. He's playing Zeus mid a lot more than we see a lot of people do it, so I'm keen to see what he's able to break out. Okay.
Obviously it seems like he's a very young, gifted considering your Navi tried to give him that chance a couple of months ago. I believe it was this year, in fact, that they tried to give him a chance very towards the start. So 21 years of age, do we feel like, with potentially led by Seneko, we could see some crafty things out of him? You just mentioned the heroes overall, but do we feel like Seneko, can help unlock that true potential from Nicky Cool?
Depends what sort of hero Seneko is playing, right? I mean, the ones that he's spamming out right now are things like the Chen and the Enchantress, right? So just being able to force a lot of pressure on the map with these pushing style heroes does make it a lot easier for the mid laner to be able to make some stuff happen. So that's the sort of thing where I'm feeling like Seneko, like individually, he won't be holding his hand the entire time, but just putting pressure on all areas of the map really frees up so much space for these cores to be able to make those big flashy looking plays.
All right, well, we'll have to find out. We do have the draft coming up very shortly. It's going to be Storm on the Radiant side with first pick, and then we got Matreshka on the Dai side with second pick as well.
There's the Chen gone. I don't want him to be able to pick it up. There's the Earthshaker gone as well. This is all we're talking about, right? They are targeting these two players because they are the ones that are going to be holding this team together. So we got a chance to be able to watch Matreshka yesterday. Was there anyone that really stood out to you as like, okay, they might be able to pull them across the line?
10 seconds remain.
Oh, wow.
Those weren't really good games.
I mean, we saw some good things out of Laguna, I thought. His Rubik was pretty solid. It was just played into a draft that was pretty unplayable. Oh, Seneco's got the guns out.
All right.
We can't look at it for too long. It'll hypnotize.
Oh, yes, it will indeed. So you were pretty impressed with Laguna yesterday, you felt like?
I think so. I mean, when you've got a name like Laguna, I'm a little surprised that he isn't spamming like support Lina, but you know what? He's going to be able to make it work. And yeah, I just feel like you need to enable him a little bit more with the picks. Like game one in that draft against Virtus.pro was unwinnable for Matreshka, in my opinion, if Virtus.pro played correctly, and they did. And then game two, they were in a bit of a better spot, but again, Virtus.pro just straight up outplayed them. They read what they were trying to do at each different stage of the game, that we really didn't get a chance for a lot of these, again, the flashy plays to be able to come out. For Katie as well, that we see on the bottom right-hand side of the screen, some people might know him as ICQ as well. So just Dota players and their name changes, man. Why can't they just keep it? I've had this name since I was like 13.
Yeah, you need to change. It's fucking cringe.
All right. Calm down. Aries, real original.
Really, better than Gonad the Danog. I don't know. Nicky Cool. Let's look at him. Let's speak about this man a little bit. Actually, no, you know what? Yeah, okay. What do we make of the Darkseer ban into the Faceless Void pick? I find very interesting. We see very often that people actually like picking the Faceless Void into the Darkseer matchup. Obviously, I mean, we saw yesterday Mella's his Darkseer was getting banned out as well. But if you're going to first pick a hero that, if you're going to ban a hero and then first pick one of the biggest counters to it, is that a bit counterintuitive, or? I
think it just comes down to a comfort thing, right? Storm is saying, look, these guys are really good on their selection of heroes, so let's just get rid of the main ones. And we already see Matreshka, they banned out the Primal Beast, so you don't need to worry about that. Darkseer is Melis's number 2, so just look to get rid of that one. I mean, we could see an Axe, an LC, a Mars potentially, but you'd have to say that a Faceless Void doesn't really mind going up against any of those. Maybe the Axe is a little bit of a concern, but we can see that they've actually gone for a Dawnbreaker instead. Flexible, for sure, between, I would say, 1, 3, and 4/5. So it really does open up a lot of possibilities with the draft, and that's what I like to see. Unless you're picking a giga-busted carry like the Gyrocopter potentially with the first overall pick, which, again, can be flexed, I want to see some sort of, like, at least 2-lane flexibility with this first pick overall.
Do you know the mechanic of the Solar Guardian Chrono? Like, if the Chrono's out before the Solar Guardian lands, will you still do the stun, or do you enter the Chrono before you stun on the ground? Does that make sense?
I'll be honest, for the Void, I don't know 100%, but I know with Enigma, you don't just fall into a black hole. It actually stuns the black hole if it's BKB'd. So maybe that kind of gives you an indication of what happens with the Chrono. Maybe it just goes into it, but I mean, lots of stuff just stops into Chrono, so who knows?
Because we've seen in the past, like the Dawnbreaker and Void can be a bit of an interesting matchup, where if Chrono's already out, it can kind of be nice to Solar Guardian just because the healing aspect. I'm almost certain with Scepter you get mischance as well. Yep. But then sometimes, evasion, sorry. And then, sometimes if Chrono's not used, though, the Solar Guardian, of course, you have to use it on a teammate. Often that's going to set up for a multi-man Chrono, and then that's where the Void can potentially be a bit of an issue. But if you do still stun before, well, if you do still stun even when the Chrono's going, then maybe this makes it even better now because you can't play around with BKB on the Void. So we'll have to see how that plays out. But we do get the Techies and the Nature's Prophet, so two very strong laning supports currently.
So obnoxious, honestly. I mean, do you go ahead and pick up something like a Bat Rider now? I really wouldn't hate to see something like that, you know, into the Nature's Prophet. It feels not too bad for the laning stage. You also have a decent job of being able to, like, build up a little bit of magic resistance and maybe scout out some of those Techies mines. I wouldn't hate it, even just being able to give the Inkswell over to him just for a little bit of that extra movement speed for initiation purposes. But, of course, Grim Dawnbreaker is a really strong lane too, so we'll have to see. Also thinking, like, is Storm setting up for a potential, like, Timbersaw pick overall? I know against a Grimstroke it can feel a little bit awkward because you just toss the Phantom's Embrace onto him while he's got the Chakram available, but, I mean, Prophet plus Timber is a ridiculously strong lane.
Sounds like it'll be really nice as well just to have a support that can be very active and leave the Timber alone after a couple of minutes or so.
Also, this kind of feels like Storm going for a bit of the block picks going on. Techies is a hero that Matreshka really likes to play on Dark in particular. I'm expecting it to be Laguna playing the Dawn and this to be a 3 Dawnbreaker. But now what does Dark look to pick? Like, is it something like Crystal Maiden maybe? Is it something like a Jakiro where you're just able to dominate the lane? But again, you don't really like playing that into a Nature's Prophet. Prophet's going to be able to outtrade you every single time. So it really does become this awkward sort of situation.
Sorry, can confirm the Solar Guardian does stun in Chrono.
Okay.
So you don't get, like, hit by the bubble before you land or something, so...
I figured that was the case because of the black hole working like that, but always good to check.
Alright, so what are we going to get from Matreshka here with the second phase? You're going to have to reveal something. Do you keep the Dawnbreaker flex or not? We're going to get an Invoker out of them too, so, I mean, maybe you could make an argument, bit of a block pick for Storm if they wanted to go down that route. Invoker Faceless Void can be very scary, gives you an active hero to be able to play in the early game with, so...
Don't exactly want to be buying a Quelling Blade for that mid lane, though, and, you know, if you pick something that's able to just dive in onto this Invoker, Nature's Prophet can make you hate your life, basically.
Yes.
I mean, I just want something that's going to be providing a little bit of that root or stun in place for the mid lane. I know Ember Spirit, I think it's been the most picked hero total across all 3 qualifiers so far. I haven't really looked at SA all that much, to be perfectly honest, but yeah, I mean, the Searing Chains is going to be very, very vital for this lane if you are looking to make consistent rotations towards there.
You brought up the Tusk earlier on, right, for Nikki Cool. Could that not be something that you are considering with, I mean, some way to kind of hold you inside the shards?
Yeah, it's a possibility.
So inside this route, yeah. So I really like your call, though, about having, like, yeah, you got the Nature's Prophet and the Techies that can dive the Invoker. And overall, it doesn't even matter. It doesn't matter if it's this patch of the Invoker or previous patches. This hero does not want people up in your face and inside your lane. So that is definitely going to be the big benefit out of Storm. And now they're going to be able to close it with the Beastmaster as well. So you... Disruptor definitely not going to be able to deal with the push. I mean, the Grimstroke's not too bad. Definitely the Dawnbreaker as well, depending on how well the Dawn's lane goes. But I think we're expecting that to be a pretty good time.
Yeah, and then again, like the Beastmaster, it's not as much as the Timbersaw, but it still is a hero that you are able to leave alone, you know? Like, as soon as you get that Helm of the Iron Will in the purchase towards the Helm of the Dominator, Nature's Prophet could be so much more freed up towards making a lot of these rotations, to yoinking away Wisdom Runes, to, you know, making kills happen. Honestly, not even just on mid. You can make kills happen down bottom as well. Probably not expecting the Grimstroke to be buying a Quelling Blade for the super early game, but he almost will have to. See a lot of those stunning heroes being removed, the Tiny and the Pangolier.
Dire team pick.
There is a Tusky Dusky. So just ice shards on the back of the Sprout, and then if you even do buy a Quelling Blade, what are you going to do? Cut in towards the Tusk? I don't think that sounds like an enjoyable prospect.
10 seconds.
It's going to be interesting to see how Nikki can play this, though, because I'm not a firm Tusk believer, especially at the moment. We have seen it really work in the past, so we'll be excited to see how he's able to play on one of his comfortable heroes.
Choose your
Look at the Naga. I mean, it's a pretty good Naga game. Holy crap.
You can go the Storm, though, on the Beastmaster.
That is true, but I think you have always got a very good carry-to-carry matchup versus the Faceless Void. I mean, Song to save in Chrono. Void doesn't deal with the illusions in Snare, plus, like, Orchid's always an issue. Like, you kind of have to go Manta or potentially Satanic this game to deal with it. Like you said, I mean, sure, the Beastmaster can go Slom, but besides that, who else is going to be able to deal with the illusions across the map? So I honestly think this is a game-winning Naga pick, and I think Matreshka have it.
I think it could be, but I also think Storm have heroes that can be active enough to be able to just take over the map before Naga gets out of control, right? We see it's going to be a mid task. You're going to have plenty of farm. You're going to be able to make plenty of initiations happen. You know, get into like a Desolator, Blink, just wipe out a hero at the start of a lot of these team fights. You don't have the same level of vision capability since the change to the Beastmaster for sure, but you also do have the ability on Seneko just to be able to make a lot of these TPs happen onto the backlines, use that to be able to place down an Observer Ward, and then look to like rejoin the team and go for the push and find that quick pick off before the fight starts. So I know you're favoring Matreshka. I do believe that, you know, if this gets to like 35 minutes plus, that Retsu should be able to carry it, but I think Storm have the stuff to be able to finish it off in 30 minutes or less.
Okay. We'll see if that is going to be the case, because yeah, I mean, I also completely agree with the points you brought up that they are going to have a lineup that can be very difficult to deal with in the early game. So we'll have to see if that proves to be the case or not for Storm, or if Matreshka can get that Naga sign, can get Retsu off to a good game so Naga can do those Naga things. But as we get into this game, what do we feel like needs to go right for Storm? We've spoken about a couple of heroes that can be very pivotal in regards to some of their rotations, but what in particular, that one lane that we feel like must go really well for them?
Probably, I'm thinking bottom, just because you are going up against a Dawn Grimstroke, and that's a really strong lane. If you're somehow able to make that work positive for you with a Faceless Void and what's likely going to be Seneko on his Nature's Prophet, then that's putting you in a really solid spot, right? Then you don't need to worry about the Dawnbreaker being that main dealer of damage for the early-ish game, because realistically, it is going to be the Dawn almost exclusively for that first little part of the game. Retsu still needs to be able to pick up that base level of farm until he's able to get into like the Manta style. And then the important thing is for Matreshka that he is able to like cut the lanes when Storm are trying to like ball up and go. So kind of play like VP did in the previous.
Do you like this as well from Nature's Prophets as a whole? Seneko instantly TP'd mid to drop the Observe Ward on the enemy's cliff. At least the games that we saw in China with the Nature's Prophet leveled up, it was the Sprout straight away level 1. I don't think we saw any teleports.
I think the only time that you see the teleport leveled up first is when you're going into like a carry Nature's Prophet, just because you are able to get that bonus damage from it as well. You can see, speaking of the Nature's Prophet, he's in there trying to put a little bit of the extra harassment in onto Melis, but I mean, it's just so annoying, right? Plus 30 damage at level 1 for a Nature's Prophet. How are you supposed to trade into that? It does have a very long cooldown though, so it's not going to be too much of a factor for the start of this laning stage, but still feels quite annoying.
Wonder what the skill build as a whole is going to be for him once he gets his levels too, because we saw a lot of the position 4s honestly going like a 2-2 build and then keeping 2 points in the Sprout and starting to put more emphasis in the Nature's Core. So we'll see what Seneko is going to look to opt for, but really my attention, it's going to be around that mid lane. Like you were saying, you know, to start the game for Nikki Cool, he's playing a lot of the Earthshaker, the Tusk, and the Zeus. Well, we get one of those 3 against the ever so strong Invoker at the moment. And I mean, you asked me maybe who I felt, you know, had a shining previously yesterday for Matreshka. You said Laguna. I thought Nadinawa looked pretty decent in some of those games, so we'll see how he's going to be able to perform this time on the Invoker.
You did hesitate though.
I did hesitate. I mean, they got blown out of the water.
They did.
They're like, if I'm going to give it to anyone, you know, I would say like, yeah, Natty had not too bad of a couple of games.
Natty, Pog.
So this bottom lane looks, this could be a really good test as well for how strong the Nature's Prophet is as support. Because a Dawnbreaker and a Grimstroke lane sounds devastating for Katie.
It does, and I'm a little surprised, honestly, that Seneko doesn't have a Blightstone picked up for this early game. I mean, you go for a Blood Grenade whenever you're looking to try and, like, you know, out-harass, go for a lot of these kills, but you gotta say, a Faceless Void doesn't really feel like the most kill-oriented hero for this specific laning stage. You want to be as far away from these two heroes because the damage output from Melis and Laguna is going to be incredibly high. So, and you just consider what a Blightstone would mean for this lane as well. Grimstroke doesn't have the highest amount. He's only got 3 armor to start with, and the Dawn's only got 4. +1, of course, in the most recent update, so very broken, but...
Very true. All you need is, what, +5 movement speed, the Crystal Maiden treatment, and you'll be golden.
-5 every time, bro. What are you talking about?
Oh, is it minus? Oh, sorry, CM.
Too strong.
Where is that hero? What's going on with the clone? Is it what's your actual read of Crystal Maiden? I don't know. I've seen it.
The clone's not as bad as it used to be. They increased the radius a little bit, and once you get it, it's like an extra farming tool, right? You just walk up into a creep wave, drop it, and then you can walk away, and the creeps end up dying to the frostbite. So it's a nice little way to be able to push out lanes that you didn't have previously as the CM.
Huh?
Especially considering most of them level the frostbite before the Crystal Nova.
And lastly, top side, we do even have the Lotus timing as well. So it looks like it's going to be 1-1 apiece. Laguna is able to get the one down bottom. And overall, nothing too crazy. Looks like all the cores are very happy with the start to this game. Everyone's been able to find their farm.
And the thing that's really standing out to me is the way that Matreshka were able to influence this lane. I mean, we saw... Was it Natus that went for the sentry block onto the first wave on the bottom side when he was playing the Lycan? I'm pretty sure they did the same thing because the first 2 waves collided underneath the tower first. That's why Matreshka have always been in this really solid position to be able to get a lot of these last hits off and not be too pressured by the Nature's Prophet. Still though, I mean, most of the time you expect to see a Tusk doing really well against a melee hero in the lane, and you know, he's basically even with Nani Narwhal right now, which is to be expected, right?
Was able to get the water in. Looks like Natty was. There's that sprout into the awkward shards placement. He can try and cut through. Still a bit of an awkward positioning. Nonetheless, they'll get the kill and they'll get a courier as well. So Seneko strikes first. That is that kind of combo that we were speaking about. So he's got that second point in the sprout now.
Just even the extra damage from the teleport, right? It really is a lot. 36 extra damage that you get as soon as you go in, and then as soon as you attack, like the longer the fight goes and when the surprise factor goes away, you're just a little bit beefier. So don't know why this hero needed it. It was already in a pretty decent place, I thought, with just the change to the sprout on its own, but well, that's what happens if you can actually get in onto it. And this is what I was talking about for the laning stage, where if you just get put out of position, you could die in a very, very quick manner.
And that potential is going to be even more enabled now, I think, with the Soul Ring getting delivered for the Dawnbreaker. So Melis and Laguna will be able to continue their pressure. Does look like, though, you know, again, top lane going incredibly well between the two. Bretsu's been able to find his farm. Same with Dominic as well. Already see that the Ring of Health is queued up, so be able to sustain a little bit. But you were expecting, you know, do we think no Helm Dom just straight into the Scepter for the Beastmaster?
Yeah, that was really what I was looking at as well. Like, is this a Vanguard game? Not really. I think you need to be putting a little bit more pressure on the map than that. And if you don't, Nagasaran is just going to get way too farmed and you're not going to be able to open up the map far enough. So I think just the Ring of Health is fine to be able to stay in this lane. But yeah, beyond that, I want to see him pretty much rushing towards the Ags. Maybe you can afford to go like, oh, he's already got the Arcane Boots, so yeah, he should be fine.
Seneko? Going to continue to right-click down Laguna. They've already used their round of spells. Time dilation proving to be a bit of an issue. Melis is still going to continue to chase another round of the Celestial Hammer, in fact. Helps secure another kill. So then we are really starting to see the pressure start to ramp up down bottom.
I mean, this is the thing, right? Like, they're going for this constant little harass, but you never feel like they're going to be able to get a kill against either the Grim or the Dawnbreaker. That's the main concern, right? The only time Grim's died is when he rotated mid towards the Tusk. The Tusk is the one that did the majority of the work there. Let's get a glimpse back onto 1J. Looks like he might be dying.
Yeah, without a doubt, he's not going to be long for this. Well, Dark's the one that gets the kill. And meanwhile, you've also got Nicky Cool that completely shoved in this middle lane. So we'll be missing some of the creeps under the tower. They are even starting to rotate down. Nicky Cool wanting to get very active. The Wisdom Room up in a couple of seconds. Dawnbreaker's in a pretty good position to scout this out. They might need some extra rotations. That's going to come through from the Invoker. Looking to TP into the T2 tower. Can they cancel Nicky Cool? Tornado just a little bit too late. So is at least able to get the Wisdom Room. But of course, this is still your mid laner that's going to go down. Is that worth Denog?
I think it's okay considering he's the one that got it, so he still gets the net worth, and you also free up a lot more space once again for the Faceless Void to be able to pick up some farm. We can see he's going into the hand of Midas, so clearly wants to be scaling in that early stage. And I just want to point out from Seneko as well, he's kind of bouncing back and forth between what item he wants. He's said, oh, I want this this Power Treads first. No, I want the Atos first. He's committed a little bit more towards the Power Treads, just feeling like maybe he needs to be picking up his own farm. But I don't know how I feel about this. I really feel like they haven't put anywhere near enough pressure on early to be able to take advantage of the strengths of the Prophet in the lane, as well as to be able to eventually make movements up towards that top side and deal with the Naga, because Retsu's already level 6.5 at 8 minutes in.
Howdy. We're in a little bit of danger. Can do whatever he can to disrupt. They actually want to take the fight, and what a kinetic field through Dark holds them both into place. So Melis off the back of the ultimate will get a lot of value out of that incredible spell casting from the disruptor.
Did he get the secondary Thunderstrike as well because they were both caught in it? I think he must have, right? The new changes to it.
Maybe, yeah.
Still yet to see it.
Bottom lane now.
Yeah, looking to make another one. You talk about levels on the Naga Siren, but you got to say, he's doing a pretty good job on KD down here. Of course, the Midas does help too.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, even off all the aggression we've seen from the Dawnbreaker, 3-0 and 2, at least the Faceless Void, his farm hasn't been slowed down. It might be now, though. I mean, they are completely surrounding KD. You escaped last time. If you can somehow get out again, that is almost going to be a miracle, but not with the Phantom's Embrace to start. They're going to try and TP down the Tusk. He can turn with the Chrono to hold them down. It'll connect onto 3, but the damage is going to be lacking, especially with the Inkswell. Katie has to sidestep it. It's going to be up to 1J to get the blast off. Connects up to 2, but dude, look at the Tornado disrupting the team fight. Natty can turn to deal to 1J. Meanwhile, they're still hunting Melis down in the tree line as well, but the Dawnbreaker's not the easiest kill with all the stats she's playing with at this stage of the game. But Nicky Cool should be able to secure the kill with the shards, but still Katie, can he get away from danger with the Time Walk? Get some separation. Nicky's back into the middle, as Natty doesn't have the spells to work with at the moment. It's looking like a pretty decent fight for Storm. And now it's just the two supports they have to battle against. It's going to be so much gold and experience as Katie jumps back in as well, and Nicky Cool's not even going to die. All right, Storm, what a perfect sequence of events for them down bottom.
It was really solid play by Katie. Obviously, you don't have too many heroes that could look to play into your Chronosphere in terms of damage, but locking down 3 heroes, he's still going to be able to get away because of Time Walks like that. I mean, he got 3 of those off in just the single team fight underneath their vision as well. So there's just really nice spellcasting coming through from the Faceless Void. What do you think Kimchi mentality is? Or is that Kimichi? Kimmich.
I don't know.
I just saw kimchi because I'm hungry.
No, I don't know.
You ever had kimchi?
Yes, I think so. I don't remember.
You would remember.
But I'm pretty sure I had it. What is it again?
Fermented cabbage. It's a Korean thing.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Delicious. Kimchi pancake is the best way to have it, though.
What? What a pancake?
Not like a traditional pancake. They're not like with, you know, maple syrup and stuff. It's like just battered, basically, and held together with eggs.
Sounds interesting. No, I have not had at least on a pancake. Seneko? We'll be able to get the kill onto the Nature's Prophet, so a little bit more earned charges for Natty Narwhal's going to getting closer towards the Spirit Vessel. It does leave mid vacant though, so we see with the catapult wave. Storm are doing a really good job to put pressure on the tower. Like, I mean, you've got the Beastmaster and Nature's Prophet that are good at taking objectives, but they're doing this without those 2 heroes.
Dominic's also 3 components towards that Aghanim Scepter, so clearly they feel like they don't have anything that's going to be able to deal with Retsu for now. As Nicky Cool, he gets gone on again. I don't think he's going to survive this time around, though. Sure.
Nah, no, there's no way. No way. I mean, they'll try and snowball further on over. Nicky will buy some time. And really that time granted them the kill onto the Dawnbreaker. There was no Chronosphere needed. I think 1J got involved. Maybe even Seneko as well with a little bit of damage. But very nicely done considering, what, 2nd death of the game. So 2 deaths in a row now for the Dawn, who was, keep in mind, top of the net worth. But like you said, Dominic, he's been free farming, not involved in a single fight.
And I really feel like they're just about to bring the pain up to this top lane. They cannot let Retsu get off the leash too much longer. Just 100 or so gold away from being able to pick up that Aghanim Scepter for Dominic. And then that Drums of Slom really helps with pushing out towers, with putting a lot of pressure in onto the Naga Siren, so that even if she does join, it's a lot harder to be able to just full on contest. You're basically there as a Song of the Siren, and that's about it.
Bit of a fight breakout. Matreshka looking to try and defend the tower. Some pretty good positioning though from Storm. Off the back of the 2-man smoke. I think they got a glimpse of Nicky. Yeah, maybe he ran down the stairs.
But they'll also know that the Dawnbreaker can't join for the next 30 seconds. TP down bottom, used the Solar Guardian previously, so you've got an outnumber, and they're going to use it to be able to take out this tower. Now Seneko's on defense duty, of course, could still join at any time with his teleportation. He's doing a good job of just keeping the lane pressured away. I mean, they're not losing anything for a lot of these aggressive plays right now on Storm, and this is the way that we were expecting them to have to play, right? And even just 1J with... You could see where Storm want to position themselves, right? Those proximity mines set up mean that you're always going to trigger them if you go for any sort of smoke attempt. You're going to scout out the Naga Siren as well if she is looking to leave her relative safe areas of farm and go for something a little bit more greedy. Nearly onto the Maelstrom as well on the Void.
Some great timing out of him. I'm very impressed. I mean, all of that comes down to that fight down bottom where Katie was able to live through it all and got involved in the kills, got some valuable experience. So
they're actually going down bottom here. They want to try and pick off Melis.
They're going to run straight into him. Dominic and 1J. His 2 heroes, well, I guess especially now with Seneko even considering about coming over. It's actually going to look for the TP. I can stop it. All right, well, they'll use both. TP cancelled and a Dawnbreaker killed.
Probably would have needed to use both anyway, so not too much skin off his nose. And, well, they stopped some of the snowball potential, but the thing is, by the time they're able to push into this tower, he'll be alive. He has the Solar Guardian available, and he's got an Echo Saber as well, so he's very capable of taking a lot of fights and being, again, that consistent damage source on the Dawn. They don't have a siege creep to be able to play around with just yet, and maybe they even want to make a move back towards top, considering, you know, you've hit a lot of these early-ish timings, and Roshan's just about to move up there.
I mean, definitely now with the blink on Nicky Cool, right? Like, you are without a doubt looking to try and take a fight for Storm. We mentioned that Retsu, like, you can't leave this man farming for too long. This is Manta style now completed for him.
He can be cutting waves. I really expect him to. You know, just pop it, put it between the tier 1 and the tier 2 tower up on the top side where Storm are wanting to be playing. They're actually going to go for a smoke of their own.
Was under the ward though. Yeah, Seneko just TP'd there to place it. So look at them grouping up. I mean, this is definitely a timing you want to take a fight with on Storm.
And it's going to reveal as well the illusion bait coming through there from Nicky Cool on his Tusk. Kind of gives that one away, and he's even going to just blink in. No fear at all.
Dominic run head first into them as well. They'll start with the Static Storm. They're not really going to get much out of it, though. It's a really messy engagement for Matreshka. Retsu's going to be forced to Song to get Natty out. Does Retsu TP, though? He's going to be pretty quick. They have the Atos. Manta's there to dispel it, I suppose. Retsu's going to be able to do that straight away. Nice shots, though. This is still looking a little bit awkward for Retsu. He does have some team around him. Solar Guardian to buy some time. They'll get the stun as well. A lot of spells have been committed early on, but the Naga's incredibly tanky at the moment. Retsu finally will end up going down, but Natty's back inside the team fight. 1J should tick out to the Spirit Vessel, but Dominic doesn't have too much to fear. fact, 1J, he actually lived through it all as well. I mean, just under 30 health. And now they might even get done. Oh, stepped up way too far. Eats a couple of mines along with a round of axes. And Dominic gets the triple kill. 5-0. This Beastmaster cemented his position on top of the net worth.
He has, absolutely. And he's even almost got a BKB completed for himself as well, so there really isn't anything that Dominic is going to be scared of once he picks up into that. Maybe just the Dawnbreaker, but they've been pretty solid at controlling Melis at the start of a lot of these fights. And, well, I want to commend Seneko for that ward placement as well. It just set up everything that was going on there. You know, they were fighting underneath this vision the entire time. Dark's going to get rid of it now, but they don't get that ATOS off if you don't have that ward set up right.
Back live, Melis. Might be another death onto the Dawnbreaker, really continuing to slow down his game. I'll be able to get the glimpse back onto 2 with Natty setting up, but with only 1 point in XOR, the damage is incredibly weak. And a nice snowball from Nicky Cool, man. We are seeing how comfortable he is on the Tusk. They'll give up Seneko, but his 2 other heroes were able to survive.
I think you back off for a little bit if you're Storm. You just don't have any resources on your techies. Tusky might be ready to fight, but Dominic just wants to wait for that BKB. He's only 50 gold away, 5 seconds away from the Primal Roar as well. Level 2, so it's instantly going to get you up to the 15 stacks of the Slum. And yeah, I feel like they're just ready to go once more. The downside is, of course, they don't have the vision. And look at that, basically 50-50. It's going to come down to the execution in a lot of these fights. And it really does feel like Storm, they don't have too many more chances to be able to truly take like these hugely influential fights, right? They've got BKBs. They've almost hit one on Katie as well on his Faceless Void. But what can they actually do with it? And how are you going to be able to manipulate the lanes on Retsu to prevent them from actually getting something out of a lot of these early rotations?
I think there should be a
couple Dark Illusions bottom, send a couple towards mid, TP top, send more illusions up top. That's exactly what you need to be doing on Retsu right now. Has he got Orchid done? No, Mage Slayer instead, okay. Really wants to reduce the impact of this Beastmaster.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
see how much that's going to come into play, because these fights keep continuing to go this way. This was something that you really mentioned, was the power of Storm's draft, and we're seeing that be the case so far. 6,000 net worth lead. Of really just the pressure putting onto Retsu to be able to get the team over the finish line as they do scout him out top lane. I think they're starting to TP in. This is close to a tier 1 tower. They're going to be cautious. Chrono's going to be out. Instant response out of the Solar Guardian as well, as Nicky's trying to jump and deal with the Invoker. As Retsu want to use it though, they'll be able to drag back the Faceless Void inside the Static Storm. He's going to have to Song shortly though. He'll run away from the Void, but look at the Void running closer to the Song. So Katie lives through it all. I mean, this is just some incredible reads from them. And now Nicky Cool is going to be able to get Retsu as well. They are still hinting for Katie, but Melis not even going to be able to catch up to him. Is this Void still Oh my... Dude, he hasn't died this game.
He's pretty good with his just awareness in a lot of these fights. I was talking about those time walks down bottom, but you mentioned it, right? Just being able to walk a little bit closer to the left, make sure you're being caught by the Song of the Siren, and make sure that that damage potential is not there. So much damage being output, and Seneko topping the charts actually in that most recent one. It's pretty easy to be able to do it with that Wrath of Nature, and you know, when you're fighting in such an enclosed area, the Sprout ends up doing so much as well. You don't even need to grief your Faceless Void by directly sprouting a target either. You could just put it off to the side, and it still is going to do that damage over time.
I must say, I think this is probably one of the more convincing Nature's Prophet supports that, at least, like, I was not too impressed with the ones that we saw in China. I think we spoke about this as well.
Kaka yes, game 1, that was the only other convincing one.
The ones where they were able to get very active and had a team around them that could also play with the active Nature's Prophet. Like that game, you had an Ember Spirit who was really utilizing the +1 teleport. But I mean, Seneko so far, you know, this maxed out Sprout, like we said, and you're China, they weren't going for that. It was like a 2-2 and then more points in Nature's Call. But we're going to see he's going to scale incredibly well this game. And now you've got Ages in your hands as well. You're going to have a Solar Crest now just completed from 1J. So this Roche goes down a little bit faster. About to have BKB on Katie. This game is just lining up perfectly for Storm.
Yeah, and I think the big thing is when you're picking this Nature's Rough as a support, you need someone that's going to be able to enable you, right? Like whether that be the Beastmaster with a stun, whether that be a Tusk with a stun. Earlier on, that was who Seneko was playing around the majority of the time, right? He was playing with Nicky Cool as much as he could, or he was just being annoying, playing on the backlines, taking a lot of attention away from his cores so that they could hit these early-ish power spikes and make the most of this timing that they're going to have because, you know, every minute that ticks by, Retsu's closer towards that heart, and that's the timing that Matreshka are waiting for. He's almost got his own BKB on Seneko. I have to say, I didn't necessarily completely agree with his laning stage item build, but ever since then, just his warding, his movement around the map, how much he's willing to put his life on the line just to set up for the rest of his team, it's all been really solid.
Yeah, I mean, what else would you kind of expect from him? And I think in particular, just his positioning and wards. I mean, this is just what comes down to it. He has some of the most experience out of anyone in these qualifiers as well. Like maybe like F&G could rival him. So I mean, you could list, you know, might be a couple others, but really, I mean, Seneko has been through the ringer multiple times.
Yeah, for sure. Tempt made Nicky Cool once again, and yeah, it doesn't even get the shield rune disabled. They're going to be able to kill him.
Well, I don't think so. Quick Ghost Walk along with the Ink Spell gives him some bonus movement speed, but we just see wherever they show on Matreshka, instantly Storm are starting to rotate multiple heroes over.
And I talk about those BKB timings. I mean, Nicky Cool's almost got one as well. So you're going to have 4 BKBs on your lineup. Disruptor's going to do nothing. Grimstroke's going to do nothing. Invoker's going to do nothing. And even Naga Siren isn't going to have too much of that damage coming through from stuff like the Riptide too. So it really does feel like they know that their time is now. They want to keep the ball rolling. I honestly wouldn't even hate seeing Seneko go like a casual Blightstone just to push these towers that tiny bit faster.
Top lane, they see Nani Narwhal at the moment. They also see Retsu down bottom. So 2 ganks going on simultaneously. They'll make the attempt onto Retsu. With the blast off missing, it's probably going to be a little bit more difficult now. They'll still force the song. No TP on him though. He's going to have to go through the rift. They can sit up now. Dominic, he's running straight up here.
No,
Retsu is going to enter straight to the Beastmaster, and with the drums, he'll kill off the illusions. Now Natty's here along with the Solar Guardian. They're going to do whatever they can to keep him alive for the moment, but still the other people are starting to come through on the opposite side, as even Seneko cuts them off. But Melis, he can start to turn. The side of Matreshka trying to smoke to the air, but will they get there too late? Now Nina was going to be able to get some distance away. Tornado sets up for the static storm, but again the damage is a real big thing that's lacking for Matreshka. It seems like they just want to cut their losses. They know with everything on cooldown they are in danger as Nicky finds the Invoker inside the tree line. Incredible read from him.
They want more.
In the end,
Seneco's
and they might be able to find it.
I mean, you're going to be able to get the glimpse back on him, but you're inside a Sprout with no Quelling Blade. Of course he gets the bash, man. There was no doubt about it. KT, I thought he might have been a little bit late to that whole encounter, but ends up turning up just in time to be able to clean up the straps while keeping up his farm very effectively. And, I mean, you can't use the glyph on this, then you would just have nothing for when they're ready to go onto the high ground. And we speak of some of these Naga counters. You've got a Mjolnir finished up by Katie as well. So whichever target gets focused on, that's who you're using it on.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Is Techie's going to BKB? Nah, Lotus. Boring.
Why Techie's BKB for what?
We needed 5.
Oh, okay.
I asked for Seneko to go casual Blightstone. Drums is just as good.
Retsu again?
Oh, he doesn't have the song this time.
Man, playing incredibly well. Just the read to be down here. I don't know if it was.
He can be.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure. I was gonna say I don't know if it was just like illusions quickly showed on the lane and they saw the timer, so they thought he was around here. But whatever it was, I mean, Storm know that Katie doesn't have to worry. Ages still for another 30 seconds if needed. He's got the BKB too.
Yeah, they're going to be pushing into high ground here. Why not? You can look to take maybe one last lane, but the bottom lane was relatively pushed out at least by Retsu when he made that movement down there previously, so not going to be able to get rid of that tier 2 tower before the end of this Aegis, but I don't think they're going to care all that much on Storm. They just want to keep control. They want to make sure that the Naga can basically never leave the base, or at least make it very difficult to do so. You might need to smoke just so that you can get out of their base.
Did you see if they had any? Yeah, they got one in the backpack of Laguna. Okay.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Nope. Not going to smoke, but they're going to go as a team and exit the base. But again, like, just consider how much you're losing while all of this is going on. I mean, at least they were able to take their Tormentor, so you end up getting a free Aghanim Shard for the Grimstroke. You had one queued up for quite some time. Feels pretty good, you know, just to be able to toss that one up onto the Dawnbreaker, especially because he needs to do so much right now, Melis, to be able to frontline for the rest of the team. He could just hit up onto his level 15 timing, so a little bit of extra critical strike damage from that Luminosity.
They're gonna come back, dude. This building will fall pretty goddamn fast. Icky cool, an aggressive jump. They scout out Naninawa with a solid Guardian's not enough to keep him alive. That's a big kill onto the Invoker. San's gonna prevent the Chrono, but Katie's still able to step outside and find the multi-man, and it's just a clean-up show now. Storm, they forced the buyback out of the Invoker, but Naninawa, he doesn't have the levels nor the items to be able to turn the tides. The snowball keeps Nicky Cool alive. He'll still tick out in the end, but they're looking for the finishing blow as Katie jumps further inside the base. That's a dieback for Natty Narwhal, and they're lacking some creeps. I guess they're doing a good job with cutting the wave, but that's a 19 net worth lead.
It is, and like you said, he's doing a decent job cutting the wave, but I feel like this is something that he needed to do just a little bit earlier. You know, you got that early-ish Manta style, and he focused a little bit more on the greed rather than the delay. You know, your Naga Siren is inevitable if you're able to get this really, really late period of the game. I said 35 minutes plus, but they're already getting their high ground about to be demolished with prior to that 30-minute mark.
Yeah, I mean that your 35 minutes can go longer now, especially, I mean, that's a 19,000 net worth lead. Like if it was like a 10,000 net worth lead at 35, it would without a doubt be a bit of a different story, but that's not to be.
So we see the replay coming through. I mean, you're an Invoker. If you get gone on, we were talking about this during the draft, right? You are just squish as hell. And with that dieback as well, he is basically the full duration away from being able to pick up that BKB. Just a 4-star and a minus and a Spirit Vessel, obviously providing a little bit of stats in the damage, but I don't think damage is the main concern for you right now. It's just surviving.
Has not been the game that Invoker would be hoping for. I mean, 3, 5, and 9 lower net worth. Toss and the Nature's Prophet. You're what, 7th in net worth? So
it's even going a freaking nullifier on Seneko, man.
Ah, okay.
They feel like this Inkswell is the only thing that can give them a little bit of extra safety and security, right? Like even with the BKB popped on the Dawnbreaker, it's not going to be able to stop that one from being expended. And they feel like at this point, they've got the damage to be able to take him out. We even see some more Naga Siren answers coming through. Shiva's Guard being picked up next by Dominic. That a little bit of extra damage, just the attack slow as well. Feels very nice against both him and the Dawn, even just for the healing component as well. We talk about the Grim Shard with the Inkswell, the Luminosity coming through, the Solar Guardian, the Ghost Walk. It's a lot of benefits coming through and just enabling you to survive for that little bit longer on the Beastmaster.
Dude, they just stole the Wisdom Room and 1J just TP'd out in their face. Oh, Oretu. Man, this is real Naga. This is real Naga Siren. That's also Katie that's just farming outside the base. Dominic's going to be able to assassinate the Disruptor. And now Katie will actually backtrack into the middle. BKB means he doesn't have to fear about the song. It's getting a little bit messy now with Seneko disconnected from the team. We'll see who the initial target's going to be once the song expires. But Seneko, I mean, this is not a support anymore. You know, BKB run away. What are they going to be able to do against him? Katie wants to go back in, but it's a pretty good timing out of the tornado. BKB was used prior. This could be the one opportunity for Matreshka. They'll turn and blow up Katie. And now Dominic as well didn't get too much value out of the BKB. Maybe it's up to Nicky Cool. Let's see how Crafty's going to be able to get on the tusk with the backline jump along with the techies. All right. Nicky was waiting in the wings for the perfect opportunity. And now they've separated the Dawnbreaker with the other components as well. As Retsu will still deal with the techies. They're going to hunt the Dominic on the high ground next. But the Drums of Slum will not make this an easy kill at all. But it looks like Retsu will finally get through the Beastmaster's health pool. And now they're even looking for more as well. Atos will help the disengage. Tornado from downtown. Natty Narwhal again Much better spell casting through him inside the team fight. I'll be able to get another kill onto Seneko. Meanwhile, Nikki kills. They're still looking for the kill into the TP out, and he should be able to make it as well as Retsu. Doesn't have the physical damage at this stage of the game. So in the end, I mean, it's a pretty goddamn good fight for Matreshka, all things considering, though.
I mean, that was all Natty Narwhal for mine. They lose that game if his tornado isn't on point there. The Faceless Void was winding up the Chronosphere to be able to take out 3 targets inside of the base, but just perfect timing of that allows them to get the disarm off as well, allows them to get the Phantasm Embrace down. He gets out of mana, he doesn't have a BKB to be able to use, and suddenly they have a very slight chance of coming back into this one. You saw there on the recap that it was 1,700 gold that the Naga got delivered to herself. So now she has the full heart, and she's a good duration towards that Bloodthorn as well.
The Invoker getters too. I mean, close towards BKB, I think really experience at this stage of the game is probably really another vital thing for you. So
remember, when he bought back, he had 200 gold. And now he has 2.8k, so really, really nice fight for them. And just the levels as well, right? This is that rubber band effect coming through. And they probably got, I would say, 2 levels across the board.
Radiant are scanning.
Roche is up.
One more fight like that, and I honestly think that Matreshka might be in the lead. I know that's crazy to say, with it being a 19k deficit right now, but if they win this fight, if they take the Roshan, you can be feeling fairly confident.
Is it going to go the same way, though? Because, again, it needs to be perfect. So we will see. Oh, shit. Bugged. What is this bug?
It just stays on cooldown for some reason. Even if you drop it and pick it up, it just stays on cooldown. It's really annoying.
I'm guessing DC and all that don't do nothing.
Don't think so, no. I just say, just give it to me. I'm playing Wyvern. I'll just fly around. It doesn't matter. Whatever, go.
Yeah. It tries to drop it down, doesn't do it. I guess at least he has kinetic field, but yeah, I mean, it's still not nice. Nikki cool. Smoke's gonna pop. What is the damage? All right, welcome to the Desolator for Nikki Cooley too. It's another support, and now with the Evoker caught out inside the lane. That is crazy, dude. What was that?
I mean, that's the benefit of the old Enchanted Quiver as well. Gets far enough away.
Run, my friend.
The BKB and might be able to just get away. But
he's gonna go for it. Oh no, we needed another time walk. Oh no.
Just needed to do his stretches, man. He's not quite there. Ah, well. Well, it wasn't a fight that went swimmingly for Matreshka, for sure. I like the way they set up for it, though. I mean, Retsu, he used a bunch of illusions just to be able to scout out where a lot of those techies proximity mines were looking to set up. They've even still got a Forge Spirit up on this high ground, so they can see them walking into the pit. But again, there's nothing that they can do about it. And do they have the buggy gem now on their side? It doesn't look like it. Yeah? Oh, right, maybe it's Seneco's gem
it's
that they
bugged,
had
yeah.
previously. Oh, no, yeah, there was one. Classic. It's defective. Just leave it at the base. I think that's a nullifier as well for Seneko off the back of that fight.
Yep. All right.
No butterfly yet or anything like that, but I mean the initial hit from the...
This is a crazy move. They're running into the Aegis. I mean, I guess I know Chrono's down in BKB for a little bit of time. Glim's going to send him out of range of the Sunstrike. Nikiko will refresh up. And, I mean, Retsu's going to try and enter the fight, but he's low health as well. Tornado Solar Guardian will buy him some time, but it doesn't look like it's going to matter in the end. There's maybe one last ditch attempt for Matreshka, but all they get is the Aegis kill. And now they're going to be running to try and escape as best as they can, but Melis, well, they won't be able to do so. It's a 5-man wipe in the end. And they might call it, and they do indeed. So one last attempt, unfortunately, doesn't go their way. As Storm debuted here in the TI qualifies is off to a good start.
It is indeed, and what have we learned from this? Never trust Aries predictions going through. Game-winning Nagasara, Picky says, who knows about that when you've got this early game Storm draft, and it worked out really well, swimmingly. And again, I think Seneko played incredibly well to be able to set them up for a lot of their moves. That was the big thing that I really had as the big difference maker. Of course, you could point out a lot of different things, right? The Faceless Void, so many great time walks. He only died the one time that game. Nikki Cool just constantly living on about 100 HP at the end of all of these fights, and eventually going into that Enchanted Quiver Desolator build to one-shot supports on the back line. But you got to say it was Dominic that deserves the MVP of this game. Like, he just put so much pressure on the map. He was crazy farmed in the laning stage. He got that early drums of Slom, which meant that the Naga Siren felt the need to be able to fight, but she just couldn't. There was no possibility for you to be able to just stand and fight against a Beastmaster that was this farmed this early.
Yeah, and maybe due to that also felt the need to go Mage Slayer, which meant that you didn't have a heart second item, so you weren't able to cut the waves as easy, because, I mean, without a heart, I even was watching the Tusk just be able to kill off the Naga illusion, so yeah, I mean, Dominic potentially forcing out a build that you wouldn't want to go for the Naga Siren, at least not this early on with that item progression. So yeah, Storm, well, what an incredible performance from them.
I think they've got it in them to be able to surprise a few people. I mean, even if things go as expected and it's going to be them and Nemiga winning their first two series of today, I wouldn't put it past Storm to be able to, you know, give a bit of a surprise victory against Nemiga in round 2 of that lower bracket. It's technically round 3, but let's call it round 2. But yeah, once again, it's got to be Dominic that's the MVP for me of that game. Great job in lane, great movements as well with the rest of the team. Without going this Helm of the Overlord build as well, they were still able to put a ton of pressure onto the towers, ended with the highest net worth of the entire game as well, ahead of a Naga Siren and a Faceless Void. Well deserved for mine. Highest net worth of the game too.
Oh, wow. Very impressive. Okay. I wonder if we'll see maybe some priority put onto the Beastmaster in the next game, just to ban that one out. I mean, if we'll see what else Dominic is able to play, but yeah, no, it was a really good showing overall there for the Beastmaster. So without a doubt, I think he definitely deserves the MVP, and we'll have to see what they're going to be able to do heading into the next game. But, you know, but who had... What was even the draft order? I'm trying to remember now.
Naga was last pick.
Yeah, so they opened with the Faceless Void, right? And then it was responded with the Dawn, I believe. Okay. Yep. So, I mean, maybe they'll look for something else as well. Because, I mean, they had a very good lane. I mean, 10 minutes in, Melis was 3-1-3. They weren't getting kills on the Faceless Void, but he was top of the net worth. And then all of a sudden, his game just fell off a cliff, man. It was just, you know, maybe it's because he has a League of Legends profile picture, one of the champions from League. I don't know. I don't want to look too far into it for Melis. Maybe it needs to change it throughout the break, but they need to change something as well for the boys here, because they are one game away on Matreshka now from being eliminated from the TI-12 qualifiers for Eastern Europe. We'll see what they're going to be able to do to adapt, because so far Storm, they come out the gates, guns are blazing, a very convincing victory from them. We'll see if they're going to be able to continue with their momentum once we come back after a short break. We're back with Eastern Europe qualifiers here for TI12. Storm with a very, very good start. Denok, what do we need to see heading into this second game draft overall? Because it definitely felt like Storm. I know we gave the MVP to Dominic, but it felt like, you know, there were a lot of people who played a very vital role in that game. Is it more of a play-dependent thing, or do we want to see maybe some heroes target banned from that previous game?
I think it's not even either of those things. I think it might be kind of like understanding what the enemy team wants to do at different stages of the game. That's what really impressed me about how Virtus.pro were able to play against Matreshka yesterday, in that they understood what they wanted to do in like 1 or 2 minutes time, and then they did the exact thing that the enemy team weren't wanting them to do. I think that's kind of what you need to think about here. Like I talked about, once you've got the Blink Dagger on the Tusk, it's about setting up vision, and that's exactly what Seneko did on the backlines, right? To enable him to just go for that quick jump. It didn't end up working out because they just ran into a smoke, but it still enabled them to catch the Naga Siren at the end and delayed a lot of the timings for that. Similar sort of thing from Matreshka, right? You have a Naga Siren, you have a Manta style, you got to make sure you're pushing out these lanes, because this early game draft had come online and wanted to start pushing at you, and I just feel like they didn't necessarily address that quite enough. So just little changes like that, I think, need to be put on the board if they're going to stand any chance this time around.
Okay. And how do we feel about this adaptation, though? You know, Matreshka, they have first pick, so they're going to be able to go for the gyrocopter once again. Instant response is out with the Faceless Void.
Honestly, even as a support, the gyrocopter doesn't feel horrible this game. Obviously, you feel fine enough playing it into a Faceless Void. If you are going to ban out the heroes like the Ancient Apparition, which they have, it means that going this this side gunner with the Satanic is even better than before against the Faceless Void. If they don't have any ways to be able to stop your healing from coming through, maybe they go and pick up a Doom for Storm. But then my concern is that you're going to be lacking a little bit too much of that early tempo that you might need before the gyro truly comes online, that you don't really care that you're not going to be healing for all that much, and maybe Matreshka can just look to run over you. That's why I like something like the Enchantress coming through, because it puts a lot of that aggressive pressure on, so that maybe you can afford to go the Doom with one of your later picks, and you're still going to have a lot of that early game impact. You'd hate to go out straight sets, though, wouldn't you, if you were Matreshka? Yes. You know, starting up in that upper bracket, obviously going down 2-0 to Virtus.pro, losing game 1 against Storm. This is the time to make your comeback. You got to make some of these big plays start to happen.
That I mean, you're back against the wall. You got no more chances. 1 game away, so we'll see. We're going to get the Legion out of them. We're going to get the Sky as well. So of course, that is a bit of a staple pairing, especially the Sky, but just overall in Eastern Europe, the Sky Legion. Do you feel like Matreshka should be pretty confident, because we already see the kind of safe flame battle with the Void Enchantress versus the Legion Sky?
I think Matreshka should be fine with it, right? Like, an Enchantress is, of course, in a position where you can just look to put a lot of harass in onto the Skyreth Mage, but Skyreth also pretty fast, right? You're going to be able to get away from the edge. You're going to be able to spam out things like the Concussive Bolt. The Shadow Demon's a little bit different. I guess, of course, you do have the Demonic Cleanse for the Ancient Seal. You've got the Disruption for the Duel. Those sort of things feel kind of nice, but it's a little slower pace than what I was wanting to expect. Maybe they just feel utmost confidence in Katie's ability to be able to carry this game, if given the tools to be able to do so on his Faceless Void.
For like already, I know we want to look at Matreshka's hero, but I think for Storm already, maybe like, are we looking at a Zeus for Nikki Cool, just because wanting damage outside the Chrono, and you saying it was like a top 3, so is that something Matreshka need to consider with this 18th pick?
It's a possibility. It would give you a lot of global potential as well, right? With the Fiend's Gate plus that as well. So it's something that I'm thinking of, but again, I feel like whenever you're playing Zeus, you'll always seem to be the one that gets gone on a lot of the time. And right now they have nothing that's going to be able to enable them to do that outside of the Faceless Void, right? And they don't exactly have saves for it, but I feel like you need something that's going to be able to put a little bit of extra tempo on the map rather than just a Zeus, right?
Are you speaking for Matreshka or Storm?
For Storm, sorry.
Okay, yeah.
They need more tempo. Like an Enchantress on its own isn't enough. So, you know, going a Zeus or something like that just feels a little, I don't know, it feels a little off to me. Also, most of the time you have to be in range to be able to shove things out, and the last thing you want to do against a Legion commander, especially with a squishy hero like Zeus, is reveal your position. That's just asking to get dueled.
Let us see, Matreshka. Gonna have to, of course, close out this second phase. Looking, I feel like probably you're gonna pick. I guess you pick a support. You reveal if the gyrocopter's going as your carry. Maybe you want to make that decision now or not. I mean, they are using all their reserve time. Storm haven't even gone through any just yet. Speaking of the Storm,
I like it. I mean, again, they've got a lot of stuff that's going to be able to be used onto the Faceless Void. You've got a lot of stuff that can be used to just jump in onto the Shadow Demon as well. Yeah, you're opening yourself up to potentially get countered, but now's the time to be able to ban out the heroes that you are most concerned about for the laning stage. Probably going to be things like, I would say, Pangolier plus Quap are the two. Queen of Pain, the Invoker's already banned out, so those would be my main concerns if I'm playing this this Zeus in the mid lane. Primal's already banned, right? Yeah. Oh, they still respect the Zeus, all right.
I thought maybe that was another reason why you want to pick the Storm, just being able to get on top of the Zeus. So
maybe the Tiny too. Wouldn't hate a Tiny.
That was last phase ban last game, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so see carry and also a support banned out here just in case. So even get rid of the Undying and the Slark now. So we're going to have to see Matreshka. They will reveal next up what they want out of the gyrocopter.
I still I'm totally on board with this being a support, man. Like, onto the Faceless Void, it feels pretty good with the homing missile. You can time walk, but you're still going to be in a really rough spot to be stunned up afterwards. Good against the Underlord in lane 2. There's the Tiny ban. Good.
But what is making you want it to be a support though, seeing these current heroes?
I just feel like they're going to have issues dealing with Underlord. There's nothing that's really going to stop him from just having a decent enough time farming in this lane, especially once he picks up just even a Ring of Health, honestly. You know, if it worked the first time, just do it again, right? Go for the Tusk. Basically 0 damage once again into the Chronosphere. That is the area that I might be a little bit more concerned about for Storm, right? We know that Seneko isn't shy about going for a lot of these more greedy builds, you know, you can call him Puppy or whatever, just with how much farm he's looking to get on these heroes that have the capability of jungling, like your Prophet, your Enchantress, your Chen. And I think Seneko does need to be that right-click threat in a lot of these engagements.
We'll see if he's going to be able to get to that stage, though. We got we saw Melody yesterday playing the Treant Protector for Navi, so we're going to get it out on Dark. Seems like it should be a pretty strong lane, right? Treant Protector Gyro, but I guess like you said, how are they going to have some difficulties dealing with the Underlord? We are yet to see a game where Gyro even considers about the Rocket Barrage just to be able to maybe deal with those tankier offlane heroes. Not saying this is the game, but just, you know, highlighting where we still haven't seen that just yet. So it could be a bit more of a farming fest up top, which if that's the case, you'd probably got to say favors the Underlord because you'll have a damage advantage. Wonder as well, again, because we haven't seen the Treant in a very long time, if Storm want to like 5-man to Radiant safe lane to try and cut all the trees to minimize some of the effectiveness from Dark.
Yeah, I think that's certainly a possibility. And the other thing that I'm considering is with this thing that you mentioned with the Rocket Barrage, if Retsu's going to go down that route, they are going to need to feel supremely confident that Melis is going to be able to have A, a good time in lane, and B, able to secure a lot of this dual damage. I feel like you should be able to get a decent amount of dual damage this game. Yes, you are into a Shadow Demon, but again, you've got heroes that have the capability to jump the Shadow Demon in both the Storm Spirit and the Legion Commander, and you've got a Treant Protector that can just be walking around, dropping a few of these deep Observer Wards as well to be able to set up for that next play. So kind of like what I was talking about in the lead up to this game, I think that's what Matreshka need to be thinking a little bit more of this time around. They need to be thinking of what do we want to do in 2 to 3 minutes time and how can we set up for that.
Okay. We even see, 1J even bought a Quelling Blade as well from the Shadow Demon, so
chop chop.
A bit of deforestation going on down bottom. Sorry. Yeah, not the trees. Come on, guys. You would just, I guess maybe this is one nice thing about the Tusk as well now, that you have 2 saving supports instead of just the one with the Shadow Demon. So,
yep.
We'll see. Nikki Cool, I think, was very good with his snowballs in the last game. Katie is Warden, maybe I was thinking they might set up on him to force out. I mean, he's already leveled Time Walk as well anyway, so I was going to say maybe they'd like to force out Time Walk, but he's already leveled it.
Making mistakes is the path to wisdom.
I mean, I think that's an absolute necessity for that lane regardless, right? Like, you're going to get overwhelming odds. You're going to get spammed out by the Skyrath Mage. I quickly use the quick fingers once again. Not quick enough, unfortunately.
And as a result, it's going to be a 3 for 1. Okay. Well, isn't that 4 for 0 when we're calling it? No, not 3 for 1. That's a little bit premature. Come on. I know you're used to that, but...
I never call it early. I fight it out until the very end. I don't want to hear this slander against me.
Where are my trees, dude?
They're not anywhere. He's just going to need to wait a few minutes and play around the right side. And, I mean, Storm are just going to play around the left. And, like, don't give this guy any trees to be able to play with. Screw that. That is an early point in the homing missile to be able to start things off. Put a little pressure in on to Dominic.
Are we expecting Natty Narwhal to have a better game overall here? Because, I mean, we saw he really wasn't able to do much in the previous game with the Invoker. We saw so much attention put onto his hero in particular in a lot of the fights. So do we think there's much that he has to be worried about in the second game?
The thing that I'm most worried about is the rotations coming through from the Enchantress potentially, right? I know that it's Katie playing up against a really hard lane, so it might be a little bit more challenging for that sort of thing to happen, but prior to level 6, the Storm is incredibly vulnerable if you've got like a level 5 Tusk and a level 2 or level 3 Enchantress rotating in. And they're just looking to farm. They're looking to try and sustain as much as possible in this lane. Seneko already leveling up the Nature's Attendants, realizing that he doesn't really need to concern himself too much with damage output. Any time that he can just put a little bit extra in to force out some of that regen is going to be a plus. But for now, he just wants to live, although he might not.
Well, no, there's not a lot of living going on there for Seneko. And bottom lane, not a lot of living going on as well for 1J. So Matreshka already been able to get 2 kills on the board.
Good start for them. Had 6 wand charges available on Seneko, so could have been a possibility to be able to pop those, but maybe he just thought with the blood grenade on him, he was dead regardless. This is what I was wanting, right? We were wanting that scaling to be able to start off. It's not off dual damage, but it's off of a nice little golden XP boost to these really strong laning heroes. Most of the time when you see an Enchantress, you think, well, that's the strongest laning hero that you could possibly ask for, but not going to be the case this time around, and they're even getting a pull-off too. So much better start for Matreshka this game. Also, any time that you're able to get those kills, it means much lower possibility for that rotation to come through for the Enchantress onto Natty Narwhal. So he's going to have a bit of an easier time too.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Overall, looks like everyone's off to an easier time, which is going to be very important for them. So you want to go back to the Enchantress, because something you mentioned in the draft that, you know, was mentioning about how much damage we're going to see out of Seneko. We did see this hero get some changes in that previous patch, as I'll actually hold that thought, because with the Lotus, 1J... Oh, actually, off the mark there with the Nature's Cross, so 1J should be able to get through the trees. Turns for another round, and I mean, Retsu's cut him off anyway, so it's not going to matter. They'll be able to get the kill in the end, and now they'll chase down Dominic for a little bit extra damage. But yeah, what do we make of the changes to the Enchantress? You know, they swapped up the Scepter and the Shard. There were some other ones with, like, the Untouchable, I think getting nerfed a little bit, even some base damage, but really the Scepter and the Shard is what I'm intrigued about.
Feels pretty obnoxious to be able to just get the Sproink for free, basically, for much cheaper. Kind of feels like when Hoodwink was strong, when she initially got that the Hunter's Boomerang given over from the Shard. Yes, it was less effective than what it previously was, but it just still to have that damage amp tool. Is he going to be okay up here? No, he is not.
No, not at all. Holy crap.
He dropped as well. Just that one point in the Ancient Seal is going to be so much value, and this honestly feels like the sort of game where you want to be maxing that kind of thing out.
No, you don't.
There's a lot that Underlord is going to need to be picking up here. Of course, he needs to be staying in the lane. He needs to be pushing that out. You would love to have the pipe to be able to sustain a little bit, but you need a Lotus Orb as well to be able to get out of things like the Overgrowth, like the Mystic Flare.
Goodness. Goodness.
So what are you even looking at the item build as potentially for the Void? Like, is this... Are you considering something like a Manta style? Are you considering like Satanic eventually in the build as well?
I think it's early Manta for me personally. Just again to put a little bit of that extra pressure on the map to obviously still keep up your farming potential.
And they are not respecting this Treant Protector. I don't know if they haven't played it versus a long time. I mean, they cut down all the trees, but we see just once when they are caught out of position, Dark is getting a lot of damage into the supports.
He's being very selfless as well with his farm. He gives away his Tango over to Retsu, despite the fact that Retsu still has a couple available for himself, and he doesn't have any for himself. Maybe he wants to give it back. Yeah, there we go. Shares back the shared Tango. Still,
what can
I was expecting to see? What can who do?
I'll hold that, Katie. I keep taking some damage. Oh, very interesting. Drops the raindrop to not get the proc out of the arcane bolt. What can Seneka do in particular? Because it feels like he's, like you said, he's really going to be that big person, especially now with the bit of a deficit they've gained. As Jesus Christ, the new Katie. I guess Seneka leaves the lane. How is Katie really going to be able to play up top?
He can't. That's the big thing that I was talking about, right? It's the importance of doing well with this start. All right, they finally get Dark. Really, the long game has paid off eventually with being able to cut out the majority of those trees to be able to play around with. We see just the 1 point in the Rocket Barrage. Feels okay, right? You're going to be going up against the time dilation slow. You're going to be going up against the tag team as well. So it feels kind of nice to be able to dodge out at least a little bit of that with a slow resistance.
Nadinawa.
He's level 6.
Oh, Nikki, never mind. Don't go for that. Dark is here. And with that Treant Protect acting the +1 as well, Nadinawa can instantly turn it back around. So yes, you take away the arcane rune, but you know, what a difference this second game is from game 1. 5 kills all on, and Nadinawa, he's on top as well.
Yeah, you just can't make those rotations, right? And by the time they made it, he was already level 6. He got the bottle refill too. So things set up for a much better game for Matreshka this time around. Top side, Melis was taking a little bit of right-click damage. Through mostly just from Katie. I think he got a lucky double bash there on the top side. Looks like both teams will be able to secure their own Wisdom runes, so no harm, no foul there. 1J as well can look to build up some stacks for his Underlord to be able to pick, but I really don't feel like this is the sort of game where Dominic can just look to sit back inside of the jungle and, you know, take jungle stacks. He needs to be on the lane. He needs to be putting aggressive pressure on. He needs to be forcing people to go on him as opposed to anyone else on his team. Obviously, he's going to be so much tankier, right? Atrophiora plus the Vanguard. Even the Legion Commander, with the start that she's had, is going to have a much rougher time.
So if Dominic's going to be in some danger down bottom, Banishment kind of sets up for the call down. But get the damage out of the second missile as well, and it looks like that should be enough. And now even 1J might be under assault if Dark wants to continue to tank the tower. The Queso pretty happy with getting the kill onto Dominic nonetheless.
Nice little attempt there by 1J to be able to soak up a little bit of the Rocket Barrage attacks, but wasn't meant to be. Even just 1 point in Rocket Barrage is the difference, right? Like, he does not die if you don't have 1 point Rocket Barrage, and this is really what I was expecting them to do. With a strong lane, with an Underlord that, again, needs to buy so much. He needs to be on the lane, he needs to be pushing, he needs to be that front line.
Nikki's actually surprisingly tanky.
Raindrops will do that. But yeah, it does feel like this Underlord needs the Arcane Boots, and then he needs the Lotus Orb, and then he also needs a Cloak, just so that he's not taking all this damage. And it's going to be quite some time before he gets into that, because of how aggressive Matreshka have been in this laning stage. So this is what I like a lot better out of them. He's actually gone for the Mechanism instead. Makes sense, right? You're going to be dealing some AoE damage, so you're going to get instant value out of that heal pop, and as well, you're also going to have the Dispel as well if things are used onto yourself. Go into the Greaves. It's going to be a while, though.
If you're Nadinawa in particular, how are you looking to continue off the back of the strong start? Top of the net worth, you've definitely won mid by a long shot. You're almost 1,000 aheaders. So you pulled that because bottom lane, Retsu. In some danger. Retsu might be able to turn it back around. Well, here's Nadinawa. They'll turn to deal with 1J first. Now he's got a little bit of mana left in the tank as well. Dominic is a bit more difficult to go through. And now, especially with Katie sharpening up as well, they've got the Chronosphere. Might not even need it, though. Because even Nikki Cool wants to step in and get involved as well. So Storm They bring multiple members down to this bottom side of the map to get a couple of return kills.
I mean, that's been the best play by far for Storm. Katie making that TP rotation down, recognizing that, hey, Legion Commander's got level 6, you've got Skywrath Mage up the top here, no shortage of damage there. I'm just going to be bullied out of this lane anyway, so let's try and make a turnaround happen. You use the power rune on the Storm, yeah, you get a couple of kills, but you give up to yourselves and potentially deal some pretty significant damage into this tower too. I mean, you're going up against a Treant Protector with just the 1 point in the living armor. If you're able to take away this tower, that's a huge benefit, and that's why you can see the LC making the rotation down here.
Well, let's see where Katie wants to go now. I guess at least Mask of Madness is coming out on the chorus, so he will be able to... True, I mean, maybe you can consider about sticking around, but something you mentioned in the draft is that their damage inside Chrono is it's pretty non-existent unless the Enchantress is able to find some items this game. So
she's going the trend, so she's not put a single point in the untouchable right now. So that indicates to me that Seneko is not too worried about getting caught out because he is going to be farming away.
Gotta be cautious bottom now, especially with that Mystic Flare now picked up for Laguna. So yeah, we're going to see 1J position accordingly, and now they're actually just going to rotate their attention over to mid instead. They've got the Dark Troll summoned with the Catapult Wave. This tower's going to go down unless people TP in.
Take a lot longer now, so his creeps are gone, and well, this is where not going the untouchable can end up hurting you. Ends up dying a lot quicker. Just realizing the importance of using cooldown just onto those skeleton warriors. Was 6 rally stacks that they had, so the tower was completely melting. So good recognition there coming out from Retsu.
So I want to continue to speak about this Enchantress build because it feels like, you know, there could be an argument for maybe a pipe to be considered on Seneko, because like we're seeing out of Dominic, he's going mech and probably into Greaves or Lotus, like you said. So do you... I know we said like you're going to be lacking damage inside the Chrono, but do you prefer a pipe considering how much magic damage Matreshka have?
Again, it's one of those games where I feel like they need both. That's the thing.
Okay.
What do I prefer? I think it's just going to come down to what the situation is with like the towers, right? If you can afford to have a few more towers taken, maybe you can pick up a little bit more aggressive farm, right? And if people are going to make TPs, they're going to be super defensive
mid lane
as well.
Hang on, Retsu, that is crazy beating onto a T1 tower. I didn't see how it started, but Katie, no messing around with the use of the Chronosphere, and well, that's a big kill for them to find. Nikki Cool as well gets it as well. So he's actually doing a decent job to keep up with the Storm Spirit's net worth considering what we saw prior. So this is in fact Blink Dagger that's going to be completed if he wants to buy out for it.
It's a scary prospect, right? But again, like, who is he going to play with is my main issue here. We can see Seneko, I think he's got the power treads finished up, so maybe it's going to be the Enchantress that he looks to make a lot of rotations around onto. Maybe it's going to be something as simple as, you know what, we're going to have people that probably aren't super beefy defending a lot of these towers. And honestly, this lineup, having taken 2 towers before 13 minutes, I think they're going to be over the moon with that outcome.
Top lane, Dominic. With the use of the Blade Mail, let's see if they're going to have the damage to go through the Underlord. They'll try and TP Seneko in, but...
just enough.
They'll have to stand idly by and watch as... yeah, Storm's like, alright. Thank you for the tip, Mr. Mellis. Very important for him to help out and get that duel victory. First one of the game. We'll see how he's going to be able to scale as this one goes on.
Oh, there's a lot of stacks built up as well for Retsu to be able to take.
I don't think this is happening. Yeah.
And look at all the ancient stacks that Radiant have to play with. There's a lot of farm.
Oh, wow.
Really just an indication of saying, hey, Retsu, you don't need to go that deep onto the lane anymore, man. We're going up against a lineup that does have a lot of burst if you're able to take it near the towers, and honestly has a lot of burst even without that now with the Blink Dagger available on Nikki Cool.
Okay, so he did go for it. I was considering like what else he might be considering, whether it was like a Deso rush or like a BKB rush.
I think you get kited around way too easily. You know, you can't just walk into a lot of these fights. You need the catch for the Storm. You'd have to say that's probably the main target for them right now. Right? Like, LC is pretty tanky with the build that she's gone for. Lots of armor, Spark of Courage, Blade Mail picked up, whereas Storm Spirit, it's a lot more of the aggressive style, you know, glass cannon sort of build that is capable of confirming dual kills like we saw previously up top, even onto the tankiest hero on their team in the Underlord.
Let's see what they're going to be able to do with the Blink. Trying to position Around Dominic. Melis.
Cannot kill him.
Yeah, I don't think so either. He might just turn it. He's got Sky nearby. Melis is a bit hesitant at the moment. Now tries to find the dual target onto 1J. He's got to get it out, but it might be a little bit too late. Winner, Nikki. Cool. Now Dominic is going to try and get up to Laguna as well. Pit's already been used, but it's going to be up to the Toss to rely on some of the spell casting to close the distance, and I'll do that with ease. So Storm, double kill given over to the Underlord, and no, not that it really matters, but some dual damage for the Shadow Demon.
It matters. You know it matters. They're going to be an absolute beast at the end of this game. But 1J just giving the tip over.
Oh, he's going to zip in. Zip over the top, in fact. Katie. Oh, a little bit of danger. Let's see if Natty's going to have the damage. He does indeed, but he's out of mana, and Nikki Cool's going to stop the TP, sure. As yes, you lose the Faceless Void, but these are really big kills. This Tusk hero needs to snowball, and we're seeing so much value out of the Blink Dagger so far for him. This is already one of the components on his way to the Desolator.
It's feeling really good for him, and he's just going to keep that damage flowing. I mean, we barely saw it in the last game. Look at that win probability right down the middle. And it's pretty understandable, right? It is just going to come down to, are you able to snowball on the Tusk? Are you able to get into the early levels? Are you able to continuously blow up these supports? Or is it going to be an early Desolator and then that lead into... Remember, it can go up to an additional 30 damage now instead of 20. So there is some scaling potential on the Tusk relative to previous. It's a haste rune to be able to play around with. I'm sure we'd love to have just level 12 for a little bit of that extra crit bonus. For now, I think they really do want to make a bit of an aggressive move. Shut down Melis, make sure he's not scaling. If you could delay that Blink Dagger timing as well, that makes it even better.
Dude, what? Okay, never mind, I found it. I was looking to see who got Radiant's Wisdom Rune. I actually kept scrolling up and down maybe 5 times, but I saw finally Dark got it. Never mind. I was going to ask you if you knew who, because I was starting to annoy me, but it's okay, worked it out.
Got to say as well, the Treant Protector just for the overgrowth against the Faceless Void is going to be pretty nice, right? As long as he's in position. Some of the saves coming through from the Leech Seed, quite a big cast range. Living Armor, of course, on top of that, and the overgrowth as well. And up until the Faceless Void has that that Manta style, it's going to be a big tool at being able to prevent a lot of that from happening. So right now, doesn't seem like he's going to be able to do too much down this bottom side. This is why I was really impressed by how early Storm were able to take a lot of those early towers, because this is really what Dark looks to play around, right? He wanted to be able to protect the tier 1 bot, but he just hasn't had the potential to do so.
He might even pop a smoke pretty shortly. Okay, never mind, they don't actually have one. I thought they might smoke from bottom to top. The line is drawn. They're going to have to run up there, though. Meanwhile, with the vision that Dark's providing them, or at least that information, Matreshka going to look for their own play. They have this Blink Dagger to work with on Melis. You need to start getting the dual victories, especially with the Sky Legion combo. They're going to try and play around their ward inside the river. Dominic is not an easy kill, especially with Nikki nearby to potentially protect it with a snowball.
And 1J behind him, but look at that.
They're going to go for the supports. Natty over the top. Instant snowball. It's a great overgrowth from Dark. They haven't been able to secure any kills just yet. Now they're going to try and jump in with a duel as well. Eyes on Katie. What he's going to be able to do to turn the fight, because with the Chronosphere clipping onto 3, he's going to try and target down with the Sky at the moment. Now they'll turn to Melis next as well. But they still haven't addressed Retsu as this Gyrocopter having a free fight inside the middle. Even Natty Narwhal as well was able to deal with some of the support to and add another one to the tally as Retsu gets involved, and we got a triple kill for the Storm Spirit in the end. So it was a great chrono, but not enough to turn the fire.
Yeah, that damage in it is just lacking, right? Everyone else was isolated, and I mean, Natty Narwhal's the MVP of that fight. He just goes in, dives on the backlines, forces so many defensive tools at the very start of the fight, and it just is pretty simple for the Gyrocopter to clean up after the fact. I think it was a 4-man overgrowth coming through as well from the Treant Protector, so very nice spell combinations coming through from Matreshka there, and you can see what they're capable of doing once they're able to make that backline dive. Once again, no dual damage, but I really don't think they're going to care all that much.
Ooh, might have to go live pretty shortly. They're smoking top, and they see Retsu and Melis. This could be a huge opportunity for Storm. They're going to try and move him with a duel, but look at the positioning out of Dire. Instantly there with the banishment to stop the duel short. They'll get the kill onto Retsu. And now Radiant, they're a little bit too far away from the tier 1 towers to get these extra reinforcements. Dark will come through the rift. Laguna as well is actually here and not fast enough. And now Natty Narwhal too. Another person through the rift, so never mind. Matreshka. Yes, you lose Retsu, but at least there was a couple of constellation prizes inside that fight.
Seneko hunting for more? Looks like he just wants to place down a little bit of vision to be able to protect for any future movements down that sort of avenue. You do have the Desolator now picked up for Nicky Cool as well, so they want to be a little bit more on the front foot at this point. I think with the gyrocopter going down, they're going to feel like, you know what, he needs to play a little bit more conservatively.
Nicky Cool. Oh my god. Oh, he's actually going to zip for it. Gonna get the snowball for the silence. Won't be fast enough. All right, even though it was a pretty good reaction out of the blink, Matreshka was still able to chase. Bottom lane, they got another duel as well. This time it's under the Faceless Void, and this time it's a victory for Malice. All right. A really nice sequence of events here for Matreshka over the past couple of minutes.
And this is what I was talking about with the setting up for the next couple of minutes, right? This ward down bottom has been there for quite some time, and they saw the Faceless Void just walking in as after he took the Lotus Orbs, Healing Lotuses. I keep getting those confused. It's just one of those things where you're setting yourself up for future success, and it's been absent in their past few games. So I love teams that adapt as the qualifiers go on, as tournaments go on, and they might even be able to take Roshan off the back of this. I'm not supremely confident about it. I mean, Faceless Void has Chrono up, but he's only alive in another 5 or so seconds.
They're going to have to poke on Die to give the Void enough time to get there.
They see them all clumping up around this tower.
Yeah, they'll be too late now. Can they fight afterwards, though? Let's see what the call's going to be.
Do they not have a smoke? Okay, they did at the very end, but yeah, just a little bit too late. Nicky Cool.
Wait, why is Nicky not getting smoked?
I think Seneko was the one that popped it, and he didn't walk next to Nicky Cool.
Is he not in...
I don't know why it's not popping. Okay. It should.
Oh, is he Retsu now on the front line?
You gotta go around him, man, but he's just really giving a lot of faith into the rest of the team, standing behind him. And there's still a tier 1 tower to take, right? So there's no real reason for them to leave this lane just yet.
I was going to say there's still a Wisdom Room as well that someone needs to go back and get. It's going to be up to 1J. This could... You lose this fight, it could just be so much map control. You're going to go for tier 2 next as well. You've got top towers that want to get shoved out. You do have a lot of farm across the map. Like mid and top are going to have a double wave, so... Let's see if Matreshka still want to fight or if they feel like there's a bit too much farm on the map.
For me, it goes both ways, right? Like, yes, you've built up a very nice net worth lead. You've got 69% win probability, nice. You've also nearly got the Satanic picked up by the Gyrocopter and level 18. So there's some big timings coming out there, 1,500 or so gold away, but you've also got a Crimson Guard on Dominic. You've also got 500 gold away from the Guardian Greaves, which means that he's going to be able to obviously have that additional armor on top of everything else, plus a way to be able to dispel the Ancient Seal for himself. And you've got Seneko farming somewhat decently too. He's picked up a Specialist's Array, he's got a Dragon Lance. Maybe they need to put a little bit more focus onto their Tormentor, just so that you can look to get that, that Sproink for the little bit of extra damage for the Enchantress. And, I mean, Manta style too, just about 1,000 gold away. So there's some things coming through for Storm, but an Aegis Gyrocopter with a Satanic and as farmed as he is very scary.
They will run into Dark, but I think he's going to be fine. The Stream Protector is so frustrating to play into with how mobile you are, and especially now with the changes as well. So... you just mentioned before with the Sproink, I mean, there's even a lot of value with the Shadow Demon, right? The cleanse this game, so...
For sure.
I do think... I'm a bit intrigued about the Blink Dagger. I think a lot of people have had a read on, like, position-based supports against the Storm. You're never going to be able to out-position him because of the zip, so sometimes you just look to tank up. We've seen, like, just casual fluffy hats. Sometimes we've seen braces. Sometimes we see Glimmer Capes, so... we'll see 1J. You know, he's got to be pretty on point, and a lot of that's going to come down to, you know, potentially Dark could scout him out. Maybe an early gem as well could be vital for Matreshka pretty shortly. Speaking of Natty, that's a very aggressive zip in. Natty Narwhal, no BKB. What are you doing, my friend? Jesus Christ.
He felt overly confident with the shield rune, not realizing that the Shadow Demon was right there to be able to Demonic Purge it off. So ends up just being able to survive, but not without a scare. Still though, Demonic Purge being used feels pretty good.
Yeah. The longest cooldown, but still it is a bit of a window nonetheless. So we're seeing them continue to poke this top tower. You got the Aegis for another minute 40. And this net worth lead's continuing to grow as well. Very good performance so far from Matreshka. 8k lead about to be 25 minutes in.
I'm wondering who does buy a pipe, if they even do, on Storm's side. Like, both teams have serious capability to like answer what the enemy team has. Well, actually, I don't think it's more about answering on Matreshka's side. I think they're just going to have so much overwhelming potential in this next like 5-minute period. But if they can somehow get past this 5 minutes, I can definitely see avenues for Storm to be able to...
Are they going to fight it? Oh, Nicky cool. 2 hits down the Treant Protector. They need 1 J to protect him, but the banishment's too late, and now he reveals his positioning. So Natty jumps over to the squishy support. They're going to try and rift out. Dominic won't even make it. As now with the remaining mana, Natty Narwhal's going to look for the body blocks instead, but the Vortex up in a couple of seconds. What a fight for Matreshka. Retsu rewarded in the end. And now a tier 2 tower as well to add to their name.
It's understandable to want to go for that fight, right? You don't have a lot of the map to be able to play with still. You got to make sure that you defend any sort of high ground vision whenever you can. But it was just, again, you mentioned it, just a slightly slow disruption coming through there. Even with the Blink Dagger, not able to get in the right position to save the Tusk to be able to start out the fight. So clearly not wanting to use the Chronosphere while they still got this Aegis available. And I mean, they've got a, is that an MKB that's completed or a Daedalus for the Gyro?
I think a Daedalus.
Daedalus, yeah. So pretty scary to have to go up into all of that, plus the Satanic, plus the Vampire Fangs, plus the Aghanim Scepter with no way to be able to reduce that. I see no Skardis, I see no Vessels, I see no Shiva's Guards. So Gyro is free in a lot of these fights.
Okay, dude, that's... I really like... I mean, it's such a minor thing, but Katie with his micro denies the Arcane Rune. I mean, Nicky Cool was also there to potentially take it, but I was going to say, to add on top of that, a Hex picked up for Natty Narwhal with an Arcane that he could have gotten. That could just have been the end of this game if they win a successful fight and can crack the higher ground, but Katie's able to take that away. Finally, they'll go back for the Tormentor, which does go 1J's way.
Again,
a little bit low, though. And they're coming.
They haven't
Else in the charge.
set up either. You don't want to be caught out on the front lines. Seneko is a big part of that damage. They'll see the couriers moving around as well. They'll just look to follow them.
Do you have a decent ward set up on the cliff?
Too. This would be the full Hurricane Pike for Seneko.
Katie's in a pretty good position to time walk away. Keep in mind, Aegis is gone from Retsu. Dark's gonna start straight onto the Faceless Void. That's the ideal target. No Chronosphere to worry about inside the team fight. This should just be a free engagement for Radiant. And they're just gonna be able to chase down their members. I mean, Seneko is starting to get some damage into Retsu, but it's not gonna matter. As soon as the Void is the first person killed off, you know it's not gonna be a good fight for Storm.
No, and I mean, Seneko did pump out a lot of damage in that team fight. He did the second most, 2.8k. It's just that it was only onto the Gyrocopter, and I mean, you see how quickly you can still die on the Faceless Void, even when the Gyrocopter wasn't actually there to do a lot of the damage. So this is just getting scarier and scarier, hitting up onto level 20 as well for Retsu, so an additional 40 damage while that Flak Cannon is active.
I mean, there's butterflies a game.
Should have waited, Retsu. Should have waited 5 seconds.
True. True. Dude, he's level 21. And they even got the other Wisdom Room as well. And Katie's trying to TPM, but they still have this Cliff Ward that we didn't see used prior, so... Do they want to hold the triangle? There's a DD at the bottom rune.
Oh.
Dude, I feel like with this butterfly and Retsu is just... It's going to be the game ender. If you even chrono him... If he doesn't even activate Satanic, I don't even think it matters. He might just lifesteal enough through the chrono to live, and you have no way to go through the evasion. You spoke about potentially like Seneko's damage. Well, I mean, good luck with that now for him.
I mean, he needs like an enchanted quiver, basically, and then just go off the True Strike cooldown, basically, coming through from that. But beyond that, yeah, I'm really not seeing it too much. The only real avenue that I could see for Storm coming back is either like a 5-man chrono in a Roche fight, where they end up taking that one back into, they got a lot of AoE damage with the Firestorm coming through with the quick pickoffs with an Enchantress who might have Sproink to be able to do some AoE damage, plus the Specialist's Array. Or somehow the gyrocopter is isolated away from the rest of the team and they just make it a 5-on-4 without the gyrocopter actually being there. But I really don't see any sort of reason for Matreshka to split up anymore. They've built up their lead. They've got good map control. They know that Roshan is going to be spawning fairly shortly, and that's the objective that they need to be playing for next.
Let's see, maybe with a DD on Nikki, it could
Maybe
be
with
just
being away from the team as well. TP's solo into the lane, but doesn't reveal himself for too long. Just a split second, making sure to shove the lane out, not make a lot of their moves a little bit more obvious. But we're seeing the
they might go straight away.
One down here.
Yeah, with this DD on Nikki Cool, he has a surprising amount of damage. Living armor's going to be given over.
I mean, it is still nighttime, right? I think. Did you have Vampire Fangs on Storm? No, I don't think they do. Might have been the difference.
He's got backup set up. This could be disastrous. Smoke up, and it's going to pop instantly. Dark as well could be catastrophic with the overgrowth. They're going to try and turn and corner the gyro, but they're doing barely any damage inside it. Meanwhile, over to the right side, that is a gigantic odds from Malice. And now they're even going to turn to the Faceless Void as well. It's a homing missile to the face. Sineko is caught down in the tree line. Once again, Dark, he's the only casualty for Matreshka, and it doesn't even matter. 3 for 1, and that's going to be Roche going their way. I mean, Nikki's still sticking around. I don't know, man.
Is there anyone that he could quickly pick off? I don't think so. Maybe just wanting to protect this vision, assuming that a support might come here solo to try and get the D-ward off. He would love to pick off
Did he see him?
Mage and yoink the gem away. He can't kill an LC, that's for sure. But yeah, a little bit of a questionable decision to be able to go on the gyrocopter. You know, like, he barely tickled him in that fight. I think he got the flat cannon off in time, so he was still dealing some of that AoE damage with the Satanic, just the passive, doing so much healing. And you just imagine what the difference would be if you're somehow able to catch the Storm or the LC inside of that. It means that there's not going to be a Halberd going off. It means that there's not going to be a Scythe of Vice going off. It means that there's not going to be an Overgrowth going off. They were still able to dispel it, sure, and Dark ended up dying, but it was at the cost of so much.
Oh, man, Malice might even jump 1J. Another glimpse. I don't think the Watcher was able to see the Legion. But it's up to lane cutting now here for the boys on Storm. Nikki's going to do that mid. Dominic's doing it top, but it's not going to matter with bottom pushed out. You can just walk up high ground.
And you've got to say they're not exactly the greatest heroes at being able to do that really quickly and then, you know, force some damage into a lot of these towers. Right now, Nikki Cool just trying to get into his next item or even just farm the buyback, 150 away. Potential second last glyph of the game coming through, and once again, all Retsu needs to do is just stand on the high ground.
Whoa,
Tank up a lot of that damage.
Crazy rift location! And 1J's trying to run through it! Oh, he must have misclicked instead of the version. I don't know what's going on, but...
Yeah, he had the Aether Lens, so extra cast range, and he was just so far away, and he still was able to try and go into it. It's just one of those things where, unfortunately, a little bit of a misclick coming through 2 buybacks, but it's already after a full lane of Rax is gone, and they don't have Glyph. They just seem like they're completely on different pages here. You can't run into this gyrocopter, even if you kill him. He's got a second life. And he doesn't care.
Ooh, Sineko.
They just feels like they're waiting another 10 seconds for Duel to be available, and they're saying, all right, commit everything onto Retsu. We don't care. Oh. Monka. Oh, they've even got this AoE Vortex coming through from Narwhal. He's gone for the big jump. Just gets the one, though.
At the start, but with the flat cannon damage, Nikki Cool's going to be sent back towards the tier 4 tower. Oh, Katie jumped in, and he's too late with the med, and they call it instantly. Oh my god. That was an instant GG. As soon as he couldn't even land the chrono, they did not want to stick around to see the outcome of that fight.
As soon as he was silenced, man, the GG was called. It didn't even wait for the death or anything like that. So that is a frustration GG if I've ever seen one. And I did feel like that Storm, they had a bunch of issues this draft, right? Both in the decision making as well as the hero combinations together, right? The Faceless Void, it worked out really well for them in game number 1 off the back of some good individual plays. But again, up against a gyrocopter, felt like a bit of a weird... Was it first pick? I forget. Like, was the Void in response to the Gyro? Or was the Gyro after the Void?
the Void in response.
That feels weird to me, just because, you know, if they have the potential to ban out this AA, and unless you're going a Doom, this is a free Satanic game, you know, and I really feel like the Gyrocopter is probably one of the best counters over towards that Faceless Void there. So a little bit of odd choices. The lanes went really well for Matreshka, and this is the potential, right? They had all bases covered. They had strong lanes, they had multiple ways to jump, they had multiple types of damage and things that needed to be addressed. And, you know, I was racking my brain as to who is going to be the one that builds the pipe this game, who's the one that's going to be building some form of dispel this game, and they just couldn't get all of it on the board.
Which is, like, are we surprised at how
They even halberted poor Seneko and his Enchantress in the middle of that fight. Really nice play by Melis.
Are we surprised at how this Underlord lane went? Because I was really expecting him to get more farm. And because you're asking, you know, for like the aura builders, and I mean, that's the Underlord, but did the lane go worse than you were expecting? Because I really thought he was going to have a fine time versus Gyro and Treant Protector.
Yeah, but the thing that I like is that Retsu changed up his build, right? It's not just this complete ignore the rocket barrage build. He just put the 1 point in it, but that's all they really needed, right? To be able to go for multiple times. They dive back underneath the tier 1 tower to be able to secure the kill, because you know that you need to, you know, free up the Underlord's game. And there was so much that Dominic needed to do this game, right? He needed to be able to stick in the lane. He needed to prevent a lot of the aggression from coming through. He needed to be the target that got dueled a lot of the time, so that you were able to get the saves off from the backline. And you were also making stacks for him. And let's be honest, like, none of these heroes are good at taking stacks outside of the Underlord. Eventually Faceless Void when he was able to get into his Maelstrom. But again, it's like Maelstrom, Manta, he would just needed to be in so many different places on the map.
Giving it to the Storm?
I think I'm pretty happy to give it over to Natty Narwhal. Some of his jumps that game, especially the one around the tier 1 Radiant Tower where they didn't have vision. It was nighttime, and he just jumped onto the backline into 4 different heroes, got the Vortex in onto the Shadow Demon. That was the thing that allowed them to start the fight. You let Melis jump in, be that secondary initiator, get the duel off, and sure, you might have got a decent Chronosphere down. They were just lacking the damage to follow up. So yeah, definitely worthy MVP this time around. And well, this was a completely different Matreshka, even just from their warding, right? We saw them be in there on the front lines.
Yeah, without a doubt. So, I mean, 14-2 Natty Narwhal in particular, a incredible performance for him. Much a different night and day difference from them, and also the boys from game 1 heading into game 2. So they're going to be able to tie up the series and just overall maybe get some jitters out the way as well, considering, like you said, they could have been eliminated in straight sets, but they finally get their first win on the board for the TI-12 qualifiers. And, you know, we'll see if they're going to be able to run with this now, because again, they've looked incredibly solid. Potentially they have that recipe for success off the back of this game. We're gonna have to find out though. When we come back from the break, we got game 3 between the boys on Matreshka up against Storm. We'll see you guys then.
secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
Matreshka get their first win on the board for the qualifiers, and we get a game 3 for our first series of the night as well. An elimination series as well. Keep that in mind too. All of tonight's series is going to be elimination, so we get to say goodbye to 4 teams overall. Then from game 1 compared to game 2, it's felt like it's been like pretty dominant. Storm with their victory was very clean. Say Matreshka with their victory was pretty clean as well.
It was, and I feel like a lot of it came down to how the lanes went, right? In both games, the team that won the lanes won the game, and in my opinion, second pick just lets you be in a much better position for that. So, spoiler alert, Matreshka have second pick this game. They ended up choosing it for themselves, and we'll see if they're able to influence that, because if they can once again have like a gyrocopter in response to a faceless void, I think they will be incredibly happy with that outcome.
We'll have to see what the decision's going to be. Another thing, dude, we haven't seen the Venge. What's going on? Where is this hero? We saw China first phase ban, first phase pick. I mean, we've seen it. Sure, it's been addressed. Some of the games we've seen banned out, but really, I mean, we're not getting any Venge at all from what we saw over in China.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised, to be honest, especially with how active both of these teams have been, just because of the pretty consistent attack damage reduction that it's going to provide. Of course, the saving aspect can't be underestimated as well, but even just that Wave of Terror on its own, I really feel like one single spell being able to completely turn the tide of a team fight, kind of like what an Undying with the Grab Ally has done at many, many major tournaments before. I feel like Venge will be the one for this TI.
Yeah, so we'll have to see. We do have the draft ready. We'll get to see where the Venge is prioritized for Storm and Matreshka. Like you said, though, Storm going to be on the Radiant side with first pick. Matreshka dies side with second pick again. Earthshaker banned out. Primal Beast banned out as well. So at least for Matreshka, no real changes with their bans currently. There's the Gyro ban.
Gotta say, even though the team didn't work out that well, I still felt pretty confident with Nicky Cool on his Tusk, right? Did the most damage for his team, ended up 7, 3, and 4. It's just that he didn't have anyone to play with. Even once he picked up that Blink Dagger, I was like, oh, who's he actually making rotations to? Is it Blink plus Underlord scary? Not really. Is it Blink plus Shatter Demon scary? Not really. The Faceless Void still needed to be farming, so the only option left was Seneko on his Enchantress, and it felt like he still wanted to farm for another 5-10 minutes. So what I want to see, if they do go down this Tusk route again, and if they look to go into Comfort for Nicky Cool, is that they actually pick someone that he's going to be able to play with, kind of like what we see whenever we see a puck pick. I want to see some AoE damage. I want to see someone that's able to take advantage of the fact that someone's coiled in place. Same sort of thing with the Tusk.
I like the change though. I mean, I think Sky is a very, very valuable hero. There's that Venge. So,
I mean, against the Sky, that's pretty good, right?
Yeah, because I mean, usually Sky lineups are like Stun into Mystic Flare. You look to just blow a hero from 4-0. If you got to save instantly, it's going to be able to prevent that. So Circle, previously got the value out of the swap, but of course Hero does a lot of other things too.
5 seconds remaining.
Probably see an LC ban possibly coming out from Matreshka here. Would make a lot of sense, especially if you wanted to run this Venge as a 5. More likely to have a position 1 that is a melee hero, so both for the fact that gets rid of the LC Sky dual combination, but also gives any sort of melee laner a much easier lane for themselves.
Yeah, I agree. I'd like a Legion banned out. That hero's looked very good so far in the qualifiers. I think last time I checked, I had a pretty high win rate. In fact, I would double check now.
Good man, good man.
68%. Out of 19 games. So
if they do get rid of it, I'm also just wondering what Storm look to go in its place. Like, is it going to be something like the Beastmaster again? Is it going to be something like, I don't know, Mars perhaps that they look to consider? I mean, they're both decent-ish combinations, but again, nothing really that Venge cares too much about. You're still going to be able to get that swap back unless it's going to be some like pretty high level Mars play with being able to drop the arena and just spear back away from that main target.
I was going to say, out of some of the you mentioned, I prefer the Beast just because Venge doesn't particularly deal that well with the pushing lineup. Maybe the Wave of Terror is a little bit better, at least minimizing damage, but you need other people to deal with the creep wave and as a whole deal with the split push. So there's that Beastmaster band out. They're going to go the Pangolier route. So Storm, you've got a lot of options now. I mean, you can go into the Storm Spirit if you want to. Diffusal can be a little bit awkward, but regardless, like Storm Sky is a hunting duo. You can think about the Tusk if you want to go down that route once again from Nikki Cool.
I think both would be totally fine, to be honest. I think whatever you do, it just needs to be something that jumps. I would be totally on board with Storm basically going for a Matreshka draft from game 2. You know, if they wanted to go down, I was about to say LC plus Storm, I would be on board with that just because I feel like the lane is set up for it. But instead, it's a lot more team fight that we're seeing here. And I guess they don't really have many egg hitters right now. And you could potentially say this is something that they were considering for quite some time, considering the Slark ban in the first phase.
10
second phase.
Remaining. 5 seconds.
High pick early on is interesting.
I mean, I'm just thinking, is this like a... You wouldn't consider going a Disruptor here, would you? I wouldn't hate it. And then you could put the Venge as like a 4, build up a lot of stacks, get a lot of farm, get into an early Ags, and then you're not really scared about the pushing potential of a Phoenix, Tide, Skywrath. And so even though you've got 2 pretty weak heroes at being able to, you know, contest with push, they don't exactly have the strongest push. So I think I'd be on board with that. You know, Wave of Terror plus Glimpse, really strong tool. Any time that you're going up against a Tide Hunter, Static Storm feels really good to have.
Yeah.
Even just glimpsing back an Icarus diving Phoenix, trying to get back to safety. The other hero I was thinking about was potentially the Snapfire, but I just don't think they have enough stuff to hold the Tide Hunter in place. Like, you might be able to deal with the Skywrath and the Phoenix relatively well, but beyond that, not so much.
Wonder what else they show though. Like, I know you're speaking about support, so you're gonna have to reveal another hero
Willow,
as well.
maybe? Willow on a Pango rolling doesn't feel the worst, especially if you're looking to go into like the Aghanim Shard early on. You just stand on top of one of these targets and really just burst the hell out of them.
It would help out with some of their team fight, because I think this is something you need to consider as well. Like, I mean, as soon as you saw the Tide Phoenix, you mentioned like, all right, they're diving down into team fight. So whatever you're picking up from a trash, you need to decide now, do we go for our own team fight, or do we just look to split push the map and go for pick off in a lineup that's not cooldown reliant?
They could just Rubik too. I mean, great spells to steal. Another way to be able to disengage against a Skywrath. Not the greatest win rate, 33%, but you know what? It's an elimination game. If you feel the confidence to be able to pick it up, go for it, right? And it is by far Retsu's most picked hero.
Is Tide not a... I mean, he would know, but I thought Tide is a free lane versus PA. As the game goes on, sure, like your shard for the break and with the percent damage versus Tide feels really nice. You don't really deal with the egg though, but like, okay, maybe that lane looks different now. You got a Grim Phantom Assassin, potentially more kill threat, but dude, that is a crazy Bloodseeker pick. Oh my god.
Great Bloodseeker game, isn't it? Especially when, again, like Matreshka have the same sort of issues that Storm do in the pushing department. You know, Venge, Grim, they do nothing. PA going to be back farming. And so Bloodseeker's going to be able to get into this Maelstrom plus BKB item timing, and you're going to get it at a much quicker timing that PA gets like her Battle Fury +1. So you're going to get to this point where you've got really strong team fight and you already directly counter 2 of their cores on the enemy team.
I think one thing I will say is that potentially this Bloodseeker lane can be vulnerable though, because what we're thinking is probably going to be Bloodseeker Phoenix, and that's going to be what we think is like a Venge 4, potentially Venge 3. We don't know where they flex it yet, but you know, Bloodseeker was nerfed. His laning stage is definitely weaker, and you also don't have a way to set up for Blood, right? So there's not really kill threat there. So if they can like out spam him early on, he might have some difficulties.
It could be a Bloodseeker Skywrath, just because I feel like you mentioned the lane going really well for the Tide Hunter. If they're able to use the Inkswell and then jump on to the Skywrath Mage with a PA, then you know you get the first blood, you start to scale off that, and whereas a Phoenix is much more durable in the laning stage.
All right, what's going on? Oh, it's mid-timber, sorry, never mind.
Yeah, Timber against the Pango feels pretty decent. Again, get active pretty early on. Like, at least the core picks for Storm so far. Also, you can look to go into the Flamethrower if you really feel the need to put the pressure up. Meteor Hammer Tide as well.
5 seconds.
Something that takes towers, please. They can't OD, can they?
I
Against
was
the Timber,
considering it.
Against the Tide, it's not horrible.
Maybe you put Pango 3 and then go OD. There's a lot of value out of that hero this game, but I'm just worried about like how your heroes will gel together.
You may now select
You'll
your
actually go the
heroes.
Mars. It's actually them going it.
I don't know, dude.
Very
dude.
interesting. You want to make a pick?
Yeah, Storm. Did I have to say it for you as well? I mean, I feel like we're both
No.
pretty Storm
I'm
now.
leaning to Storm right now. But
Leaning? I'm like
how
jumping
heavily?
over
Come
to
on,
their
put
side.
her on the table.
Oh, like 80-20?
Come on. You want to say
80-20. 80-20. 80-20.
All right, 81-19 for me. I think Storm have got this. Like, Katie can still die. That's the thing, right? Like, even once he's got the VKB, all you need is a little bit of luck on Retsu to be able to, you know, just get crit after crit after crit. And if you don't land the rupture onto the PA, then she can have a pretty decent time. You know, if she's able to get into the later stages, if you're able to get off a Fan of Knives, then obviously against the Timber, it's going to be nice. Against the Tide Hunter, it's going to be nice. There's tools for it, but this really does feel like it's going to need to be the Retsu show if they're going to be able to pick up the W here.
So currently they have the position for playing the Grimstroke. I think we were both under the assumption it was going to be Grimstroke PA lane. Do we think they're just going to put the forward down in the safe lane and then have the Vengeful Spirit again playing with the Mars? Or have you maybe changed your mind on how they should play that lane? Or at least, sorry, play the side lanes?
I think it should still be the Venge with the Mars, personally, just because I feel like that is so much easier to set up for, like, you know, you use the magic missile, that's a stun that sets up for a spear back into a tree, and maybe then you kill off the back of that, plus a Wave of Terror, buffs up your God's Rebuke damage. Like, it's all this thing that, like, scales into each other, whereas it just feels a lot more awkward to be able to do that with the Inkswell. Like, you're supposed to use a stun to set up for the Inkswell. You're supposed to have someone that's diving in to be able to do that for you. And, you know, I already mentioned the potential kill threat if it's a PA plus a Grimstroke as well. Yes, I suppose you have a little bit of that with a Wave of Terror combined with the PA just jumping in onto the Skywrath, but I feel like you're giving up one lane to make another lane just as good as it could be if you just swap the supports around, you know?
Yep. I agree. So,
I guess Grim Attack too. That's like not the worst, but there's no real good Dark Portrait targets here. So what's Laguna going to do with all of that farm?
Charming personality.
Is it going to need to be a Scythe early on the Grimstroke? Is it going to need to be a Blink Dagger so that as soon as the Chakram goes out, you're just Phantoms embracing him?
I wonder what the build as well is going to be from Nikki Cole. I'm trying to remember who it was yesterday, but I think it was Anchored actually that went the Manta style to deal with the Grimstroke, what we saw previously from Amar in one of those games. So we'll see if Nikki wants to do that as well. But again, nope, this time it's actually going to be a 2-for-2 in regards to the bounties.
I did say call it last time, and I was correct, by the way.
That's true.
The 3-for-1 trade.
Yes, that is true. We'll see if this time it's going to be enough for Storm. How are they setting up? Okay, so they will send Dark up top, and they're going to send Laguna down bottom. So let's see what they're going to be able to do.
Fine for Matreshka. Like, if they are able to get in onto 1G, I think that's the big tool, right? He's got to make sure that he's staying as far away as he can and making sure that he's not giving up that first blood to Retsu.
Ooh. Nice range creep deny from Retsu. So we'll see. Yeah, I 100% agree, but I also think Tide's just, I mean, this should be a free lane for him. So let's see what they're going to be able to do. Top lane, there will nonetheless definitely be at least some action. Bottom lane, we're already seeing that be the case as well. Some spam from Laguna and Melis. First round of spellers. I definitely think this is probably the weaker lane for Storm overall, this bottom lane. So something we brought up in the draft is that, you know, your laning phase is definitely much weaker than what it used to be, especially if you're going to be paired up with someone who can't set up for blood, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And, well, I mean, it's going to get okay probably once you're like level 3 on the Bloodseeker, just in terms of your sustain. Having just 1 point in the Blood Ride will feel very nice, but yeah, Seneko as well. It's really going to be that level 3 timing that he's looking for, and you would have to say for Matreshka, level 2 is really where they can potentially look to make some stuff happen. They're very close to being able to pick it up, so the fact that Seneko's hit it first is a really useful thing, because he's going to be able to stay away. He's got the Icarus dive available if he does need to make a jump happen, but right now he knows that he's the one under threat of dying.
So this could be pretty big, though, with at least Melis being able to free farm down bottom. You know, we're going to see the double Bracer probably out of him, Bracer into Soul Ring, Phase, and hopefully, I mean, with all that, if he can continue to play the lane, you know, this is going to be about like a 13 Blink Dagger timing with all his stats, so we'll see how much he's going to be able to do. They will get aggressive straight away with the 2. Seneko might just get bursted down, but the silence prevents that God's Rebuke, and Kate is still continuing to hunt. We got a first blood actually up top instead.
Went too far forward. Skyra still squishy as hell, and they might be able to get a kill onto Dominic. He doesn't have any points in Kraken Shell.
All right. Wow. Well done. I mean, imagine, you know, 1J is going to be vulnerable. I wasn't expecting the kills onto Dominic, though.
I mean, it's a calculated risk to have to take, right? You know that a Tidehunter with the gush plus the damage coming through from the concussive shot and the arcane bolt, they were going for their own first blood. They got damn close to being able to pick it up, but again, it just shows how vulnerable this lane can be if you're off the mark, as we might see that on Dark, actually, but are they going to go for another jump here on this top side? Maybe just realizing that, well, he's only level 2, he's used Smash, he's used Gush. I know that I'm going to be able to hit into him, but I'm not giving up too much.
All right, not and dude, Melis very cute with the spear, but so we're able to chase him down. So Storm, they get their first kill in our game 3. Lane is completely shoved out, though. I do want to quickly highlight mid while we got a couple of supports not playing the lane. Dude, Nicky Cool is bodying this Pango, and it's going to continue to be that way. Like, this is a very rough matchup for the Pangolier, and we've just seen Timbers overall in a 1v1. I don't know if there's a matchup that you lose, or maybe it goes even, but once you get 6, I don't know what... Yeah, Melee especially. Maybe
an OD, that's about it. Maybe Invoker as well, just because you're not really going the Timber Chain, so you can look to get, you know, mana burned. Dark, he's in another little bit of trouble in this top side. Gush up in 1.
Ooh, 1J.
Deny? Easy. Deny?
A bunch of stick charges on Retsu is going to be fine. Wonder who wants to complete the wand. It's going to be a very spam heavy lane. And while bottom, they might make a go on Laguna. Katie was a little bit too late to maybe chuck out that blood right with the slow.
So really value Blightstone as well on this top side. I mean, just with 2 points Wave of Terror and a Blightstone, you've got -6 armor, which brings Tide into -3 and brings Skyreth into -5. He's actually got a chainmail delivered through for the Tidehunter, just making sure that you could go into these phase boots to be able to start things off, because he is just getting harassed out far too much. Still, though, what is the considered? I mean, in terms of net worth, it's still Storm on top, all across the board. Maybe, I mean, Dark has a healthy amount of farm for a support, I suppose, but in terms of the cores, I think they're still generally okay with things.
What do we feel like is going to be the game plan, though, for Natty Narwhal? Because, again, like we said, you know, I guess once he gets his levels, he might be able to just shield crush, swashbuckle the lane. But how active is he looking to get on the Pango?
The real question is, like, who can he even kill? I suppose, like, a rotation down towards bottom with, you know, being able to be given the Ink Swell onto the Rolling Thunder, just provide an additional stun to potentially 100 to 0 down the Bloodseeker, because, I mean, Katie is very vulnerable until he's able to pick up the BKB for himself. So you can even see with his item build, he's going into a Ring of Basilius. He realizes that he is going to need to reach this point once the Panko has the potential to rotate towards him, that he just needs to leave the lane. He needs to be as hard to find as possible and waste as much time as he can.
Level 6 pick up on Nicky Cool.
He's getting very aggressive because of how low so many people are across the map.
Oh, nice snipe on Laguna. I mean, you still do lose the Venge, so it's a 1-for-1. Nicky's going to get a refill in the bottle as well.
Another one as well from the bounty room. once again, good start just looks to continue. And we got to remember that this was a last pick Mars coming through from Matreshka. So it's something that we were really expecting to kind of tie the draft all together. Not exactly the strongest laning stage, and not exactly the best pairing for the lanes either to be able to make it work for them. We can see Bloodseeker is basically free farming down on this bottom side, and he's very close to being able to hit up into his level 6 as well. And I mean, if you're able to get that at a comparative timing to Natty Narwhal wanting to make rotations down towards you, that is such a huge tool at being able to make that turnaround happen.
I've even seen in the past, like Bloodseekers even TP mid to try and get some involvement out of one of the power runes. So we'll see if he's going to be able to get that timing, because yeah, we got the 8-minute power rune spawning shortly. Top lane, Dominic might be in some danger. Retsu's going to run back to the Grimstroke, so he gets that ink spell given over to him. And as a result, they're going to be able to get the kill as well. So nicely done. It does require 2 supports up here, but we know that this Phantom Assassin really needs a lot of injection of gold early on to be able to scale.
Going to try and get a bit aggressive onto Natty Narwhal. He's lucky enough that he was able to pick up the shield rune, but he's got to make sure he stays away from
nice silence.
He didn't stay away from the trees.
No, he didn't. He also went closer towards the sky, so that's probably a bit of an issue. I mean, he didn't even know where the sky was, of course, but 1J, very nice movement out from him. Yeah, and there, I mean, we saw Bloodseeker was even coming over as well, so Katie's definitely considering about getting active early on. Potentially could help out getting this double kill mid lane. They did have an observer, so they're well aware with the Bloodseeker's positioning at the moment.
Yeah, and he's TPing back to the tier 2 tower, making sure that's the case. Dark might be looking to go around and place up some high ground vision here. If they can start on the Seeker, this would feel really good. Gets the rupture off, but it's not enough.
It doesn't look like it's going to be enough at all. Supernova, maybe Nikki might feel confident about going in. Region's activated. Even Retsu wants to get involved. The jump over the top, targeting down 1J. They'll deal with one of the supports. But can they isolate Nikki Cool now? It looks like they will be able to do so. Very nicely done, Matreshka, bringing every single member, but without a doubt, they needed all those resources to be able to get these kills.
And you just have to wonder how different that would have been if they had some sort of vision up on that high ground, right? You had Seneko scout that one out previously with the Sunray, making sure that there was no Matreshka vision, but clearly just understanding that this Rolling Thunder was coming towards him with the Inkswell onto it makes him feel so much more of a dangerous place to be in as this Bloodseeker.
They want to fight top though, Storm. You've got this Ravage at the ready. Should be a guaranteed kill, especially with the damage out of Nikki Cool. Do have to look at Dark Swap though. He could be a potential factor here to keep the PA alive. Not if the Ravage clips onto both of them though. And now while Dark is going to be chased down as well. So it will be a 2-for-1 across the map. Laguna was able to snipe Seneko inside the river. I think that was with the help of Natty Narwhal as well. So, and they're even going to look to try and go bottom to continue to slow down Katie's game.
Something extra for the
Nice little bounty rune being picked up as well by Natty Narwhal. One of the advantages of playing against such a lane dominator like the Timbersaw is that he really never has to leave the lane to be able to go back towards the jungle. Looks like it's the power runes being contested next as they spot out Seneko, but not before he's able to get a nice little D-ward off.
Dude, Brett's just getting very active on this PA.
I think he's
going to be able to get the kill? Yeah, Natty's got Swash. Right.
Oof. Not exactly where you expect a PA to be, though, at this stage of the game. Right? Clearly, he feels like he needs to be a little bit more active to be able to address like a strong-ish timing. But again, it feels like it needs to be on the back of like a Rolling Thunder landing onto someone, and then you feel a little bit more confident to be able to dish out that damage of your own.
Talk to me about this. Oh, actually, bottom lane ruptures out from Katie. Seneko is really far away, and yeah, okay, Rupture's not going to give them anything. Meanwhile, Dominic's alone. Dark's maybe looking for a swap back, but they too are also far away. Talk to me about this Tide Ag Shard. I demoed it. I thought it was horrific. I'm surprised he has it queued up.
That's the main thing that I'm looking at. And I guess you are leashed for it, so if you're able to get it onto the PA, you don't have that, like, blink away potential. Maybe that's what he's thinking about, but yeah, beyond that, I'm not so certain, to be honest. Even the fact that he's rushing into a Blink Dagger is a little odd, right? Like, you're so one-dimensional if you go down this Blink Dagger route, but maybe they just feel like he's effectively playing as a support to be able to set up for Nikki Cool because he's continuing to have a phenomenal game.
Is he ever going to anchor the PA though? I swear this shard range is so
It's
stupidly
tiny.
low.
Yeah.
I'm intrigued to
If you can
see.
blink onto him, right? It's a
Yeah,
possibility.
I guess.
grab
We'll
Django.
see. Katie? Can it be
You can just
vulnerable
get
to the
swapped, though.
smoke? They're starting to TP down. It's just going to be both supports at the moment. Let's see if they're going to have the damage currently. There's no one charger to play with, but he's got Seneko nearby to protect him with a Sunray, so that'll repair up some of the damage, and more importantly, just give Storm time to react. Dominic's even got to look to TP down with a Ravage at the ready. But Dark's just going to feed his life to the wolves. Can they get out though? Because Laguna's still stuck in the trees. And now with 1J coming through the rift as well, they're going to be able to get the initial control. Ravage full up. Why not drop everything they require to get the big kill onto Nadinawa, who was a really pivotal reason of why they're able to take that second game.
He was, and he's the only one providing any sort of tempo on the map right now. I mean, Melis, he's a great player, but you really don't feel like this Mars is going to be making too much impact until at least he picks up that Blink Dagger. You know, occasionally, I suppose he can like look to shove out a lane, but you need to put yourself in such a vulnerable spot to be able to do that sort of thing. So right now, Nikki Cool, 1J, they're just looking to roam around and take some towers, I feel. Nice little combination there. Cutting down the trees, giving a nice observer ward spot.
Overall, Retsu's he's not far away from the battlefield. All things considering, I mean, honestly, those kill involvements, 3-1 and 3 for him, so keeping up in net worth. See how much he's going to be able to do this game, though. Like you said, I mean, it is his most played hero. They wanted it for him in this deciding game, elimination game at that.
It's just a matter of how late is the game going to go. You know, again, if he can get into like his 4th item, I'm feeling confident about it. But I just feel like this Timbersaw could potentially take over the game. This Bloodseeker just with 2 items is going to be so much more effective relative to him. Really might even just come down to the vision that allows them to take the good fights, right? We saw previously, because they didn't have that vision around the mid lane, you were able to land that Rolling Thunder with the Inkswell onto the Bloodseeker. Sure, you got the Rupture off onto the Pango, but the fight was done by that point. Speaking of Pango, he's looking to finish up that Diffusal Blade. He'll probably build up another set of stacks for himself. Never mind. He will not. Wasted money.
Howdy. It's the illusion. It's just a bait. He's got the boys here. Nadinawa's going to hit a couple of ultimates and add another one with the Mystic Flare as well. He's going to be able to open up the tier 1 tower. If Laguna shows, Nicky's just going to push him further out of the lane.
I don't think he's showing. Oh, no. You have to defend this. You have to do everything that you can to be able to protect all these stacks. Nicky Cool, he's just looking to yoink them all away. What can a poor Vengeful Spirit do against all this?
And Retsu's here, but he's... Look at the resources from Retsu. He can't take these fights. No blink on Malice just yet. They'll get some of the Ancients. They'll get some of the hard camp. It does look like Malice got a decent chunk.
That's good. Get something, but this was your big comeback tool. You know, having that Battle Fury available, you know, against a PA, this is the area that you're looking to make a lot of those stacks. And, well, now it's not going to be for anything other than just giving a lot of XP over to the Timbersaw as well.
They did make a triple at the right Ancient, so that is something for Retsu to continue getting.
Yep. Each time he went to grab the Wisdom Rune, it was Dark looking to build up another stack there, so even he's going to be looking to scale a little bit. Wonder what he looks to go for. I mean, he's got the medallion. Nice to be able to provide just that little bit of extra armor for himself, or the reduction against some of these squishier heroes. But I honestly wouldn't hate to see him just go straight for an Aghanim Scepter here. Like, if he's the one that gets burst down so there's not that save potential, then at least you're going to have that second life. Briefed a little bit, though, with a Wave of Terror, considering Retsu's farming under the blur.
True. Alright, Smoke up from Storm. It's actually just going to be 1J Nikki Cool together. Ridiculous amount of damage.
Yeah.
But no setup for the Mystic Flare, and it's not going to matter in the end. Silence amplifies the damage, and Jesus Christ.
Yep. Don't need more than that.
There is going to be a DD that they can scout out for Dark, so that's... Okay, he's going to take the DD. Never mind, bottom lane. Retsu. Ravage juice from Dominic. He's going to need a jump target. He's got the creeps nearby, but Dominic blows him up with the Anchor Smash. They do have some reinforcements coming over. They're going to have the damage though to get the kill because Radiant's even brings some numbers down as well. The Supernova's going to make it a little bit difficult. They want to turn to kill it, but they won't be fast enough. It's going to be a disaster, man. Matreshka, they make the attempt to take the team fight, but they just weren't ready for all the extra reinforcements with the cavalry showing up. It's a 5-man wipe for Storm, and they even barely break a sweat.
That is a real late attempt onto that egg, man. Like, I was thinking, surely they're not going to commit to this. And, well, we didn't even get to see the anchor in the middle of that team fight, but he's got it on Dominic. The dead in the water looking to come through. I want to see how he uses it. I really feel like this is a more specific PA counter, just to take away one of those more mobile carries. Doesn't even have the Ravage, but just blink in onto him and drop the anchor.
Are they actually wanting to fight? I guess they know that a lot of abilities were used, but now Retsu now shows in the lane and
give him the anchor.
Now he's got nowhere to go.
He gave him the anchor.
Oh, this can't be happening. Phantom Assassin needs to be continuing to pick up the farm. This Battle Fury, he's really only gotten one component after it's been completed. They're going to continue to take away his triangle. 10,000 net worth lead now for Storm as well.
And this isn't even the scary point yet. Like, the scary point for me was when Bloodseeker had his items a little bit sooner than you, and, well, it's going to be far sooner than you. He's already one component ahead towards that BKB. So once he turns up to the fights, what is Bloodseeker really scared of? You know, he's scared of the PA just getting in and printing him to death. But if PA doesn't have the BKB, you're going to get Mystic Flared. You're going to get silenced up. You're going to get Fire Spirited. You're going to get dead in the water. Like, there's so much that this PA is going to have to deal with. And you're going to need to stop revealing in the lane quite so much on Retsu, at least until you've got that BKB for yourself. This is the issue that I had with the Mars, though, right? It's a playmaker, but you need heroes to be able to make those plays with. And I got to say, Avenge and a Grimstroke really don't feel like those things. And, oh, hopefully they don't go for a smoke here because it would be right underneath that Observer Ward.
The Ravage is up in 10.
More information.
Everything is good to go. Even Katie's starting to move over. They're going to try and smoke because they scout out Dark. Nikki, an easy starter to the Venge will give them the numbers advantage. And now they need to split away. They're going to try and get Katie, but a great timing out of the BKB means the Spear's not going to hold him down. The magic, dude, they got him. Oh my lord, Natty Narwhal gets blown up inside the teleport.
You can't be here.
And now Dominic as well. Ravage is still going to fly. Now they're a little bit too late to get some value out of her. Taneko's going to TP into the tier 1 tower. The split is perfect at the moment from Matreshka. Retsu can TP out, and that's the important thing. Oh, stop. All right. Well, that stops it as well.
I was gritting my teeth as I was watching him walk up towards Retsu, but like we were saying before, the cast range is absolutely horrendous on that dead in the water, so wasn't able to get the PA before she TPs away. That was a really solid spear coming from Malice to be able to prevent the chase.
They know Retsu's farming top. They saw him underneath the Observer Ward. They're going to see him under the lane now as well, and you are leashed, and you're about to die once again. With the voice lines coming out, Dark. He's only got 1 point in the nether swap. Doesn't even have that extra cast range. This is just some beautiful clean Dota from Storm. From bottom to top they go.
This is what I was talking about revealing on the lane, right? It just comes down to experience. In these pro level games, you cannot afford to be quite as obvious with where you're farming. The advantage of the PA, of course, is being able to take these gigantic stacks. And is she even taking the right-hand side? Okay, she did previously, but you gotta make sure you're getting up into this BKB without giving your life away. It's a lot of unreliable gold being lost every single time. The smoke isn't going to get caught by the Observer Ward, so at least they've got that to be able to play around with.
Can they kill him, dude?
He's got BKB, man.
Yeah, I don't know. I think he had remnants of a shield rune or something, because Katie now, he stands his ground, and now they're going to get the Mars as well. It's just a disaster. You're not maybe not going to tap out, considering this is your last game. All hopes on Retsu, but like we said prior, they went from bottom to top. Now they went to mid. They are just sweeping across the map. There is no safe place to farm this game.
They're even going to steal the Wisdom Rune as well, and maybe even the Tormentor. I mean, why not? If you could look to give a little bit of that extra utility over to the Phoenix, who's third in net worth for the team. Tidehunter's already got it. Bloodseeker would love to have a free shard. And, I mean, Timbersaw having it as well would just make sieging up onto the high ground even easier. So Tormentor Steel would work out really well for them, but they just want to take towers right now. They want to prevent the space for this PA to be able to pick up Botman. Poor Laguna.
He was stuck in the trees for maybe the last minute, and now he chooses the time to run out. Very awkward time.
Retsu as well, like, he
Unfortunate.
just is showing on this bottom lane. He was standing in the trees himself for quite some time, just not wanting to reveal too much, and you can see they're slowly starting to move down towards him to try and pick him off, but this time around, he's not going to overstay his welcome. They think that this is where he's going
Nice scan.
I mean, they
oh
know,
my.
they know. He's not showing on the lane. He has to be here.
It's just an incredible read. Oh, pretty nice TP.
Yeah,
He'll make it, okay.
it's a good move. They might just still be able to take Roche.
He will. So, see, it should go down pretty fast. Maxed out Gush with the Solar Crest. And we need Nicky Cool as well, who'll continue to shove out these side lanes. I don't even know. I mean, maybe you're looking at... Do you go Agshard next for PA? Are you going to have more value with buying that item instead of something like a Deso?
I think so. I think it's just going to enable even the Pango with the Swashbuckle to do a little bit more damage against the likes of the Tidehunter and the Timbersaw, and maybe you could look to take him out to be able to start things off, because it can't be the Bloodseeker that you go on. Timbersaw still feels really rough. He's got a freaking heart, man, and it's 22.5 minutes.
Dire's bottom tower
Even went and bought up his own Aghanim Shard himself just to assist with taking a lot of these towers. So, what, 3 shards already on Radiant?
Yep.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I guess that is kind of one of their weaknesses, I suppose, is their tower taking potential and high ground, right? So maybe Nicky can just put himself there with a heart.
Keep Flamethrower on.
Retsu.
Well, that's not how you wanted your first BKB to go.
No, it's not. And dude, they're sweeping over. Nicky Cool's going to run into Laguna simultaneously. 1J gets a second support on the back line.
Wash over this land.
Doesn't feel great, does it? You know, for all the good things that they did in game number 2, they have just been completely dismantled this time around. The Lamar's pick isn't bringing the whole draft together. We haven't really seen that big combination to be able to come through. It just feels like they're never able to be on the front foot either.
Structures are fortified. Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower.
No, sir, it does not. And unfortunately, they will not be. Now with the position they're currently in. Tower's going to go down. And Barracks is going to follow as well. Let's see what the Flamethrower is able to do. He'll buy some time. But it doesn't matter. I mean, Radiant, they still have team fights. So they still have team fight ultimates ready to go, even if Matreshka try and go for this final defense potentially.
Again,
they're going to give it up.
The thing about Seneko and his teams, he'll be saying to them, look, there's no reason for us to split up anymore. Look at where the lines are being drawn on the map. Like, we are ahead. Yeah, maybe the top lane isn't really pushed out, so there is that backdoor protection that's kicked in. But they're just saying, I don't know about this line being drawn on the map, though. They just need to continuously look to take towers. They're cutting waves in front of the tier 3. They're looking to maybe protect the tier 1 mid, but they're not going to be able to. I don't know. It feels like they're spending a lot of time chasing when they just need to be bodyguarding these waves, considering Aegis still has a good 2.5 minutes left on it. There we go. Line being drawn on the map. Once again, KT said, let's get out of here. Good old kimchi mentality. Oh,
nice speed back to the tower. Here's the Aegis carrier. But if they can get the first life without committing too heavily, that's going to feel pretty nice. They're looking for a spot back onto the tier 4s. Dark is getting set up, but the BKB is going to be activated for Katie, and now it's given enough time for Radiant to be able to move over. Pretty good supernova as Retsu is stuck in the middle. Be able to get some distance away. Natty Narwhal is going to actually be in with the finishing blow, so really nicely done, Matreshka. Really, the first decent team fight we've seen out of them. Natty might still be in some danger. It's going to be okay, though.
You can see the impact,
nice.
though, of that BKB coming through from Retsu, right? There really isn't too much that they could do against him once he's in, especially considering how much Melis forced in onto himself rather than onto the PA. Man, he was just free to do damage, and he did a hell of a lot in that one. 2.1k, like you said, was Natty Narwhal that ended up cleaning that one up there and getting a... it's only a killing spree, but still, any gold is pretty vital for them to be able to pick up at this stage.
Speaking of Natty Narwhal, he's just going to run into 3 inside his own jungle. Silence might last a little bit too long, especially with the finishing blow coming through from the sky. They're going to chase down Dark as well. No fear for Storm, and a godlike streak for Nicky Cool to add on top of it.
Still though, they spent the time cutting the waves, making sure that they weren't able to convert a couple of kills into something extra. They're pinging out the fact that Retsu might be up here, and they're going to be able to see him right now as they walk into him, rupture in onto the PA. Will be not on target. He used it onto a creep.
Oh my god, that Atos.
Also, it being on a creep didn't help.
No, but yeah, I mean, he's still TP'd out, but yeah. We're going to get Melis down bottom as well. Might be able to... no, no TP from Melis. They're still going to use the BKB.
Nicky Cool is solo here in front of a tier 3.
It doesn't seem like as much he has to be worried about.
Nope.
Are they going to try for another swap back? Right, there's the first start. And the Phantom Embrace is always a bit difficult for the Timbersaw to address. It'll expire now, but they'll replenish it straight away. And that is going to be a godlike streak that Retsu gets. And that's a kill, man. Oh, and a gem. And that's a kill without the shard, which is now queued up for Retsu instantly after that.
I mean, they're slowly starting to come back into this one, man. Like, it's a little bit of odd mistakes coming through. I mean, sure, you've got the Aghanim Shard, the Aghanim Scepter now on the Tide Hunter. You can make a few more of these pushes happen. Maybe that's what they feel. They feel like they don't have enough stuff to be able to keep these waves shoved in, but I feel like they're just gone away from what's given them success, which is balling up and team fighting.
I wonder maybe if now after the couple of events that happen on the map, if they're going to be a bit hesitant with actually just balling up. This is a very early attempt for Roche to be up.
So no, someone's not keeping track.
Okay, stressful scenario. I hope they don't continue to stay here though.
I hope not either.
Oh, they are.
Maybe they smoke and go through the twin gate and look to try and find someone. But the lanes are actually pushing for once this time around. So this feels like a little bit of an odd place and situation.
Oh no.
Yeah. Ugh. Doesn't feel great, does it? And the thing is, Storm don't expect them to be there because they're like, surely they're not going to be around the Roche pit. Look where the scans are. They're like, where are they? They're either in their base or they're over here on the right side. This is Where's Wally come to life.
No, they're going to be forced to TP back though. They've got too many creep waves going.
I mean, but Mars TP'd up there.
That's true. Yeah, no Mars now, I guess.
Luckily, they're not going to full-on commit to the push, maybe wanting to wait themselves for the second Aegis, still feeling like they are in a fairly solid spot, which, I mean, they are. You've got Aghanim Scepter as well on KD. He's looking to go into his own Aghanim Shard, so that's going to be really effective against someone like the Mars, just to deal with someone that's getting reasonably bulky on 2.7k HP on Melis. What do you think Mucho Gato is? Much cat? What kind of a suffix is that?
Yeah, I guess, I mean, that's at least a translation, right? But I don't know.
Oh, there's a DD as well. It's going to expire in another 10 seconds, and no one's been able to scout it out. That might have been all Storm needed to be able to commit up onto the high ground, but feels like they might be a little bit spooked. And again, it's understandable, right? This is the elimination game. You lose this, you're out of the TI qualifiers.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah,
Just into a refresher as well for Seneko.
Oh, wow.
All those sun rays are going to be pretty damn effective. Even just for the mischance for the PA feels so vital. But I mean, if Retsu's able to get up to level 20 and the Ags, this game is, I don't want to say even, but very winnable for Matreshka.
Radiant's middle tower is
I mean, the
under attack.
probability's going down quite a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Highest was 8%.
Happen.
Dominic's going to lead the charge up into their own triangle. They're looking to try and ring control, and that is in a pretty good position. Up the smoke and get out. They do ping him, though. They're a little bit split, though. They don't see Retsu, but I think they see
Radiant's
Dark.
top tower is under attack.
Trying to group up as best as they can on Matreshka. They're going to TP to try and cut them off on the retreat. Is Nicky Cool's going to be able to get towards Laguna? What's the call now? It's a bit messy on Matreshka. Meanwhile, over towards the triangle, Retsu He forced out the egg, but he's going to have to retreat as a result to this. Katie's got some movement speed, though, to catch up. Rupture's potentially going to be there in a couple of seconds. They'll be able to find the BKB out. They should be able to escape. Can Natty Narwhal get out too? And it looks like he can. So both supports are the only casualty for Matreshka.
How do you defend high ground, though? You've got the refresher orb on the Phoenix, so we know that he's going to have that supernova available once again. Mars doing his best to try and just farm up that next little bit. It's still going to be a mile until he gets into his next item.
Oh, they saw him farming.
Oh, they see the...
Are fortified.
Like, he's
no
not gonna be
BKB,
able to
dude.
fight.
He's dead. He's not getting out of this one. Nicky's going to get all the damage. What a read from Storm again. The fact that they see him under blur, farming this creep wave, don't even need to use the Ravage because of that dead in the water.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Natty's trying to cut the wave, but Spended Glyph. No one else is running towards him.
He's doing the right
issues.
thing. Just trying to save that buyback on the PA if he can. Obviously, he's only one component away from being able to pick up that Aghanim Scepter for himself, and I mean, they're still trying it. Melis shoving another wave. Might be able to get away. We'll need one more Spear of Mars to be able to do it. He's got his own BKB. So I don't need to pop it.
What is going on, dude?
I mean, is
it going to expire before BKB?
Yes. Oh, he's doing a really good job.
Oh, dude, what's going on? They want mid lane, Pango almost dying to 1J. Back, oh, Blink's over the top, dude. He's got a regen. Might have to pop it to somehow stay alive. 1J spells, man. He solo killed him. And back to Melis. He's gonna try TPR. Can they stop it? All right, he made it out.
This is
That's some crazy stuff.
What's going on? We're in Cloud College right now, but well, they waited a long time for the Roshan up on the top side, and it's only 15 seconds down bottom, so wouldn't hate to see Storm just hang around this sort of area. They don't want to throw away what felt almost unlosable for them, to be honest. It was only a 92%. I say only 92 because it really did feel like 99, but this would really still, in my opinion, put the final nail in the coffin, unless Retsu is able to get up into this Aghanims. Again, he's half a level off level 20. He's 300 gold off picking up these Aghanims for himself. So you have one last opportunity, one last team fight, it feels, to really close the gap even further than it has been already.
He's just going to get ruptured in fights, though. I feel like Pango kind of has to start to be the first person the Bloodseeker sees. Yeah, so then you just rupture him, and then maybe the Bloodseeker then be freed up to jump the supports. But without a Basher, and I don't think you're going to double crit Seneko, he's just going to pop Supernova. And all of a sudden, you're trying to kill a Phoenix, and then you're stuck in the middle of the fight. You won't even kill Seneko. He's got 2,300 health.
Even if
so how do you kill him?
Right, he's got Ghost Scepter. No Nullifier yet.
It's honestly probably going to have to be a really long, drawn-out fight where everyone else is kiting some of the spells, maybe forcing out a Ravage, forcing out Egg.
They honestly wouldn't hate someone getting hit by the Rupture right now, though, to be able to start things off, opening up the fight for the PA. They don't want to expend too much.
They might have to use the BKB on Melis, though. Yeah, they'll still deal with the first life. Arena BKB for it, though. Let's see if it's going to be worth it. 99 Walls charging up the Rolling Thunder.
Retsu's gone for the back.
Can see an opening. Oh, the Ravage jump in from Dominic, though, straight onto the support for the Egg as well, deep inside the base. Some responses, but there won't be any, as Retsu's still hunting, but yeah, hasn't found an opportunity to jump. They're just clumped up on Storm.
He's already used the Refresher as well on Seneko, realizing how important it is.
He's got to go soon.
Be as tanky as possible, but no, he's had to use a second lot of the blur. He's, what, 5 experience away, 20 experience away from level 20. You're just losing your base. You got to do something, Retsu.
He's going to pop shortly from Seneko. Natty's going to jump in. They're going to try and get the Bloodseeker. Couple of crits, one more swipe. They'll get the kill. It freshes to Blink, and it jumps back over to the Timber. Break is there, but importantly, it was a buyback used. Nice Timber chain as well. Retsu, does he have to damage? So, with a shard on cooldown with the fan and knives, they're not going to be able to get the kill. Now Nikki turns, eats the cheese, and that's all she wrote. Nothing they've got left in the arsenal. They did their best for one last fight, but Storm, they're just too far ahead. G's had dropped, and unfortunately for Matreshka, they're going to be eliminated from the qualifiers. Back-to-back defeats for them will send them packing.
Yes, it will, and, well, we were thinking 80+% for Storm this time around. It really did feel like they had the much more well-rounded draft. They had the direct counters to a lot of what Matreshka had picked up, and they executed it. It was a little shaky, really showing why they were starting in the lower bracket, and they have had to make this journey across Division 2 for a lot of their DPC tours. But at the end of the day, if your draft is this far ahead, if the lanes go that well for you, and you know, even a couple of big mistakes weren't enough to truly get Matreshka back into this game.
Yeah, so we'll see. Good signs out of Storm. It was a bit, you know, it got a bit messy towards the end. Yeah, I honestly was quite impressed with the anchor. So I don't know if this is, like you said, maybe just a very specific item built for the Phantom Assassin.
Yeah.
So yeah, I really wonder if we're gonna, how much more we're actually gonna see out of it. But it was quite a cool itemization for Dominic. This was just a disaster fight, right? Which really just capped it all off. I mean, that supernova from Seneko was just perfect on top of Dominic.
Done. Like the supernova, and then they went in, and I'm like, really? With a Mars +1 support to try and kill an egg?
And yeah, we get to see the last fight on screen as well. So who's really MVP as well for Storm? Nikki? Okay.
Yeah, by far. Like, he just crushed the lane as expected, took towers, was the main damage dealer for the team. He kind of stood up there and tried to solo take a tier 3 tower inside of the enemy's base with no one in his team nearby. But you know what? You could afford him that luxury considering how far ahead they were. But I'm sure that there's going to be some discussions after this one saying, you better not do that against our next opponent, because that is going to be a much harder challenge.
Yeah, you got a heat check in basketball. He's just got a power check here, seeing if he can 1v5 inside their base as well without the boys. But 18-2 and 14. Yes, no, he cannot. But regardless, he can get the boys over the finish line. So Storm, they're going to move on. I mean, their next opponent could be very difficult, though. And it's going to be the winner of Nemiga versus SIBE Team. So we'll see. But yeah, got to give the MVP to Nikki. I think that was an incredible performance overall from the Timber. And he had some. There was another game, right? Did we give the MVP to him as well in their victory? I'm trying to remember.
His Tusk.
So overall, a pretty good day for Nikki and a pretty good day for the mid laners. But unfortunately, Nadinawal unable to continue with that strong game that we saw out of him in the second game.
It was Dominic's Beastmaster in game 1.
That's right, yes.
But no, it was a really solid performance. Even Seneko, right, did a really good job this game. Both in the lane, I think we both thought that it might go maybe a tiny bit more challenging for the Bloodseeker just because of the nerfs to the laning phase with the Thirst health regeneration being impacted somewhat. But even just going down to how they set up the lanes on Matreshka, there wasn't that full setup for the kills, right? We can understand the Vengeful Spirit and the PA. They were able to get those kills up on the top side because of all the minus armors just stacking up over and over again. But you would have to say that the Skywrath and the Tidehunter are squishy enough that you probably didn't need all of that additional armor. As we get to see the bracket after that series, it means that, of course, Storm are going to be moving on and waiting the results of the next series that we've got coming up. Again, we got to say Nemiga, probably the favorites to be able to take that one out. Although, with how their series went against Navi in the upper bracket, it really could be anyone's game.
Yes, it could. Who's Nemiga's opponent, though, so everyone knows back home?
They're a very talented team, so we'll have to wait and see for that one to be able to come through. And it shouldn't be too long of a break, right? I mean, the teams don't have to play back-to-back, so it should be pretty soon that we get into that action. But, well, we get another 3-game series. That's the important thing. And, I mean, the teams obviously have a lot to be able to fight for, not wanting to tap out until the very last. It shows a lot of the passion that these players have. And hopefully for them, this is a great learning experience for them to be able to take into next year's DPC. But for Matreshka, unfortunately, despite starting up in the upper bracket, they're already eliminated from the TI Eastern European qualifiers. And we'll have to take a quick break before we see who is going to be the second team to join them. So we will be back after a short break, get a drink, get some food, and we will be right back.
We're back for our second series of the night. We got another lower bracket elimination series as well. Then we saw Nemiga yesterday play up against Navi, but that was not the game nor the series or the outcome that they were hoping for. They got dismantled. 2 quick games. Navi looked incredibly clean, and we really thought Nemiga were going to put up a much better fight in that series, and really just the entire regional qualifiers as a whole. So this, we'll have to see. You know, was that a bit of an indicator of what is to come, or was that just a blip on the radar for them?
I'll give them a pass for now because it was up against Navi, who I also have in my top 3. So they're the ones, like, sometimes 2-0s happen. Even some of the very best teams in the world can go down 2-0 if it just isn't their day. And, well, one of the games they picked the PA as well, which we really haven't seen too much of success come out for it. But today is a new day, and they're going up against SIBE. And I'm interested to see if they're able to get a win on the board. Yes, it is SIBE. I see your face. I see that little grin that's starting to form there. And, you know, I do my research, unlike my co-caster.
You didn't know it.
To help me out. I absolutely did. I just wanted to throw you under the bus one more time. But I think this one they should be feeling a lot more confident going into. Like, there are some good players on side, but there's a reason that they're starting down there in the lower bracket, right? We see people like Velor. He has been around the scene for quite some time, but I think one person, especially as a position 4, you're typically not the one that's calling the majority of the game, right? We could very clearly see Seneka was the one kind of instructing, facilitating a lot of the moves for Storm in that previous series. But this time around, Velor, it'd be a lot for him to have to take on.
You would say, though, nonetheless, for Velor, like, a lot of the early game move probably be dictating. I think you've heard, in particular, I think one person that comes to mind is Kaka, of course, over in China. And again, he's been praised, like, when he joins a team, when he joined Extreme, replacing PYW, they really praised him for the fact that he kind of fixed their first 15 minutes. So, you know, if that's going to be the same as position 4s around the world, because quite often they are kind of the playmakers, right? And often they're going to be the ones calling the shots early on. But like you said, when does that end, though? Because, you know, he pretty much, without a doubt, he's the most experienced person. You know, you also has Nesfear as well as their carry, which we have seen in some other, like, kind of tier 2.5, tier 3 Eastern European teams as well. So he's probably the second most experienced person. But yeah, Velor, all the pressure and the shot calling is definitely going to be on him in the early game.
Yeah, and I'm also just thinking some of the heroes that he plays, right? Rubik, you can make an occasional rotation here and there, but I guess you are one of those position 4s that can carry the game. I guess it is dependent on, of course, what sort of spells there are to steal on the enemy's lineup. But, you know, his other heroes that he likes to play, the Techies, the Lion, they aren't really that same level of, like, late game dominators. You know, they are good for that first, like, for the 10 to 25 minute mark. But if it gets any longer than that, then you can find your effectiveness starting to fall off a little bit. So we'll have to see what they have to do, what they're able to do. And again, you're going up against Nemiga, right? Hellstream, very, very good on the position 4. Malrine, he's the one that people like to highlight a lot of the time. And of course, Roger coming in as well, giving that calming influence across to this team. So you got to compare the pedigrees, right? And you got to say Roger, multi-LAN event winner, has to come out on top.
Yeah, without a doubt, there's no even argument that would not be the case. So we'll see. Like, again, like, how rocked are they from that Navi loss? Like, that's a big thing. Still, I know where you had the interview with
Malrine.
Oh my god, Malrine, thank you. And, you know, he said that Roger's been a really calming person for them. But still, at the end of the day, I mean, these are TI qualifiers, and these are TI qualifiers where there is a lot of expectations for them to actually even make it out. And you potentially, I know Virtus.pro probably, at least if you look at how the tours have gone, they've always been in 4th place, but still, like, Nemiga are a team, especially with Roger now, who should be competing to make it out. So it's not like they're coming in with, like, kind of fake expectations, or, like, just coming in, like, just to try and maybe rock the boat a little bit. Like, no, they're coming in like they should be in the grand finals, and they should even potentially be taking it. So how much is it going to hurt them losing that first series in regards to their confidence is a big thing too.
I mean, no one likes to lose, right? But it's just a matter of how much you dust yourself off and get back up. Maybe they're going to go away from the PA altogether, because it really never felt like, in a lot of these series that we've been watching, the PAs have been able to have a game. by any stretch, right? We saw at the very end, like, there just wasn't the perfect team fight for him to completely take over. And that's just because your influence is basically never there at the very start. Probably the only game that you and I have really seen a PA be in a really solid spot was the one in China with Extreme Gaming, where the fight just kept coming to Ghost, so that he didn't need to go anywhere, and they kept winning the fights because of a lot of TP rotations from the rest of his team. And he started the game off like 4-0-4 on a PA, which is almost unheard of.
Yeah, so I mean, I don't know if it's now like, because we know it, depending on the lane, PA can actually offer quite some kill threat and can get a lot of kills, but a lot of that is dependent on the support as well. That's a big thing why we were saying, like in the last game, like maybe looking to try and put the Grimstroke with the PA. I think it's very similar to like the Lich and PA. You put the Frost Shield on him, jumps in, tries to get some kills, and Lich can also pump in a little bit of damage as well. So I think overall, if they look to go back for the PA for Nemiga, like a bit stronger of a lane for Violent to be able to play with and just trying to guarantee her lane as a whole. Because yeah, like you said, we've not seen a lot of success from that hero, but we do have a game 1 draft on the way. Nemiga going to be on the rating side playing with second pick. And then we got SIBE Team on die side with first pick as well.
Got him. But I mean, it does go down to the sort of heroes that are going to be banned in this first phase as well. A lot of the times, whenever we see Nemiga, it's Roger that gets targeted in that first phase. I think this might be the same bans that we're actually coming out from Navi as well. Melreen, he's been spamming the Razor mid a lot too, so very important to be able to take that one away. I wouldn't be surprised if SIBE also got rid of the Enchantress just for this first phase to make sure that the laning stage at least gets off to a decent start for them.
Is that a cat on a Razor's camera? What am I?
Dire team pick.
Someone's licking his ass though.
I've always wanted to be a giant space crab.
You know what? You gotta stay clean. I know you don't shower, but
Goodness.
some people like to stay clean.
Smell check, hang on.
Don't sniff on the street.
Doing all right.
Doing all right.
Can the kitty? Yeah, come on. What's it? No, what are you? Production.
We wanted to see the cat.
We've been waiting for the cat to move.
Hey.
Oh, it was almost too late. We saw it was a cat. We got confirmation.
Not ran over a cat. I went on a walk today, and there was a very nice cat that you know, wanted pats. It was a new one. I normally run into another one, and it turned its belly to me, and I know that's a trap. So I made sure to just give the side rubs so that I would be perfect and healthy for the cast, because I know you need me very badly.
Wait, what? A belly trap?
Belly rubs.
And light him?
When cats show their belly, it's a trap. You can rub it for like 2 seconds, but if more than that, they're going to start clawing at your hand.
Is this a known thing?
Yes.
It is? Okay.
Clearly not a cat enjoyer.
Well, I've just never had cats before. I must say though,
I'm also
starting
allergic.
to. Why'd you pat the cat then? What's going on?
As long as I wash my hands, I'm fine. But it's that's why I've never owned a cat. But I like cats. They're just chill. They're your buddies, you know. They're like gaming buddies, you know. They just sit there and have a good time.
I was very intrigued on how you were going to describe that, but yes, that is definitely what gaming buddies do.
Pango's still being picked up first. I mean, Melreen plays a really good Pangolier. I think if you're going to take away his Razor, that's always going to be what he goes back to the pool for. We've seen him top net worth, regardless of you know what sort of lane it's into, even with the nerfs. So I think you just give people their comfort to be able to start off with. The Dark Willow as well. It's something that Nemiga have played on Hellscream a fair amount. Of course, Roger as well. I mean, he's capable of playing it, but with the position 5, I'm just not sure if it provides enough for the laning stage.
5 seconds remaining.
A lot of damage though already, you must say, between the two heroes that Nemiga currently have drafted.
Got the swap at least for SIBE to be able to disrupt that a little bit, so it's not like they're in a really disadvantageous spot. Just looking to try and counter for the laning stage. Makes a lot of sense, but again, not the greatest win rate on Ember. I feel like it's at, I don't know, 40% or something like that, despite being the most picked hero across all qualifiers.
Yeah, I'll check. Last time I thought it was quite low. Yeah, 42% with 45 games.
Crazy, crazy stuff. All right. Well, this is a little bit more. This is what I'm expecting to see from Velo, right? The hero that's able to be a little bit more active. Yeah, it is kind of free-ish Lycan game, isn't it?
I don't remember if Vaja plays the Lycan though. He definitely is more, at least like your Blink initiators. But if he has the capability to, I mean, even a Beastmaster could be something you're considering if Lycan's not in the wheelhouse.
You could even Night Stalker, to be honest.
Yeah, true. That I think is a little bit undervalued currently. Is that
The Wide Hunter.
really
And there it
us
is.
of
Enchantress.
Roger Enchantress. Pretty scary prospect to have to go up into.
and a great lane as well. Enchantress versus Lion. Lion does absolutely nothing to the Enchantress creeps. So pretty much a free lane now for whatever Violent gets drafted.
5 seconds.
What does he even want to do against this? Does he want it like a Doom, maybe? Just so that you are able to deal with the creep at least, and you know you've got a decent-ish way to be able to address the Tide Hunter, some AoE damage as well, never goes astray up against an Enchantress. I could see it working, but there's not too much to be able to put pressure on the map would be my issue. Don't like it. Don't like it. I mean, what are you supposed to do? I feel like Enchantress could just follow him around the entire game, right? And then you're suddenly taking a core out of the game with just a support. It's not like you have a huge amount of kill threat with Venge, Lion, at least until Lion's level 6. And I feel like you could really slow down one of the cores without taking away too much of what makes your draft good with Nemiga. There's no melee hero to be able to put the Iron Shell onto for the laning stage. Just feels a bit odd to me.
5 seconds remaining.
I'm just gonna presume it's comfort. SIBE, that's it. Like that's what I'm guessing out of them. So
It is.
gotta be impressed though, because I mean you picked it into a support that often counters you in the lane. So
A Roger Enchantress as well.
Yes, a Roger Enchantress. So I mean you have of course banned out one of the better carries as well against it in the Faceless Void. We've seen the we've seen the Sven lately. Played a lot into the Darkseer. In China, we even saw it on our day one. Our VP played it into it and looked incredible. So there's your Sven ban.
Phantom assassin.
Who's doing things other than Ember Spirit for the very start of this game? And who's doing things when Lion doesn't have Finger as well is my other main concern, because I'm really not expecting too many kills to happen across the board here.
10 seconds.
I mean, what can you do? Like a Terror? Nah, not against the Darkseer. I say Terrorblade.
5 seconds.
I don't know if you can learn Druid, or I don't know if you can play it, but it's a pretty goddamn good Druid game.
It is. What else could he look to go? Slark, Jugs. No, you couldn't Meepo here, could you?
If he plays the
I
Meepo,
wouldn't hate a
sure.
Meepo. He does. I'd love to see it.
Does he play it safe lane?
Yep.
Okay.
Give me the Meepo. Come on. Bloodseeker, they banned it themselves. Jug doesn't feel horrible. Against the
I think
PA,
that-
it's not amazing.
I think hero's Garbo now with the talent change. But
Yeah.
I will say you need a way to take objectives. Enchantress can, but like you need a tier 2, tier 3 hitter
Yeah.
and a Roche taker. So Jug's kind of that.
Any other?
You say Troll?
I didn't.
Okay, Slark's
Okay.
still there though. So
It's okay. I wanted the Meepo.
yeah. It is, I think, a hero that can help them get very aggressive in the second nighttime with 15 to 20. You're going to have
Sorry, can I?
everyone.
Can I just say, can you imagine someone that does not link with their name more than Violent does? He looks like such a nice guy. You know, just this baby-faced assassin, basically. Ugh.
See if he can be that assassin this game that they need out of him.
Even Hellscream, he doesn't look like a Hellscream to me.
What would a Hellscream look like?
I mean, it's that's some Warcraft
10
lore
seconds remaining.
from Hellscream, brother. And Garrosh, one of the orcs,
yes.
part of the Horde. Yeah, look like a
but
Violent. Doesn't he look like a nice guy?
He looks like a lovely guy.
We'll see.
looks- nah.
We'll see if he has no mercy for this game, though.
It's a pretty decent Slark game. It's a pretty decent Slark game overall. I think Slark vs PA can be a very interesting matchup. Slark is not the best MKB builder. Like, you will go for it. Maybe it's really a Silver's Edge that is something you can actually be considering.
I think so. You just want to be able to hunt, basically, the entire game, right? Like, if you're the ones to make the jump happen, you're going to win most of the time. I mean, the thing with Darkseer is The lane will be pretty bad for him, and depending on how Roger plays, his continuous farming is going to be bad. But Darkseer always is fairly tanky just because he buys a bunch of auras. He's always able to shove out lanes with the Ion Shell. And even if you do get jumped on and you're not burst literally 100-0, you have some sort of turnaround potential with that Vac Wall, right? And if someone else gets going on, you can blink Vac Wall and then suddenly turn the team fight around. Slux, not horrible at being able to have an illusion of that, but certainly there are a lot stronger heroes.
Yes, without a doubt. So, how do we feel about this game, though? Because it seems like, you know, for the boys on Nemiga, at least I'm favoring their draft. I'd be very confident with the position that they're in. I mean, they have so much comfort. When we get into the game, you guys will see. But Vaja is master tier tied. Both Hellscream along with Melreen are grandmasters, and then also we got Roger master tier as well. So these are heroes they play at a ridiculous level. They've got their comfort, and it also looks like they gel very well together in this game too.
Yeah. And then you got Violin, who just hasn't paid his Dota Plus subscription, so he needs to get on that. But, well, these are, again, the sorts of early movements that we do like to see, right? If you are the underdog, you want to make sure that you're trying to take a little bit of this away, although revealing that the Watcher has been taken away does give a lot of information that they're just farming up on this high ground. So I don't think you're going to be feeling overly confident to walk up into that. I mean, Tidehunter's not the worst, and neither is the Pango, but you got to say, if they're making that sort of movement, you would have to think that they're just going to be able to try and confirm a kill. That.
Who got the gold?
Melreen did.
So why does he get the gold? Did he place it first, the sentry?
Yeah.
There's 2 sentries.
Yeah, but he placed his first.
Okay, yeah, well, he placed it. No shit, he placed it on someone event. But thank you, you answered me the end. Thank you. Oh, it's alright that they both placed it. Who? Me?
Mm-hmm.
You... No hating. Just trying to get the full response, and we got it. We got there. It's okay.
They're even going to be able to get this other Observe Award. So Velor, nice little golden experience injection for himself. He ends up getting all of that experience for himself too. Unlike the other two that ended up splitting it. But I'm really interested to see how Class is going to be able to get out of this laning stage in a decent enough spot. Like right now, Roger doesn't have anything skilled up just yet. Just wanting to spam those iron shells onto targets as quickly as possible. But right now, I feel like his main job is just to make Velor's life miserable. Obviously know that the Slark is capable of contesting the Darkseer.
Yeah. What does his lane actually look like for Nemiga in regards to, is this more of like a farming and pulling lane? Is this a aggressive lane where even Violent's going to try and get involved in the harassing with Roger?
I think so, but it needs to be like around that level 3 timing probably, right? Just that, maybe even level 2. You know, 1 point in the pounce, 1 point in the essence shift. There's nothing really that you need to be dark pacting off. Like early on, the Earth Spike isn't going to be able to do that much. Just 1.3 second stun. Much more worthwhile to use different sort of spike timings, and they're just going to be leaning on Roger to basically soften them up a little bit to be able to confirm the kill. So I think you definitely want to be at least getting a couple of kills in this lane. If you're just sitting back and farming, that's probably going to favor the Darkseer.
Yeah. This will be a nice test for Arrays as well, with how he's able to play up into Melreen's probably, you'd say, best hero. I mean, that and the Pango is an argument for which one is better, but Hellscream might go down with another round of the dagger. Nice attempt with the branch, and that's actually enough to get him away.
Mm-hmm. It's all about just making sure you live through this very scary-ish early game. I mean, Vaja, he's not making the same mistake as what we saw last game from Malice. Level 2 Gush, not skilled up, making sure to have 1 point in the Kraken Shell, just so much more capable of being there standing on the front lines. Even just Dark Willow having 2 armor is potentially a big tool to enable the survivability there, making sure to pop straight into the Shadow Realm when she gets going on.
Can Hellscream even make stacks for Vaja in this lane, considering, I mean, at the moment the creepy clearance in a pretty good spot? Is that something that kind of needs to be in the back of his mind as well?
I think so. Most of the time you're waiting for, like, you know, the Ring of Health pickup, but I think even if he goes Ring of Health, it still puts Vajra in a very scary position. So maybe he's going to start out going for something like a Chainmail and just get a bunch of tangos fed through to him. Hellscream's going to sacrifice his own laning stage and his net worth to be able to start things off, basically just to be a regen bot. And then once you've got that Chainmail available for Vajra, then you can look to start making some of these stacks happen. I mean, unblocking the hard camp is a good way to be able to start things off, just to potentially get the lane starting to pull back towards you and free up some time to be able to make those sorts of plays. Look at Roger. This is a lot more what I was expecting. Just stop Darkseer from doing anything in lane. As soon as he uses the Ion Shell, enchant it.
Malwarean is botting Array's mid lane. Holy crap. 17 and 9 compared to the 12 and 0 now. He's again just having another incredible start. So let's we'll see. SIBE, they might need to potentially put some emphasis on rotating supports over to maybe take away some of the, well, at least the next water rune, or definitely power runes though.
It's been a while since I've seen Darkseer cast a single spell in this bottom lane. It's a waste of mana unless you're able to scout out Roger, potentially looking to make a movement elsewhere. Speaking of Roger, he is starting to make a movement towards perhaps the mid lane, maybe scouting out if there's any stacks, maybe just wanting to place down an Observer Ward to be able to catch that one out. Oh, they just get the Warpine Raider and look to bring it to the lane, making it even harder for the Lion to be able to contest into this.
We'll be a little bit too late, unfortunately, from stopping the Ember from getting that bounty. So, a couple of bottle refills. Hellscream's going to continue to be a bit of a nuisance. I don't know if there's going to be kill threat. I mean, there is a level advantage over corrosion now. Maybe if they're able to land the Bramble. And well, bottom lane, actually, the aggression's onto Roger. Should be able to be our first blood here. Allure along with Class. Roger's actually going to be okay, though, even with 1 point in the Nature's Attendance. That sustain is a bit too much for the boys in Dire to be able to handle at the moment. And Violence even starting to wrap on around. Just lands the pounce. Attempt of the sidestep was almost enough, but still with the spike, gets some separation, but it's going to be Roger's nut shot, and Violent also gets Velour as well.
I'm glad I've converted you with the One Raider. I mean, that's what prevented Roger from dying previously as well. He had, it has that 100% slow to it as well, if you're able to land it, and it was just bouncing back and forth between the Darkseer and the Lion. He was slightly off the mark with his enchant onto the Darkseer, that he was able to get the Ion Shell off for the majority of that. There is any advantageous...
Oh, nice Bramble.
That, yeah. Bramble ends up landing. No level 6 yet for Ember. He's nowhere close. Still should be able to dodge out most of this and doesn't want to go back underneath the tower.
Orange just assassinates Velour, though. Meanwhile, Violent is also going to get Class as well. There's going to be a solo kill for the Slark. So that's about to be level 6 for him. He's already got 2 perma Agi.
And what level's the Darkseer?
Oh, Jesus Christ, level 3.
Yep. And this is the thing, right? The permanent Agi, but even just having the level 6 early on against the Darkseer, if you're not countered by the likes of an Oracle or an Enchantress, you can actually deal some decent damage to the Slack. At the end of the day, he's a melee hero, right? But once you're level 6, all you need to do is leave the lane, go into the darkness for a couple of seconds, get that Shadow Dance procced, and then you can just come straight back. So honestly, you don't even need to worry about Roger coming to this lane anymore. Now he can look to be a little bit more greedy if he wants to, or you could just, you know, double down, make the Darkseer's life even more miserable than it already is. Maybe it's just going to be another kill. I mean, he didn't use the TP to get back out. He made sure to walk to the lane, maybe expecting another death already coming through. Are they just going to yoink away this Wisdom Rune? Look at how deep Violet's going. Going to run into Velour.
Ooh.
Stun.
Oh, was able to get it. Violence gonna go for the... I mean, of course, why not? He's got the ultimate. Won't even need it because the Centaur's gonna take the tower. But at least they got the Wisdom Rune simultaneously top lane. But the Phantom Assassin's been pushed out. They're gonna try and make the attempt on the Roger, but an instant turnaround for the Ravage. There's not really any damage follow-up. But at least Roger's now has been able to shrug off a lot of that initial start.
Blink Strike, yeah.
And he'll find it, but they will TP Velour in. Should be able to chase down Hellscream. He's going to have the damage just by himself, though, with a blood grenade. Definitely will, without a doubt. And now they even consider... Nah, Roger, I think, is unkillable. Even no points, so not available Nature's Attendants, I should say. It's not going to matter. Melrain's here, too. Oh, bit of an awkward usage of the Swashbuckle. Might help him TP up. Melrain will be forced now to use the Rolling Thunder, so... Panko getting active early on to be able to slow them down. They're still stuck here, though. Not looking to try and escape on the PAM line.
He's just looking to try and run away right now on poor Lion. And the PA, I mean, this is all time. Nesphere is not spending farming. They're just going to be able to pick up another kill for themselves. Nice timing of the Earth Spike, though, to be able to potentially get away, but no TP available. No chance for him to survive as Roger yoinks the kill with the hurling boulder.
Well, do they know the Embers here, though? Let's see if he can do much. I mean, max out Slight. No Orbit Corrosion yet from him. I mean, they're still going to try and make the attempt on a Roger. No way he lives, dude. Come on, someone kill him. All right, Dagger. Going to be able to bring down the Enchantress. Now Melrain as well is in a lot of danger. Could potentially TP. Not going to be able to do now. And Melrain... he's going to take a spill. So finally, I mean, they bring all the numbers they need. It takes them quite some time, and he was able to get the kills. So very important if Pierre was able to find some. And he did get the one onto Roger, gets the 9 in the tower as well. But, dude, it's a 4,000 net worth lead 9 minutes in.
It's a lot, but at least it allows the PA to be able to pick up that cornucopia, right? It gives a little bit more sustain, and you've lost the tower. It sucks, especially this early on, as considering there wasn't really too much of Roger's involvement in being able to take it, but he could still go back into the Mighty Mines area. I mean, 400 HP right now. He's walking around with power treads on int just to give a little bit of that extra lower HP pool so that it's going to be regenning so much faster. Like, he's just healing up to full, basically, off the back of this. Always just go to the lane, pick up the most efficient farm, which is lane creeps, of course, and then just look to rotate on back. So this is the part of the game that is quite difficult for the rest of SIBE, in that they need to make space so that PA is never the main target.
This could be scary. They have the potential of Ravage into Rolling Thunder with Melrain coming over. Once again, though, the right side, a bit of a miss Swashbuckle. Have to use the ultimate to be able to catch up to both supports, but nonetheless, they are still killers. Darkseid's going to try and TP in. But there's not really much Gus can do. Maybe amplifying Nesphere. But the rabbit from Raja, and it was Hellscream to turn it back around. Now with a PA committed inside the river, it's going to be up to Melrain with the last Swashbuckle to get the kill. Maybe it's just the Wild Wing Ripper, but a jump over the top. Even Violence here as well. It's going to be forced to retreat on the side of SIBE, and they should be okay at the moment. Very messy stuff going on, some back and forth, but it is continuing to favor Nemiga in a lot of these early game skirmishes.
I mean, anytime that you're doing this sort of thing with a Slark, yeah, he only has 3 permanent agi, but he loves to be able to continuously pick this sort of stuff up. And I mean, it's a Slark going for a really early Diffusal Blade as well. So he wants to be part of this these fights super deep. He wants to keep diving with the rest of his team, and he wants to just overwhelm them before PA gets to this scary point. But you got to say, Nesphere has been able to be part of a couple of kills already. You know, 2-1 and 2, not the worst start for a PA. And like we were saying before, on this dire side, you're able to just always rotate back and play underneath the safety of the Mighty Mines area. Even the Spark of Courage, right? Plus 18 damage is pretty scary for this stage of the game.
Probably a big thing, though, is how do you get the supports involved in this game in regards to levels? Well, also only level 4 currently on the line. The Venge is level 5 as well. And we're 11 minutes 30 in.
Yeah, that Blink Dagger queued up by Vela is optimistic. He is going to take quite some time until he's able to get into that. A Siege Creep dying next to him is going to give him a lot of the experience, though. And this is the sort of time where, yes, it's important for Nesphere to, you know, be increasing his farm, getting into that Battle Fury as quickly as possible, but you've just got to give this solo XP over to the Lion. He's so much more effective once he's got that level 6.
Roger again. Feels like Hellscream starting to move on over.
Just
actually opted about turning back around, and I mean, he's done a great job at baiting them in. Melrain with a finishing blow onto the Venge. They dropped the wall, but it's not really going to provide them too much onto Melrain. Honestly, just being a bit more of a nuisance at that. And even Violent, he's going to get involved as well with this Diffusal Blade. He's going to be super active. In fact, Malorine's able to just finish him down. No diffuser blade just yet on Violent. Very close to it, though.
Not too often you see a Vlad's this early on a Tide Hunter. They just want to ball up and go. I think they're just treating this as like a fun pub, honestly. And, you know, that's no respect to SIBE, but that's the way that Nemiga are itemizing and playing. Turning up, most of the time they would just stick to their lanes a whole lot more, but they want kills. They want to farm kills. They feel confident enough in their individual skill to be able to do it, and it's working out well for them so far.
Dude, this is all happening without it being nighttime. I mean, now you got Diffusal Echo on Violent, and 15 to 20 minutes, you're not going to have a map to play with. I mean, this game will end throughout that nighttime. It's where. How are you going to be able to play Dota? You're not going to see anything. Radiant going to be able to get wards set up. You can split push the map with the Enchantress creeps.
Love where Roger's farming as well. Just a really aggressive spot to potentially cancel out any sort of smoke attempt. Melrine's kind
which is
of
a
low.
cool one now. A really good start. They'll search up the line, leading with a Hex, and that is very crafty.
They were positioned well on Nemiga, but just not well enough. SIBE able to dodge that one out. Of course, Roger is going to continue putting pressure on a lot of these towers, and it's still without Velo having that level 6, but luckily for them, they didn't need it to be able to pick up that kill. Oh man, even Hellscream able to yoink away that Wisdom Rune, so things don't become any easier. This is a position 5 you're chasing with your entire team, man. Your entire team.
Oh my god, dude. Well, this PA got the kill. That Battle Fury now completed. Honestly, not a bad timing, but you'd hate to take a look back and see the Slark's net worth compared to yours.
Mm-hmm. What's he going to go next? Probably just a BKB, to be honest.
On the Slark?
Sure, why not? That or Basher, maybe? Oh, he's got Axe. All right.
Yeah. Oh, they're going to run into Nezfir. Yeah, let's see if still daytime at the moment.
So creeps
You're going to see the creeps that just died, yeah. Barnes going to try and cut him off in the tree line. Maybe they just go for an easy kill onto the Venge. Get some more stacks to play with. Of course, if he continues farming nearby, Hellscream might drop a ward on the Mighty Mine. Yeah, it's going to do just that.
Good read, though, by Nezfir to be able to get the hell out. Realizes that he could see them when they couldn't see him. And he wants to make the most of that time because he is not going to have too much of that time left with how many of these towers they're losing. Velor finally hitting up onto that level 6, still only halfway towards the Blink Dagger. And who can you even look to get a kill onto here?
Oh, nice sidestep.
Yeah, missing the pounce, but I really don't feel like you're in a vulnerable spot here at all.
They're coming down as 5.
You think they can do this? I don't.
I don't think so. I mean, look at the Tidehunters positioning. The wraparound from Vajja is going to force them over to the right side. Kind of tunneling themselves in an area where the Slark has no concerns. And meanwhile, they're going to be able to isolate Class as well. Violence not even done just yet. Still sees the Venge under the tier 2 tower. And it's going to be a double kill for the Slark. 1 kill away from Godlike. 16 minutes in. Another component of the Scepter completed. They're just rolling.
Yeah, and even more deep wards drop down. So, like, how do you leave your base right now? There's one of the Mighty Mines.
Oh, oh. Oh, that's so funny. He did that because they missed the ward.
This is a reflex, you know?
Yeah. Oh, you were saying he wasn't a violent person too. He just looked like a nice innocent guy.
Mm-hmm. Some of those people could be the most dangerous. Have you seen Trent? Serial killer.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. Canadians, man. Secretly nice.
That politeness, it's all an act. They know that there's a ward here as well. So again, one of the other advantages of playing this Slark, they ended up smoking up underneath it, but I honestly don't think they care. Like, you might know that they're coming, but what could you do about it? Aghanim Scepter picked up as well. Right now, you've got Class farming underneath that Observer ward. They're just going hunted for more.
And they will get more. And maybe even an extra one.
Yep.
I was just trying to catch up. Vil should be able to cancel the TP. They won't get Nesfear, which is really the primary target for them, was just able to TP out away. But, I mean, his work on a BKB has one component completed, but everyone else is not really being able to keep up in farm, which is going to be the big issue. So you'll have a PA with maybe some items, but no other cores nor supports will be able to combat Nemiga very shortly. And I mean, that's already the case now, I should say.
Yeah, I'm just so disappointed that Vaja doesn't have the Dead in the Water queued up just yet. I mean, you're against a PA once again. You're against an Ember Spirit who doesn't look like he's going into a BKB anytime soon. Honestly, even the Darkseer, right? You could run as fast as you want, but still just going to have that anchor holding you back.
Can they kill Violent? Start with the Hex. The chain control afterwards needs to be perfect. And
Good start. And Nesfear gets it.
definitely is. All right. 1,000 gold for Nesfear. Pretty good. Very well done. That is... Yo, that is always going to be something that can happen as the game goes on if you do not respect SIBE, especially once Velor gets the blink. You know, there's always this blink in Hex before the Dark Pack and before the Slark is able to react, and you will blow him up from 4 to 0. But it's... The chances of that will continue to go up if you are able to get Ryan some farm.
Yeah. And, I mean, has he made too many stacks across the board? I haven't really seen it all. And, I mean, it's not exactly like they have too much control over their map in general, right? That's why he's forced to take a lot of these lane creeps just to be able to... I mean, he's even just being given over a Medallion of Courage onto Velor just in case he gets jumped, because that's kind of the state that this game's in, right? You're just constantly having Nemiga run at you. Speaking of, you've got a race up on this top side, being scouted out a little bit by Melreen. The Diffusal Blade, of course, there's plenty of that mana burn potential. Might just be looking to bait Hellscream on the lane right now.
I don't know how they get this kill unless... Oh, okay, they got an Atos. And Melreen's going to try and go in with the chain control, and that is perfect use of all their ultimates in conjunction together. Very nicely done.
Just keep that ball rolling. Poor Velor, all he can do is show up on the lane for one measly second, cast the Earth Spike, maybe drag the creeps so that the tower's not taking too much damage. Nesfear, you don't have your BKB just yet. You've got enough money for it and it's coming out to you, but maybe feeling like without that Terrorize, without the Rolling Thunder, he was safe enough to be able to step up that far. Another smoke coming through with a DD. Understandable. Even holding on to the gem right now is Violet, making sure that he's never going to get caught in that sort of situation once again. He just wants to be able to put a stop to this Lion. He's probably the main target for them, although they do see Nesfear walking underneath this ward, so he can look to go over to the right-hand side if he really wants to. Nice try with a Tumbler's Toy there, and I mean, does he even have a TP available on Nesfear? He's going to need to get the hell out pretty quickly. Luckily for him, he will.
So, I mean, Nemiga are going to have to work out how they're going to be able to crack high ground. I mean, it doesn't matter how far behind you are. If there is this Venge swap into instant Hex, it can get a little bit messy. And you know, Slark is not your high ground siege up.
On the high ground, yeah.
So that is definitely something Nemiga need to be talking about now, and on how they're going to be able to break the high ground. You could just get kill after kill after kill, and maybe it doesn't even matter, but eventually they will just haul themselves up there.
Looks like maybe Roshan is the decision for themselves. You've already had people start TPing down towards the bottom side, and Hellscream maybe even just wants to go for a smoke with Melreen.
Oh, look at the ward. They're going to read it out now, so should be able to get rid of it before a fight breaks out. Vaja was there with the blink ready to go, along with the 2 points in the Ravage, but without many other Nemiga heroes they were going to continue to take, so they will look to smoke. Currently their path is towards Violent in the lane. Blink is up for the Lion.
They don't catch him out in time.
Nice read.
And that would have been huge. Like, there was no way for Panga to join. There was no way for the Willow to join. They would have been in a much safer spot. How many tier 2 items we got so far? Gone pretty greedy on the Radiant side, but Hellscream realizing insane Gossamer Cape value this game against a PA and an Ember Spirit. Probably two of the better heroes. The only thing better I could think of would be a TA.
Doing a really good job to drag this game out. PA without a doubt has caught back up.
Yep.
So this is going to be a pretty good test of the hero. Bought out for the Ag Shard pretty early on. Have to break versus the Tide, but looks like this Roche will go uncontested. Won't be the fastest Roche, won't be the slowest Roche. Do you give the Aegis over to Melreen, or do you give it to Violent?
I'd give it to Violent. Anytime that you're looking to go up onto the high ground, it's always the hero that wants to be doing the bulk of the damage to those tier 3 towers is the one that you want to be focusing it in onto. So he will be picking it up. He's still looking to go into the BKB for himself. Of course, can disassemble the Echo Saber once again if he absolutely needs to. But, I mean, you mentioned the issues that they would have in going up onto the high ground. The way to solve that is to just win a team fight convincingly, not on high ground. So it's this really difficult time that SIBE have to have with, you know, where are we... Oh, poor Valor, sorry. He got the active shot. He doesn't even have mana trade leveled. Oh, man, poor guy. He's not going to get any value out of it at all. But yeah, you just got to win a team fight outside of the base. So then, you know, these big choke point spells do start to come into a lot more effect. I mean, if you hold up inside the base, it just means that A, you're not farming, and B, all the outer towers are going to say bye-bye.
And that they currently are.
The base. I mean, that's a couple of items that they've got. Solar Crest, Kaya-Sange. So at least they've got something to be able to help themselves out a little bit.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It just wears off, so has to be a little bit careful, even going for the Fan of Knives. So seems to be that they want to try and burst this Tide Hunter, but he is not an easy target to be able to take down. Phase Boots, Dragon Scale, Plate Mail. You can get rid of the Kraken Shell, but he is still plenty tanky.
And look at Hellscream's positioning. They're going to have to go the long way around. Otherwise, they'll run into the Dark Willow with a Cliff Ward. And they're going to be able to read this. Sentry laid down too. Valor jumps, but awkward timing.
Ravage.
That's a Ravage from himself, but he's still going to die nonetheless. Meanwhile, inside the base, I mean, they've separated the Slark, but it's not going to matter. Oh, he's going to use his BKB to TP out. Those are not good signs at all. Not what you need to be able to turn the fight as Vaja finds an opportunity with the Ravage onto 2. And of course, the rest of Nemiga will quickly follow up to the high ground, smelling blood in the water. Gonna be able to munch away. Alright. We can go next as Nemiga look very clean and dominant. This should be a full set of barracks. They're probably gonna rotate, cut mid. Maybe chip down this tower as well.
Don't even need to cut mid. I mean, the creeps are already in the base from the bottom side. You can just look to stay up here and look to take the tower. Yeah, a bit of a questionable time to be able to go in there on the PA for sure. I mean, if there was any chance to be able to fight, it was with that first BKB usage, and even had a couple of targets standing next to each other as well. I believe the Enchantress was still broken from the Fan of Knives, so you potentially could have got one more pick off, get some lucky crits, and turn the team fight into your favor, but yeah, just backed off. Okay, if you ever want to know the state of this game, the Dagon on Roger.
Not the Ember. Oh, he might get away, actually. Okay, nice use of the chains.
The Dagon on Roger kind of tells you the story of this game with how Nemiga feel about this one. In their eyes, it's over. 94% win probability, it's 100% when you consider, you know, these sorts of a little bit clowny, right? They're playing a little bit more aggressively than they normally would. They're going a few of these awkward itemizations, and it's all about just balling up and trying to find kills. Might even be at this point a battle of like who's going to be able to KS as many kills as they can.
Let's see who gets this kill. As going to try and target down with the Enchantress. Nice use of the depth shard though. Violent will keep Roger alive. Another turn that needs to come through fast from side to get back inside the base. Still looking for an opportunity for the wall on class. They're making sure they don't group up though. But again, another BKB.
Aegis, man.
Means they don't fight. And yeah, Violent, minute left on the Aegis too.
Not wanting to use any buybacks. I mean, it's not really going to provide them too much utility here. All right, how many kill steals for Roger? I'm saying 2.
Alright. Where'd the start go? Where's the Tide about to go? What is the damage? It might not matter though. Melreen, the drive-by Pango, perfect spell casting, bouncing back onto both the heroes. They're going to try and utilize their buybacks on the high ground defense. They've split up some of the members though. Some class is going to be able to live. Violent does sniff out a raise outside the base. No more remnants for him to work with. So the Atos going to be enable Violent to go to work. Plenty of stacks now for him as well to go back inside the base and try and close this game out.
I don't think there's any try about it. You don't have your position 1, you don't have your position 2, they don't have buyback, and well, you don't have a mid lane of Rax either. Soon to be mega creeps, just 27 minutes in. A little disappointed at no Dagon usage, I'll be honest, but Roger, he was playing for the team very effectively, just making sure to hang on to the side of Vaja. I mentioned before all of the armor values that he has against the Ember Spirit looking to chase up onto you, and Roger just made sure to hold hands with him, make sure he got the full benefit out of that nature's attendance. SVS still a couple of seconds until the BKB. One last fight for them, you'd feel. Ember Spirit just about to come up.
Oh, not Roger. You might not kill him, guys.
Not the Dagon.
You don't even have the finger, and it just sets up for a perfect Ravage.
Ooh.
That is the nail in the coffin. It's a beautiful combo, man, but it doesn't matter. Look clean, look good. But in the end, it's going to be Nemiga with the clean performance from them. Very dominant, no messing around from them. They're going to be able to take game 1 in 28 minutes.
Yes, indeedy, and another PA loss, unfortunately, another Ember Spirit loss. Honestly, this wasn't really like... I don't want to say it wasn't Ember's fault. You obviously had Melreen playing a fantastic game on his Pangolier, but when you're going up against a team like Nemiga that you know are already going to come out of the laning stage in a really good spot, you kind of need to pick something that's able to contest into a lot of this early aggression, and he tried his best on Nesphia to be able to make it happen. They got a couple of kills as a result of it, but it was just way too much that they were ahead, and he was never really able to truly come into this game. Yeah, just this team way, I was like, man, really? I mean, it was a double route, and then they just spend the time having to TP away. I guess with how scary Violent was, it's understandable, but this is the strength of Nemiga. This was the Nemiga people were expecting to see yesterday.
Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, regardless, it doesn't matter what team it is, you're going to need to, especially with games, you're expected to have the advantage, and you still need to perform, and they did so without a doubt here for Nemiga. So what do we even look for in game 2 for SIBE? Because you're potentially going up against one of the favorites. You might be outclassed a little bit, but what do we want to see them kind of change up in regards to maybe the draft?
I really feel like they did not enable Darkseer at all. Like, if you're going to go this Darkseer pick this early on, then you can't just let the Enchantress get through to that point, and you can't give him no one to be able to play around with. Like, Velo, he was good once he was able to pick up that Blink Dagger. It took way too long for them to be able to get to that stage. You know, these are two supports that have a lot of utility once you get to the mid game, but you really saw that Nemiga just didn't let up. 20 deaths across the two supports is kind of
too much.
Yeah, it's way too much for the game. You need to pick something that's much more capable in the laning stage, I feel. You know, I think Undying was banned out, but, you know, you could go something like, I don't know, maybe a Crystal Maiden. Maybe you could look to go for a Dawnbreaker just for the laning stage, considering how strong it is. Just things in that regard.
MVP?
Violent, I'm happy to give it to him.
Yep. Violent, well-deserved performance from the Slark. I mean, you're solo killing the Darkseer as well, keep in mind, inside that lane. So, great showing from him overall. Played very aggressive. And like we said, that kind of 15. Yes, very violently, unlike his looks. But like his name, was catastrophic to SIBE. So, very nicely done from Mr. Violent, the Slark, and the carry as well. And overall, Nemiga, it gives them some confidence too. I know this is, still like we're saying, this is a team that, who knows how the last series loss affected them. They didn't look very good versus NAVI, but at least in this game 1, they looked incredibly dominant versus SIBE. So we'll see what SIBE are going to be able to do, considering this is a elimination series down in the low bracket. So they are now 1 game away from their run in TI-12 qualifiers being shut down. But we'll see if that's going to be the case in game 2, or if they're going to be able to fight back and send us to a game 3. We'll see you guys shortly. Just a quick break. When we come back, we got game 2. Welcome back to the Eastern Europe TI-12 qualifiers. We got a game 2 coming up shortly. Denog was all Nemiga though in game 1. We'll see what SIBE have to do a little bit differently here heading into this next game. Nemiga, they're going to be playing on the Die side with first pick. We got SIBE on the Radiant side with second pick as well.
Get rid of all the early game heroes, man. Like I like the first 2 bans that SIBE have gone for, the Chen and the Nature's Prophet. Get Enchantress out of there. Like it just puts so much extra threat on with a lot of these towers. I can see them wanting to remove the Razor as well, but I mean, we just saw what Melrin was able to do on his Pangolier without really too many cares about having one of his heroes banned out in that first phase. Hellscream's Earth Spirit, of course, is another hero that does need to be respect banned. Is very well.
5 seconds remaining.
Not the mid-Earth Spirit we're going to be worried about?
No, not for this team.
Just the team, huh?
Team ban.
Not just in general?
No.
Okay.
Hero's good, man. It's very, very strong if you're...
That's Cope.
It's not Cope. Brought them all the way to 3rd place. Thank you very much. Talking about Team 070. Put some respect on the name.
Think it was largely because other reasons, but that's okay. Ready to disagree?
Like the Primal. You're able to put it into multiple lanes as well. Melrin and Vaja. So it gives them a little bit of that flex, which is always nice. BKB Piercing Stun. Lane shove, and you can play aggressively. So really ticks all the boxes that the Nemiga are looking for this game in particular.
Is this one of our first Primal games? Maybe we got one. I swear.
Banned.
Yeah. What did they change? Decrease the damage out of polarized slightly. Actually, I got a buff, but nothing crazy.
Let's go Roxro. Give me Ag's Labyrinth back, man. That's what I want.
Oh, dude, don't even. That's probably the biggest thing I want back. It's my dream, dude. Give me Labyrinth.
Did you get all your normie friends into Dota playing it?
Until you make mistakes.
No, I didn't. No, that would actually be a nice little gateway. Yeah, that would be a nice gateway to get them in. They might actually enjoy that. That's a good idea. I'd think about that because they're all.
Well, it's too late now. They can't.
Well, no, it's coming. It's coming back.
It's gone forever.
No, it's not, dude. Why would just add it back in, please?
It's such a fun mode. I really hope they do. That or Steelbreaker, or a new thing, you know? Who knows? We keep asking for old stuff. We asked for Diatide for a long time, and then we came back and we were like, oh yeah, this wasn't actually that great.
What was the Steelbreaker one again?
With a Sand King as the final boss, and it was kind of like Ag's Labyrinth, but it was a bit of a story mode to it.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Around like TI 6 time, I want to say. 6, 7.
Yeah, I remember. Nothing like, at least it doesn't compare to Labyrinth. In the, like,
Didn't have
Labyrinth,
the replay value of Labyrinth.
Yes, exactly right. So, come on, guys, stop messing with me like that. I just want Ag's Labyrinth back. You're gonna take away Arcade. How about you implement your own stuff and put Labyrinth in, and then, dude, we'll be balling out.
Talk a band's about.
I don't know, potentially maybe some of the supports they're looking to pick up. They banned Lycan as well, so maybe just going for some squishy supports in the next couple of picks.
Maybe. Might have been an Enchantress thing, so SIBE are going to get rid of that again, which I like. So this is good. A lot of the strong early game heroes have been removed from the pool by SIBE, and now they're feeling like, okay, we can play Dota. But then you have to go up against a Primal Beast, so it's not all that easy. Treant at least slows things down, so you stem the bleeding a little bit. But now you got to output some damage. You got to make sure that you're making use out of the slows, out of the overgrowth, to be able to set up for a lot of these future combinations.
What do we think though about the Treant Protector into the Primal Beast? I feel like Primal should be pretty good versus
Primal.
Okay. Because I just feel like, I mean, you're not too worried about overgrowth. You're going to get the uproar talent to spell at 15. You can always charge on top of the Treant Protector and get rid of the trees as well. So
no, I'm I'm picking up what you're putting down. Don't worry about that. It's just,
10 seconds
I don't know.
remaining.
I feel like maybe they feel like they're going to be able to get out of the lane in a fine enough spot that it's all okay. Are they going to Huskar on Nemiga just with these picks? Let's give that over with the Willow. They could Leshrac as well and just, you know, false promise him, toss the Bedlam onto him. Could still just be onto the Primal too.
Team pick.
Yep. Well, there's at least a way to address kind of the two do-nothing supports in a way where you don't deal with illusions, so you don't deal with summons. So we're going to get a Lina. So
I wonder what they go here.
Invoke.
Could they consider a Sven maybe on
10
Nemiga?
seconds remaining.
Just because I think you need some sort of cleave to be able to deal with the Beastmaster Hawk in the lane. Has a lot of magic resist, but not too much HP, so cleave can really look to deal with it. And I think you can't wait for some like Battle Fury style hero to be able to make it happen. SIBE Team also is one that plays Lina as the 4 most of the time, by the way. Yes, they can flex it, and you might want to, considering you might be going up against a Primal Beast who's just going to charge it onto you with not too much that you can do about it. So yeah, I'm thinking this is probably going to be Velour playing the 4 Lina. And they do end up going for something that goes into the Battle Fury. And again, like if you can get onto the Lina, the Invoker, and even just for the laning stage, right? If you're going this Call the Wild build, then PA, one of the better position ones at being able to deal with the boars, and they give so much experience if you're able to take them out that it's worthwhile.
5 seconds.
and you're kind of paired with a support that can deal a decent chunk of damage as well with the Oracle. So like if you do get a couple kills early on for Nemiga, that lane can start to snowball out of control.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, if you don't,
game.
yeah, that is true. I mean, Phantom Assassin, Primal Beast as well. So, of course, we saw the Bloodseeker early on versus the PA.
What do you do here? Do you like troll in this sort of situation? It's the PA, it's not horrible. Gets the Primal, it's not horrible. Willow, Oracle can be not so great, but again, what you're focusing on is just getting out of the laning stage in an okay enough spot.
10 seconds remaining.
I think,
Could even be the
I was
Razor.
going to suggest TB. Right? Yeah, sure. I like Razor. Razor vs PA though is, I mean, if you're
That's
really
not what
just
you're
wanting to
picking it
get,
for.
yeah, if you're wanting just to get out of the lane, then sure. But your matchup versus PA as the game goes on is going to feel a little bit awkward.
I'm fine with your TB suggestion as well, but I mean, Primal does deal with it. Willow does deal with it somewhat. Yeah, either would be fine for me. Now, what does Nemiga need? 2 or a 3? Like you're happy enough going up into the Invoker with a Primal Beast, personally. Like you can pick up a BKB nice and early, and again, there really isn't too much that they can do to stop you. Early pop of the BKB, or even just having the Fortune's End to be able to break out of the Overgrowth feels quite nice. Maybe they just need a little bit more like tower pressure, so that's something that they can be looking to consider. Not a bad Timbersaw game.
Yes, I was going to suggest that because I think it's flex to both.
Mm-hmm.
Azure and Melrin.
Dire team ban.
Yeah. Just a rock sturdy offlaner with the Underlord or a builder as well. Would put a lot of pressure on the Primal and Dark Willow to make rotations, but I think you don't particularly mind that as long as the Willow's able to get
10
levels.
seconds remaining. 5 seconds
I'm also just looking at heroes like Doom, for example. If they feel like the lane is going to go strong enough for them. If they do Doom, maybe they, I don't know, do they drow or something? But I don't know how I'd feel about that. Just having 3, I guess it's only 2 ranged cores that are relatively squishy, considering you do have a Treant to be able to protect you. Dawn's Band, yeah, Dawn's Band. Venge, maybe. Just to be able to buff up the PA a little bit further.
What would that be? Avenge Willow lane or potentially Avenge mid?
Venge Willow lane. I don't know. SIBE made it so that they can't just run them over, so they're going for a different strat. I wonder if this is like a little bit of training coming through from Nemiga, right? If we need to win the game fast, do what we did in game 1. If we need to, slow it down a little bit, manipulate, the map a bit better, then let's use game 2 for that.
Must say though, if P gets a good lane, I don't know, this game might just, You are Lina and Invoker are just food for Phantom Assassin. So your Raw does nothing. You're just going to purge it off with False Promise. So you have to make sure that Violent does not get a good start. So whatever that's going to be. I mean, at the moment, are we wanting it to be a Lina or Invoker paired with the Beastmaster? I know you said Lina, they played as a 4,
Probably
but
Lina.
what do you... Okay.
I mean, neither one feels good, but it's just this is what SIBE does, right? So also just with the PA, if you can get into the Ags, another thing that applies to Dispel for the root. Oh, Pango's still in the pool, okay. Another thing for Dispel for the root that both the Beastmaster and the Train are going to be providing, and even just things like Cold Snap as well.
Yeah.
Train, huh? And I suppose you are able to stay away from the Primal Beast. It's a decent enough hero to morph on into.
Yeah, oh, you got a bunch of armor as well, which is kind of nice versus the PA. Crits can still be a decent way to address the armor, but it's going to be difficult for Morphling to get blown up. Definitely will take some time to come online. But a ranged hero with the Train, and honestly, like, can be a relatively strong Elena. It's going to be an off-lane Pango though, so I am always very...
because you're a little bit more capable of securing a lot of those last hits as this Pangolier versus the Primal, specifically into the Morphling lane, right? Like, imagine a Primal Beast walking on forward, trying to get some last hits. You're just going to get Adaptive Striked and your creep denied. So with Vaja, at least he's going to have the Swashbuckle to be able to use that to secure the range creeps, get a lot of his experience, and then use that to progress into an early-ish Rolling Thunder, and then use that to be able to make a lot of these rotations happen. But it's not a bad Tree Protector game, I got to say. To both protect Nesphere, to be able to deal with the Rolling Thunder, to be able to deal with the Primal Beast looking to charge on in, even just Violent, right? Keeping him locked in place prior to the BKB and the Aghanim Scepter. So, and if there was ever a game for a position 5 to pop off and help the rest of his team, this is the one.
Yeah, I feel like then we got to be looking at Roger and how he's being able to utilize the Fortune's End inside some of the team fights. If you get multi-man, purges off or not, and how Melrine even uses the Uproar as well, because that will have a Dispel eventually at the 15 talent. But what do we feel for SIBE overall? Like, with the last pick Morphling and just the current 5-man that they have, do we like the synergy that these heroes are going to have with each other, or do we still feel like Nemiga have the lineup to be able to take this in 2-0 fashion?
I mean, I think Nemiga have the skill to be able to take it in 2-0 fashion, but I feel a lot stronger about SIBE's chances in this game too, just because I don't think they're going to get run over. The lanes might still not go amazingly for them, but I'm still interested to see what this Lina position 4 does as well. Like, what is the reason that Velor likes to keep spamming it out? Is it just for a lot of the burst damage that you might be able to get onto one individual target with the Roar, with the Laguna Blade? Feels like it can do a decent body of work. Clearly, he knows something that we don't. So we'll have to see how he's able to put it into practice.
Yeah, we'll have to see indeed as we do get ourselves underway for our second game. Again, it's Elimination Series, Elimination game as well now for SIBE as well, with their backs against the wall. Got a couple early tips over for Nesphere, so we'll...
There's no GGs called early this time?
Yes, let's hope that is the case. Chat wheel. It's a aggressive smoke though from Nemiga. Pretty good position currently. They might run into Nesphere first. A pop, and they're going to be able to reposition. Not before the Fortune's End, though. What's the fob going to be like? Give him the Morphling, instantly pops the Attribute Shift. He's going to have some team along with the EMP to maybe dissuade Nemiga from going forward. They will be able to drop a ward down on the cliff. Maybe they can look to go once again. I don't know if Dai pinged that out or if it was Radiant that pinged it. And yeah, I think Class knows.
Yeah. Not wanting to get in too deep there. I mean, it's a good attempt, a good scout out as well. I was a little worried that that Trent had already leveled up the Leech Seed instead of the Nature's Grasp to potentially prevent a lot of that aggression onto him, but Leech Seed, very good against any sort of melee core in the lane, so be able to do just fine. Looks like they'll be able to get a 2-for-2 trade here, so nice way for SIBE to be able to start this one off.
What are they gonna do with this crew wave down bottom? Are they gonna try and kill it, or are they gonna body block it?
Body block.
They're gonna body block it. All right. So it does exactly the same thing as what we've been seeing with kind of the Sentry shenanigans under the tier 2 tower.
Nesbitt's going to do his best to cancel it out, but he misses the creep, so unfortunate for him.
Let's see how this lane's going to go as well. We've already seen some Invokers. I must say, the Invoker's been very underwhelming in the games that we've covered.
Yeah, I can see what you're going for with that. I mean, the thing is, with Invoker, you've just got so much damage potential now with the change to the Spirit Vessel, and you also are one of those heroes that have some way of providing the ghost push, right, with the Forged Spirits. The downside, of course, is that you're now going for that build a lot later down the line on... Oh, okay, I thought Erase might have been able to yoink away that planted tree. Valorant's life a little bit more challenging. But yeah, like, remember, you need, like, for the double Forged Spirits, you need 4 points Exort, 4 points Quas, and obviously Quas Wex is the build now for Erase, so it's going to be quite some time until he's able to put some map pressure on from this mid lane.
And the one lane where we're going to be able to see a lot of kill threat is going to be that top side as well. So how aggressive are they going to look to play from Nemiga? Definitely you're going to need that second spell from Roger. But of course, you're going to be worried about some of the spell casting as well from Velo. We're already seeing, you know, the spam of the LSA. Even going for a point in the Fury Soul as well, Fiery Soul.
At 1 point feels like so much value is the thing, right? Like, and as well as a support, you don't exactly have the mana pool to be able to just put multiple points in there. So I think Light Strike Array, even just the 1 point now actually has better value than what it used to in terms of the mana cost. So maybe he's going to look to put more points into the Dragon Slate now with all the buffs it had.
Nice jump from Violent. Exact timing of the LSA. Might not win the man fight. He's got to decide pretty quick, and once he goes back in with the activation of the Fairy Fire, jumps over from the Hawk. It will still connect, but it's not going to be enough damage to also be able to get the kill. So, like you said, Boars give a lot of golden experience. So too do the Hawks as well. But they are lacking some resources now, which is going to be the big issue.
That's fine. They've got a Blightstone finished up. They've got the full magic wand as well. And he's got a, well, he had a flag bearer creep to be able to use the extra regen for. But Roger, he's got plenty of stats just to be able to ferry those ones over to Violent. I mean, even just with that blink strike there, it dodged out the extra use of the axes. So nice little mini plays coming through from them.
Do we think there's going to be as much kill threat down bottom as well? Because I know there will definitely be a lot top, but before we get that action back again, let's speak about bottom. How are we expecting this to go between the two cores?
It really depends on the situation that keeps happening with these trees, right? Hellscream doesn't have a quelling blade, so it's going to be completely up to Vaja to keep these trees cleared out. I think this is just going to be going farming back and forth, right? All Pango wants really is his level 6. All Hellscream wants is his level 6. And, you know, Nessphere just wants to be able to sit there and farm. So right now, the job for the Tree Protector is to make sure that that at least happens, that the Morphling has some sort of capability to play into this game.
Would you say this is then favors Vaja? Because we've often seen offlane Pangos can just get nothing out of a lane. So the fact you're actually going to be able to get a decent amount of farm and experience, that's probably going to be more benefit to him, right?
Oh, for sure. I mean, the thing is, like, you don't exactly have a lot of kill threat. That's the reason why a lot of these Pangos can end up falling off, right? You don't have the same amount of resources to A, shut the lane, or just be survivable in that lane. Because, you know, you're not going a bottle, so you're needing to wait until you get something like the Arcane Boots instead. So it puts him into a much riskier spot.
Dude, what's going on
mid?
mid?
Going in deep. Nothing. Oh, double creep wave, all right. Nicely done by Erase.
Okay.
It's this awkward position to be in, right? Like, Primal Beast can't just walk up to the Invoker. You're always going to get cold snaps. You're always going to get tornadoed. So how are you going to be able to manipulate that? Just don't go to the lane, right? The only important thing for Malrine right now, of course, similar to what's happening down bottom with the Pango, is just picking up that farm, getting onto the level 6 so that you can make some of those rotations towards the side lanes around that first power rune timing. He'll probably have the phase boots at that time as well. He's looking to try and use the fog of war, but yeah, you see that, the cold snap just completely stopping a lot of this aggression.
I'd like that attempt nonetheless, though, from Melrin. It had to be perfect. There was going to be a big opportunity for Erase to be able to disrupt that. But if he got the stun on top of the Crete wave, that would have been a lot of extra damage. I mean, that was pretty much 2 full Crete waves that Erase was going to tank up. So,
yeah.
And pretty much the only time he was going to be able to play aggressive, doesn't get the kill or any damage, but still drags the wave and continues to farm inside the jungle.
Yep. So to me, this seems like, all right, we're wanting to wait for that 6-minute timing. There's no bounty rune for him to be able to play with because it's been... actually, no, he was the one that picked it up, my bad. But it means that you've got the Urn of Shadows picked up on Hellscream, right? You want to make sure that these rotations do happen with the Primal Beast, with his phase boots, and even ferrying a couple of clarities out as well to be able to contest A, this first power rune, and B, to be able to make those next rotations. Even Hellscream on the way. It's going to be able to build up a nice little stack for them. Oh, I mean, could you ask for a better rune than a haste? Straight top.
Oh, he's going to TB top straight away.
See you later, class.
Yeah, that was good knowing you, brother. Melrin's even going to wave him goodbye as well. We get the kill. Will be the dino that gets it as well.
To walk through those range creeps. He wanted it so bad. Might even be in a position to be able to... Oh, can he get a kill on Velo? Is he looking to set up? Good use of the Observer Ward to be able to spot this sort of thing out, but I'm not sure if he wants to just stay here for the next 30 seconds. Oh, Willow interrupted the TP with a nice brambles, so he should know that he knows they're there. More TP's coming in.
This cliff ward, so they're going to see Erase starting to pivot down. And maybe this is getting a little bit too dicey now for Melrin, so is wasting a decent chunk of time. This is pretty much death if he goes for it. Bella's just going to have to be on the mark. Oh, might be able to get it. Yeah, a little bit too early with the LSA. So, all right, it's still going to be a kill nonetheless, but you get the Wisdom Room. Of course, Melrin gets it as well, so some more experience for him. 3 heroes that are drawn over towards this far left side of the map.
Remember, the thing that we were talking about was just making sure Hellscream got into that level 6, right? That's the important thing. Vaja should be fine. Even stopping to be able to taunt him, plant the flag down a little bit. They're having a bit of fun. But yeah, as Hellscream can get up onto an early level 6, is Streak going to be okay? Is Pango going to be okay?
I think, well done. I'll play again. Melrin off the back of the death. Instant TP here to class. And this is what you need to be able to enable a Phantom Assassin, continue to gank his lane, and continue to find the kills for Violent. It's going to be Melrin that finds it with the last second use of the Pulverize. But that means that Violent's top of the net worth.
Does indeed. Power Rune bottom, DD, not the greatest for the Primal Beast anyway, so wouldn't have meant all that much. They're just scouting out if they've made any sort of stacks inside of the Ancient Camp, maybe even going for a backstab here onto Verlor as soon as he reveals himself on that lane.
What are they seeing?
I don't know.
The cliff ward?
Nah, it doesn't go that far.
Yeah, I was gonna... dude, I had no idea how they saw him. Again, dude, class. We're gonna try and TP the Tree Protector in. Even the Invoker as well. Double TP. Out of sight. I mean, that's a lot of commitment. I guess bottom lane, you did get the kill onto Vaja. I think that was, yeah, with the help of Erase as well. So, I mean, dude, Nezra is bodying this lane with that tower and now the kill as well, but it's the side of the map which is the big concern.
I'm kind of surprised with how much farm class still has, though.
Thought there was going to be a bit more, maybe class and with Chain Protector potentially stepping in.
I mean, this has to be the time where you just look to confirm if they've got any sort of vision of you in this sort of area and just yoink away as many of these stacks as possible. I don't think you can afford to wait for the Morphling to look to take them. These are your stacks right now, class. This is your time to be able to put some sort of pressure onto the map, because the pressure is going to be coming your way fairly shortly with Hellscream given all this time in the mid lane. Nice use of the Tornado once again by Erase to be able to disrupt that initiation coming in. They're going to be about to go for a smoke, you would feel. Hellscream's already got one picked up. Maybe they just want to push out one more wave before they look to go for it. They're just getting a bottle refill. There we go. It's a little slower, and it wasn't quite in the vision range, but it's going to be too slow to be able to disrupt the majority of these stacks being taken action.
Dude, Violent split from the team. He went a little bit too early. We'll jump over to the Tree Protector. It's not going to matter, though. So it will be a 1-for-1. But now even Hellscream's stuck at the bottom of the lane. Roger can maybe dissuade them. Still no false promise for them to work with. At least the Fate's Edict's going to mitigate some of the damage. Hellscream can turn if he wants, but the Terrorize actually going to use the Bedlam onto Melry, and that'll probably be enough damage to get the kill onto the tree. Not enough just yet. They're going to knock him on the high ground as well, so Tree will live. And Erase is out of mana. Spellcasting, not much more to follow after those round of spells. So as a Cold Snap to use and an Earn Charge as well, but going to be pretty useless on the Roger once he can purge that off.
Yeah, you really don't like losing your PA for that, right? Violent was just way too deep in that sort of engagement. You had all the tools to be able to take over the triangle area. You took away a bunch of those stacks as well. Melrain looks like he wants to join the rest of the team. Might have actually revealed that they're going for this smoke by walking back into it while he was underneath the vision.
Ooh. Very impressed with the race's early game.
Nice. Yeah. Yes, Tornadoes have been on point.
I know he's still there. Not gonna matter though in the end. They are continuing to try and put pressure on the Beastmaster. They want to make sure that class can not have a free game to farm at all, and the positioning as well from Velo is always going to be difficult. With the Pain Golem and the Dino, that's easily able to get on top of you. They'll jump on both of them. It's Nemiga, just relentless pressure. It's 5 heroes here.
Without too many huge objectives to be able to take. Like, I know it's important to stop the aggressive pressure from the Beastmaster coming out. He's got the Helm Dom, but no Helm of the Overlord anytime soon. But I mean, the thing is, Nesphere is being completely ignored while all this is happening. He's top of the net worth. He's the second most experienced player on this team. And I feel like this isn't the sort of game where you could just leave a Morphling completely solo. He's even walking past a bunch of careers, not wanting to take them out. Like they need to put a little bit more pressure up on this top side. A free kill onto Roger would be nice. Of course, he still has that false promise if he feels like he needs it.
There we go. A little stutter step. Roger, oh man, he's even going to waste more time.
I was thinking he might even TP away, but clearly it feels like he's dead anyway. And he is. I mean, it's wasted time that really doesn't stop anything. Nesphere spent that entire time pushing the wave. You've still got this Helm of the Dominator creep to be able to play around with, providing bonus armor to everyone and soaking up a lot of damage. And now you've even opened up the map a little bit. So again, a much better draft and a much better early game coming through from SIBE.
And they're even going to go bottom off the back of this as well. Dude, everyone's coming through the rift. All right, class actually going to stay. But they will...
kept all of your tier 1 towers as well. On a fit of the tree and protect the raid.
So you brought up before, like, this is not a game where you want to have Nesphere just completely free farming. Do we think if that is the case, and if he does, you know, free farm for the next 10 minutes or so, is this a Morphling game where he can actually put the boys on his back and get them over the finish line?
I think so, just because you've got someone like the Primal Beast. Honestly, anything that gives you extra mobility on Morphling always feels amazing, right? That you hit like a truck if you're able to just get in range. Not the greatest attack range, and you need to use the waveform as like your get out of jail.
Oh, Nesphere. Vaja just baiting him in the tree line. The chain control should be there thanks to Melrain's assistance. Really nicely done for the Pango. Just minor things, but just... You know, previously we've always seen if it was the Pango inside the lane, Nesphere was able to play aggressively. This time it's slightly different with Vaja setting up the trap. And now this tower will end up going down. Roger, run to the tree.
Cheeky has Decor with his Observer Ward named Sentry Ward as well.
True.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Well, they might run into Violent, who had this Battle Fury for a little bit of time. See class, I think smoked even pot from a raise as well. Violent hasn't got a glimpse of him just yet. They're waiting in the trees for him to show.
They know.
I think he pinged him now. Or is he baiting? TPs are coming through. You've got Hellscream on the high ground. Oh, dude, they're all just running forward. What is this? What a bait from Violent once again. And Roger, I mean, it's going to be up to him to cancel some of the TPs. Arrays will make it off the back of the Ghost Walk, Roger. Just a little bit too late. So both the Lina along with Invoker gets out, but Class's game is just completely shut down. 5 deaths for the Beastmaster.
Yeah, 5 deaths Beastmaster, and even Arrays, who's 2-0 and 2, doesn't have the Midas yet. He opted to go for this double brace build just because he's being constantly harassed, constantly dived by the Primal Beast, and Of course, the Spirit Vessel, very standard for the Invoker. You got to start making use out of those charges. You got to make a few more of these rotations towards the Primal Beast before he gets into the BKB. And, well, he's only about 700 gold away from being able to pick that one up. And he's even got a great Healing Lotus to be able to play around with as well. So good luck taking down Melrine.
What do we make of this from Violent? Blade of Alacrity. Is he rushing a Scepter?
Yeah, I would imagine so. Again, the Dispel is going to be a very nice tool to be able to play around with. And, I mean, a lot of players, they would never admit it publicly, but I've heard people say, yeah, sometimes I just don't go a BKB to see how far I can push my limits without it. And I feel like this is the sort of game where he feels like he wants to test himself.
I will say I think the reduced cooldown on Blur feels quite nice with how aggressive you're able to farm across the map. Just means you can... arrays? Dude, really nicely done once again. He's got to start getting kills though. This Invoker's falling behind in the net worth. The kill on Tavaja could really help out. They want the overgrowth when the Rolling Thunder's getting channeled. And they don't even in fact need to use it. Bart's just going to use this one on the retreat.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They do lose a tower.
Nesphere is farming.
Sorry.
That's the thing, right? Like, he's almost level 12. He's 500 gold away from a Manta style. And that's the sort of period of time where you really feel like they might be able to get some work done. They've taken 2 towers at this point. They probably want to try and take mid-tier 1 without the Morphling if possible. And if they're able to do that, then the map is opened up a whole lot more for these additional smokes. You can find people caught out. Like, the last place that you want to TP to is like a mid-tier 2 tower, just because it's so hard to then connect through onto the rest of your team.
Just to update, Yasha completed, in fact, for the PA, so no Scepter. So it's going to be the Manta choice to use that as a Dispel this game.
All right. Can see it working.
Yeah. Again, for Radiant, you're just continuing to find these items. We'll see if it's going to come a little bit too late, though, and how much Nemiga want to continue to put the pressure on. They will lose that nice Absorb Ward. I was able to see in between the tier 1 and the tier 2 tower mid lane. I don't think Array's going to run into... awkward timings. No one else is nearby for Roger, though, to be able to potentially close onto the Invoker. Nonetheless, though, it does give them information that this tier 1 tower is going to easily go for free.
Should have seen him drop coming though now, though, so he's got to be very careful with how late he stays. Again, still working towards that Hand of Midas for himself, so he doesn't want to die before he's able to pick it up. Manta style, though, delivered through to Nesphere. It's going into the Silver Edge, okay. Nice way to be able to take out the PA, I suppose.
Alright, he showed for a split second. I think he's too far away for the tier 2 tower, and yeah, all 4 heroes. Just straight away, Invoker shows they do a quick U-turn. They're able to shut him down. His game, I think he had a really good early game, but we are just not seeing him be able to continue with that momentum that he was able to pick up. The Spirit Vessels gave him nothing. It really just seems like the decision for them is just trying to split up the map as best as they can and get the cores as much farm as possible.
I love that I know it's been a while now, but the quality of life change of Spirit Vessel just getting a charge if you die with 0 charges on it, it means that you're never in this truly hopeless position, you know?
Yeah, it's definitely a nice change. It's always sad to be like, though, you got a Spirit Vessel for dying. Like, you know, at least it's, but it like you said, it's something. It's a nice quality of life. Exactly right. So, again, you've been in 2 minds of whether you want to be fighting or farming now. So this Vessel was good early on, but now all your attention is just trying to get towards that Midas. And well, for Nemiga, they're continuing to try and be active across the map. I mean, dude, Baja has a Lotus Orb, Diffusal as an off-lane Pango. Violent might be in some...
He's going to be very careful here. I mean, the boys are coming from behind, but are they going to be able to catch up to him?
Oh, he jumped in.
The pincer.
All right. I mean, he's got the Manta, so no need to fear about that overgrowth. And Melrine as well. They're going to get a glimpse of where Erase is. But this is just a cat and mouse type of game.
I think this is the sort of game where it's like, there's one hero on side that's always going to be feeling horrible, whether that be Class in the early game with all that focus onto him, whether it be Erase now that he's desperately trying to get into the Midas, but whichever hero gets focused onto fully, the other ones get time to be able to farm. That's why this net worth lead isn't really growing all that much. You've been able to finish up this Helm of the Overlord. You've got a Philosopher's Stone as well for Class to be able to play around with. So he's increasing his net worth somewhat. He's overtaken Melreen on his Primal Beast. And, you know, it also means that now you're going to be able to tilt the scale back in the other way, right? You're going to be pushing this tier 2 tower top with the Primal. It's going to free up a bit more space for Erase to potentially get into that Midas for himself. Fortunately, the meatball will claim 0.
Yeah, I saw that.
So the Midas still 200 gold away. All the while, Violet, despite being that position 1 PA, despite only having the Battle Fury and the Manta, still going to be
Top lane, Baja.
down.
He's actually going to start the fight with the Rolling Thunder. Even gets it bounced back onto Class. A little bit early with the Lotus Orb, it looked like, but still, I mean, they're using a lot to stop the Rolling Thunder, and it means that Melreen will go uncontested, being able to hold Class down. What are we up to? 6 deaths now for the Beastmaster and the T2 tower defender. They didn't get the bottom T2 tower, though.
Yeah, Nesvia made sure to put himself in the way for that one. And it does mean that Erase gets to finally finish up this Midas by pushing out this mid lane, right? So again, someone's dying, but 2 people are farming as a result of it. And I think that's all you can really ask for in SIBE right now. Like, you're going to get to this point where, you know, you're eventually going to have pipe and all that sort of thing. But if I'm seeing an Overgrowth being used onto a Rolling Thunder, it was an early Lotus Orb being used by Vajra as well, obviously wanting to protect himself from the Primal Roar. But you need the Morphling there to be able to actually confirm the kill onto the Pango while he's stuck.
A lot's been going on this top side. As the Cord hiding in the one single tree, then tries to snipe a Corey, survived on 5 health. And, well, looks like they'll go back to try and kill him, but he's going to be able to TP out. Regardless now, Nemiga, like there's an opportunity for them to be able to move inside the pit.
Should be pretty easy now that they've got the... actually, they don't even have the Deso. So PA, level 18, with an Aegis, with a Deso, that's the time where she really feels like she's come online. And, I mean, I know he's gotten a lot more active than Nesvia has, but I wasn't thinking it was like 3 levels worth of active, because Nesvia has just been sitting back and farming this whole time. And despite that, he just has not kept up in terms of farm.
Yeah. I mean, he got the Battle Fury like 13 minutes. Maybe it's just solely that. You're not I don't know how active he's been using the Manta style to push out some of the waves. I mean, you're not going to get experience off the back of that though still, so... We'll see. What can they get out of the Aegis though for Nemiga? You know, Violent has got this Destro coming out. Is this just probably a couple of outer towers, or maybe with a fight you can even consider high ground?
Depends who you catch, right? Like, if you're able to catch Nesvia, then that's basically all of the net worth on this team focused in onto the Morphling. I mean, Invoker's catching up a little bit ever since the Midas, and, you know, you've at least got that base item. Wasn't able to quite...
Did he jump in?
Manta.
Oh, Violent?
Now he's jumped in.
Violent? Dude, what is that damage? And what is that Fate's Edict, man? Violent's gonna go for Velor as well. Meanwhile, he's gonna be worried about his supports, though. He's often acting as a bodyguard to be able to keep them alive, but with him separating away from Roger, doesn't look like it's going to matter too much in the end. That's a great Rolling Thunder from Roger. He's got plenty of boards to bounce back on. Holy crap. Violence damage is really starting to get too much for SIBE to deal with. There's an ultra kill up on the high ground. The crits and cleaves and daggers and jumps. And they're going to call it. They're going to try and tap out. GG, good luck next, Nemiga. I mean, this is without a doubt the performance that... Oh, good luck next. Oh, what's going on there? Violent? I don't know if you could say that. That's kind of...
Maybe we were wrong.
What
maybe
the hell?
A sadistic man with absolutely no mercy. And look at him. He's like, oh, I'm so shy. I didn't mean it, guys. But you know he did. You know that man was out for blood. And, well, he got it. He was a little bit salty about not getting the rampage in that last fight, I think.
Yeah, what'd you say to start the day? This man doesn't look like a violent person, innocent, and then he just... Oh, he's got a bit of spice to him.
Is violent. We found.
Dude, I'm gonna remember that. He needs to keep the performance up. If you're gonna be saying stuff like that, you need to be able to back it up. And he definitely did in this series in particular. But it is still a very long run now for Nemiga. You knocked out one team. Maybe this is gonna give you a lot of confidence, a lot of momentum down in that lower bracket. But you have one shot now, one shot to make it through a lot of people where you got one more series, 1, 2, 3, 4 more series you have to win to even make it in the grand final. So it's a good start. Long way to go though.
It's a good start, long way to go. Felt like they were having fun this time around, you know, and I really don't think that their next opponent in Storm, what a Fate's Edict, is going to be able to... They won't be able to play that same sort of gameplay. Storm weren't perfect, don't get me wrong, but I really feel like they've got that extra layer of experience that they're just not going to allow Nemiga to get away with quite as many of these like full 5-man dives as they did this time around.
Finally, we see the Phantom Assassin work again. It seems like you rotate to his lane, get a couple kills for him. All of a sudden, maybe this hero's not too bad at all. At least the games we've seen Pia have success. That has been what has happened.
See that? 10k damage at the very end. Basically, the only one doing the damage for his entire team. And yeah, who are we giving the MVP to this time around, you reckon?
I don't know.
I think like Marja kept up in farm quite well. I mean, he did die solo to the Morphling, but other than that, I thought he did pretty well.
Yeah, he did pretty well. I was considering Melrine just because I think his rotations enabled everyone.
Give it to Violent. He did a lot of damage, man. As a PA dealing 16k damage, he had second highest kill involvement for his team, which is pretty impressive as a PA.
That's a boring answer, though.
All right, go on then. I'll let you have it, little bro.
Well, I said Melrine. Who wants to give it to a PA,
Melrine,
dude?
Then. Go on.
Nice, Melrine. Let's go. Woo! Woo!
Just because you miss Ag's Labyrinth and I feel bad for you.
His pub name is Qual's Winner Mindset. So
Melrin's is.
Yes, Melrin's is. So we'll see if that continues for him or not. But
I did see some weird ones in the last series. I think
same, yeah.
It's like some spit in my face ones.
I saw that too.
From a few of them.
I'm trying to remember who that was. I don't remember now, but yes,
it was
I did.
Katie.
That's right. Yes, some very interesting in-game names. But regardless of that, let's take a look at the bracket, how we're shaping up now. 2 series into the day. Of course, we have to say goodbye to our second team. So Matreshka early on, and SIBE Team as well. So they're going to face each other, those winners at least, Storm and Nemiga in that 3rd round. But we are continuing on in the lower bracket. Team Sexy up against NAVI Junior. Sexy looked pretty decent yesterday. No joke of a team at all. I mean, it was still they lost to one move, but these weren't horrible games at all. I think game 1 was very impressive from them. So we'll see what Sexy is going to be able to do. NAVI Junior still have not played a series as well so far in the qualifiers.
You got faith in Sexy or Naju?
Naju? I think Sexy. Okay. And then
they're bringing Sexy back. Got it.
They are bringing Sexy back. And I actually don't know how the last series is going to go as well when we look at MoneyMakers versus UALEIKUMNIHAO. So, yeah, I think we got a couple exciting last couple of series for the night. Again, they're all lower bracket series, all elimination series. So today we're going to be able to cut the opposition down by 4. We've already done it in half so far. We've got 2 more series to go. So it should be some very exciting games though nonetheless. And we'll see what we have in store for them as well. Do you think Sexy, they're going to come back? Are they bringing Sexy back, or did NAVI Junior have it?
Yep, Justin Timberlake says they are bringing Sexy back. I have faith in them. And then you got to go for the old MoneyMakers. You got Big Numb, Show Me the Slayer. You got to go for some of the old names. We saw them coming back across the China region, even qualifying all the way through to TI with Azure Ray. And well, let's see if they're able to make an absolute miracle run for themselves. But it's a long run through that lower bracket as the day continues on into that 3rd series of the day. But that is it for you and me. We will be back, though, in a little bit of time for the 3rd series of the day. Have a short break. See you guys soon.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
Welcome, one and all. We are here for some Eastern European Dota. The road to TI continues, and we've gotten rid of the Australians in order to bring you Small Snare and Large Lizard. Bro, what's happening? What's up? What have you made of Eastern European qualifiers so far relative to China?
You literally just complained that your head was getting too big. You cannot call yourself Small Snare afterwards. It's just not possible, okay?
That was off camera. It doesn't count. It doesn't count.
What was the question? How do I feel about what against Snare?
Eastern Europe relative to China from the Dota that we've been witnessing.
It's like two of my favorite regions. Like Western Europe, it's too much. They're too good. It's too methodical. SA, kind of cool, I guess, as well. But Eastern Europe and China, you can always expect like the ultimate strategy coming from China and the ultimate divide coming from Eastern Europe. So I like both of them. They don't compare like neck to neck. They don't really compare very well because it's a different approach to the game. If I was comparing Eastern Europe to someone, I would be comparing them with SEA or SA. Like that's the mentality, you know.
Eastern Europe has certainly already brought us some very fun Dota, and it's going to continue to do so in our upcoming matchup between Team Sexy and NAVI Junior. It's another elimination game, so both of these teams have to come correct. So let's witness the draft, see what new things are cooking. I see Gyrocopter's been led through, so that should just be the automatic first pick, and Team Sexy do indeed go for it. Bro, how does this hero keep getting through in the first phase? How is this possible?
Yeah, interesting. Like a lot of heroes today, even in the last series, we've seen Invoker not being banned out at all. Gyro as well. Yesterday we were casting him and he just completely obliterated a poor team in like, what, 15-16 minutes. You could already see that the game is over. Yeah. But then again, like he's been picked up. And Morphling is still in the pool. I still find him to be a pretty decent answer. I've seen some teams go for a PA. PA that's sometimes having a good time, sometimes not. It all depends on a team, I suppose, at this point. But overall, I think the hero is in a good spot. Just you need to not crumble as a team when you're playing her. If you give her enough time, she will own.
She feels like a trap, though. Like, there's so many games where you will see it look like a decent PA game, and then it doesn't pan out. She's, what, 5-11 right now throughout all the regional qualifiers for TI? I'm still not sure what to make of the hero, especially when there's like gyrocopters, there's still morphlings in the game. I don't know. I feel like I feel like I would like to see her at the end of the draft. Very often we see her early on and that doesn't necessarily pan out for her. Another hero we've been seeing, obviously more, we see this Vengeful Spirit, but going into the next phase, we've been seeing more of this Gyrocopter being paired with Treant Protector. And we didn't see that hero that much, but when we saw it with Gyro yesterday, man, it looked so good. If you're NAVI Junior, should you be trying to snag Tree yourself or maybe ban it away to deny them the combo?
I do love the Treant with Gyro in the lane, after the lane, it's really good. But there's also one combination that's really damn good with this. Man, it's very sexy. It's the IO Gyro. Maybe that's something they can pick up. IO Gyrocopter, just an old school combo. It opens you up perhaps to an Ancient Apparition pickup, but you don't really care that much about that. I don't think so, at least. Instead, Team Sexy for now, what did they ban out? They just banned out a couple of carries, illusion-based cores versus NAVI Junior. And by the way, NAVI Junior got the juice. What do you think?
Best name? Like, the only name in Dota that's better than this is like Toronto, Tokyo. Got the Juice is an incredible gaming name.
I need to take a picture of this Days guy, because I had an old friend, and his nickname was also Days. Like, obviously, he has transitioned into professional gaming, it looks like. At the same time, I think he's like 15 years older, and NAVI Junior makes me feel old. Anyways, Near, to change the topic, what's the next pickup for them? Beastmaster is left in the pool. Do you think it's bad versus Gyro or playable?
I think it's playable, especially if the IO Gyro might come out. Then you at least have a decent lane into that combination. You have a way to also secure a part of the map while IO and Gyro are together in the jungle. I definitely wouldn't mind it, and it sets up for having Venge Beastmaster plus like a hyper carry, like a Morphling or whatever. But they decide for Ember Spirit instead. So Ember, it's an interesting hero because right now Ember's been losing a lot, but it's also the most picked hero overall in the qualifiers. It's probably one of those situations where everybody wants to play him, so as a result, everyone's losing with him as well.
Yes, I believe exactly that. Like you sometimes just have this Embers picked into heroes that aren't good for him. He gets countered a lot on the mid lane. He still does a lot, and I think it's very simple and easy to pick him up. And then you get answered by something like a Sky, you know, and mid laner that you can't really deal with very easily. So overall, I think that Ember, was it necessary to pick him this early on? I don't think so, but if you don't want to show a lot and you just want to pick your mid laner, then it's fine. Then it's okay.
So for Team Sexy, this is where you decide, are we going Legion Commander or are we going some other kind of support to leave the 3 hero till the very end of the draft, or at least later in this phase. Not that much time left in their reserve bank. They've burned through a lot of it to get to this point. And the option, it's going to be Clockwork. All right, I like this. It still opens up space for mid laners that you can pick up. You get like the instant jump. This pairs well with the Skyrat. Now you have this like dual gank duo that doesn't have to involve a real core hero. It's pretty good.
Yeah, sometimes the problem of showing 2 supports like this is it opens... It's pretty much showing everything, so you can pick the offlane accordingly. You see the carry and 2 supports. I really don't think you have to just consider your offlaner for way too long. You know what you're picking into. You just go to your position 3. You're like, yo, bro, what do you want to play? You see what you're playing against, and then just get it for him. At the same time, I feel like they cover a lot of things, these 2, like Skyrat and Clock. You get the initiation, you get the burst damage, is the oldest cookie cutter combo in the game, right? Like you get this cogs into Mystic Flare. There's some ways to play around it if you're Navi. Obviously you have the swap. And then they pick the Ancient. Like, okay. Like, Ancient is full food for Clockwork, by the way. This is like one of those heroes that you really want to be hunting down 24/7 in the game. If you're Team Sexy, like, you're banning out... Wait. So this is going to be a Marcy core. Do you think it's going to be offlane or safe lane? Probably offlane, right?
Yeah. I'm very surprised that they went for AA Avenge. I was about to say that, like, Beast is still in the game, even though they banned Lycan to protect these supports. This is a very free Beastmaster game all of a sudden. Just going to enjoy life. Amazing raw targets as well.
It is. Yeah, like they just picked the Marcy like that. I feel like Beastmaster probably would have been... well, just realistically, I think it's a better pick, but maybe Marcy is something they enjoy playing more, so she does get on top of Gyro easier, and she gives you that burst damage that's necessary to take him down. Pair that with an Ancient Apparition that prevents him from healing, and he usually does have healing items, right? Like, he usually does get some Mask of Madness early, well, Satanic eventually, let's put it that way. Mask of Madness, not necessarily, it's Ag's crit build, right? Always. But... yeah, we'll see. If you're Team Sexy, you're probably banning out the Morphling, right?
10 seconds remaining.
I mean,
is it Morphling or PA that you're more afraid of?
Definitely Morphling. Like, PA... I guess PA can be a bit scary. Like, you have Venge Aura, you've got Sidekick from the Marcy, you've got this AA, like Ice Blast plus Chris from PA, generally tends to kill heroes. But I still think Morphling is scarier to play into. It combos better into the Gyrocopter. You still get all of those buffs from those other heroes. And it's just a more reliable carry hero, just in general in the meta right now. PA still feels, you know, some of these 50-50 heroes. There's games where it looks amazing, and other times you're like, why did we pick this hero in the game?
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, the way I see it is like if you're picking PA, you're picking it. It's decent. Like you get this A as well. You can blow anyone up with a couple of crits. The lane itself versus Beastmaster is good. You're good into Clockwork. You can blink out of the cogs, right? There's a lot of nice things about her. But first, Team Sexy, they need to pick up their mid laner, and they're picking something into the Ember. Like they could go ham now. If they banned out Morphling, they could have picked Viper and be like, yeah, go pick PA or something like that. But what they don't really need anything. Like these 4 heroes already cover pretty much everything you need in the game. The mid laner that they pick right now is just sugar on top. Like you could, in my opinion, pretty much get anything. Like a DK right now you'd be happy with, but maybe not versus a... Okay, they just get another Spirit. Sure, another Playmaker.
I'm fine with the Playmaker. I'm just not fine with it being
Void Spirit.
Yeah.
You'd rather be what, like Puck?
Puck would have been fine. DK, I think DK would have also been fine. Good main lane matchup into the Ember Spirit. But I think Puck would have been a lot better. We've also seen how well Puck can perform with Gyrocopter in the game. So definitely would have loved those two together rather than the Void Spirit.
So is this a Morphling now? It should be, right? Like, the lane itself, like Morphling and AA feel kind of bad. So they opt to go for Troll instead.
Okay. All right, I'm not going to deny a man named Got the Juice. He's definitely got to have the juice, but this does not feel like the easiest troll game in the world. The trolls that we've seen lose games are in situations where it's easy to kite both within and without having BKB active. And this is one of those games. Like you have Clockwork, obviously to interrupt you with Beastmaster when you have BKB on. Without BKB, they just have everything, right? They've got Aether Remnant, they've got Roar, they've got Power Cogs, they even have Homing Missile to keep you away from your targets.
Oh man, these green Volt pets, the wallpaper, the green one, I love it. Reminds me of my home, you know, like all the Slavic homes have weird wallpapers on everywhere. Yeah, I agree with the troll assessment that you just made. I think the hero is in a weird spot at the moment. It can work. They do have some nice things to combo him with. The lane versus Beast should be a bit better than some other heroes. I still feel like a PA might have been easier to play. A little bit harder to kite, like you just mentioned, right? Like with all these BKB piercing abilities and normal kiting abilities. So overall, I have to favor the team that has Beastmaster and Gyro on their side. I feel like it's a bit easier for them, even though I'm not sure. Like you said the same thing. The Void Spirit, I'm not the biggest fan of at the moment. The hero did get nerfed quite a bit, but at the same time, yeah, I think it can work.
Yeah, I mean, it's exactly what you said, that honestly, they could have picked literally whatever in that position. That wouldn't have mattered too much. It was just icing on the cake. So Team Sexy have checked all the lizard boxes. Let us see if they can play out the game to the necessary standard to win one out up against NAVI Junior. It is going to be NAVI Junior's first game in the qualifier so far, as they did begin in the lower bracket. And what is interesting to me, Lizard, is that up until we started Eastern Europe, in NA, only one team in the lower bracket who started lower bracket was able to win any games, and American Goons were able to go all the way top 6. Already here in Eastern Europe, it's happened in our first series where Storm began the seedings in the lower bracket, and they're already winning. So in Eastern Europe, I guess if you don't play the first day, it's a buff for you.
Yeah, we're different than NA, definitely, in many ways. And that's one of those. By the way, did you see the cute hat on Venge?
I did. It was very nice.
Yeah. Anyone else?
One of those party hats, yeah.
Yeah. How do you get that?
I actually don't know. What is this item called?
I'm trying to figure out.
Didn't they still haven't fixed that thing where they removed the inspect button?
Yeah, I can't inspect anything.
Oh no.
Feels bad.
Feels bad, man. We've got to go play the pubs if you want this cosmetic. Someone in the chat will let us know.
Yeah, let's look at these lanes. What do you think? What's going to happen? No one even... They didn't even trade a single hit until the laning stage. Venge and Marcy on bot lane. That's a strong combo. Like minus armor, minus damage, a lot of damage coming from Marcy. 2 stuns that they have to work with. Mid lane should be even, right? Maybe Ember with a slight advantage here.
Yeah, mid should be slightly Ember favored, but should be whatever. Especially the first few waves become so easy for him. Down bottom, if it was any other hero but Clockwork S5, this would be such an easy lane for them, but once Clockwork hits level 2, it can just be that breakup and make sure the combos don't land properly. So, might not be able to get all they want out of this bottom lane, sadly. Tops, you know, they could kill AA. If AA is out of position, AA could die here. Like, there's a lot of damage, there's some slows as well between the Skywrath and the Beastmaster, so I think AA is the one that we have to watch out for being in jeopardy the most.
Yes, and for him it's very important that he doesn't feed way too much. You want to get that level 6 as soon as possible because they will be hunting you down. So getting those levels before Beast is taking your towers would be pretty good for him. So just staying even in the lane. I believe Troll AA is a strong lane, you know. Yes, Sky is dangerous, but if he's out of position he can easily die too.
All about that positioning. Down bottom, this was not expected. The kill ends up happening onto the Gyrocopter. Looks like the creeps grabbed the kill, so no first blood bounty. But nonetheless, Gyrocopter dying first. I did not see that happening down bottom.
Yeah, a lot of damage, like we talked about a little bit earlier between these two. Like this pose and rebound, and then you get on top of that the magic missile with the stun. It's kind of hard to stay alive if you just make one single mistake. It's a kill lane, like Venge and Marcy, that's a lane that's meant to be killing heroes, not farming.
You also did the right thing by making that move happen before the Clockwork level 2, so get yourself the bonus damage.
Oh, top lane Troll.
Top Troll Warlord tanking some damage here, but he should be fine. Down bottom, Clockwork might be in some jeopardy yet again. Day is trying to run him down, but the battery assault will dissuade them from going further. But they're not going to stop trying. As long as they have their spells up, they're going to try and make something happen with these heroes.
Yeah, just a very interesting laning stage overall. I feel that...
We ended up being completely wrong, bro. It's the Venge that ended up going off lane. And the Marcy,
Marcy's the 4?
In this game, yeah. And you know, getting a dispose onto till the end. Till the end, inside Power Cogs right now. A couple more right clicks and PMA is able to get the kill. Does 7 just to have enough damage to find revenge though. PMA falling very, very low. Drops a magic missile at the very last second. Wave of Terror thrown back onto 7 Jesu. Daze doesn't have enough mana to keep this chase going, but does have enough to at least make Gyrocopter reconsider coming back to the lane.
I just love that he didn't run, that he still remained there with almost no HP. He knows he cannot be hurt as long as he has Wave of Terror. He's really tanky too with Bracer and a Raid Band. And yeah, like when you look at the CS, he is the one farming, so gonna get those. I'm not sure what he's gonna buy. Let's see. Usually some core Vengeful Spirits do tend to get an earlier Aghanims. Like maybe some Drum Zags or just instantly going for Ags is good. I think that's the standard build. Like you can build utility, but it's not that impactful as an Ags.
Yep. He might get some bonus gold towards the Ags as they go for some more aggression bottom. They're looking towards till the end. Who's gonna just salve up? Okay, he's heading north. A bit too speedy for them to catch up with. But that does mean Gyrocopter is a bit more isolated in the lane, so they'll take it for now. So far, NAVI Junior off to a fairly decent start. The only lane of theirs that's not going amazingly is like middle, which is sort of just even between this Ember and the Mirage Void Spirit. But even in the early game with an Ember, when you're getting equivalent levels and you can rotate to other kill lanes, you know, you're still happy with how things are going.
I think on both sides you should be fine with mid. It's like you said, even 2 spirits just duking it out. The one perhaps thing is I expect Beastmaster to have a bit more impact earlier on. Especially because he is farming quite freely as well. He's not going to have to recover or anything like that. Also, as he's kind of free to do whatever on top, Skyrat can rotate, so he does exactly that on mid.
What is it that you said the other day, where you were like, Beastmaster either loses his lane and becomes the most farmed anyway, or he wins his lane and stays the most farmed? So
yeah.
Things looking good for the Beastmaster. Mid lane, they're trying to make a jump onto Toshi here, but He's a little bit too tanky here.
Bot
He
lane.
went into the Flame Guard. He's got wand, he's fine. Down bottom though, we have 7 Jesu taking a lot of damage. They were trying to bring down Daze, unable to make it happen. And with the rotation from this Ancient Apparition, looks like the Gyrocopter is the one that's threatened. Right afterwards, PMA drops a magic missile on top of Clockwork, and they're able to get that kill. They do end up losing their Ember Spirit in the mid lane, but to get Gyro and a Clockwork, you'll take it right now.
Yeah, just very unfortunate for the two of them that such a nice rotation happened from Ridis. He just goes in, gives them that extra amount of damage to take down both Gyro and Clock. This bottom lane, Gyro is farming, but it's nowhere near as well as Troll, and he's not having the best time. Ridis though, I think he's dead here. This is the classic AA experience versus Clock.
Yep. Nothing you can do, and they're gonna... Oh, it's a little bit of a mistake. They wanted to give 7 Jesu the kill, so he recovers a bit more in the game, but...
It's him though, he clicked on the twin gate.
Yeah.
He misclicked. It happens. One good thing at least is you have a Gyro, he's gonna recover. It's one of those heroes that does that very well, so even if your lane isn't amazing, just make a couple of stacks for this big boy and he's gonna get back.
What do you think? Another big boy that's farming quite a lot right now. Got the juice on his Troll. Getting a very good start to the game. Should we be looking towards Void Spirit heading to this top lane to try and slow down this Troll a little bit?
Yeah, it all depends on when he rotates, because Void Spirit is already level 7 and he's not interested in rotating. Once Troll hits his level 6, he doesn't have to, but he most likely will have a point for a battle trance, and then a kill is much harder.
They're actually preemptively vacating that lane, got the juice. Heading either towards middle or jungle. Maybe they were trying to find 9 class, but they cannot come across him at all.
Yeah, they had this one dire ward, but they didn't really see where Skyrat was, so... maybe they just wanted to go for a stroll through the park, you know?
I mean, walking is very good for you. Get some exercise, it's important.
It is, get those steps in.
Mid lane, we see them playing around a potential rune here. Sadly, Clockwork steals away the haste on bottom. I can't really chase onto Daze because they know that Ridis and Toshi are on the high ground. So, with no haste rune for any of these spirits, I think we're still going to be waiting for their first rotations.
Yeah, just way too many heroes around. Clockwork. He can... If he rotates and finds one...
Hey, my goodness. That's a lot of damage that came out in a hurry, but Mirage did not end up dissimulating onto the low ground. Well, Astro stepped forward, looking for Daze, but might have gone too far forward right now, as Toshi trying to remnant in both directions, has slides in a second, and the slide should provide enough damage to get the kill. And he's not done just yet. Looking at Mind Cloud.
He has slide, he has slide.
Chains, but he has slide once more, and the slide will get him the double kill. 4-point slide, baby. Get all that bonus damage, and while that's happening, bottom, we end up losing PMA as well. 7 Jesu able to get that kill, but might have given up his own life in the process. As they rotate, got the juice. Ridis is here as well, and the Troll makes this a 4-for-1 affair all across the map. Team Sexy being pushed back.
Yeah, this game from Navi so far is looking pretty damn solid besides the Beast. The Beast is just free farming. Everything else on the map looks good. Like mid lane, Ember, he's finding his farm. Bottom lane, Vengeful Spirit has 20 denies, by the way. It's not even only about the last hits. She's on top of the net worth charts as Vengeful. Yeah. That's not something that you see very often. Already has that Ogre Axe. I guess that's, we'll see, probably for the Aghanims. But... what the most important thing for Navi is that all of the NAVI Junior, is that their supports. AA is 6, Marcy isn't, but A is more important, I would even say at the moment.
I fully agree with that. While AA is busy collecting experience and surviving on the map, Marcy does get picked off. Nice for Mirage there. And speaking of Mirage, what do you make of this build that we're seeing? Straight into the Spirit Vessel, so not stopping over for a Kaya, just immediate Spirit Vessel on a Void Spirit. Have you seen this before?
I have seen a lot of mid laners, any heroes really, rush Spirit Vessel since the changes. I think it's just very good on any single hero. The build-up with the crown is, especially when it was 2 crowns. Right now it's not as good, but it's still pretty damn solid for these universal ones.
Well, Might not get Mirage out of this situation though. Forced to dissimulate, try jump away with the Astral Remnant. Does have the Astral Step available. Still one more, so they don't have the damage to kill him. It's fine.
Top lane, they were thinking about rotating the Gyro in to help out with the tower push, but it seems like he isn't truly necessary. Sky.
Let them know it's chilled. Mid lane, Sky eats one big slide with the double damage rune, almost dies for it, but able to juke away from all this follow-up, but eventually still ends up dead to Toshi. And now with Searing Chains out onto Mirage, he needs to get the hell away from here, but they're gonna chase him to hell and back. Beautiful pushback though. It burns away the mana, but it's not enough to save his life as Mirage gets hit from downtown. The three-pointer from Ridis ensures they find the kill on the Void Spirit.
Yeah, Navi just making all the right moves. And Skyrat, my friend, you have one armor. TPing into an Ember with DD and Orb of Corrosion. Oof. He literally died from 2 hits. Yeah. 2 Sleight of Fists and he's dead. Like that was... That's usually not what you want to see. He does collect his level 6 at least now, so there's that Mystic Flare to work with. And he has a smoke, so what I would expect from them is get this Nefrit together with the Sky. Smoke up, use that roar, kill a target, or maybe wait for his Clockwork level 6, one or the other.
Sadly, they're gonna slowly start losing map control. Tier 1 tower, not long for this world. Toshi just wants to hit it a couple of more times while he can. It's so close to dead. He has the Orb of Corrosion, so he might be able to solo it, and indeed he does. We'll just take it away. And at the same time, his support smoke up behind him. You were mentioning they can go for a raw play. They can also go for a swap magic missile play. So PMA is ready, but sadly for them, Gyrocopter not in position to be easily ganked at the moment.
Yeah, both of these teams, like, Dire kinda not accepting the status quo. They're the ones making moves. Till the end, he might be dead here.
Super dead. Super dead. But he'll take it. If I'm 5 position Clockwork, I'm dying because Gyrocopter gets to live. 4 heroes are around me. Yay, thank you.
No, that's like one of those good deaths, right? Like you break a smoke, you save your carry. It's definitely good. Is he happy about it? Probably not, because he still doesn't have level 6, but there's a huge stack around the Ancients. One of the cores is going to be taking that, so he'll have enough time to soak in the experience either there or somewhere on the map.
They do lose tier 1 bottom though. Got the juice, made a rotation over. And that's pretty much going to be him finishing off his Battle Fury. We'll have it in the next 30 seconds or so. So Team Sexy would love to get a kill before that moment happens, but they're trying to converge onto middle right now. They get the silence out onto Toshi. They miss the Aether Remnant though. The Mystic Flare will still drop down, but they actually can't get the kill. Toshi gets out. To make matters worse, till the end, also missed on the combo from the hook shot. So Ember's cool. He's fine.
Yeah, he's cool, he's fine. They did use A ultis, so they won't have that for a minute to work with, but not really a big thing. Oh, look at that gyro. I guess when you can do this as a carry that didn't really have a good lane, you're still fine, right? Like you just chill, let him farm, let him cook.
Let him cook. So Lizard, we are approaching one of the reasons why I don't like Void Spirit as a hero. We're approaching that mark of the game after you pick up your first item, whether it be Kaya, whether it be Spirit Vessel or whatever, where you have this like period of time up until like just before 20 minutes, where if you're not connecting on any moves, the hero just feels like it falls so flat going into the proper mid game.
I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe there's a little bit of bias there. You can possibly say that for any playmaking mid laner. You just fall off if you don't really connect with all of your moves, and that's true. It does happen, but they have like decided to wait the Helm of Overlord, wait for Gyro to get his first few items and then fight, and I think that's also a nice decision. They don't have to force it way too much at the moment.
Looks like the force is going to be coming from NAVI Junior instead as they smoke up with Toshi and Ridis. They're trying to hunt down Nefrit on his Beastmaster, but he's aware of this. The pings were coming out well in advance. He knew what's happening. He's back up into safety. You would love to see it. They don't catch anybody in the top side of the map.
Yeah, very unfortunate for them, because they even had a ward next to the Twin Gate, like literally. where Beastmaster was, but he was running through the trees, so they couldn't see him.
Radiant are scanning.
While this is all happening, Vengeful Spirit did finish off the full Aghanim Scepter, so you were correct. As usual for these core Avengers, it's going to be the straight-up Ags Rush for her.
Yeah, I think it's a good option. Like, you get 2 lives, suddenly you are free to just swap yourself in, go for that magic missile swap play. You can die and then fight again. So, overall I do like it. I think it's the proper build if you are going core Venge. It's kind of hard to justify, honestly, anything else. Unless you really need some utility item, like you're playing into a Huskar, you need Vessel, or into a Morphling, whatever. I still don't think it's good, but maybe justifiable.
They're thinking about making a move here from NAVI Junior. There's several heroes positioned in the top lane for Team Sexy, and most of them are working underneath an Observe Ward. Will get dewarded now by 9 class, but they can still go for the fight. It's going to be the Clockwork that reveals AA and the Venge.
Nice hook.
The power cogs, but where is the follow-up? The follow-up is being kept at bay by the Ember Spirit, so they kill off the clock. Now they're looking towards bringing down 9 class. He pops the illusion rune to get out of the Ancient Seal like a boss, and immediately, just like that, the fight is not only over, but it's opened up a path to Roshan for NAVI Junior.
Yeah, I just feel that Navi are reading the map better and playing accordingly. This move into the pit, I don't think that you can just let this happen. Lose both of your supports. The scans so far from Team Sexy wasn't really on point, and they might smoke here, but you see what I mean. It's all a bit too late. This kind of a move should have happened the moment Beastmaster connects with Helm of Overlord. Like, he had it for a minute and a half, but they waited. Let's see, maybe they can still make a good fight.
They're gonna try for it. They don't have hookshot for another 2 seconds. It's back online right now till the end. Does he want to jump? Not just yet. They missed the hookshot, but they did catch the grab onto PMA, taking away the first life. But here lays out the Ice Path. The Ice Blast only gonna connect onto Mirage though. And PMA almost losing the illusion life. It's still gonna be alive for now. Whilst NAVI Junior able to eliminate till the end's Clockwork. It's a 1-for-1 offlaner for support. And they still
maybe some more
engaging. Beastmaster's here with his army. Mirage has both steps available. They really are thinking about it, Liz, but I think cooler heads will prevail and they'll back off from Team Sexy.
Yeah, I think that Team Sexy is still strong enough to take these fights. They had Roar, but they split up.
They're still chasing 7 Jesu. They really wanted that kill. I guess they'll settle for getting the Ancients for now, but they really want to fight. They're going to head to the north right now. Rocket Flare scouted out Daze. Ridis and PMA are hidden beneath the smoke, and 9 class will get scouted out. They're going to leave him alone, though, because they want the bigger target. They want Nefrit. They caught him in the trees, and they should be able to find this kill. The swap back onto Troll to protect the life of Got the Juice. Got the Juice does manage to get off the battle trance. Clockwork with the hookshot, not able to get there in time. Will probably end up dead for this one. Would have loved to get the Troll Warlord's life, but instead gives up his own and makes it a double for Got the Juice.
Yeah, and they also ping out the Skyrat, who is TPing now. It's very difficult to say who's right here and who's wrong, because Skyrat was very close to Beastmaster. Beastmaster uses his Roar on Troll. Maybe there's a chance to pick him off with Mystic Flare, but Skyrat just isn't close enough. He's hiding in the trees. Clockwork then goes in. Sky is still hiding. Maybe they should have just bailed and left the Beastmaster die, or maybe they should have all committed. But 2 out of 3 committing, one after another, that doesn't really, yeah. You're always gonna just lose that fight that way.
NAVI Junior just playing a much cleaner game of Dota right now, with a much clearer idea of what they want to accomplish upon the map, and playing cohesively. That's not going to end just yet, because they smoke up yet again. 3 heroes right behind Toshi. He gets into the smoke range as well. And this was not scouted, so whatever they find, it'll just be a free kill if they can get it. They come across Mirage. They get out the roots before the Astral Step. So that enables the very easy jump and kill. Void Spirit gone for 40 seconds. NAVI Junior just playing this map like a fiddle right now.
Yeah, and he literally just stood up on one of his legs. You know, he leaned in for the Astral Step, and then he got cancelled. Well, what can you do? He dies there. They're just playing the map, like you said, faster. They're making pickoffs. They're farming better. Troll is now 2.3k ahead of the Gyrocopter. I feel like that shouldn't be happening. Your Gyro should be in front at least a little bit.
Yeah. Well, NAVI Junior, they're out here against Team Sexy. So far, only 2 teams in the regional qualifiers have won as being entrants from the lower bracket. They're trying to make it 3 at the moment with how they're playing this map. And Tier 2 tower in the bottom lane is getting sieged on. And I think this should go down. There's a Siege Dragon, there's a Vengeful Spirit nearby, and there's absolutely no defense from Team Sexy.
No, they're not even thinking about it. Beastmaster is on top lane still. He's more about just farming up, moving towards his BKB. I don't know, I feel like they had this moment in time in which Beastmaster hits that Overlord and he's really strong, but they didn't really utilize it. And now they're on the back foot, they're playing versus Aegis, so fighting is probably not the smartest option anyway any longer.
I mean, we never saw it a single time this game, right? The classic roar into Skarath Mage ult.
Did we see?
Not how they've been giving it over the kills.
We saw one combo of hookshot into Skyward Mage, right? And that's it.
Yeah.
We didn't see the roar, yeah. By the way, 9 class, he has this Russian appendix to his name. It's also 9 class in Russian, but what is it? Is it like school? Is he in school? That's why he's NAVI Junior, like 9th class in the school, 9th year of elementary.
9th year of being a NAVI Junior. He's been training for this his whole life.
Yeah.
If it's 9th class, doesn't that become 81 class squared?
It does, doesn't it? Sure. He's been in school for 81 years.
There's always more to learn, you know? Always a little bit more to learn. One more thing.
Yeah, you learn while you're alive, that's it.
6-17, a lot of kills for NAVI Junior. They're still getting a lot of farm on this gyrocopter, to be fair. 7 Jesu is about to round the corner towards getting Chrysalis. He's gotten now the BKB. And for many, many years, you've been around the block. How many games have you seen in your life where the team that has gyrocopter is struggling up until the point he gets BKB and then they dominate the next fight?
It's very often. But one thing needs to be said is he doesn't have a crit yet, so he's gonna have it in a couple of minutes, don't get me wrong. It's not really the most expensive item, but with the BKB and Axe, he has a lot of sustainability. He's still playing into an Ancient Apparition, so that sustain, just put it 50%. It's not what it usually is. Until he gets his crit, he might not be as scary.
Middle tower is under attack.
Did you see that win probability? It says 17% just now for Team Sexy. Guaranteed they win now. GG. Game's automatically over.
Mirage. Easy dodge. Yeah, the moment they show that 17%, he actually survives, moves away.
The buff is coming. Sadly, there's also quite a few buffs emerging for NAVI Junior. They just got a BKB for days on his Marcy. So now you're spending more time alive in the fight, giving that sidekick over towards the Troll Warlord, I imagine. Either him or Toshi in the meantime. Just feels so strong. They're actually going to smoke up. They're going to go hunt Nefrit in the top lane. He's been very good about dodging these ganks so far in this game. Only suffered the 1 death. Let's see if he'll be so lucky this time around.
Yeah, I believe that in this whole 10, out of these whole 10 players, Nefrit has the most experience in Dota. It's one of those old school, not super old school, but older EU, Eastern European players.
Ooh, look at Mirage. He TPs onto the outpost very aggressively to jabait them into a fight potentially.
Pause.
There was a pause from PMA. Oh no, Daze is lagging. Oh my god. What a time to be alive. So let's take stock of this fight. We have a homing missile flying out towards Riddis. There's a cooldown that's going to connect on both Toshi and Daze. And we are about to have PMA. Will they be able to burst him? I don't think PMA gets bursted just yet. He's still too tanky. So let's see how this fight goes.
They have Atos, they'll have Ancient Seal and Mystic Flare on him.
Alright, let's see. They throw all of it down. still alive, will be able to survive going into the rest of the gyro spells. And look at this, Clockwork opening up space by breaking up the hookshot, but setting up for the AA ult to land on the two with the beautiful steering chains to hold them in position. The BKB from Gyrocopter just ended before that moment. So Ridus gets the full connection, the rest of his team gets the full damage, and NAVI Junior wins the full fight. 4 for 1 in that fight, and it is perfect for them.
Yeah, I think one problem for Team Sexy is that everything was used a little bit too early and the big spells were used on Venge. She doesn't have 2 lives, she has 4 lives if you have buyback. She died once, then she got the Spirit, right? And then as Spirit was about to die, he buybacks, so he's pretty much buying back in the spot where the Spirit is, rejoins the fight. Really nicely done by Navi, kinda clean to be honest. It looked like they had a much higher advantage in that fight.
Also in retrospect, Clockwork, very bad luck for him. He finds 2 hero power cogs, but it's Marcy and Ember Spirit, the 2 heroes that don't care about cogs. They just escape almost immediately. And they just close in on the gyro, close in on Void Spirit. Man, game is very, very hard right now.
Yeah, it looks like they might be smoking here. They have that crit to work with on gyro. Basically what they're thinking is the Trosh is respawning. They don't want to let it go for free again.
Yeah. Big man's only up in 90 seconds, and it's a troll that's gonna break the smoke. Got the juice. He opens it up. He does get A-tossed and Mystic Blade for his troubles, but the swap back will be there for his safety. And now they want to re-engage. They miss with the rebound, and there will be a primal roll onto Daze. Daze ends up dead to the flag cannon homing missile and the call down damage. Now Gyrocopter gets swapped into the fight, but he still has BKB ready to go. They've already killed the first illusion, or the first life rather. The illusion should
got the juice.
We see now got the juice. He's realizing that he's going to be out of protection and forced back onto the high ground here. Toshi also has his BKB expire on the left side of the fight. So they're going to have to back off on NAVI Junior, as it is 2 for 1. Toshi, nice little dodge there on the homing missile. Will still cop an Ancient Seal, but they don't really have tools to catch him here. So he should be fine for now. Mirage, though, chooses to keep the chase going. Has Aether Remnant up in a moment, misses it, though. Toshi doesn't have a safety remnant to jump to. That's very close by just yet. We'll still get Atos. The silences out onto him. They really want this kill, and Lizard, they are gonna find it. Bringing down this Ember Spirit, getting some revenge for their squad, and now keeping themselves in contention to find this Roshan when he does eventually respawn.
Really nicely done. Nice play from them. And this Ember, he just could never use the remnant that he left behind, as there was an Aether remnant on top of that remnant waiting for him just in case he goes back. Plus the Beastmaster was around. Yeah, luckily for Navi, Rosh isn't respawning just yet. It is respawning right now. But let's see if Team Sexy actually scouts it. They do. They have a boar inside the pit.
It's quite a long time without Ember. 25 seconds. He does not have buyback. They have level 4 in a Beast Aura. They've got Gyrocopter damage. They've got a Medallion, or it's a full Solar Crest actually for 9 class. So this Roche definitely going to get taken away.
It still feels like Team Sexy, they just needed that one cohesive fight where everyone is kind of on the same page of how it should happen and how it should go. And they instantly lower the lead. They're not in full control by any stretch, but the game is much, much easier for them now. They don't have to worry about Gyrocopter just dying to Frost Blast.
Yeah. 2.7k HP, very, very tanky. Down bottom though, NAVI Junior making sure they still get something out of this map, taking away half the HP on the tier 3 tower. Fell very low very quickly, so Team Sexy will have to make sure they keep these waves pushed out so something like that does not happen again.
Some good thing that NAVI Junior was doing is while Roche was being taken, they made sure all the lanes are out pushed, so they can force them back like that. Like strategically, they're still playing the game really damn well. The execution of that last fight wasn't really on point.
How do things look if we extend the duration of this game, like into the late game? Who has the advantage then?
I still feel it might be a bit better for Navi, but I'm not 100% sure. Like you have this troll who's eventually going to be able to get on top of Gyro. You have Venge that's gonna scale. Even this Marcy will be scaling, and no matter how big you become, Ancient Apparition is always a problem.
got a very nice scan out onto the NAVI Junior heroes, so Team Sexy know exactly what's up. They use this gyrocopter to break any potential smokes, knowing that he's practically immortal. But also in doing so, it sadly scares NAVI Junior away. They realize that the enemy team knows where they are, they don't want to take this fight. And that'll deny Team Sexy an opportunity to make a jump.
Yeah, the gyro with 3 more minutes of Aegis. Probably the easiest one to break smokes with. He now has a Silver Edge completed too. A ton of damage will be dished out by him. Is there any
Silver Edge relative to getting just straight Daedalus this game?
I think straight Daedalus would have been fine too. There's a couple of passives that you can deal with on NAVI Junior's side, so looking at it from that perspective, Silver Edge is also okay. And I see more and more players just go for Silver Edge. You know what, like, I feel that Silver Edge right now is picked up the most on Gyro when he's playing into PA, and he's playing into PA a lot. And then players just get used to the item and they go for it regardless.
That happens so often in Dota, honestly. You get used to a particular itemization route and you're like, meh, whatever. That's how
it truly does happen very often. It's like you see one single item, you kind of like it, you want to go for it because it's good in the current patch or versus a current hero that's played a lot, and then you just continue picking it no matter what. Continue building the item, that is.
All right, let's check this out, fam. I have this feeling that if they lose the next fight for NAVI Junior, the game is just done. I have this weird feeling, man. I think we're getting to that critical point where Gyro just can't just fully take over the game. If they can still kill him in the next fight, then it's a different story. But if he survives the next engagement,
got the juice.
Troll gets jumped on, got the juice. Don't have enough damage to kill him off just yet. He has a bit too much juice at the moment, but his Satanic is only able to right-click onto one target. So that means they have to back. They have to probably forfeit the tier 2. But they're gonna smoke back here, Liz. They're looking for a wraparound. I don't know about this engagement. All of Team Sexy are beautifully positioned on the high ground right now.
Yeah, let's see. He's about to be the menace, walking uphill.
Smokes will be broken. They're gonna jump. They will find some of these heroes first. Mindfloss about to die, and he's the first casualty of this fight. Gyrocopter in the meantime, able to close the gap onto Got the Juice Troll, but Got the Juice gets off the Battletrons, and with the help of the Ice Blast is able to eviscerate these Radiant heroes. They're going onto the Beastmaster. They kill him off. We see that Zeman Zetsu finally comes back, but he doesn't have BKB, doesn't have any allies, and now he doesn't have any health. He's killed off, leaving Mirage to fend for himself. Mirage, at the very least, does have tools to escape here. One more Dissimulate, has a moment until he gets another Astral Step, but he gets bashed by Got the Juice. Eventually, the Astral Step does get him out of trouble.
Yeah, he still has Cheese, he has Vessel. They're probably not gonna catch him. This man drank his juice and he was a menace in that last fight. So what are your predictions now, Snare? They lost the fight convincingly. Is it anyone's game now, or is it NAVI Juniors completely?
NAVI Junior, if they have one more fight like that, the game is auto.
Okay, I see. No, the fight looked really good for me. For Team Sexy, that is. Gyro was kind of in a decent position. He was on high ground, just flat cannoning everything. He had that Aegis for 50 more seconds. I feel that the supports on the side of Team Sexy just didn't do too much in this last fight, unfortunately for them. But that's the life of a Skyrat, right? Like, eventually you're just this. If you don't have any mobility, you're gonna use all your spells and then just die in a single as collateral damage, basically.
Yeah. Sadly, he couldn't even get off any spells, right? He was the first person dead in that fight.
Yeah.
And that just... Not only was he the first one dead, the magic missile bounced from him onto Clockwork. So the person who's supposed to counter-initiate was delayed by a second and a half.
Yep.
The person who's supposed to drop the magic damage dies immediately. So... Honestly, I'm surprised that Team Sexy got anything out of that fight. It's just because of how strong this Gyrocopter is that they got even a single kill, in my opinion.
Yeah, and the hookshot in the end was decent-ish. It did break Troll's BKB for a bit. Like, he kept him controlled, so overall wasn't that bad. It looks like they might lose their Tormentor though. Let's see.
Yep. Very
Torment-
much a tier 2, but no, NAVI Junior is going for a tier 3. They could care less about the Aghanim shot.
Radiant structures are fortified.
This is
Sidekick damage. Are they gonna get this? They really want to. But they get the Mystic Flare out onto the Troll, but only at half HP. Still fine for now.
yeah, he's got that Satanic. They don't even bother swapping him any longer. Like Mystic Flare just isn't doing quite a lot to him.
Are scanning.
They have Glimmer Cape as well to help out. That push on the high ground was really smart because it forces Navi to go back completely. They forfeit map control. They need to just kind of stand in the base and poke the troll until he's forced to go back.
The whole full retreat from Team Sexy. They are now waiting for the next Roche to determine where they can play on the map.
Look at this. I love that the juniors know the basics, like standing on the triangle, creep skipping mid and top, not allowing Team Sexy to get anything. Like they know we have a solid advantage, but we don't have to really push it. We don't have to maybe throw the game by going ham, but it looks like they will go ham now.
I mean, the tier 3 is almost dead, right? They are about to pick it up, but before they do, Got the Juice did get brought in by the Aether Remnant. Sadly, it's not enough, and they get the tier 3 tower. 7 Jesu did just pick up a butterfly right before this fight broke out, so this hero, if he's allowed to sit there and hit you, he can be very, very strong. There's no MKBs in the enemy team, there's no Revenant's brooches, so you get the full evasion no matter what right now.
Yeah, they're smoking up. Troll and Marcy will break it.
They do indeed. BKB popped by the Marcy so she can jump back in. They find 9+ and they should be able to kill off the Skywrath Mage. There's a call down from 7 Jesu with his BKB going, but he gets bashed up. There will be a primal roll though that goes on to Got the Juice, but it's not enough damage to kill him during that stun duration. Gets off the Battletrons, turns onto Gyro, kills him off. They've also removed the Beastmaster from the fray as well. NAVI Junior, they do lose 3 in the process. There's still an unimaginable amount of damage coming from this Gyrocopter. 8.5k from him.
It's insane.
And him alone pretty much makes sure that Navi can't push the high ground.
Yeah, you just don't see any damage. Like next to his bar, there's nothing. Even the Void Spirit dealt just a fraction of what Gyro did. Like if you're Team Sexy, just make sure that your Gyro is protected. That's all you gotta do. But it's much, much easier said than done as everyone goes on top of him. The Marcy, the Vengeful, there's so much mobility. Even the Troll is building towards the Swift Link. And the heroes that are supposed to protect him or maybe use their items on him die way too fast. Skywrath again died without using anything. He bought back instantly, but...
Radiant's top barracks are under Radiant's top barracks.
You can buy back all you want, but if you don't have like some blink, some force stuff, actually getting to the fight is practically impossible. And now they're going to try and force through this lane of racks. There's no buyback on the Gyrocopter. They don't know that, but the opportunity will still avail itself. They get the lane of racks on the top side of the map. Roshan will be respawning very, very shortly. He's going to be on Dire side as well. So if they stick the course, yeah, and they have an idea, AA is TPing to the outpost, they should be able to find this Roshan very shortly.
Straight up, Ancient Apparition Ridis. Okay, will he go away? He's got that Ice Vortex at least in the pit, but Clock will be the first one that scouts it out.
They ping it out now though. They know what's up, they're prepared. They also know that the fight is coming though from Team Sexy, so if Team Sexy lose this fight, might as well call GG, because then the game is just over.
Yeah, pretty much.
How they approach.
This is that fight. This is that fight. They're smoked in.
Uh-oh, they're all in a choke point here, Lizard. They find Nefrit first and foremost. Do they have the way to kill him before the fight really gets going? 7 Jesu, he's swapped into the middle of all the Navi heroes. Ice Blast catches him, but a beautiful hook shot with the power cards opens up space for him to escape. Beastmaster won't be so lucky though, as he ends up dead on the left side of the fight. Still though, NAVI Junior will sacrifice Daze's life to make that happen. Buy back immediately on the Marcy, and so do the Team Sexy heroes. We still have a 10v10 fight.
Yeah, Daze, he just pops his ulti, pops the BKB, blinks on top of Beastmaster. He's got some personal beef with him. He wants to eliminate the Beast as fast as possible. Gyro this time around at least survives, which was massive, but it did force him to leave the fight, and it gave enough time for Age Senshis to be picked up. 9 class?
Coming back for this though, 9 class he bought back, so he can't afford to die once more. They will be able to catch him with the rebound, but there's the Void Spirit going directly onto Daze, forcing a dieback out of the Marcy, but they got the freeze, they got 7 Jesu, they've killed him off. He does have buyback, but he can't come back into this fight right now. Mirage gonna try and escape, dissimulate, will dodge the magic missile, and he Astro steps before the swap can come in. He should be A-okay here.
There's a swap.
Everything. Okay, he's fine. Too far away right now.
Yeah, I love how Vengeful tried to swap him like 2-3 times in that chase. Couldn't get on top of him. And this apparition truly is like, obviously it's just an AA. He's just using Frost Blast, Ice Blast that is, right? But that's the reason why it's so easy for them to take down the Gyro in every single fight. Ice Blasts were on point, they always connect on Gyro. He can't not just stand there and pew pew. And so far in every game that I've seen Gyro win, he was enabled to do exactly that.
Yeah. PMA getting the stun out, it bounces forward. They got back 9 class as well. This should be a quick, easy kill, and it's a dieback on the Skyrath Mage. Tier 3 tower is gonna fall right now. The lane of Rax is in jeopardy with 2 Siege Wagons and a Troll Warlord beating on these buildings. There's absolutely no way they keep either of them alive. And they're gonna go for the Jugular. They're going for more. They want the full Megas. Still have this Vengeance Aura. We still have Troll with an Aegis. We get a swap back. Actually, PMA trying to force the fight to happen, but they do manage to keep Nefrit alive. So a little bit overzealous right now from PMA. At the same time, till the end, able to find a
Gyro buybacks.
Got the juice. 7 Jesu buys back. He really wants to try and pursue this fight. He goes in with the BKB. They kill off PMA. That's gonna be a dieback onto.
Oh, the swap.
But he swaps back the Gyrocopter just as the BKB is about to end. They're keeping him right in front of the Troll, and the Troll and Ember Spirit will kill him off. That's a dieback on Gyrocopter. Mirage is gonna die as well to Toshi. And that's going to be the game. GG, well played is called. Team Sexy throw in the towel. And NAVI get themselves the W in game 1.
That's your GG, they call it. Well, a nice game overall. I feel that NAVI have demonstrated that they have a grasp on the game, maybe a little bit better when it comes to what they should be doing after the laning stage, like around the rush pit, how they should be moving. Maybe it's one of those games. Okay, like usually I would say, if you are winning the lanes, then the rotations afterwards become easier, right? Because they are easier. It's just much easier to do everything. However, the lanes did go all right for them, but they had a really big Beastmaster on the other side. They just didn't utilize it early enough. I feel like that's a problem. If you remember the first stages, it was pretty much dropped because they got picked off like 2 or 3 heroes while Beastmaster just got the Overlord helmet like a minute ago. They just didn't utilize it. They didn't make a play with it, so the play came to them.
Yep.
They still did have a couple of good fights. They did get this Aegis eventually on Gyro. I'm not sure like just exactly how they could have done better at this point in the game, because like earlier in the game it was much easier for them to take control. At this point there's just way too many things on NAVI, way too many heroes that get on top of this Gyrocopter. Maybe they needed some more mobility for him to be able to get in and out of fights easier.
Yeah, they don't have like the easy swap back, right? I guess at that point in the game their win condition is, can we kill Troll Warlord in the duration of Primal Roar with Aether Remnant dragback? If we can, we win the fight. If we can't, we guaranteed lose the fight, because they just reposition themselves with this Venge. They've got the Samarsi to run interruption, this AA Ice Blast, the Ember Spirit's also willing to dive in and just prolong the fight. That's all he has to do. Yeah. He knows as long as they ensure that the Satanic and or Battletrons comes out, Troll Warlord win the engagement. Yeah. Just better play from NAVI Junior, I guess.
No, for sure. I think that Vengeful, or I feel like in most of the games that we have watched recently in Chinese region and here, the team that has some sort of a save or repositioning seems to be taking 90% of team fights. Like it's just so much easier for them to get initiated on or initiate, right? Because let's say Troll is just sitting in front. It doesn't matter if they go on him. You can just still just swap him out and that's it. If I don't know, a Gyro goes in front, he's just goddamn dead in a second, right? They jump him with A ulti and he's gone. There's no saves. You can force staff him perhaps, but that's not gonna rescue him from ticking down to Ice Blast later on.
Yep. Another great thing about what Reddit did in this game, had Ice Vortex to enable damage output from the rest of his cores. And I think, honestly, looking at this game, Liz, we should probably put a bit of respect on Toshi's name.
Yeah.
Like, Toshi played really, really well. Definitely my MVP, not just for the great score that he racked up, but his understanding of who his targets were. Like, you mentioned it as well. Towards the end of the game, Skywrath Mage just could not play Dota, and that's in large measure because Toshi's like, if I spend my entire BKB killing Skywrath Mage, I have accomplished a good thing in the fight and making it impossible for them to turn around on us. And he did that just over and over and over again. These fights looked so clean from them because of how good his jump was initially.
Yeah, for sure. He spends the BKB on Skyrat, and then he can do whatever he wants. Afterwards, he had teammates that followed him up as well, like Marcy jumping in with him. All his rotations early on were good, getting that Gleipnir for some extra control. No, definitely, I did like his playstyle quite a bit, and still keep in mind that this was not first phase anymore, but kinda first phase Ember, right? It was the second pick for that team.
Yeah. Very early pick came from this Ember Spirit. It ended up being very successful for the side of NAVI Junior, and they are now in pole position to win out this series 2-0 and be only the third team in the overall qualifiers to win when starting from the lower bracket. Of course, Team Sexy still have an opportunity to make this 1-1, so let's figure out if they have what it takes to make the comeback after a small break when we have Game 2 of Team Sexy versus NAVI Junior. Welcome one and all here for some more Dota 2 action as the road to TI continues for Eastern Europe with NAVI Junior taking game 1 off of Team Sexy. And honestly, Lizard, we were talking about it a little bit during the break. NAVI Junior feel like they're at least, maybe not a full tier ahead, but at least a gear up from what Team Sexy has to offer right now.
I think they can still take the game. You know, we were a little bit pessimistic in the downtime. We were talking about this being a quick 2-0 probably. I don't know. Team Sexy, I think they can take it. I think if they just if they just go all together, get some new draft, perhaps don't first phase the gyro, or if they first phase the gyro, they get a better supporting combo with him. Like if you're going for gyro, get some whatever that can bail him out of problems. Like you were talking about the Treant. I love the Treant. Get that big boy in, get that log in the game. Just cast living armor on the on that gyro all the time. It's gonna do more than a Skyrat that perhaps might have a good early game, which he didn't. It's gonna do more than that hero, right? Like eventually overgrowth, living armor, swap from Venge position 5, anything like that. IO, get the Wisp gyro combo. Come on. Like what's up with these?
You're gonna pick Clock Skyrath and Beastmaster and you're not spending 15 minutes just running around the map killing heroes, you might as well just play the full 4% one, right? Just put all the eggs in the gyro basket, make him as big as possible. Like you say, give him some saves, give him some buff ups, have him be the one to carry your game at the end. And also, for the love of God, Lizard, don't pick Void Spirit, man. I don't think you and I have ever been in the same room, hell, even in the same lobby and seen a Void Spirit win a game of Dota.
Come on, don't be that harsh. I think the man's build was also actually good. I didn't mind the Vessel at all. I know there's going to be some haters when it comes to that item, but he was playing into a troll. I feel like it had its uses. It's just that the cohesion in the team wasn't there. That's the only problem for me. Once they started making plays together, and they started winning team fights, but those plays, I shouldn't say plays, it was a singular, one play. They made one single play together and it worked out.
Yep. We'll see what kind of draft they can concoct to enable themselves to make plays going into game 2. As they had themselves second pick, they banned out Broodmother, Ember Spirit, Pango, as well as the Marcy, whilst NAVI Junior, with their first pick, removed Dawnbreaker, Nature's Prophet, as well as Grimstroke. So they're not afraid of any of the heroes Team Sexy brought to bear. They get themselves the Invoker. We've mostly seen this hero in Eastern Europe being played mid, but of course we did see it in China being played position 5 sometimes. So here's the thing, right? And I mentioned this the one game we saw of Invoker versus Void Spirit. Void Spirit is legitimately one of the worst matchups for Invoker. It's really bad for this hero, but that was also in the last patch. I'm not sure if it transposes over into this patch. And also Void Spirit is still a bad hero overall. So is the mismatch that positive to risk going first pick Void Spirit overall?
Well, Invoker isn't picked very often because he's banned all the time, but I feel like that he's in a much better spot, that he kind of offsets any advantage that Void Spirit had in the past. I think that Invoker as well at the moment might be a bit better. I'm not sure because he's very I feel that he's kind of EMP centered early on, and Void Spirit can dodge that easily. So maybe there are some nice things to be said about that. But look at that, Navi, they go with the TA and Venge. They're showing all 3 cores, it seems like. It could be a Venge support, but I do think that this should be all 3 cores for them. Which team played position 4 Invoker? Remember when we cast it together? It was Invoker versus Queen of Pain.
Yeah, it was Azure Ray. Azure Ray. It was pos 5. Tian Ming was the one playing the Invoker.
Position 5 even. So that's also an option maybe for them. If they were watching the Chinese region, maybe they will copy that.
I like the idea of having this Invoker eventually being able to give Alacrity towards TA. That's an absurd amount of damage. She already has Vengeful Spirit to back her up as well, so that feels good.
Oof. You're picking Darks here before banning out Enchantress, Oracle, anything like that. You're just calling for problems, asking for them. You could go for some like Earth Spirit or a Spirit Breaker now. Like with the Darks here, instead they go with a Monkey. I mean, their draft isn't bad overall. there are some nice combos. The lanes should be fine. Whatever you put, whatever tanky 4 you put with Darkseer, like a Nyx Assassin would also be pretty solid. But if you're NAVI Junior right now, you should be picking one or the other. Enchantress or the Oracle. I feel like that's a no-brainer pick here.
I think Oracle's even better, because then you get Fate's Edict into Ancient Apparition. So that feels really, really good for this game. So Oracle would be amazing. If they pick Ench, I guess the idea is that you play not just into the Darkseer lane, but you can play a little bit faster to muscle Monkey King out of his side of the map sooner than normal. Either or, I'm fully with you. Like, both of those heroes feel very, very good. And for Team Sexy, you know, you can see it's one of these drafts. Have you ever had those games where your team is trying to come up with a good combo, right? And now you're like, guys, we're going to get Vacuum into Ice Blast, Boundless Strike on top of it. Void Spirit's going to Astro Step through all of them with Resonant Pulse. Man, that sounds so good on paper, but the execution to pull all of this off, not going to be easy. Does get a little bit easier now that they don't pick Axel. There's a perk, so, you know, you get an additional lease on life.
Yeah, I'm just interested in the way they're thinking, that they just go with a clock instead. Clock into A obviously does feel good. It brings you some catch, some vision versus Monkey 2 to chasing through the trees, but it's not fantastic as well against him. I guess it could be a solid lane with the Venge. If your Venge is off lane, you can have this clock Venge. If you want 5 clock, you can have clock TA as well, which sets up a decent lane. But the battery assault is a bit better versus creeps too, if Iron Shell is on them. But overall, yeah, I agree with you. I think Oracle was the ultimate option here. Look at that, Team Sexy actually expecting this Invoker to be a support, like banning out some cores here.
Okay. Maybe the idea with the Clockwork as well is that if they do end up running Invoker as a core, it's easier to set up kills with Clockwork Sunstrikes. Man, I just can't get over how good Oracle would have been. It would have been so nice. But, you know, we're both Clockwork fanboys. Can't be too sad at seeing this hero in the game.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just thinking about like Team Sexy and these bans from Navi. They even like the Sven is banned out. Are they expecting maybe Monkey to be a 4? Like Monkey plus Darkseer, Iron Shell on top of the Monkey. It can be a decent-ish lane. It's not too bad. Or is it just like maybe even a Sven as a support that they could have expected?
We have seen Monkey Darkseer as a 3-4 duo in the past. It definitely did occur a lot more often within China, but nonetheless, it can be very strong. A lot of scouting potential, lots of damage in the lane itself. And NAVI Junior, they're going to be the ones to reveal first. So let's see. Is this TA going mid? Is she going safe lane?
You still pick Oracle.
1 or 5?
You go Oracle, Clock supports, Venge off lane. Have a good life.
Don't hate it. I actually like it a lot.
I wouldn't mind it as well. I guess you keep yourself... the Naga is banned out. There aren't many illusion heroes to go against the TA. Like TB is banned, Naga is banned. Just put the TA carry and that's it. Like the game feels easier. But maybe they just pick the TA to deal with Void Spirit like you mentioned earlier. And let's see, they go with the Lion support instead. So it is still the core TA. But we're going to have a Lion as a support instead. Did they I guess they did struggle with instant catch versus some heroes, so that's kind of nice. You get that Hex to work with.
So let's see, you get Hex into Void Spirit. Darkseers don't like rush pipes anymore, so you have a large portion of time when you can actually burst these heroes down. I suppose when TA is angry about Monkey King having the bonus armor and Wukongs, you still have Invoker spells plus Lion, so that's a lot of magic damage prior BKB. I'm okay with it. I'm not in love with it, but I'm like, it's fine. It's okay. Like, I think you said yesterday that Lion's just been on the come up in general, so it makes sense. The question is, what's being played for Team Sexy? It is going to be a 4-position Monkey King as they go PL at the end of their draft here for 7 Yesu.
Honestly, I think PL is a fantastic pick here. But how many times did I call for him in the last couple of days when we were casting China? into the TA and it was never picked. Like, so what's up with him? He's really good into TA, but that's not the only reason. Like, he's also really good into Venge in the lane. Like, it's one of those better matchups, I would say, for him. Like, Venge can still crush you, can push you out, can mess with you, but later on you just become overwhelming force that cannot be stopped. Like, there just isn't enough AoE on Navi. But I kind of felt the same in game 1. I thought the Team Sexy had a better draft. They didn't win with it. This second game, I also think they have a very good draft, but yeah, we'll see how they execute it.
All are going to be about that execution. And they're actually going to be putting... Okay, no, never mind. I thought Nefrit, for example, might have been playing Void Spirit, but it's going to be Void Spirit mid, Darkstray in the offlane. The one thing I am worried about, though, is still going to be their instant catch coming in from Team Sexy. Them starting fights is highly contingent on either Mirage getting the initial jump or somehow 9 Class getting good vision from behind targets, laying out that boundless strike and letting everybody else combo onto that. So they haven't reduced the execution barrier of their lineup, but nonetheless, they still have very good matchups. Although I am a bit worried about this PL if Invoker has a good lane, which he shouldn't, given what I supposedly know about the Void Spirit matchup, but it's also a new Invoker. If he has a good game and he's able to come out the gate with a very early tornado, can really make life difficult for PL. If that doesn't happen, PL is going to have a free game, but I'm still not sure about the rest of his team, honestly.
I'll agree 100% with one thing you said. It's like ease of execution is completely on Navi's side. They just have so many different ways and different abilities to initiate, to start things off, to catch heroes. It should be much simpler for them. Like taking Roshan as well. Yeah, like maybe I should lean towards their draft. Basically, how I feel is their draft is easier to play and can win, but if this game goes late and this PL becomes too big, it's kind of hard to deal with him. I don't see the way for them to actually deal with the PL easily. It can be one of those, like 20 minutes in, he's already just spamming you with Phantom Lance and standing back, and you can't actually even kill the illusions.
Seven Jesu, you've heard what Lizard is saying. This is all on you. He's been calling for PL many games over the last 10 days. So please reward his faith. Let the world see exactly why this works.
I don't really have faith in the hero, by the way. I don't think that he's in a good spot. It's just like you see some heroes and you're like, yeah, if PL was good, he'd be damn good in this game. Yeah. But he's not good, so we'll see.
I mean, honestly, is there a better PL game than this? The only hero that you slightly, even maybe think about is an overfarmed Invoker, and maybe if you get caught by like some random hex before you doppelganger. But for the most part, this is... Man, I'd love to be PL in this game. It feels so free.
Yeah, it definitely does. It feels like a freest game for him. Oh well, we'll see. The last game as well felt pretty free for Gyro at some points.
That's true.
I love how their tag is sexy Nefrit coming into the lane, followed by who's the other guy? He's a 3, sexy 3.
Sexy 3, sexy 9 class, actually sexy 81 class squared.
Yeah, sexy 81 class. Root, sexy Root of 81 class. Come on, he's a 3. Where's the pun?
Nice. I'll have an early pause. This mid lane, I'm sort of intrigued to see what happens here, but I don't think much is going to happen. The issues for Invoker only really emerge later. They're going to trade farm, be happy. No one really cares that much.
Well, like you said, going to be interesting. Void Spirits used to really enjoy this matchup, but it probably isn't the same anymore. Not completely the same with Invoker now being universal as well. You think you're universal, but now I'm in universal too. Easy.
We should actually have a tally of how many times universal heroes play each other middle. I think this might be the first one in the qualifiers, actually, of Void Spirit versus Invoker. In this one, at least.
Is it?
Yeah, because we had it in the Chinese qualifiers, but I don't think we've had it in Eastern Europe just yet.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about what other heroes was played mid. That's universal. Did we have a Wind Ranger? We did, right? We did have in Chinese region.
We did have one Wind Ranger, yes, and
But she
failed horribly.
And it probably didn't play into another Universal Hero.
Well, pause is now completely over. We're back in the game properly. So let's talk about it, Liz. Where's the action going to be happening this time around?
Well, right now, Daze is putting like some really high aggression up top, but not really managing to get anything done. I think the top lane probably has more potential to give us kills earlier on. Bottom lane, perhaps when Darkseer hits level 3. Then you have that Iron Shell level 2 to spam on Monkey.
Yet again, it's an ancient apparition that has to watch out on the top lane, lest he find himself on the wrong end of a battery assault. Been positioned fairly well up until now. The more important thing is making sure that 7 Jesu can find farm, but PMA wants to be the one to find it first. And there's the battery assault. They're going in onto him. Blood grenade dropped. First blood actually happens on the bottom side of the map, and they do get the kill top lane though. But NAVI Junior, so successful that we can't even keep up with all their success, finding 2 kills early on both sides of the map.
Yeah, really nicely done by them to actually get that kill on bottom lane. And 7 Jesu on top. This PL is dead.
Oh my god.
Oh.
That just happened. He just died top. Bottom lane, got the juice, might end up dead here. Primal Spring will come out. One more right click. They lost vision, but they do have a sentry ward to catch him right through that Melt Strike. So 2 carry heroes dying on both sides of the map. I think Team Sexy very, very happy to make that happen just as they lose the 7 Jesu PL.
Yeah, okay, at least they go back onto the board, right? Like they got that kill. Because they lost game 1, it's kind of demoralizing to start the game off by losing multiple heroes on different lanes.
It's fine, bro. We're just giving them the bonus gold, so the kill bounty is bigger later.
That's the approach. That's the smartest approach, of course. I feel like everyone is doing that now.
Super simple.
I did like...
Possibly go wrong.
By the way, I did like the way they killed A on top. I didn't mention that. Oh,
They
Monkey.
kill him again right now because they get him inside the power cogs till the end. Certainly going to end up dead here.
Bottom lane.
Be right now for PMA, and at the same time, down bottom, they are about to kill Ridis as well. 9 Class and Nefrit. They really want this kill. Primal Spring will come down, and that finishes off the Lion. All right, so I guess that answers our question. Which lane is the action-packed lane? It turns out all of them, right?
All of them, yeah. The only lane with no kills is mid, but even that one is interesting as Invoker is winning versus Void Spirit. Like he is actually 20 CS versus 14. He's doing really damn well. I guess that answers if Invoker is better now than before.
Yep. I mean, when we saw Somnus play this lane versus XM with the same heroes, Somnus won the lane, but I'll be honest, I thought to myself, it's probably just Somnus being Somnus. But seeing this now and how comprehensive this victory is, it's like, okay, I guess Invoker...
Kill that illusion, get it!
No longer weak to Void Spirit.
Almost got... Yeah, Somnus is a different breed with some heroes.
Well, well, well. It's early game for NAVI Junior. They have a CS advantage right now on every single lane. The big issue is just how few CS Darkseer has down bottom. We're not going to see... You know, game 1, he had massive progression on Nefrit on his Beastmaster. Not sure we're going to see him have that degree of freedom and net worth on the Darkseer the way things are going.
Usually you feel, okay, if we have this Darkseer Iron Shells, you can really dish out a lot of hurt on TA, but so far he wasn't able to do that, and it's mostly because of Lion. He's done a really good job at protecting her. Every time there's any aggression, the Impale follow-up is right there.
I must also say, overall, I've just been impressed by how God the Juice has been laning. He's been laning really, really well across both game 1 and game 2.
Top lane, Daze.
Daze will die here, but 7 Jesu might not escape from this with his life. Does have some charges on the magic wand. We'll pop them. We'll be healthy enough to run away from PMA, who didn't have Wave of Terror anyway.
Yeah, he had 15 of those. I think this mango usage kind of gives it away. Yeah, they're pinging it out. This mango usage just instantly gives away the gank on a Lion. He's also not showing bottom, so it makes more sense that he's top. Now Monkey King might even punish this rotation. Let's
I'm
see.
gonna try go in. Nice little boundless strike. There was a 2-hero Earth Spike, but like you said, it's gonna be punished by the rotation of this monkey. PMA will certainly end up dead here. Daze does catch 7 Jesu inside the power cogs, but the illusion eats up most of the battery assault. 7 Jesu can get out. They're gonna try and at least kill Daze here, and he will end up falling. Literally the last tick of battery assault is what kills him. But at least they get something after losing their off-lane Venge.
Yeah, nice little follow-up. Void Spirit though. TPing bottom. He's got level 6. Got the juice.
Got the juice, gets jumped on here. They have some iron shells out onto him. He does not have access to the refraction just yet. He gets jumped on by Mirage. Ridis did his best. Found both heroes with the Earth Spike, but they still get the kill. Great time to be alive as Void Spirit when your first rotation pays off so well.
It was a really nice one. And by the way, you were talking about Lastis from Darkseer. Now suddenly he is actually on top of the network charge. So yeah, he's doing all right for himself, recovering on the bottom lane.
Darkseer. Good times to be him.
Gotta go fast, man.
Get that surge, more than 1 point. I mean, it's you that mentioned it in game 1, that he is the most experienced person in the entire lobby. He has the most understanding of how to recover a subpar laning phase and make it very good for his team.
Oh, if you remember, his Beastmaster was also pretty damn big. True, in that game he was actually winning from the get-go, but still. He had a really good game, really nice farm. They just couldn't connect it all together. Let's see, maybe this game is gonna be easier because they have all these combo wombos to play with, right? Like the vacuum wall A ulti that you talked about earlier. Mid lane.
Does anybody in this game buy a pipe for NAVI Junior? I guess like Venge is still gonna rush Aghanim Scepter, but can you come back for a pipe of insight to deal with so much magic damage from Sexy?
TA down bottom lane. Let's just see this.
Is she gonna die here? It looks like she will. Nice little Earth Spike yet again, but they don't have this time around the Void Spirit to make the astral jump, so 9 class will just end up dead. They're trying to bring him down with his own illusions. It's not gonna work. And Nefrit right now, he needs to pop a little stick. It's not gonna be enough.
Mirage.
Dead, one notwithstanding. And now we're gonna see if Mirage can find any kind of revenge here. Not gonna end up happening. Gets walked into with a Ghost Walk. There is another hero nearby, but Ridis doesn't really want to commit forward and potentially give up his own life. So they'll be happy just making it a 1-for-2 affair down in this bottom lane.
Alright. Nice little rotation from the Void Spirit at least to recover something off of it, and Lion just playing out of his mind, saving this TA. This time actually saving her. The last time the Impale was also good. Unfortunately, it just didn't do anything to save Got the Juice. This time he actually gets away.
I must say, Ridis also in game 1 played really well on his Ancient Apparition. Like, nothing wrong with his play on that one.
Also, you asked about the pipe. By the way, TA is down bottom, and I'm not sure this is the right neighborhood.
She has allies coming in though. They're gonna try to help her out. She's debating with her life, and they're gonna come across Nefrit. They find him. Cold Snap is out. The Earth Spike is there, and they're gonna give the kill towards Toshi. Some rotation tax gets completed by the Invoker, but a very nice run to her.
Yeah, very nicely done with that rotation. They save the TA. They protect the tier 1 tower a little bit longer. At the same time, they're not really taking anything off the map, like no control. No one is pressuring 7 Jesu.
7 Jesu actually might be able to apply pressure with the assistance of 9 class, but PMA has been playing a little bit too well. Nice little removal of the tree there, and that's gonna end up getting the kill onto the Monkey King. Did you see how they got rid of the tree there? What happened?
I didn't. Vengeful doesn't have a Quelling Blade.
Oh no, that I think happened. Doppelganger.
Was it the doppelganger? Was it the doppelganger?
All right, we need a replay production, please. I
not-
think it was doppelganger illusions.
Because I thought they were already there, but yeah, you're probably right. Hookshot on the mid lane, perhaps. Let's see.
They're gonna try go for this jump onto this Void Spirit. Nice little hex coming in from Ridis. Mirage will be able to still jump away with the Ice Blast coming in from till the end. These heroes are very, very low. Mirage has a vessel on him, but will end up still living. as they kill off Daze and find some quick revenge in the mid lane as Team Sexy.
Yeah, they had the Hex, they had the Impale, but the hookshot wasn't on point. It's actually connected on the creeps, so no damage, no stun coming from Clockwork. It was exactly that amount of damage and control necessary to kill off Void Spirit.
Well, that feels nice if you're Mirage right now,
Yeah,
being allowed to survive.
do you think that if your team's Sexy, you're actually feeling good? Like, PL is farming, same goes with the Void Spirit. They're not farming super well. They're lowest net worth when it comes to the cores, but they're not really being pressured too hard as well any longer.
I guess as well, when all of your tier 1 towers are still really, really healthy, you just picked up a mech on Darkseer. You don't really have to... You're not on a timer with your draft, right? You don't have to rush anything right now. Yeah, I would definitely feel very good. Getting themselves some experience on the map. It would be nice if they could get an additional kill or two, but with their draft, I guess it's not really necessary at the moment.
Yeah, I feel like you are just waiting for 2 or 3 items on PL and you'll feel godlike. They are rotating top though. They have the hookshot, they have the Lion around.
Yeah, Mirage though, they're going on to PMA first. The Ice Blast will land, and 7 Jesu collects the kill onto PMA. No Aghanims available, so no secondary illusion to keep the fight going for them.
Team Sexy is just playing a little bit better this time around in the laning stage, responding to all the moves that Navi does.
Let's see who's gonna get the rune here. It's gonna end up going the way of Navi. It's a shield rune at the bottom. Toshi gonna walk up, pick it up, and maybe try and make a move using this. But doesn't seem like there's any easy way to get involved somewhere. He doesn't have that many points into Exort, so you can't rely on hookshot, sunstrike kills. They kind of have to overcommit if they want to make something happen at the moment.
Yeah, he just took that shield and started pushing mid, that's it, right? Like, shield room and maybe force the mid tier 1 a bit, but that's it. He's building into a Midas. But he did smoke up with Lion this time. So they might move top. Let's see, Monkey King.
Breaks both smokes. He will get himself caught inside combo from these heroes. Will he die from this? He's a very low on the HP and he does eventually tick out. At the same time, they find a catch onto till the end, and that should enable them to find a kill as well. I am very surprised that 9 class went down from pop the smoke obstruction, but to get it and the ancient apparition.
Yeah, they popped him, they popped that A, they popped the monkey. He was a bit unfortunate to drop from the tree on the low ground just as they were passing by. They converted into the tier 1 tower. I was thinking maybe TA will be the natural answer from Team Sexy. Just move bottom and try to go on God the Juice, but he was already a little bit way too far back. He's feeling completely uncontested on the TA. Yeah, they're just pressuring down bottom until Snare returns. Let's see if this smoke actually connects onto anyone. 9 class and Mirage. Iron shelled up and ready to go. The scan is on top of TA and Monkey King is there to scout her out. Let's see. This should be an easy kill for them. Void Spirit is in, refractions really don't matter versus Iron Shell. Ulti even is coming in. Gonna clip Lion, so he might follow up and die too if Void Spirit continues going. Nah, he instead just bails. If he can bail, he doesn't have any more astral steps. He's probably gonna die here too. Finger, the tier 1 tower on 25%, 25 HP, not percent.
Not sure who wins up.
But they're rotating so many heroes across the map. Like, every time NAVI Junior are making a play, they're bringing literally everyone in it. And if TA was alive, maybe that would have been good, because they could continue into the Rosh Pit with Dezo and Wave of Terror. But yeah, she's still top. Like, I was talking with Snare earlier, how I feel that PL is really strong here, and I still do. He's got the Aghanims completed, and Snare, I think I have him back, maybe?
You do.
Hallelujah.
It's
Or me.
raining snare. Hallelujah.
Do I have him? I hear you're trying to sing, but I'm not sure.
That's me. What's? We'll go back.
You're back, nice.
I'm back to ask you a very interesting question. What do you suggest not going for early Ashra if you step rush?
I think it's good in this game, like overall. I think you can follow up. It helps you with farming as well. Hook shot in on the ancient apparition.
A hook shot go. Fine. Or here does he TP out? No, he does not.
Well, an attempt was made, and it backfired. Like so far, if you're Team Sexy, you're feeling really damn good with your PL, just farming up. You kill the TA once, you slowed her down a little bit. As long as you're not really losing any massive objectives, I feel that you should be happy with the state of the game. On the other side, you do have this Midas on Invoker, so he's kind of farming up too, but I don't know, I'd feel like I was pressured more if I was playing the NAVI Juniors draft at the moment.
Yeah, that ones have to make more happen on the map. They almost I forgot the juice of this. Also want to complement with an Aegis the Immortal. Is on the dire side of the map. It'll be here for a little time. So this area here. And unfortunately, they're a bit out of the map, not close to fully test this, especially after it's being in middle. So go for this. They have to go normal Lizard.
Yeah, they're going straight into the Rosh pit. That's what Roboto Snare was telling us. He goes into the Rosh pit. But this time around, Team Sexy, they're actually here on time, and there's the Ice Blast going in, Monkey King jumping in, Wukong's command is prevented by the stun, but TA, oh, whacking wall Iron Shell, she's just gone. Oh, what you gonna do, Vengeful? You're gonna run, you're gonna TP? I don't think so. She's dead too, and Lion on the other side tries to mana drain, I guess. You're gonna get some spell immunity, but that's about it, and now you give out that Rosh. NAVI Junior, they're pretty much trying to play the game the same way they did in game 1, but the difference is they were winning fights and then doing objectives like Roshan back then. This time around, you're just going into the pit without actually taking any big objective. Your Revenge also didn't have an Aghanim's completed. This was too rushed. This was punished. And honestly, at this point, I feel like it's too soon. Of course, but it's gonna get much harder for NAVI Junior to win the game after a play such as that one. Like you just gave PL a lot of time to work with. He's gonna have his Axe. AA might die, sure. Not really the end of the world, but PL, okay, hookshot completed on him. And now the TA goes on Illusion, but Lion... Let's see, can they take the Aegis? Vacuum is again very nice, 3 heroes. PL though, on a killing spree, will lose the Aegis eventually. Darkseer, can he escape? He has Greaves in 4 seconds. 3 seconds, won't get to use them. PL, damn, they just took all the advantage the Team Sexy had in a second. PL might fall again. I just ate my words as I was saying them. I didn't even complete the sentence and they already... Yes, my dog agrees as well. It's you my dog, man. Let's go. You sound great. Did you like my play-by-play? It was TA's in, breaks the tree. Go on, Snare, take it away.
But Mirage is happy to just watch him, kill him off, avoid the rest of the damage with the Dissimulate, and ensure that Team Sexy walk away with yet another fight under the belt.
Yeah, you know, like the NAVI Junior, they did that fight really damn nicely. They took away the Aegis, they killed the PL, but then they wanted a little bit more than they could take. They continued and continued, and they just had no resources to continue fighting. So it backfired once again. I still think the team Sexy is in a better spot overall. For me, this game only feels challenging for Team Sexy when they're like 10k behind. Until that happens, I'll be favoriting them. It's on NAVI Junior to start taking map control, perhaps the tier 1 mid.
They should be able to get this. Mirage also getting away from the initiation of Days and PMA.
Yeah, what happened? Why didn't he hookshot there? He had like 4 heroes coming in. He had the Vengeful with Swap, with Aghanims. I felt that they could have went for the kill there. On AA at least.
And to decide not to, saving the hookshot for a more quote-unquote important situation. But they're gonna defend this. Nefrit comes in, they swap back Mirage here. PMA really wants this kill. They get in the Finger of Death, and finally the hookshot comes out. It ensures the death onto this Void Spirit. Clockwork, he's in the Power Cogs right now with this Ancient Apparition, but he's dying towards the illusions of 9-7 Jesu. And 7 Jesu keeping this fight going, throwing the illusions onto this Clockwork. They should be able to kill him off with the help of this Ancient Apparition. Beautiful Boundless Strike coming in from 9 class. Look at these illusions putting in the work. Nefrit finding the vacuum wall. They really want this Invoker kill. He gets swapped to the low ground, and Nefrit, he's getting out the Surge onto this Monkey King, who runs forward with the Primal Spring, able to kill off the Invoker. All the illusions surround PMA's illusion and kill it off as well. Team Sexy, they lose the tier 1 tower, yes, but they take a phenomenal fight in this mid lane.
Team Sexy, Team Illusions, they just don't have any ways to deal with them, even now. And he's got nothing realistically, he's just got tags and Diffusal. Just imagine what happens once he completes like Manta and Heart. At that point, it's gonna be, I don't know, Invoker is gonna have to pull out some Stormer Invoker plays with Refresher Orb and a bazillion spells in every single team fight to be able to kill him.
Yeah, man. Actually, you might need a level higher. Do you remember his debut, SCCC Invoker?
Of course.
Oh, if I could see that again before I die, I'd be so happy.
I don't know, man. Like, every Invoker in the planet, I know they're good, they're strong. At the same time, when I click on Stormer and I see like 5,000 games of Invoker, and I played against 50 and lost like 49, I'm like way too traumatized.
Shout out Stormer. He is a really great Invoker player. Also just a great guy in general. Really cool person.
Of course. Days.
Getting his post off as soon as possible. All right, so what do we do right now if we're on the side of Navi? We just picked up a BKB for the Temper Assassin. We're not that far away from BKB on Invoker. Is that enough for us to actually start fighting into this PL?
No, honestly, I feel like they are a little bit stuck. They might try to make a move, but they reached all their power spikes. They used them and they didn't work. So at this point, like, waiting for the next item, I don't think that's gonna work. They should make a play, a Hail Mary play of some sort. Like, they got, what did they get? They got the Aghanims on Venge, they got everything on TA, like the Blink BKBs, right? And they tried to make a play with that and it didn't work. Perhaps this Darkseer kill would be nice. He has Lotus.
He is so dead. He is so dead. They hex him. They cover him with the Clockwork, with the Battery Assault. They finger him for good measure. That's another stack of damage for this Lion, plus 160. Thank you very much. And I guess we get a tier 2 tower out of this, because I don't think Team Sexy is going to try and defend.
Let's see. They might. Darkseer is 30 seconds away. They have a ulti to spam, but yeah, you're right. Just by looking at the positioning on the map, they don't look interested.
Yeah.
Although I think they could. Realistically, like with the Manta on PL, with some spams from Ancient Apparition. And they are moving in, actually, okay.
Okay. 10 seconds until we have a respawn on the docks here, so they're trying to take advantage of this timing. Invoker's TPing out as well, so if they can find them right now, guarantee a numerical advantage in this fight, but NAVI Junior a little bit too far back, and they don't have the clockwork either, so you can't make the super easy jump.
Ooh, the scan.
PMA with the scan, with the ice blast, definitely gonna die here. And cool guys, don't look at explosions. They die without even looking at his illusion, and now it's just gonna be free gold for themselves. Thank you very much, PMA.
No, the scan was actually radiant, and it disappeared just as Void Spirit was passing through, so Venge never knew what hit her. Like, if the scan was there just a little bit longer, maybe he could have started running back, but no such luck.
Game is hard.
Yeah, they knew the gank was coming because of the illusions out pushing in the lane, right? Like the PL was there smoked up. But the game is very, very difficult for NAVI Junior. The TA perhaps can be that oomph. We're looking at her right now, she's getting towards Daedalus, so if she can get it, perhaps she can be that one hero that just blows up PL in a single hex, but it really isn't easy.
Here's something you don't see every day. Second item Midas for PMA's Vengeful Spirit after getting Aghanim Scepter. Deciding that this game is probably going to scale later and later. Wants the gold, but I think in this game, crucially wants the experience. Wants to get to that 20 talent ASAP.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, we'll see. Definitely not a hero that I expect to see a Midas on. Like Vengeful, yeah, she benefits of course from attack speed, but just overall buying a Midas on her kind of feels wonky, especially after Nags. Even with the recent buffs to the Midas.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Now I'm curious, how many times in the past has Vengeful Spirit bought Aghanim or the Midas? I really want to know. Can't be that many, right, throughout history?
Especially after the Axe, right? Like, it's probably never.
So there have been 50 Hand of Midases in history on Vengeful Spirit before this game, but it'll take a little bit of time before I find out if it was in games that had Aghanims as well.
Yeah, I can imagine some Midas into Aghanims when your game is really good, but Aghanims into Midas, yeah, I don't think I've seen it too many times. Maybe it's something new in the meta that I haven't seen, but unsure. Because Midas has been buffed, of course, with the 2 charges.
Well, we see a smoke coming out right now from Team Sexy. They had their Tormentor stolen away, but look at this. It's Toshi, the first person caught here. And Toshi, they try to save him with PMA. He does get off the BKB, but dies nonetheless. PMA can't TP out either, as Nefrit gets credited with the double kill thanks to the Vac wall. Man, they got such a nice steal on the Tormentor, but Lizard, why did they stick around for so long?
Yeah, I'm not sure. It looked like they were baiting on the Invoker as he has the BKB, but Vengeful, it took him like a second to swap, and that second was way too long. Invoker also was already on 50% HP, so it wasn't really that hard to take him down.
Did I mix my magics?
Oh boy. There's now a BKB for 9 class on his Monkey King. TA, sure, she did pick up a Daedalus, but you need the opportunity to get this damage out onto the enemy team. And soon they're going to have an Aegis. Roshan is respawning in another 10 seconds. It's going to be on the Dire side. They are going to have Vision with Mind Class just sitting in the pit. And here it comes. Here's the big man. Bro, have we actually had in Eastern Europe, have we seen a single time Roshan was taken on the Radiant side?
Wait. We have. In the Chinese region, it was always on the Dire. In Eastern Europe, we have seen it on Radiant already, right? I believe that's the case.
We saw like 1 or 2, but
yeah.
It's still been very Dire-centered.
It has been. They're smoking up, they're moving top. This could be a big play for NAVI Junior.
Yeah.
I don't know how optimistic I am, though. Let's see. They have shown their place, their positioning with the TA.
They're looking for a very extended wraparound here. They didn't want to just head headlong into the pit, knowing Monkey King could be waiting, but because they didn't do that, it's now a lot easier for them to just go straight into the pit again from Team Sexy. They have to smoke once more, and NAVI Junior is going the wrong way, Lizard. They're not going towards the pit.
I don't think they can do it in 10 seconds. Maybe they can. Will they finish Rush before it goes bot? I think NAVI might be doing the right thing, actually.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah. They're doing the right thing, because PL is just very bad at taking Rosh.
Okay.
There you go.
And, they're actually going to get here in time. Bro, if NAVI Junior can get here and set up on the Twin Gate before any of these TPs come through, it's only the ancient apparition. Roshan, he pushes the clockwork away from the Twin Gate. Oh my god, he just stopped the initiation. The big man's winning the fight for them. Vacuum with the wall coming out right now will mean Riddis dies immediately with PMA to follow him. They take out the illusion as well. 9 Class creating space with the big Wukong's command. And now they've isolated and got the juice. TA trying to TP out. Will be able to make it in time. But NAVI Junior can't stand around for the fight. The idea was so good, Lizard. Daze was so prepared. He was ready. But Roshan had different ideas.
Yeah, that's really sad for NAVI Junior, because the idea was amazing. Like running from top to bottom in a smoke and realizing that Team Sexy will not be fast enough to take Rosh. That's like some next level understanding of how much it takes to kill Rosh. Next level just confidence in that understanding. But even if the clockwork hook connects, though, like even if it connects perfectly and catches 2 heroes, I still don't think they have what it takes to win this fight. They're still hitting high ground versus with TA and Invoker. It's Invoker. Speaking of him,
He's definitely gonna die here. Getting caught by 9 Class and Mirage. And this is where, beyond the laning phase, one of the reasons it sucks to play into an adequately farmed Void Spirit. His ability to find you and catch you, really, really simple for him. You can dodge all the Invoker spells coming back at you. And with one other hero to support, means a dead Invoker every single time.
yeah, he's like, looking at this game, he's my wild card for NAVI Junior. He's maybe that Joker that might be able to change things, but Daze, bro, you're kinda low. Nice.
That was nice, okay. The Ogre Seal told him, please get this out of my game. Keeps Daze alive for now. 9 Class does have the Boundless Strike. Can he find the angle? He really wants this kill, but it might get him killed. Never mind. Mirage comes to collect.
Why did he...
Fine, I guess I'll do it.
Hey, if he didn't hook him, he actually could have TP'd out. Because Monkey was steeping, it was jumping in the completely wrong direction. In any case, your high ground is being pushed. There's an Aegis, there's a Manta, and Heart of Tarask on PL. What's gonna happen is heroes are just gonna chill around tier 4s and PL is gonna zone them with Spirit Lance.
Yep.
The classic.
Nothing you can do about this. This is the definition of not just slow siege, but painful siege.
Oh,
but it's gonna go bottom. There's a fight happening here. There's 3 heroes positioned for Team Sexy. The Ice Blast, though, connects at the same time as the Vac Wall. It enables Nefrit and the boys to kill all 3 heroes looking for
this is just game.
And that's going to be it. GG, well played, is called. They get the Wombo combo. They get the perfect game for the PL. And more importantly, they get the Game 3 decider to keep themselves in the qualifiers for TIL 12.
Yeah, like, well deserved. With the way they played the game and also with the draft, I really feel the PL pick was pretty much brilliant, as good as it could have been, and you could see it in this game. It's not like they had a lot of control, a lot of playmaking capabilities, but they had enough, and PL kind of ties it all up together, because there's nothing you can do as NAVI Junior. Once you got that Axe Diffusal, you're just kind of running around and dealing with the illusions, while Team Sexy is doing whatever the hell they want to do. By the time you deal with PL's illusions, you already wasted way too many resources, gave out all of your positioning, and they take you down. This last move from NAVI Junior still impressed me, though. The smoke down bottom, it was really damn nice.
It was a phenomenal idea. If it was maybe slightly faster or maybe slightly luckier with Roshan, maybe they end up in a positive situation there, but ultimately you're already at that stage of the game where things are too difficult, your heroes are too far behind, and it's just too easy for them to make these big moves from the side of Team Sexy. They come out with the W, production not even giving us an option. They're telling us Toshi's MVP, whether you like it or not. This guy did it. To be fair, though, he's on the losing team. He did play decently. Unfortunately, this game was hard, man. Like, for an Invoker to help solo carry, there's multiple ways to close the gap onto you. There's a hero in PL that you just can't deal with whatsoever. There's Ice Blast to worry about. It's just too difficult at the end. turns out PL in a good game can still win games.
Turns out like a good PL game is still a good PL game, like you just said. Mostly teams ban out the Naga and the TB, and it has been banned out in this match as well, as TA was picked up. But PL for me, if you want to play against him, you need some way of dealing with him, like some offlaner perhaps. Vengeful, it's not even only the TA. Like remember, I was talking about Vengeful as well, and she had a decent lane against him. It still didn't matter. Like, it's just she does absolutely nothing. Like later on, what you're gonna do with your Agnim's Shard, build? What build do you do versus PL that actually makes sense as a Venge? I don't think there is one. You need heroes that just clear illusions fast, or heroes that give you Crimsons and ACs and these kind of utility items. And Vengeful, she just doesn't provide that.
All right, so I picked the MVP game 1. Who you got for me here for game 2?
I just give it to the PL, really. Or actually, wait. Okay, we can give it to the PL. Ancient Apparition had some pretty sick plays as well, some good clips on his ulti. But PL was the man of the match. The drafter, whoever picked the PL, should get the MVP.
PL pickers will be celebrating all across the world, witnessing this W for Team Sexy. I will say, to your point as well, till the end with the Ancient Apparition, did play a phenomenal game. To be fair, Nefret made it a bit easier for him than it would have been otherwise, but the interplay, we said that this lineup from Team Sexy is somewhat high execution, but they're able to make it happen. Hey, shout out production, putting the spotlight on our Ancient Apparition. Supports need some love too. And this guy definitely gave his team a lot of love. Planted wards everywhere, on point with the Ice Blast. Also very good timings on his Ice Vortexes to make sure he puts them down just before Mirage arrives in the fight. So the moment Mirage jumps in, you get this massive amount of damage from the Void Spirit. It worked out pretty well. Shout out to Team Sexy. And that makes this a very interesting series now, Lizard. We are 1-1, but I think we both agree that both times the team with the better draft is what ended up winning, more so than just being completely better than the enemy.
Yeah, I would say that I'm still maybe a little bit more in NAVI Junior's camp when it comes to the way they execute the game, even when the game is really hard. But the better draft did win in both of the games of the series. So maybe we'll get an even draft in Game 3 and finally settle the deal on who's actually better here.
It is 1-1 between NAVI Junior and Team Sexy. One of these squads gets to continue in the qualifiers to try and earn a slot at TI. The other one eliminated from the tournament and having to wait for their opportunity until 2024. Let's find out which team will make it, NAVI Junior or Team Sexy. After a very short break, we'll be right back to bring you the conclusion of the series and the continuation of the TI qualifiers.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
Welcome all some action in the Eastern European region. We're seeing Team Sexy going to NAVI Junior.
Thank you, Roboto Snare. Welcome everyone to the regional qualifiers. I think that's what he was saying. It will all be fine. Snare will return with us. I'm gonna stop pretending that I know how to do the robot. But anyways, yeah, we're entering game 3 of Team Sexy versus NAVI Junior. It's gonna be a fun one. Game 1 and 2 were pretty damn good. It all came down to who had a better draft. Like Team Sexy came back quite strong in game 2, but it was mostly down to the PL. It felt like one of those games that just automatically plays itself. Like you get the PL versus TA versus Vengeful, like they have no chance. So like in game 3, I'm looking forward to seeing what's actually gonna happen, if they will be able to recreate the same playstyle with a draft that isn't absolutely and completely overpowered. So it's gonna be kind of interesting to see if they're on the same level of NAVI Junior, because for me NAVI Junior, they do seem like they're maybe a little bit stronger at the moment. Like that move with the smoke in the last game when they moved from top Roshan pit to the bottom Roshan pit was way too good. That was some next level stuff. I really liked it, and I didn't even expect that to happen from a regional qualifying team. What?
Radiant team ban.
Man Lizard, we out here gonna be watching some Dota, and
I think I broke it, so
one thing I do hope
for a bit. Yeah.
We're both in here, it's fine. Team Sexy taking on NAVI Junior. Personally, from what I've seen, I think that Team Sexy definitely need like not just an outdraft, but like an easier path to victory. You know, game 2, you mentioned it, free game for PL. They need to find another free game for a core hero, especially for Seven Jesu. And they're gonna go for Ember Spirit to open it this time. So they're making sure that Mirage is not gonna play Void Spirit, even if the matchup can be positive. They're like, bro, play the easier Spirit, just go for Ember, make your life simple.
Yeah, he did some really cool things with the Ember before. It was first phase. They pick it up once again. I think it's a solid pickup. Don't get it banned out. Grab it up as soon as possible. Gyro is left in the pool. That might be a problem. Beastmaster is left in the pool. Lycan is left in the pool. There's just so many good heroes that are left remaining that aren't picked up, which is kind of surprising for me. That they aren't the more likely ones to get banned out, but it is what it is. Let's see, Pangolier.
Oh.
Into an Ember.
And first phase lost, like both game 2 was banned first phase, and then game 1 or game 2? One of the games was banned first, the other one was banned second phase. But
you know how it feels usually, like
matchup.
when you have this Ember, when you have a Pango picked up mid when he's in the meta, most teams when they run out of options on what to pick and how to counter him, they just get this boy, they get the Ember, and it's kind of solid, you know, it does well. So it's interesting for me that, I mean, it's doable, it's playable in both ways. I'm not gonna stretch the narrative here. Pango can do fine. He gets some early rotations, some diffusal, he can do very well versus Ember. Gotta protect him maybe a little bit. Inkswell boy, Grimstroke, he's the one necessary ban. Another necessary ban maybe could have been a Bloodseeker, like that's something that you hate playing against as Pango. Beastmaster stocks are rising again. I don't know if Snare is Roboto again, but I feel like you're still here. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Just listening, bro. I'm absorbing wisdom from you. That's what's happening, you know. NAVI Junior, like you said, already banned out the Grimstroke. Seeker could come out. We have Bloodseeker look so hot recently. He's finally beneath a 50% win rate. So teams are shying away from him a little bit, but I guess it's all a kind of pace of that we are going for. We haven't seen exactly what Juicy is going to be just yet. Game 1 was Troll, Game 2 was CA, so that sense to suggest he wants to play a bit more active on the map.
Yeah, you can. I understood every single thing you said, Snare. Thank you very much again. With the Roboto voice, like I'm getting really proficient with that. Yeah, they can be very active if they picked a Beastmaster. I believe that's exactly what you said. And now Team Sexy, it's on them to pick it, get that big boy in. He actually did really well. It was Nefrit playing it in that game 1. His beast was pretty solid. He won the lane. He got everything necessary. They just couldn't play around him that well. Darkseer, on the other hand, even though he got stomped in the lane, more or less, he didn't get stomped. He did get handled in the lane. He did way more later on. So maybe that's something the Team Sexy can pick again. Like they have the same combo, the Monkey King Ancient Apparition. Follow that up with some Darkseer and, yeah, why the hell not? No control for Pango, which is a big issue in my opinion, but he can be dealt with in different ways. And you're Navi right now. I'm not sure, like I'm looking at the Lion and Pango, and I'm thinking there are different ways to approach this second phase of drafting. You already have the line kind of for Ember and for Catch, so that is settled. Like you can snatch one of these offlaners away from Team Sexy. Like you can actually pick something like a Lycan or a Beast when you see the AA and Monkey. They don't really do a lot to you. But the control is there. It comes down to like objective taking capabilities now if you're Navi. Or if you have some big ass strategy on what carry you want on your side, like you can go for that as well. Let's see, so far Team Sexy, they banned out the TB when it comes to the carries. From Navi, we have seen some good stuff before. We have seen some decent TAs in previous series, like some from NAVI Junior, that is. Some good PAs, some good TAs. All the grills on that safe lane have done all right in their hands. Damn, they're really taking their time for this second stage pickup. Still think, like, keep it simple, keep it easy. You get that Beastmaster, you stack up for him. You have a much easier game. Instead they go with the Doom. Okay, so even more control. Doesn't this bait Team Sexy into putting Monkey as a carry actually? Like I see this Doom and I wouldn't mind putting Monkey as a carry anymore. Like it would be pretty damn good. Now with the Bat though, it might be not an option any longer. Like Bat can actually make his life a little bit more difficult. Yeah, so this should be your offlane combo, right? Like we have this Bat and Doom on the offlane with the Lion +1 safe and Pango mid. And we'll see how Team Sexy actually responds to that. Because Bat isn't like any longer the same guy that just spams sticky napalm. So the same carries don't necessarily do well against him. You do! You sound really nicely, Snare. You're a real person. I was talking to a ghost, and welcome back, man.
You know, I respawned. I had an Aegis waiting for me. Came back with it. We're back in the game. So let's see. Something we haven't seen that much Doom come out. Doom in general. Team Sexy, I guess sticking with the support duo. Like, is this Monkey King support?
I think so, yeah, probably. Especially now with the Sven picked up, I think it should be like some Sven AA lane. There is a chance to put the Monkey on carry role versus the Doom, right? Like it wouldn't be that bad. Like, Bat might be a bit of a problem, but I'm not sure. Like, they picked up a Sven. Both of them are kind of the same. I think that maybe Monkey is even better, in my opinion, in this particular lane. And later on, like, if you go for the Battlefield, you're kind of... you'll be able to do the same thing that Sven accomplishes, but maybe even better. So, yeah, interesting why they picked Sven. What do you think that is? Like, maybe just player preference?
Preference. It could also be they wanted the character, wanted the fight about being doomed. So by the time Sven arrives, he already has God Strength and Warcry going. You know, maybe his BKBs already. You'll be lucky if you get off like a blink into the Stormhammer, but actually just like, well, do me, I can still fight. And because I buy BKB so early, I'm not as scared of Pango. Maybe somebody on the team buy Lotus or something to help me against the Bat Rider. But I guess my primary rationale is just I hear much about being doomed later on in the game.
Yeah. I still hear you, Snare. I can understand you. You're a bit roboto now, but I still can understand everything you're saying. When it comes to like Sven, I think the bans from Navi Junior kind of give it away why he's also such a juicy pick. Because of the darks here, right? Like, imagine having some vacuum with Stormhammer, with A ulti, Frost Blast, like Ice Blast. That's pretty damn strong. That's a kind of very scary. You need BKBs as soon as possible, and even with the BKBs, Sven is gonna cleave through you. Yeah, but if Team Sexy wanted to do that, they could have picked Darkseer on fourth and then leave a carry for last, as Monkey was a good carry too. They had options. You go with the Razor.
I've always wanted to be a giant space crab.
Very interesting. Like, it was maybe an option for Navi to pick. Like, they could have had a position 1 Razor too, but then they wouldn't really scale that well into late. I'm not sure, like maybe some Slark on Navi, even though maybe Slark wouldn't be the best in the lane versus Razor. You can have some ranged cores into the Razor that can deal with Sven later on, pew him down, but they did cover all of their bases a little bit with this pick. Like, whatever Navi gets, Razor is going to be able to dominate in the lane, I feel like, if it's melee. And then if you get a different type that's not melee that can deal with Razor, Sven can deal with it. Yeah, Slark was probably the best call. They have some AoE stuns, some AoE damage, but Slark still seems very good. Like, probably the best out of all the options that were left in the pool remaining, and he's still in the meta. Not sure if Mr. Snare is with me, but yeah, you're not robotic for me, but when it comes to like these two drafts, I'm not sure how I feel. I feel that we might have a very even game. A lot of catch on Navi Junior, like a better carry-to-carry matchup, I would say. Like, Slark feels better in this matchup versus Sven. It kind of always have felt that way. I think Slark is pretty strong at the moment too, but with all the ancient stackings, like if Team Sexy can get this Sven online, like you have this Sven AA combo in the lane as well, like it could be rough. Kind of depends also on Nefrit and 9 class how they play the lane. Like, if Razor is able to, if they're able to kind of block the Slark a couple of times when he tries to pounce away and slow his farm progression, and then Sven gets a lot of stacks, like, right? In that scenario, I can see Team Sexy taking the early mid game and just shutting down the game. But honestly, I feel Navi is a little bit better when it comes to just playing the map and getting what they need out of it. So the way I see it, Navi takes this game late. You have some crazy Doom with Bat Rider. There's way too much control, and Slark is just really strong when it comes to just the matchups, like carry-to-carry matchups. And I think we should jump into the game in a couple of seconds now, as it is starting. So all my BS aside, Snare, like we'll finally see what's gonna happen. Yeah, just keep my biceps on the screen, that's it. Like,
30 seconds to battle.
You are. I'll still continue casting alone. It's fine. PMA, man. PMA, just like Doom. It's all fine. You'll get there. There's a full smoke. My team sexy. I just hate these full smokes. I'm like every team that does it. They're like, yeah, we're so thirsty for a win. We need to smoke up. We need to get that first blood. I love when I see a team that full smokes loses the game, but of course, absolutely no biases here. No biases, but for Mirage, this is probably the best way to start the game. Not only is he having a decentish matchup versus the Pango, but he gets a first blood now too. Oof, yikes. If you're Navi, you really didn't want to see this happen. Pango at least has a little bit of a better block on mid, right? Like the lane is on his side, but yeah, if you're Mirage, this is exactly what you needed to change the state of the game, because you can actually start rotating now with Ember more often, move across the map, do stuff. When it comes to other lanes, on bottom lane there's a lot of kill potential on this AA, but he is not defenseless too. Like some Cold Feet and Stormhammer, that has always been a good old combo. It's just so easy to get kills with that. And on the other one on top, I think like it's mostly about Slark and Lion positioning themselves well to get away from static links once that starts happening. Like level 2 and 3 Razor is actually where it's at here. It can become a little bit problematic. But so far, Ridis on his line has done a wonderful job of protecting his carries in both of these games, both of these matches before. So far the CS on mid lane, what's going on there? 9 on Ember, 7 on Pango, so winning a little bit. Down bot, 7 Jesu. Is he gonna burn out? Not exactly sure he doesn't. Did get really close, and there's a lot of creeps. They might even dive this tower. 7 seconds away from Flame Break. Doom only has Infernal Blades, so not really a lot of aggressive potential to work with. They will survive. On top, Lion is gonna get jumped on, and this should be our first blood. Yeah, they get him. Easy little pick-off. Slark is taking a lot of stacks. Can he? Nice block by 9 class, so he doesn't get to finish off Razor and get that counter kill. Yeah, I was saying that they'll need to play really well when it comes to blocking these pounces, but that's offensively. No, I didn't think it's gonna be necessary in that case, but still worked out really well. Yeah, we have our first 2 kills. And the first blood on Ember made his game a lot easier now on top lane as well, getting a little bit of an advantage. All meanwhile on bottom lane Sven was surviving, and he was completely fine versus that first aggro move from Doom and Bat, but it will get harder to deal with once he gets once they get level 3. Their damage output just significantly increases, so it won't be that simple to actually survive every time they go on him. Meanwhile, while Snare is out and I'm solo casting, what also is happening is my mouse has turned off, so a lot of technical difficulties, but I'm fixing it. Sven, they are going on him. Can he actually live through this? Maybe he can even turn. Like, he's turning on top of this Doom, and PMA, my friend, that's not gonna work. Look at this armor. Oh my god, he almost gets a double. If you're Ancient Person, you're super happy with this though. Like, and a very nice counter kill. Lion on top lane. They are trying to get him. Sorry for not mentioning that mid lane kill. I'm all over the place, but yeah, they do get the Lion on top. Razor and Monkey, they follow him. One of my biggest winners of this laning stage so far is definitely the AA. Like, him getting all those levels, like, he's almost level 4 down bot, the highest level in the lane. Means he's gonna get 6 faster, means that he doesn't have to like just sit and chill in a lane until he gets those levels. So he will be able to Yeah, just to accomplish more earlier. Ice Blast does wonders versus Slark in these early rotations if they can get on top of him. They are trying to go on Razor, but this one might backfire. He doesn't have a Pounce now to work with. Or he does, yeah, he manages to get away. Joining me right now, I feel like he's someone not as interesting as Snare, but I'll work with him regardless. Who is it? Who joined?
Lovely to see you too, Lizard. Lovely to see you too. Yeah, they asked me to stand in. I was like, oh no, gonna have to. Well, hold on. Nefrit's actually going for a play. Do anything.
Are you Roboto as well for me? Is it me? That's the problem. What's happening?
I hope
Nomad.
Am I okay? I'm just gonna assume I'm okay and keep going, like charge on like many others have done today.
Yeah, I think I understand Snare's Roboto a little bit better than you are as well.
No. Well, that's not good.
Have you all turned into bots? What's happening? I'm not
The robot army is taken over. Everyone was a robot except
Okay,
you.
I can now hear you actually very well. Glad that you are joining me, by the way. Solo casting is fun, but casting with you is... okay, I guess. How you been? What's up?
Fractionally being alone. I mean, that's what I aim for. Yeah, things are good. Things are good. You know, just got out of the shower, so glad I'm not on camera. But yeah, how's the game going? More importantly,
Yeah.
I watched game 2, and it was pretty exciting.
Yeah, it's interesting. Like Ember got the first blood, but then he got soloed by Pango.
Yeah. And he's only level 5 here, so might just be going down again. Yep, certainly will. Nice rotation across from Daze. It's the kind of the Bat Rider rotation versus the AA rotation.
You know, like
Which sounds better to you?
when the lane is when you have a disadvantageous lane and you lose in it or something like that, you're like whatever. But when you get the first blood, you have a lane that's actually good. And then you die afterwards, it's like, yikes, man. And you lose the lane, it's so demoralizing. So I hope the Ember actually bounces back. Mirage, she's had some really nice plays in the last 2 games, so I hope he gets his level 6, starts rotating top lane. Lion.
Damn, he's just gone. All right. I mean, this is some good kills coming out, has to be said, up on this top lane. How's our Slark doing?
Yeah, it's
too great.
It's a good game coming out. I completely agree, my friend. Ancient Apparition, I was talking about him. He's getting a very fast 6, so he'll be able to join his teammates. Sven as well, like getting quite a bit of farm on bottom lane, so they aren't able to contain him any longer. Just 2 of them until perhaps Doom hits 6. Yeah, on the mid lane, everything is absolutely going in Pango's favor. He's level 8 versus level 6 on Ember. And this is...
Jeez.
Is he dead?
I think he might be Lizard, yes, I think he might be. 3-hero rotation onto the Ancient Apparition tends not to end so well for him.
Yeah, usually it's not that great. This...
Yeah.
Yeah, they're pinging out the Slark, and Sven is rotating in. There should be some God Strength Sven maybe going in, let's see.
Yep, there we go. Gets popped, runs him down. No level 6 on the Slark, so it'll be an easy pick-off, and Nefrit gets yet another kill. And I mean, since I've joined, Sexy have just been getting everything, other than the mid lanes.
Yeah, what's really nice about this God Strength as well, like you kill off the Slark and then you can utilize it to take down the towers. So it's a really nice move. I love this from 7 Jesu.
Yeah, he's been min-maxing on that spend, that's for sure.
Sorry, what did you
I
say?
remember he was min-maxing on the spend.
You saw him before do the same thing?
I think it was him we saw playing yesterday on the spend. Yeah. Yeah, and he was just running around the map so damn fast, and his team were just kind of like following him around, trying to keep up with him because he was playing at such a breakneck pace. It was quite exemplary, honestly.
Yeah. Do you think that Sven is good right now? Like, what's the power level of Sven in your opinion?
I think from what I've seen from it, it's really good because you get this 15 talent where you get the God Strength cooldown, and then you just try and play with every God Strength. And you have a downtime of like, I don't know what the downtime is. I think it's like 40 seconds or so once you got the minus 15-second talent, and it's just crazy. You can literally just play so fast.
So you can just spam it, farm with it.
Yeah. Get objectives as well when you're strong enough.
Yeah, they are smoking up down bottom. They do not have a lasso and not a lot of damage. They did kill him in the first game the same way, like they obviously have studied his farming patterns, but they won't manage to find him this time around. Pango still not completed his defusal, and actually did fall off a little bit when it comes to networks, just because he's been trying to make moves, and he did die. He didn't die, but he's been trying to make moves quite often. Stopped farming.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all about, especially with the heroes they've got in this game, right? So it's all about trying to make these early moves, because I feel like whoever comes ahead into the mid game is just going to kind of choke out the other one. Feels very hard to play this from behind for either team. Maybe a little bit easier for NAVI Junior. I don't know. What do you think?
I'm just trying to understand what's going on in the game and what language robots are speaking. Second time in a row now, I think someone is pranking me at this point. But yeah, there's a lot of farm to be shared on the map, as it did slow down. No one is making any big moves.
All right, well, in we go in the middle lane as they go on to that Ember Spirit, trying to bring him down as quickly as possible. But he does have the 6. He can get away, but he's out of mana, and he is just going to fall. Dies to the Pangolier, who is just continuously killing off this Ember Spirit with the help of his teammates. It's pretty crazy. That's now the 3rd kill in a row they've gotten onto him. Pango just absolutely destroying right now. Meanwhile, lasso out. This just might be a survival lasso from Daze, though. He just wants to leave. Yeah, TP out. Get yourself away. All right. Does get out of that one. I'm not sure. Could he just have TP'd in the first place and not bothered lassoing? I don't really know, but nevertheless, we now have a pause coming out. As, yeah, just checking out some internet issues. All right. So apparently it's not just us. Apparently it's everybody. The entire world is currently suffering from internet issues. So it is what it is.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you really well on both sides now. Discord, you called me. I hear you on TeamSpeak. Where should we talk? Should we stay on Discord or TeamSpeak?
Beautiful.
Tell me.
Well, so I was wondering which was lagging. So if you were having trouble hearing me, it might have been TeamSpeak issues. But let's just go back on TeamSpeak.
Yeah, I think it's for the best. I can actually hear you now on TeamSpeak, so we can chill here. Poor Snare. He got wrecked for nothing. It was TeamSpeak all along. He was trying to restart everything and like
just turn him off for no reason.
Yeah, he called his ISP.
Come back, man. You can come back.
Yeah. He called his service provider. He was like, "God damn, man, come on. What's going on?"
Damn, did he actually?
No, probably didn't.
Probably didn't. Okay.
Yeah.
Not quite that level.
Yeah.
All right. Well, this gives us a good chance to kind of catch up on the game, because so it can.
Oh, I thought you wanted to catch up with me.
What the hell's going on? No, I've caught up enough with you already.
Oh, it's kind of sad.
I want to hear from your dog more, though. I like that when he tried to jump in with the play-by-play.
Yeah, he's just jumping in way too many times, and he's play-by-playing just as well as I am. So honestly, I don't think anyone noticed the difference.
True. Hey man, he brought the drama, you know.
Exactly. He's supporting me, you know, like back vocals, just support every whatever I say. He's like, yeah, woof, yeah, tell him, woof.
Ad-libs. like a.
Yeah, what?
Like a rap track.
Do you think they punished this Slark enough on top lane? Like, he is suffering in networks, and like probably that's one of the best things the Team Yes have done so far in the game. I feel like Sven is farming well, but that's kind of to be expected. He's also going to be having a lot more farm after he finishes this big ancient stack. But regardless of that, I still feel that slowing down Slark is imperative. It's like what needed to happen, and they did do that.
Yeah, I mean, with no Slark in the game, it kind of all becomes a Pangolier. Now you've got just one thing to worry about through the mid game. Obviously, there's Doom as well, but again, it's not a game where I'm like super worried about Doom because you can just shove the spell on the Razor into people's faces. And what are they going to do? Like, you Doom them, it's not a big deal. Your Ember gets a free fight. So,
yeah, absolutely.
I really. When was this Doom picked?
When was Doom picked? Early on, I think like third pick overall for Navi. Yeah. It's
that makes sense.
Yeah, I was expecting a Beast Master to be in his spot, but they go with the Doom. I do think the Doom is also fine because of the way that NAVI Junior are playing. Like, they bought this Midas on Doom and Vanguard, and he's just gonna be farming Slark as well. Like, their game is to just wait for like 2 or 3 items on Slark. Like, you need Diffusal, you need Ags, then you can actually do a lot of shit on the map. But until then, it's not going to be that simple. Meanwhile, if your team sexy, like once they get the BKB blink on Sven, they're already good to go, and that's not far away.
The pace from them is the pace is going to be ridiculous. Like I don't see how this Navi team faces into them in like a full 5-on-5 with the Sven being as bad as he is. So that is my big concern.
What do you think? Is Daze probably thinks his internet is bad. He's also on TeamSpeak and it isn't working. You know, it's like it's not you, man.
It's not you.
Someone tell him.
He's just bullying certain people.
Someone tell him.
Yep, seems like we are going again. Who's been the standout guy in this laning phase for you so far? Who's been doing the most work?
Well, so far the best recovery is definitely by the Pangolier. Like, he was playing versus a guy that had a free first blood and he got a couple of kills on him, solo kill and then rotated, so definitely can't look at anyone else when he had such a good performance.
Yeah.
A ult mid. Speaking of him, he might just die here. One more sleight of fist.
Ooh, Daze trying to help him out, but yeah, no, Mirage gets in, gets it done, but now Hex is out and got the juice on top of him as well. They're just gonna finger him down. Bye-bye Mirage. So it's a trade of the mid laners right now. Daze looking for the +1 as always, as Bat Rider is just constantly on
the Doom.
And with his shield rune, doing some work. Yeah, Doom jumping in on this one as well, but we'll be watching this AA being run down by Daze. He's asking for the high five as well. Meanwhile, nice spot of trees, but the Doom is out onto the Monkey and gets nothing done. He's fine, so yeah, not impactful.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that Doom was the best one I've ever seen, but yeah, Pango dies, they get a counter kill on 2 and they get a tier 1 tower. So all things said and done, as I was praising that Pangolier, he did die, but his death wasn't in vain. He's still he's still got something out of that. His teammates did, at least.
Dude, look at this blink timing on the Bat Rider. He's going to be hitting it like 40 minutes on a support bat. That's crazy.
Yeah, Daze has had quite a performance in game 1 and 2. Now in game 3 as well. Like, he has a very good KDA as well.
Yeah, moving around the map. He's been a big factor of helping this Pangolier into the game as well. In fact, like, they kind of been working together to really lay down the hurt onto this Ember and try and cut him out of the game a bit. So Slark, he does finish off. I imagine his net worth doesn't look anything close to the spend.
He's far, far away. He's just slowly kind of climbing towards that diffusal of his. He did join that fight mid, which helped him out a little bit experience-wise. The smoke.
Yeah. Oh, the smoke on smokes. They're both pinging each other as well. They're like, there's a rune there.
They're trying. Maybe Monkey King is the one that jumps around first. Let's see. Never mind. Ember goes back to farming. Probably nothing will happen off of that. The smoke was kind of smart though, because Nefrit was pushing the lane, and as he's pushing the lane, if you make this smoke that's kind of cutting the most probable line of the enemy smoke, you might run into them, kill him off.
Daze and Rudy's as well as PMA just trying to set up for something on the bottom side, but no one is no one's showing on this lane. I mean, everybody's showing on the lane, they're just asking to die with the heroes they have. It'd be kind of crazy, and they know that on the side of Team Sexy, so they'll chill out, and yeah. I mean, it has kind of, after the pause, everyone's kind of just taking a breather, taking a break. No one's looking to kind of push the advantage right now. So we're 8-8 at 15 minutes with no net worth advantage to either team. I don't know. What's the play which is going to break this game? I imagine it's something to do with our big Sven deciding he's strong enough to just run at someone. But what will that someone or something be?
Yeah, he's got everything he needs at the moment. He could theoretically wait for the full BKB completed. And I think it might be a better idea. Yeah, A is just there to protect him.
Oh, I love that they buffed Mischief. Day's in a lot of trouble right now. He's going to get brought down. Finally, they take a little bit too much liberty in the bottom lane. But yeah, this Mischief, you just see like random shit just like walking around the map really fast. You just like trees flying around, like salves, couriers, just... I love it so much. It's so stupid.
Just a random salve moving through the map.
I just love the idea that the spell's called Mischief, and the description is like, disguise yourself, and then there's just like a salve zooming through the river, and it's like,
What could that be? Yeah. Probably some new patch note, you know, that you haven't noticed. Let's use that.
Actually just... Let's laser smackdown on the Slark and sends him jumping away. So the Slark's just biding his time. He's at the moment this debuff's gone, you're dead, son.
Yeah, he's still got that ulti to work with. Shadow Dance, not Ice Blast, obviously, so... If he wants to, he can perhaps go back in. And he's doing exactly that, but mostly to just de-ward, yeah. There we go.
I think these guys just walked past each other without even realizing either was there.
9 class.
Now, class comes down, and they'll see him. Daze. Oh, no Firefly available. Oh, that would have been a dead monkey, but in comes Nefrit to clean up the kill onto Riddies instead.
And in the back.
Oh yeah, got the juice jumping in on this one. Does jump down the cliff. Very nicely done here. It's getting close though, and Mirage, he wants to finish the job. Trying to...
Oh, nice lasso.
Pangolier, now Lasso comes down as well. Very nicely done. They'll kill off Mirage, and now they come looking in for more. How far can they chase this one, though? And you always have to be...
Oh, Slark!
Because he jumps in on the sideline and catches the Slark. Great pick off from Yesu as they now move forward, looking towards Daze as well. AA Blast actually cashed out onto the Pango as well, but they're looking for the Bat Rider, and they're going to fight him. 2 kills for Yesu as he finds an amazing entry to this fight.
Yeah, really nicely done by the Sven. In particular, because he joins the fights before BKB. So many core Svens that I know would just be reluctant to even move away from the triangle. You know, they'd be, yeah, I'll end my BKB and then I'll actually start fighting. I need this. I need this for security. But yeah, he joins in, notices that Slark doesn't have an ulti, so cleaves through him in literally in 3 hits.
Great heads-up play, and immediately just back into the Ancient, stacks it up, beats it down, and in 15 seconds, that ulti will be up again. And yeah, I'm wondering if it's time to start running around with it, because I believe that's his BKB finish on the Courier. Could be wrong, might still need the recipe. But he didn't have it queued up, so I'm not sure.
Yeah, Slark can be really dangerous versus Sven, but later on, you need like eggs, you need a basher. You know, and then you're actually able to stack up stacks and just juke the Sven around, bash him down with your attack speed. But at this point in the game, you're definitely not as strong as he is. It's kind of the same versus any hyper carry as a Slark, you know, like if you manage to delay the game long enough, eventually you will be stronger. But in that mid-game portion in which the hyper carry is just farmed out of his mind, at that point, as a Slark, there's not a lot you can do.
Yeah, he's kind of just got to play the fights really smart. Jump in on the back lines, try and find the easier targets, and just keep an eye on where the Sven is at all times. And I think once his ulti is down, if he doesn't know exactly where the Sven is and exactly what spells he's got available, then he just needs to not be on the map.
Yeah. Absolutely. Monkey King is trying to set something up, but Daze, he finds him. Ah, very unlucky. Nicely done by Daze. He actually uses Sticky Napalm. He uses it on top of Monkey, but isn't able to just get him fast enough.
Yeah. Firefly is just kind of depend on your movement speed, which isn't crazy right now because you just rush that blink, so...
Yeah, there's a smoke, and are they gonna catch Lion? Both of these heroes have blinks, so not that easy. It's got the BKB and blink on Swendo.
Oh no, the DD is too tempting, but Mirage is going to be the one to bottle it up, and they chop down the Pangolin. Jesus Christ, he just gone. Rudy's is next as well. Mirage going to sneak up that one as two heroes just eviscerated in the river.
They're utilizing this one to the fullest. Like, he's been involved in 3 kills now already. And as you've got a quarter of that God's Strength, they're moving into the pit. I'm not sure if they have the damage. Let's see. Like, if God's Strength lasted longer, perhaps. But like this, I still think that Navi should have enough time to rotate in. There's a twin gate as well. Doom has a BKB. They should be able to contest this, but it doesn't look like they want to.
Yeah, they're not really moving.
Even
the tier 1 to TP to, wow.
Yeah, even without the God's Strength, they're still reluctant. They smoke up now, but this could be... Yeah,
it's too slow.
This could be too slow, exactly.
And there we are. Shan goes down, Sven grabs the Aegis and pauses the game.
Sound problems. We don't have those.
Nope, we're crystal clear now.
It's one of those plays you want to contest Roche, but the only way you do it is if someone slows it down a bit, like some bat is flying around with blink, tossing flame break. Just makes them afraid, right? Like just makes them afraid that everyone is there. But maybe they can fight anyway. Let's see. There's still no God's Strength. They should be aware of it, but no, they bail with the smoke.
Soon, though. It's not long before God's Strength is coming back, and yeah, they'll back themselves away. Also, you know, you can't kill off the Sven because he's got Aegis, so he'll just come back God's Strength anyway, and then you're in trouble. But they will be able to catch the Lion. Sorry, the
Monkey King, yeah. And another one.
And Monkey.
Can they kill him though, Nefrit?
Yeah. BKB. Got the juices, trying to chase him here, but this is a long BKB. It's still early days for these items, so gonna take a while to actually finish the job. Reddy's comes in on the side here. He's got the Hex, he's got the stun as well. They might be able to finish off the skill onto the Razor. All right, NAVI Junior, they find the opening and they make it work.
Yeah, and you probably don't want to fight them now anyway, even with the Aegis. Like, you're playing into Slark with 20 stacks. Maybe it's not the smartest idea to fight them, but Monkey already did buyback, and it looks like for pretty much nothing. He's gonna continue farming a bit, getting some more utility. I do like his build. Like, it's a peculiar one with Solar Crest and Glimmer Cape. Just full utility. No good old school position 5 for monkeys that pretend that they're actually position 5 or 4, but are buying literally the same stuff that a carried monkey does.
Yeah, no, he's committed to the support life, and I respect it.
Would you rather do this or like some Gleipnir on Monkey 4?
I think Solar Crest is so good this patch that it always feels good to have at least one, especially when you're against mostly physical damage. So yeah, I really like Solar Crest. Much better than going for a Maelstrom, which doesn't really help the team in any way, and then a Gleipnir, which is good. Gleipnir's great, but it takes so long to get it.
Yeah, and you
want to be useful now.
You kind of have some catch, so maybe getting something like a Natus as well isn't really that necessary. Yeah, I can see it. I can see Solar Crest just being much better here.
Yeah, definitely not an item I've seen on Monkey before, though. This is new for me.
And they smoke up with the Monkey, with his shiny Solar Crest, and where will they go? I wonder. Dire has scanned top, so they're also expecting a gank. Oh, these scans are really not on point.
Yeah, Monkey doing a bit of scouting, but he sees nothing.
Sven, by the way,
Do you find it interesting when teams like scan an area and then just continue charging into that area anyway? Is it just because they want to get wards down, I guess?
Yeah, like if you scan the area and it connects, you kind of know that the fight is going to happen, and then you can prepare with the instant initiation. And you can maybe plant the wards earlier, like in cliffs that aren't as deep, so that you actually have vision as you're initiating. I think it's fairly normal to do.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, I mean, at the very least, I'll have to come and deward it. Likely the best possible scenario is that teams actually get a kill with that ward they've placed down. Maybe smoke up again, or maybe just run straight for it, knowing that there's not much vision in the area.
Do you like the Daedalus, by the way, on Sven? He's about to have it after this wave. All of these heroes or Navi are literally 2 hits away from dying now.
No, I hate Daedalus on Sven. Listen, it's just too much damage.
Too much, yeah. I hate it too.
Need to go mech or something.
Just buy a mech, you know, be a healer, not a killer.
Well, think about it, you know, you already have damage. Then if you do healing as well, give your team everything they need.
Exactly.
Easy win.
Check all the boxes.
That's the best way to do it.
The most complete fighter out there, you know.
Yeah.
Batrider, they're jumping him. There's a ulti to connect.
Oh, nearly catches him as well with that AA on. I think he would have been dead if he did. Predicted the full stuff, but didn't predict the blink afterwards, unfortunately.
Well,
but
still does.
Ben gets him regardless. There's that ward. I mean, they got a kill on it.
Yeah,
job.
They tip him even, you know, like you worked so hard, you survived, and then it didn't even matter in the end. But at least they know for a fact that this is warded, like the cliff, right?
There's the big boy. Oh, he's got the hat on as well. Looking fresh. Players who put on the party hat instantly get a plus.
And it looks good on Ancient. Like, it actually looks really damn good on him.
Yeah, the color kind of fits that back piece, so...
Random tree passing by him. Hello, tree. Yeah,
no hat on the tree.
I just love the speed. I completely agree with you. That it's so silly.
It's so dumb. All right, BKB timing on Slark is going to be in about next minute or two. I'm still not entirely convinced they can fight with this, though, because, I mean, what do? You ulti on the Slark, great. Okay, Sven can't insta-kill you, but can you kill any of them? Not with the items he's got at the moment. Like, they need these long fights, and I don't know how they achieve that, because Sven's not going to give them long fights.
Yeah, but the thing is, what else can you do? At this point, that is the item to go for. You go for the BKB, you get the Basher afterwards. It's all about the way your teammates execute the fights. It's not necessarily on your items to win you the fights, you know what I mean? Like, you still have to... There's a lot of work involved before they can take these fights properly. Meanwhile, in the last game, like, I don't know if you watched it, Team Sexy had like some PL. He was completely free to do whatever. He was just spamming Phantom Lance and that's it. They won the game off of it. Like, no one could touch him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Slark really isn't in that position this game.
Well, that is for sure. Yeah, it's just going to be interesting to see. I mean, maybe if they just juke out the BKB on the Sven, then there's good opportunities to actually fight him.
I think you can do that. Perhaps you can use your lasso on one of these cores around him, like lasso the Ember, kill him off first, and then just juke the BKB on Sven, exactly like you said. Ice Blast on Bat does catch him, but the shard came in very nicely. Didn't really work.
He's going for this on the Pangolier. I mean, they're committing hard, and now the Doom comes down. Okay, they're going to be able to take out the Ember, but Doom taking heavy hits from Hesu at the same time here, trying to run himself away, and he's pretty damn fast. The Sven can't keep up, so he's going to back himself away. That's a BKB and a God Strength from the Sven, completely duped out. The perfect scenario here for NAVI Junior. Now, what more can they get from it? I mean, they've already taken down 2. Nefrit, he's pretty low on mana, but he is a Razor. He's a quick boy. And Monkey just trying to cause a bit of mischief, but does get brought down himself. Did it buy enough time to get his Doom out of here? Well, 1 escapes, and 2 should be getting out as well. So worthwhile feed from the Monkey King there to save his other 2 cores.
Yeah, very nicely done. This is exactly what I envisioned, more or less. Like, they need to create a chaotic fight in which they can kite out the Sven. Very well played by Navi. Ice Blast was already committed, which was really bad for Team Sexy, so they couldn't really... If you have Ice Blast and you clip the Slark with it, he's way more reluctant to, you know, just join the fights the way he did. They didn't. Their positioning was also on low ground between 2 dire wards. It's like perfect vision for Navi.
Yeah, you need to make sure that you're saving that one, really. I'm not sure what it was being used for. Like they're just firing at the Batrider.
It's not. He didn't just throw it. He has a shard. So basically, with that shard, he was probably thinking of initiating, right? Like if whoever gets clipped on the high ground, you just jump him after.
All right, well, that definitely took a bit of the wind out of Team Sexy's sails, so they're now going to have to kind of consider more carefully how they take the next fight. I mean, imagine the conversation is something along the lines of, high ground's pretty scary. Let's not fight into the high ground like that. Let's save AA. It's probably the same conversations we were having.
Yeah.
And just looking for that harder initiation on the Sven. That's what it's all about. These fights will be decided in the first 5 seconds.
Exactly, and they might find a good pick-off here. Slark is in front.
He's out. The AA blast as well just goes completely skew with Hex out onto the Monkey King as well. They're going to actually try and turn this into a fight. Where is the Sven? I mean, he's in the middle of everything, but he's stunned up for the moment. Godstrength is going. He's going to be able to chop down the Lion. And now, well, Slark, he's left without any friends. Needs to get himself away. Sure, you've got the BKB, but the right clicks are coming through thick and fast, but TP out with the leap, and he will get out to safety.
He will get out.
Oh, quickly.
Yeah, he will get out to safety, but Roche is here. So instantly into the pit. Now the question is, can Navi even contest this? They have some Shiva's BKB Doom, like he could run down there. But once again, they don't seem like they want to be contesting this. Roshan. Very interesting, like 2 times in the game that they're letting it go.
It's crazy, yeah. Like I feel like the golden window is when the Sven has no BKB gods and when they have no Ice Blast, and well, they just let it fly right by. I guess they wanted their Lion, they wanted their BKB on Slark. And once again, we saw this last time where they go for the fight after the Roshan. Well, it worked then, and in he comes on the Doom, looking for a target right now. Slark comes flying in on the sidelines as well. Doom taking a lot of damage. Strokes back, gonna throw out the Doom onto the Sven and takes down the AA with him, but will be dying. Now in comes Pangolier, jumping in through that army of Wukong's command to try and get a bit more damage out onto these Radiant heroes as Riddies jumps in. He's gonna just get zapped down by the Razor, but in comes Got the Juice, trying to finish the job onto the Razor. Does finish him off.
Oh, the cleaves.
Hero dead, and now, okay, that's scary, but and they catch him out. Nefra gets him as well. Mirage thought he was safe inside that cloud, but he was not. Dude, what are these fights? So brawly.
That was absolutely insane. Navi, I feel like they have some sort of a kink for fighting versus Aegis and Cheese. They just want to wait until it's way too difficult for them to take a fight, you know, and then they jump in. It was still really nicely done. Unfortunately, they couldn't kill off AA before the Ice Blast was committed. That's something that Batrider really wanted to do. And this is the point in the game in which Slark becomes annoying for Sven. Unfortunately for him, no Basher yet. Like, so he couldn't really stop that Sven from TPing out. He will have it. Instantly buys both the Mithril Hammer and Belt of Strength. He's like, next time you definitely aren't just gonna TP away.
And here we have the fight replay as well. I mean, it was looking pretty good for NAVI Junior.
They tried.
All things considered.
You could see Batrider actually lassoing an AA. How many times do you see that? Not very often. But they tried to kill him off. They just couldn't do it before the Ice Blast, and then Ice Blast clipped on Slark.
Oh my god. Nice usage on the depth shout there from the Slark, in fairness. Like, it did kind of save his life at the very least, but poor old Ember, just left inside the cloud, waiting for death.
Yeah, what can they do? Let's see. There's a Tormentor here that's being taken by Radiant Monkey. Oh my god.
Yeah, I did get stunned up, but it's not going to change anything here. They'll still be able to bring down 9 class, and they were doing the Tormentor as well, so some of them aren't that healthy, but Nefra is just engaging.
Dude, Sven.
But look who jumps in! It's the Sven, and he just hexed immediately by the Lion. Oh my god, he had his number, and then some. Ooh. I mean, really, dude, like...
No, he forgot to pop the BKB.
That's also another way of looking at it, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much what happened. He got hit by Pango, but the only reason he dies there is he forgot the BKB, and now he's dead for another minute. If they wanted to, like, they could easily pressure this high ground. It is hard, right? Like, A and Ember, probably the best two to be alive to defend this just by poking.
Yeah, they're pretty annoying. They're pretty annoying. You've got those little vortex on the floor as well, which just do damage as well for some reason. The bongs from the Monkey King even, it's tricky. So yeah, they're actually going to respect this and not push the high ground, which is a little surprising, but I guess it makes sense.
Probably for the best to be a bit more disciplined. Like so far, the most thrown games that I have seen in the qualifiers were all in situations such as this one. Like you're on high ground, enemy team is respawning. Instead of just waiting for them to respawn and waiting them outside, you try to push too fast, you get punished.
Yeah, NAVI Junior has certainly been down that path before, as every team has. So yeah, the question is, like, what do they view as like the thing they need to do to catch out Team Sexy here? You know, what's been them winning them these fights recently? And I think last fight actually shouldn't have gone that well for them.
Yeah,
the Sven had a great entry to the fight, and if he'd have BKB'd, then he would have just cut down 2 heroes straight away.
What's crazy for me about that last fight is they knew exactly where Navi was, because Monkey died immediately, right? Like he was the one that jumped and broke the smoke, and then Sven still didn't pop the BKB. I guess it's just one of those things that happens. He wanted to min-max the situation, wait with the BKB until the right moment, and then got clipped by Rolling Thunder. So what they have to do, to answer your question, is they have to pop BKBs, use their items.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
He is building towards Butterfly on Sven, so that's gonna kind of help versus Slark, who's basically just counting on all of these small little pesky hits that are gonna bring you down, bash you, take your stats. Butterfly really helps against that.
Yeah, it's going to force the Slark into building an MKB at the very least, and that's not something that Slark loves building. I mean, it's a bit of attack speed, but
it's just gonna be slow, right? Right now he's already queuing up different items. He had Refresher queued up, now he has Skadi.
Yeah, Refresher would have been interesting.
It's pretty good, right? Like having double BKBs, because all you need is to hit heroes, and Refresher enables you to do exactly that, because you don't have to be afraid. You have 2 Shadow Dances, 2 Depth Shrouds.
Yeah, that's true. And we've talked about how important it is to wait out this BKB, and if the fights go correctly for Team Sexy, then that's exactly what you'll need to do, is kite out the BKB, and what better way to do it with 2 Death Shrouds and 2 ultis. So
as long as you don't get cleaved, right? Like that's the only thing.
Yeah. But then at some point in the game, you still have to go and kill the Sven. It's a Slark. You still have to go and do it. And with the Refresher, if this guy's got like Butterfly or keeps going for items like that.
So you can't ignore him like we do to all our problems, no? Top lane Twin Gates are used, it seems like.
Look, I'd love it if my problems jumped into a fight without BKB, but unfortunately, well,
Sven
caught him out here. Doom comes down, so no BKB available. And they're just going to try and cut him down, but Team Sexy are here. They're trying to keep him alive. Look at NAVI Junior, they're just running straight through the fight to try and kill off the Sven. Is that going to work out for them, though? They've already lost the Doom, and now, well, God, the Juicy's really getting up some stacks here, just chopping away at Nefrit right now, and he is eventually going to be able to bring down this Razor. Down he does go to Daze. Meanwhile,
nice bounce on Ember.
Thing in this fight, but blink away, TP out. He knows it's over, as every single one of his teammates is dead, and NAVI Junior once again finding the perfect angle of initiation through that Twin Gate.
Yeah, they doomed the Sven, and yeah, you can doom the Sven. He still can't pop the BKB, doesn't mute any longer, right? So he pops the BKB, but then what happens after the BKB is gone? He can't join the fights anymore. There's way too much control. The Pango, the Lion on his own will just control you out of your mind. So yeah, like another amazing fight by Navi. And they're just gonna push high ground this time around. The tower, I believe, should fall. A is up in 10 seconds, and that's just not fast enough.
Yeah, they'll have the secondary fortified to try and delay things if they want to. But they don't want to. Just let it go. Save it for the next one, I guess. Still 20 seconds on Ember, still 20 seconds on Razor. Navi, they're not leading.
Lasso.
Stack's not gonna last forever. Lasso out onto the AA though. That's a good pickoff. He does have a buyback. Should probably use it in about 10 seconds time when these other heroes are back. Now this Fortify might just cause NAVI Junior to leave.
They might leave because of the Fortify as soon as Ember respawns, and also because Roche can be up right now. So at this point, do you really want to test your luck and see if you're able to fight with half of your HP on multiple heroes? No. Just move back, wait for Roche to actually be up and fight around the pit.
Invisibility.
That's how they do it. Get the vision up as well. We've seen this be so important. If you have the vision on the Sven before he can engage, then obviously you can get up the Doom, and then all your problems are gone.
Yeah, I feel like, unfortunately for Sven, his item timings are still amazing. He still has a ton of farm, but it's nowhere nearly as scary as it used to be. They just found the right control now. The Skadi on Slark also completed.
Lasso out onto the Monkey King. Sven trying to follow up as well. Trying to bring down these heroes. And down goes 9 class. The Doom is out of the Sven, but he's also got up the God Strength and the BKB. But Slark is still just trying to cut him up regardless. Stuns out now. The BKB is over and they bring down the big boy. Immediate buyback coming out from the Sven here. They know how important this fight is going to be. PMA is going to get brought down by Nefrit inside that Wukong's command as well. And NAVI Junior, they're the ones making the call to back themselves away from this area. But they can't back out of this fight entirely because they will give up Roche. But then again, they haven't really given a shit about that all game anyway, so...
Yeah, they absolutely don't care about Roshan, but they don't have buyback on Doom, and there's no buyback on Ember. Ember, however, will respawn in 40 seconds, so if they could force a fight before that, but it doesn't look like they really give a hoot, like you just said.
It's amazing how little of the shit they give about Roshan, like...
Precious bounty.
Surely you come back in for this one.
Yeah, they're about to get level 25 on Slark. That's where it's at.
Which talent is that the restore time on the Essence Shift?
Yeah, that's the one. Just keep them in forever. 50 seconds basically feels like forever. Lion is in.
He certainly is. I'm not sure he wants to be, though. That Ethereal Blade plus double full staff is going to keep him alive. Monkey King really trying to finish the job here, and we'll be able to find him on the backlines. 9 Claws might give his life for that one, though, as the Slug gets upon him immediately and just starts ripping through this Monkey's defenses and will get killed off. But Daze does get brought down on the sidelines as well by Hesu, who pops out God Strength here. Now, Roshan is up, so the God Strength does have a secondary use here, which is why he was happy to just pop it so freely. And now he gets into that pit and starts going to town on the big boy.
Nomad, guess what? They're not contesting Roche again. Again, it's not happening. They're leaving it. Lion even TP top and he was ready to use the twin gate, but someone made a call. They moved out and they lost the Batrider. He doesn't have a buyback. Doom is still down for a really long time. I like that they attempted to take that fight before Ember respawns, because if you win that fight, then perhaps you can actually defend Roshan, but they didn't win it, unfortunately for them. So Aegis, cheese, and eggs. Who got the eggs? Ah, it's the Ember, right?
Ember.
Yeah, they gave it to Ember. And cheese as well.
Yeah, a really great target to give the Psychonyms to. Superman Sven, probably not super valuable.
I don't know why this game feels... it doesn't feel like we're already in 43 minutes. It feels faster than that. I guess it's very interesting. There's just way too many plays happening on the map. Just constant brawling.
Yeah, there's constantly things going on. It's been no downtime, really. Both these teams have been playing pretty damn fast.
Yeah, is there a smoke happening? I feel like Radiant might do it after the Devour, though. If they don't Devour the cliff, yeah, they will, of course.
And of course, you know, considering how fast and how confidently these two teams have been playing, it's kind of surprising, because this is a lower bracket TI qualification game. If you lose this, you're just done. Hopes and dreams dead. And then, but they're both teams playing with a lot of confidence. You know, they're making the plays, they're making the calls, they're going at each other. It's good to see. No, neither of these teams could ever be called like they're playing this too safe.
Yeah.
Maybe NAVI Junior in there not caring about Roche, but that seems more like a strategy thing.
Yeah, what's really nice about this last game is that both the drafts are also very similar, so and both teams have pretty decent and good win condition. in the last 2 games, one team just had an obviously stronger draft, and then they just ran with the game. But yeah, this one much closer. Even though Navi is 20k ahead, it doesn't feel like the game is completely in their control.
Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to watch. And as the observer's pointing out as well, Doom now has that 25 talent which applies the mute, which means when he uses it on Sven, does that mean he doesn't get Great Cleave anymore?
He can't use items anymore. That's what it means.
Oh right. Oh yeah, nuts break.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, observer.
Yeah.
Interesting. Why did he go for the mute talent then?
Sorry, what?
Why did he go for the mute talent over the break talent?
I mean,
okay.
If you doom him, Sven can't use BKB. I guess Satanic as well. You know, it's pretty important, I would say. But the other thing is also decent, I guess. But this one is just much better. They do have a double damage on Slark, even though they're playing into Aegis and Cheese. That double damage is bottled, so they can move across the map, use it exactly for the fight. And the way they're drawing, they're gonna run into this monkey.
Yep, and they do see him here, so he's just immediately engaging here, but the Aeon Disc of the Batrider is going to keep him perfectly fine. And now Sven, he's in trouble. He can't use anything here, and he's just being brought down. This is just a dead Sven with no buyback. Oh, sorry, he's got Aegis, of course. Meanwhile, on the back lines, Daze is going to get picked off by Mirage. Sven's going back for round 2, but no God Strength available, of course, on that second life. NAVI Junior with a double damage on the Slark can easily just kind of continue to choke out and to keep control of this game.
Yeah, I'm not sure. There's no God Strength, and because of that, Radiant isn't fighting. But on the other side, you don't have Doom, you don't have Batrider. Like, if you're Team Sexy, the moment you have God Strength, you're probably trying to make a play, because Batrider won't be around in those 15-20 seconds. So you actually have some downtime to play around.
Amazing what you'll find laying around.
And this Sven, he needs a way into these fights. This is dangerous as well, just going for these catapults. Good lord.
Yeah,
He's got Lincolns upon him. He's got double Lincolns, I guess, so that helps.
You were talking about confidence. They have a lot of it. On both sides. Like, you can see the way they're playing. I feel like still, Navi, they have proven that they can kill off the cores that they want to kill, right? Like, they've killed the Ember recently, the Sven as well. Meanwhile, for Team Yes, they still didn't really find a way to kill anyone, like Pango or Slark. These two just cover each other, either Rolling Thunder on one side or Depth Shroud on the other.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's a lot of kind of... It's not even synergy, it's just good spells in the late game which can work together nicely.
Just easier to execute, plus the itemization. You have two Aeon discs, right, on Doom and on Bat, so you can't even kill those in one go. If you go for them, they just counterplay you. But they are in a bad position right now, I feel like, on the side of Navi. Or at least the high ground that Radiant is holding looks very nice.
Yeah, this could be the opportunity they're looking for. In comes a Slark straight away, just looking for the Razor straight off the bat. Pangolin is going to the backlines, trying to disrupt the A and stop him getting off this ultimate onto the Slark, which is so damn important. Might be able to get it down now, and yep, does just about clip it, but look at the Sven hexed up and take him down once again. Jesus out of the fight, out of the game for 120 seconds, and now they can just work on the rest of the team, and it should be an easy cleanup for NAVI Junior, as they most likely take this game here in the final fight. Nefred trying his best to get out of this one, but that is not going to happen. And with only 2 heroes of buybacks available in time side of Team Sexy, they can just drive the dagger down into Team Sexy now.
Yeah, they've got 2 buybacks, but the throne is pretty much open. 3 buybacks. Okay, Sven has it, but no God Strength for 30 more seconds.
Well, they came back quick.
Okay, maybe the game isn't over just yet. Hold your horses. They will hold.
Another 10 minutes to go yet. That's what the script says anyway. I don't know what yours says.
Yeah, we need those tier 5 items as well, right? Like.
Yeah. The Valve development team didn't spend that long working on those for them to never appear in competitive.
Exactly. We all got the memo from Gaben. Every 4th game needs to go 15 minutes at least.
NAVI Junior. Is it time to force it? I don't think so. I think it's finally time for them to head towards the forbidden area.
The Roshan pit?
Yeah.
I wonder what happened to them in the pit. What traumatic event that they don't want to approach it.
Yeah. Who knows? Best not to speculate on what happened between them and Roshan in the past.
Dire are scanning.
Maybe we'll see why. Maybe this Roche fight is just going to be the absolute end of NAVI Junior. A shock comeback for Team Sexy.
40k. It's gonna be one big ass shock. Roche may respawn in 15 seconds. Let's see. Right now, Team Sexy, they're just not in the position to contest it. Mid lane is also pushing in, so top lane too. These 2 side lanes with super creeps are just giving way too much info. It's very easy for Navi to set up the fight.
Oh, poor doggy. Team Sexy fan, I guess.
Yeah, he is. He heard me talking badly about them and he's very sad.
Yeah, I get that. All right, 1 minute until Roche is up. Plenty of time to set up, get control of this bottom side of the map. Make sure there's absolutely no chance that Team Sexy can come running down this bottom lane and contest. I think they have to, though. They haven't been able to kill the Slug for a very long time.
They will approach them right now. Yeah, smoke. It's a nice wrap.
The exact same one they did before. But we said it was a good spot then. We say it's a good spot.
It's still a good spot. It's still a good spot, man. I'm sticking by it.
Oh, they're going for the twin gate setup? That'll be hype. But their base is going to get flooded. They haven't really shoved the waves out very far because they can't.
They're going to find a gem on the ground. A nice little one.
Neat. But then did they see the gem being picked up? That's the question.
Let's see, Pango's...
Junior seemed to know something's up. Oh, the bash is off, and that's going to allow him to get off the roll-up. Oh no, the Sven now in trouble. The Doom is out onto himself, and, well, it's going to be another repeat. The Sven goes down. They're looking for more. Razor's going to
GG.
be the target, and there it is.
They call it.
Come out. They know what was on the cards there. They missed the bonk, and then that's it. And oh no, don't tip him. Come on, guys. You just eliminated from the TI qualifiers. Don't tip him as well. But great performance from NAVI Junior in this series. They take it 2-1, Lizard.
Yeah, really nicely done series by them. I honestly felt after the game 1, me and Snare were talking before he went full robot on me. We both thought that this is going to be a 2-game series, that Navi has their number. They're just playing a little bit quicker and cleaner. And they did in game 1 and in game 3. Game 2 was just way too difficult for them. It was one of those obvious outdrafts. So unfortunately, well, fortunately for them, they did manage to not get outdrafted in game 3 and actually take it back home. It did look a little bit difficult at times, didn't it?
It did, yeah. There were moments where we thought the Sven was just going to run away with it, but eventually, you know, it has got to be said, some misinitiations from him. And Sven, whilst he's a strong hero, if you mess up that first 5 seconds of the fight, you're not winning the fight. You need to get a kill, you need to get some damage out, you need to get those cleaves coming out, because once that BKB is over, you know, this team can just run you over. It's very, very easy for them to just control this Sven outside of BKB.
Yeah, and so unfortunately also one of those complete snowbally heroes. So if you make a couple of mistakes in the game, like the game can just run away from you, and that's what happened, right? Like he got caught a couple of times in this game without using the BKB, so he wasn't able to do a lot in these fights. But Navi, they just itemized really nicely as well. Like you're talking about these first 5 seconds. Well, those first 5 seconds don't matter when 2 of the heroes that you want to kill have A on disc, right? Yeah. Like you jump them and it still doesn't matter. Maybe they needed a different sort of initiation, and they tried it a couple of times with 9 class. Like he was doing like a pretty good job on his Monkey King, breaking smokes, going in first, giving the info. Like actually quite impressed with the playstyle, but it just wasn't enough, unfortunately, for Team Sexy.
No, it was not. It certainly wasn't. And what a sad way to end as well. Like, you land that bonk, you do kill off the Pangolier straight off the bat, I believe. And then suddenly we have a fight on our hands, but I mean, they don't even get that opportunity. They don't even get a chance to take a somewhat interesting fight as they just mess up the initiation. And, you know, poor 9 class, you know, he's played well through this game on the monkey. He's made some decent plays, but in the end, the pressure just got to him a bit, messed up, and that's going to be the end of it.
Yeah, that's pretty much going to be it. And so far, by the way, with Snare, we've had their mid laner as the MVP. From what you've seen in this game, would you give it to Got the Juice, or would you still give it to him? Because Got the Juice...
hard, man.
Yeah, he's...
like... Got the Juice played well, right? Like, he played an exemplary Slark. Yeah, I think the Pangolier did all right, but it was mostly enabled by Daze. If I was going to give it to anybody involved in the mid lane, then it'd probably be Daze on the bat. He carried them through the early game and made sure that this Sven didn't completely stomp them. Then PMA came into his own in the late game. He clicked R on the Sven, which is really hype and impressive. So I'll let you choose it, man.
Yeah, I'll give it to Daze. I'll give it to Daze for sure. Yeah, he's had a couple of mistakes here and there, but the game was really solid. Like, he got a ton of farm coming from the early game, from the laning stage. He had 13-14 minute blink dagger, just found the right targets to jump on. The itemization, nothing really extraordinary, but everything was on point. Keep it simple, keep it correct, and disciplined. That's what Navi did together with Daze, and the dream is still alive for NAVI Junior.
Yeah, it certainly is. They're going to continue this run down in the lower bracket as they will move on to round 3, knocking out Team Sexy, joining Storm and Nemiga, the other winners of today, which means that who are they going to be playing up against, Lizard? Well, it's going to be winners of the next series, isn't it?
And the winner of next series is going to be who, according to the scripts? Do you know?
I'm not spoiling. I'm not spoiling.
You're not spoiling, okay.
I'll message you.
Thank you, yeah.
It is, of course, UALEIKUMNIHAO. Have you tried saying that yet, by the way?
I have not.
Okay, are you going to?
No. When I cast them, I will spare myself from the misery. How did you pronounce it?
UALEIKUMNIHAO.
UALEIKUMNIHAO.
Hey, nailed it.
There you go.
Good job. Good job. Yeah, the bilingual guy gets it done. Yeah, it'll be them versus MoneyMakers down in the lower bracket, the final series of the day. Another hype elimination series here in the TI qualifiers. So, yeah, that one's just around the corner, which means this one's all done and dusted. Lizard, anything to say before we kick it over to a break?
Oh, thank you very much for joining me, for replacing Snare, for being there when we needed you the most. And I want to say for everyone that's still watching us, make sure to drink water, keep loving yourself and everyone around you, and peace out. I'm doing the Snare impression. Let's go.
Oh, I see. Yeah, doing the giving the people what they're missing. Absolutely understandable. Alrighty, friends, we're gonna throw it over to a break, after which we shall be back with a final series of the day: UALEIKUMNIHAO versus MoneyMakers. We'll see you very shortly for that one. Goodbye.
What is going on, my friends, as we get into the final series of the day? And yeah, I'm Nomad, joined by T Governor as we jump into this one. T, let's go. We've got one final series to get through here in the lower bracket. One team is getting eliminated, one team is going forward, but which is it going to be?
Just testing you. I was playing on the issues there. Don't worry, all good. Which one? I don't know, mate. Honestly, we haven't really seen much of MoneyMakers. You know, they finished 5th, 6th last tour, so in Div 2, and they've basically been there the entire time. Like in Tour 1, I think they were known as YNT, but they have just been consistently Division 2, never up, never down, just kind of awkwardly there. So, do I have much odds in them actually winning the whole qualifier? Probably not. So yeah, that's about it. We'll see how they do. But if they are to do something,
they are called the Moneymakers, though. And where can you make the most money? TI. So, you know, if they want to stay on brand, then surely they should be making it through. So let's get into the draft. Of course, they'll be playing up against UALEIKUMNIHAO once again, the team with the best name in the tournament, which is just entirely one block of capital letters, which don't look like they should fit together at all. But there we go. And yeah, they unfortunately got down here after losing their last series, which was pretty all right, you know. They got brought to 3 games at least.
Yeah, I was close to saying that they could have won the series, but they just weren't able to replicate their first game again. You know, like I think their first game was just beautiful, the aggression, Mary Nature's Prophet, super OP, but of course MoneyMakers, they're not going to be skipping out and watching some DPC games. They're already banning it out, and yeah, we're kind of yet to see that next step. And I think if anything, maybe we get to see some Mary Treant Protector today, because that was something that was banned out a lot in that previous series in the upper bracket, but not here. So already some different heroes getting pushed through into the first phase of the draft.
Yeah, but I'd be interested to see it and see what the big fuss is about, because everybody keeps banning it and I want to know why. So yeah, give me the Mary Treant. I'm here for it. Don't they use first phase it though? Are they lunatics? No, they are not. They're going to grab the gyrocopter. That one sneaks through the draft. Are we calling this a carry of the patch yet, T?
I'm calling it the hero of the patch for sure. I'm saying hero, not carry.
Hero of the patch, wow.
Because, you know, UALEIKUM, UALEIKUM. Oh god, it hit me again. I second guessed myself. Okay, thank you. Yeah,
just say anything with confidence and people will believe you. That's the ultimate cheat to casting.
Come. There you go. That's the new way I'm going to deal with it. Thank you. No, the reason why I say it's the hero of the patch is because UALEIKUM in the previous series, they first picked it, forced this draft to be anti-gyro, and then put it in the support position. And I think, yes, it feels like a busted carry. Having that Aghanims, having that second side gunner hit during flat cannon is insanely good. Your farm speed is super obnoxious hero. But having that ability to pick it and then suddenly push it elsewhere, that's when a hero goes from being great to like OP. And yeah, this is going to be that hero. Of course, I think Gyrocopter is, even as if it's good at farming, there will always be counters to the hero, be it AA to remove the healing from Satanic, Sven to pop God Strength and to blow up the gyro before you can even press any of your buttons. Heroes like Lycan or Venge that can remove your attack damage. Like, there are answers to the hero. It's not like the pick that is truly unanswerable, but it really just depends on the comfort of your opponent on how they navigate it. And right now, MoneyMakers, they pick up one of the heroes that I mentioned plus a Doom. So now don't allow Gyro to press the flak button, take away his damage if he does press the attack button, the flak button.
That flag button, yes indeed. All right, so I mean, they got this hard lockdown, you know, certainly helped out in the last series. That was kind of the way they dealt with the Sven, was just by dooming him every single fight. Doom at 25 now is absolutely ridiculous, so yeah, it's still a very strong hero despite the changes. Now we're going to get an Undying and a Dark Willow coming out for UALEIKUMNIHAO. And this is just going to give them like some monstrous team fighting potential. Like these 3 heroes, and you don't need to draft any more team fight. You got it covered, but you can if you want. But it looks great. Maybe some AoE lockdown just to stop them all running away, and you're good. But you've even got Willow for that, so it's decent.
It just feels like the lanes are super comfortable for them, right? Like Willow plus any lane with Willow, boom, great. Undying against Doom, naturally Undying will be doing well, right? So, or even the carry behind the Undying. So I think everything together will be good in regards to the laning phase. It depends on if they want to lean on that with, let's say, their mid laner that can then rotate into already good lanes and then overwhelm that kind of entry to mid game. We'll see if they want to opt for it or not.
So MoneyMakers time to start picking up the next couple of heroes, and they're going to go straight in for their carry, and they're going to grab the Sven. So definitely a hero which can overwhelm Gyrocopter if he's able to just get on top of him, get off that ultimate, get off that that BKB, and just plow into the Gyro.
Yeah,
like Gyro doesn't really like heroes which just kind of get on top of him that much.
It's nice to see. I mean, I'm kind of listed a couple of the anti-Gyro heroes, and we're already kind of seeing them bleed into the draft. Technically, Venge was picked whilst I was talking about it, so I won't take the dub on that one, but you know, I'll take the dub on the Sven. It's this is the beauty of Dota and why I love seeing patches, and I really hope that we do subscribe to the many small patches rather than absence of time in big patches, because heroes that people perceive to be bad often are because the really good heroes just naturally beat them, right? And as soon as you suddenly get a hero rise up, it's like the old school counters just come back in. It's like, even if the hero isn't in a good spot patch-wise, it's like the fundamentals of the hero will be good for the game. So like, you're allowed to shift the meta indirectly, and I think this is kind of an example with Sven. It's like, if there wasn't Gyrocopter, Sven would probably be like the average core, like maybe a specialty hero for some players, but for a Gyro in the mix, for a Nature's Prophet as well that's rising up in popularity, Sven loves playing against them. So yeah, go for it, pick it. And yeah, big fan of the small patches. Thanks, Valve.
Absolutely. I'll take a lack of hats any day if we get this many gameplay.
Oh yeah, fuck the hats, man.
Competitive.
Let's be real. Yeah, fuck hats.
Okay, I did just add the best hat ever with the party hat.
Yeah, but I fuck with that hat, but I don't fuck the other hats, and that's our swearing limit that we've already broken within the draft. So we now can't say any more swear words.
Good work.
Sorry, I just said thank you, Valve, and I said sorry, Valve, in the same sentence.
All right, so we have the Earth Spirit and the Earth Shaker banned out. So MoneyMakers, they just don't like the Earth apparently. Meanwhile, UALEIKUM getting rid of Co-op, one more ban to come. So they're expecting mid laner from MoneyMakers, which seems to make sense. But the next picks, of course, will be UALEIKUM. So yeah, position. Not position 4, it will be the mid laner, but of course, we've seen some very good stuff coming out from Earth Shakers. So they're just expecting a big brawler in the middle lane. I think that's probably smart. Could be anything.
I like as well, just this draft from UALEIKUM just looks so chill, you know? Like Centaur, Willow, lane plays itself. Undying with ranged hero core behind him, it plays itself. Like there's no issues, and they also scale. Like as the game goes later, you got Blink Stomp from the Centaur, Bedlam, Tombstone Annoyance, of course, Gyro we've mentioned plenty of times. Like it really is like not the perfect draft, but like the perfect game one lower bracket draft that you would want, because the lanes are good, the scaling's good, like the whole everything is just good. It is of course punishable. Certain teams will be able to exploit this type of drafting, but I look at all these heroes and like even throw a Primal Beast into mid lane, it's that active hero that I've mentioned happily will TP to a side lane, use that onslaught, get down the lane, you know, take the fight. You know, I'm a big fan of this this draft.
I'm loving it. Yeah. And talking about scaling and scales, we've got Primal Beast coming out as the final pick. It's actually going to give you that big old brawler in the mid lane that you're looking for here. So Centaur plus Primal is a huge front line for Gyro to play into. And it's definitely heroes which can get on top of this Skywrath and get on top of this Doom perhaps, and not give him the free time he wants to just run in and doom the Gyrocopter. So yeah, I like it a lot. I think this is like one of the easiest drafts I've ever seen. And why not? Like, you're playing TI qualifiers, lower bracket, you know, you want the pressure to be off you, just
you want a baller
pick. Simple strategies which just make a lot of sense, and let your mechanics shine through. You know, that's the way to do it. So, MoneyMakers,
give me Kunkka
from them.
That's what I want.
Ooh.
This hero is like, again, like, it's off meta, but Centaur is a very movement-based hero with Stampede. That's your defensive tool. X-Mark will bring you back. In lane against the Primal Beast as well, you fare relatively okay, but he charges in. If he disengages, you keep him contained, and damage reduction. Either way, doesn't happen, whatever. They pick Death Prophet. And this is a hero that we even really seen that much. I can quickly double check this region at least for Death Prophet games, but pretty sure we've not seen it.
I certainly don't recall seeing much of Death Prophet, but one thing I will say is that this game in particular, I really dislike it. Like, you've already got the Stampede. Like, she pops Exorcism, they're just going to run away. I'm pretty sure. Like, okay, you got stuns and slows coming out from Venge, Sven, Scarth, sure. But, like, for the most part, you can really easily disengage from this DP. So I'm expecting to see at least 1 or 2 Exorcisms fights just disengaged from Waileikum. If they're not fighting over objectives, that could definitely be the case. And yeah, I mean, I guess it's definitely a good answer to the initiation now. Like, you've got basically 3 heroes with 3 big spells which you want to stop getting off. You can't do that, you know. It's whack-a-mole, and 3 moles are coming up at once. You only have 1 hammer, so you gotta pick your poison here. So it works in that way. It doesn't work in the other way. But yeah, overall, I see the logic in it for sure. But it kind of, yeah, go on.
I mean, I respect your point, but like, think about the laning phase, right? Like, think about the idea of when Primal Beast goes to rotate, Death Prophet will get all the 3 levels, doesn't really care. Even if Primal jumps on top of you, you have your Siphon. So now you have that constant pressure of Exo will hit my mid tower if I gank incorrectly. And I could see it being overwhelmingly tanky, potentially. When you look at these heroes on Radiant, it is, what, the flat damage of late game, and the early game damage is like cheap spells. But Death Prophet, Doom, and Sven naturally itemize to be tanky quite early on. So maybe there's that window of overwhelming presence where Exo plus Doom plus Mystic Flare, Venge swaps, like, it could just be too much for a very scaling lineup to deal with. Like, yes, there's cooldowns, but if they execute on the cooldowns, it could be very good. But yeah, you see here both teams warding kind of underneath each other. Of course, Dire will be seeing the ward first and getting that D ward off.
Yeah, MoneyMakers pushing in and just making sure they can get control of their area. It's pretty obvious one, to be fair. So yeah, I mean, it's really actually going to be hard, as you say, for Chira Junior then to rotate with his Death Prophet just being so sticky in the middle lane. The tower is going to be under constant threat, which is really annoying for any hero which wants to roam around and get kills. So do you think we'll see Waileikum try to adjust to that and maybe try and get some early kills on the Death Prophet? And do their supports allow them to do that?
Oh, I think it really depends on the Death Prophet's positioning. I think if she's on her steps of the mid lane, then probably not. But if she pushes up to hit that tower with some right clicks, then a well-placed Tombstone Bramble, then 100% she can go down. But we've seen plenty of Death Prophet clips throughout the time where triple Siphon and suddenly she's back up, and with your support being an Undying plus the melee of the mid, that's going to be 2 melee heroes minimum jumping her, easy Siphon targets, and it's going to be a difficult balance. Like, I could easily see them ganking her, failing, games are all difficult, or they kill her a couple times and everything that you've been mentioning comes into light where, oh, it's a Death Prophet with high cooldowns plus a Doom and Sven. Like, it could be way too janky. I'd be surprised if she really does die here.
Okay, all right. I'm just being a hater then.
A little bit, but you know, I like it. I normally, you know, we can sometimes be yes men in the first game of the day, but no, I'm liking this, starting with a bit more hostility, a bit more, you know, speak off the cuff. Yeah. But Willow's not enjoying the first game of the day. Already getting run out of the lane by Slayer.
Jesus.
And should be dead.
Dead, Wave of Terror. Yep, that'll do the job. First blood for the Vengeful Spirit, taking it down in style. Damn. Wasn't expecting that, not gonna lie.
Yeah, Willow's a hero that often plays behind the core and right-clicks a little bit, so a little bit of a weird positioning. It happens. You'll be able to recalibrate. Use the Centaur as your kind of body. Don't put yourself in that vulnerable position.
And quick hat check, and we currently have 2 hats, one being worn by Mary and one being worn by Lucas, so one for each side. Would like to see some more hats coming out, guys, so if we could sort that out, that'd be great.
Do you think what's better for a game, a high five offering or like placing the hat on your head mid-kill?
I think the hat's placement is very subtle, so probably a high five.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. As I asked the questions, like, the hats aren't like obnoxious enough. Like, they could easily up the ante on the hats. That could be like a battle pass thing, if we had one, rip. Would be like the higher thing, the bigger the hat. Interesting. So in the mid lane, Igor uses the Spirit Siphon, and rather than running away, Chira just literally turns around, trample on and just smacks Igor with his back. He's just happy to make the trade.
does come off a little bit worse from it, but it's definitely an interesting take on the lane.
This Death Prophet is a kind of a static factor now in the draft, right? Like, you're picking it because you know you aren't going to give away that cheap kill. You are going to always be able to hit your creeps and farm up, and we are seeing that right now in the game. All the cores pretty much are CSing relatively well. There isn't that one core that's truly struggling. You could argue Doom being only at 8 CS is probably the biggest loser at the moment, but again, nothing crazy. Sure, he's hitting the creeps now. They're under his tower, but
stuff under tower, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So very, very stable entry to the game right now from both teams. And whoever breaks first, you would argue that Radiant has the better chance at making the move first. Heroes like Undying, Willow, Primal Beast, they're a little bit more active in nature, so we'll see if they are to utilize that at some point.
Cheer's making some really weird moves in mid. He's like, he just went all the way behind the tower to try and snipe the courier, completely missed it, and then kind of just walked back to lane. I mean, I guess he had nothing else to do because he's just nuking out every wave with Onslaught Trample, but very interesting way to play this lane.
I think it's also the repercussion of what is happening in the side lanes. Like, as we're glancing at top and bot lane, Centaur, he's using double edge, he's stomping, he's really just forcing the wave under the tower. And then on the flip side, you've got Gyro with a taker, 2 points in flat cannon. So this isn't a game where the Radiant are holding the waves in front of their towers, forcing Dire to get a little bit closer. They're kind of shoving it into Dire's side. So Primal Beast isn't going to be able to TP in for a quick, level 4, level 5 kill. And maybe because of that, he's looking at the minimap and going, yeah, I've just got to do some weird stuff, boys. Like, we're not really playing Dota. Like, there's no way Primal's TPing top into this wave either, right? So it's just going to be everyone push creeps, get as much as you can, and then when they decide to fight, they'll give it a go. And yeah, that's it. Just happy little farm time right now.
It is, yeah, it is. And, one thing the Doom is doing quite well is he's coming in when Gyro's using this flat cannon and denying the range creep, which sounds simple, but it's actually pretty annoying because when you have a flat cannon going, you then can't, you can't last hit or you'll just lose the range creep a lot of the time. But now Mary comes in just to help zone out a little bit more, and this is the main issue the Doom's been facing. But that said, with the waves constantly coming under his tower, he's got to be kind of happy. And
look at what they're doing. This is so obnoxious.
Crazy.
This has been the entire lane.
Fortify as well? No, it's a Dire Fortify. Okay, well. All right,
just to be clear. Oh, wait, what? Oh, he got level 6. He got
kill in the middle lane.
He didn't even use his ult.
Level 6.
3 level 6.
He got 6 from the kill.
He had 2 siphons up, boss. He had a water rune as well.
Not sure if we have the technology. Meanwhile, from the top side, Sugarat getting run down a little bit here, but there comes that Cursed Crown, buying him the space he needs to get himself away, and the Willow will be absolutely hunky-dory as well, so.
Yeah, I wasn't looking at mid, but he had a Fairy Fire, he had the Water Rune, he had 2 siphons, like, he must have been not like, oof, that shouldn't be happening.
I mean, sometimes that trample plus a Stampede burst is just way too much to predict.
That's true. It is easily a couple hundred damage minimum, so Eagle kind of misplaying a little bit in the mid lane. Quite a chill style of 35 CS to the 27 of Primal, but you give away a free kill. And now the question for Primal, what's he going to be doing on the map? He does TP into the top lane, looking to find Lucas on the retreat. But of course, it being nighttime, won't have the vision. For the first real rotation of Chira, netting nothing.
Ooh, is he going to be seen? No, it doesn't quite get seen by the Venge either. Thought the Venge might have been able to bring it down, but yeah, nothing found by the Primal. A little bit awkward, but Exon says, oh, all good, I'll scoop up a bit of XP in the mid lane. I'm more than happy.
Of course, Sven Doom, very much farming-orientated cause, and eager on the Death Prophet. He is the one to basically make the moves. He's going to be the playmaker from this Death Prophet. And the question for him is he going to join that farm where he exos with his team? Is he just going to be a little bit greedier and look to do other moves? But I think it's a lot of pressure on this Death Prophet to make the correct moves. Because if he doesn't use that exo correctly, suddenly it's everyone's farming, exo's been wasted. That's why I'm kind of keeping my camera locked on him. Like, what's he going to be doing?
Thrilling stuff at the moment as he clicks here at mid.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
we saw Mary try and cross the bridge to get to the Wisdom Rune in the bottom side, and BB was just waiting for him on the other side of the bridge and body blocked him and then tried to run him down with the Scorched Earth. Not enough damage coming out from him, unfortunately. Doom's just not a particularly high damage here at this point in the game.
Man, MoneyMakers didn't really enter this game with let's draft the real fun heroes. They were like, let's hit the like at 40 minutes. Their draft's very fun, you know, swaps and stuns and dooms and whatnot. But it's quite a slow burner, yeah, to get into the game.
Weird rotation as Eagle comes bottom with the Invis rune.
Yeah, the pressure from this Death Prophet, honestly, it's like she's not pressuring the game, but she's feeling the pressure. Like, she gives away one solo kill mid, but we're yet to see that Exo. Like, traditionally, you hit 6, you're calling people to your lane, and finally, she's popping the Exo on mid.
Yeah,
where's the...
Can he get away from this? Moving. Oh, nice little arc there, up to the high ground. Wasn't expecting him to go in that direction, but that might have been the one direction which saves his life.
Yeah,
you know,
good van.
Side and just out of there.
And now because of that... You think Slayers? Just let him run away, boss.
I think you just kill him, right? Nope, Vexen's not helping out. Yes, he is. Okay, there we go. Bignum just gonna get the kill. Oh, into the neutral camps. Okay, easy. Finds himself in the end. This is so much fun. He walks in and he's just getting cut down by 4 WALEIKUM heroes. Where do these guys come from? The whole squad's just arrived. Looks is just... What? Okay, he's gonna die. Slayer, meanwhile, somehow able to pick off the Undying on the sidelines as well. That was a fight.
Was it? It was quite a scuffle. I think let's hold fight for the good ones. That was Primal just doing a lot of dancing around, baiting out, and of course using that twin gate, getting the rest of the lads up into that top part of the fight. This is not the window of engagement for MoneyMakers. With a Sven, a Doom, I've already mentioned it, they can't fight in the early game. They're just passive farmers. You buy farming items. Midas is obviously for Doom, not Sven. And yeah, unfortunately, they are trying to look to make some moves, and in doing so, Undying, Willow, etc. are going to thrive in these earlier scuffles. Death Prophet, she tried to go for mid tower, but Exo was running out. She used it quite early on, so 700 HP left on this mid tier 1. Not able to take it away during the chaos of whatever we just watched.
Yeah, a significant chunk of the tower's health gone, but overall, not super worthwhile.
They're going on to Doom into the bot lane. He has Vanguard and beautiful footwork there.
Navigating the maze perfectly. You'd think a big guy like him would be bound to stick a foot into a bramble there or something, but nope.
And Eagle also tried TPing as well. He cancelled that TP. And now no TP on Death Prophet, no Exo. I can feel like, maybe there's not the nerves, but I can feel the need to do stuff installed into Eagle right now.
Yeah, big time. But that lack of being able to do stuff, I mean, where does that come from? Is that just from the way that WALEIKUM are playing, or is it the draft which MoneyMakers are playing around?
It's probably a combination of both, but more towards how WALEIKUM are playing, because they're being very noisy, right? Primal Beast is making moves, Willow's just throwing out brambles. They're doing a lot of, we might kill you, and if you don't rotate, you're gonna die type moves, and there's no one to help, right?
Just a lot of soft committing.
Exactly, yeah. A lot of soft committal. And MoneyMakers, their draft is very stagnant in how they help each other. So if something does go down, you're going to need to TP and just hope your body's enough. They don't have that kind of traditional save right now. I mean, Venge hitting 6 will somewhat help out. They're TPing up on the twin gate once again. But this time they're under a ward, so Mary and a Taker very much in vision.
Interesting. Oh, the courier's coming through as well. Nice.
Nice entry as well. There you go. Good D-ward.
There you go. Job's done. I was wondering, I was like, who the hell's coming through the teleport? Oh, it's a courier. And this is something I haven't seen many people do, but it's cool. If your courier's almost there and you go through the teleport, take it with you, because it won't do it itself. You gotta make it do it, but...
I want to see teams in the late games do that as well. Like, do you know when you're doing that awkward, you control Dire, I control Radiant twin game, and you use the teleport to get through? Like, why not just send your courier through? Because no one at 50 minutes in the game will think that's going to happen. They'll throw down their AoE spells, realizing it's just a courier, and they're like, gotcha. Now, I can see that being a play. Like, you smoke up the map, you send the courier through at the same time, so the courier goes through, then your smoke connects. Like, there's ways to bamboozle people with late game courier twin gates, and no pro team, I think, has really tried doing it yet. But clip it and ship it, boys. Off we go.
Yeah, if you want to have this kind of mastermindmanship at TI, then twitter.com/
Can't spell TI without T. Come on.
Yep.
Yep.
It's pretty good, actually. can see you now in like in a suit and like an advert on a billboard outside Seattle Stadium.
It's just cardboard. I just wrote on it with like a Sharpie.
Middle tower is under attack.
Please, let me in.
That's a juicy stack. Who's going to be taking that? I mean, the Sven's going to want it, but if Wilecum have seen it, then they might have plans to get in there as well. But Gyrocopter not quite able to do so just yet, to be honest with you. Flat Cannon is annoying in that way. He is just going straight for the Ags, though. Just going Power Treads, Falcon Blade, Wraith Band, and then straight into the Ags.
Yeah, perfect for the farm. And now Igor breaks from the mid lane, smokes up with his team. They found a taker.
Okay, well, swap comes out, damage comes in, a taker. He will be going down here, but does get off that ulti just before he drops, and that's going to help them bring down Igor and Slayer perfectly. Now they move across to more here. The Sven comes in from the sidelines with the God Strength, with the Mystic Flare, trying to bring down the Doom even onto the Primal Beast. They're trying to kill him off, and he's limping away from this fight. Is it going to be enough to finish the job is a question, and the answer seems to be no. Looks like, oh wait, 96, 66.
He's dead.
66, 6. The denial will come through. One extra tick was all it took to kill him off. They did have to get the deny in the end, but still does die. But not really a great fight for the side of MoneyMakers, has to be said.
I know what,
Gyro, I guess that's pretty good.
That's pretty good. They killed the Gyro, but you know what, Nomad? I think I'm siding with you the more I watch this Death Prophet. Just a bit.
Hero. Thank you.
It's just a bit. It's a lot of nothing right now, unfortunately. Like Igor, he hasn't taken the mid tier 1 tower. He died by himself. He rotates bottom at 13 minutes, which I would argue is about 5 minutes too late with this type of hero and the levels you get. To then fight a Primal Beast that had Blade Mail and 100 to 0 her pretty much by himself. We are going to see Willow go down at the Wisdom Room location. But yeah, we're not really feeling the full effect. Also, yeah, didn't get it.
Yeah, I mean, I get it, right? Like, I was scared of Ghost when I was a kid. I grew out of it. I think people need to grow out of Death Prophet as well.
Radiant's middle tower
I think they did. It's very much an unpicked hero. Another smoke up. So this time around, Bignum has, of course, hit level 6 from the prior fight, plus the Wisdom Room, happily into level 7. You got the Atos on the Death Prophet, plus the Arcane Rune. They're just really hoping to find that hero. Plenty of damage between the two of them. Issue is, they kind of want to find probably a support or Gyro for that quick, easy kill. Going for a hero like Centaur Primal, they're going to turn the fight around, be it Blade Mail or just the innate tankiness. And yeah, just moves just aren't really connecting for MoneyMakers. The net worth, yeah, 2,000 gold, fluttering 2,000, 1,000. But they're just wasting a lot of time with their supports plus mid. Running into the darkness, achieving nothing.
Yeah, they just need to get some pickups if they want to bring down any of these towers, and that's just not happening. So MoneyMakers, you know, whilst sure they've been struggling to make moves of their own, they are doing a pretty decent job, and they've even scanned right on them here as well.
MoneyMakers very much aware.
Even pinged out the ward spot even. Dang. Read like a book.
Sven has the Blink Dagger now, an extra form of initiation. This is a really good time for MoneyMakers to connect on a fight. Smoke up again. 3 smokes in a row. One has to connect this time, even with Lucas. This is the one, boys. But high ground vision is going the way of Oilikum.
They go, yeah, they know this ward is here, so do they go for the D ward first? Yes, they do. As they go for the engagement, at the same time, Lucas jumps in. 2 heroes caught inside of him, and they're just gone. Mary and Shogaran hit the Primal Beast. Chira flying through the fight. He's got a haste rune. That is just broken. Slaps down 2 heroes as well, straight off the bat. Meanwhile, the Gyro trying to trade with a Death Prophet. Death Prophet, she's got way more damage than the Gyro does at this point of the game, so it's able to kill him off. Meanwhile, in comes that Polarize in the backlines onto the Sven. It is enough to get the kill with the baby trample. He gets silenced, but it still goes off. And Chira Junior saves the fight somewhat, but it doesn't change the fact it's a full 5-man team wipe for the side of MoneyMakers. What a blink timing.
Just what? All the damage from Primal Beast there, completely saving the engagement. MoneyMakers smoking into the triangle. They had no vision, no real reason to kind of go in that direction, but they find the perfect initiation, kill off the Undying pre-tombstone, kill off the Centaur instantly, and then, yeah, Primal had the haste rune like you mentioned, was able to cut through. But no, fair play to MoneyMakers giving it a go. That will be the theme of the entire game, and it's why their draft is so scary at like 35 minutes. Before then, Ruh-roh.
Yeah, that's a dead Willow.
Oh, Igor, no!
Your revenge, Igor. This isn't how you want to be. He's just going to get run down by a Taker. I love how active this Gyro is being. I mean, sure, he got killed in the last 2 fights, but he just keeps turning up. It's not dissuading him at all. You think with his Ags, he just go farm, but nah, man. He's here to play some Dota.
Yeah, it's that rinse, repeat mentality that you have. When you look at the heroes, Doom, Sven, Death Prophet, all of them, I'm going to say it again, new day, new me, light switch heroes. It's like they have large cooldowns, so go for that. I love the fact that Gyrocopter, he could easily be back in the jungle, but he knows how are they going to kill me. So let me help my team, take that mid tower, I can retreat to the jungle after and still be efficient, but I need to chip away when those cooldowns are, you know, ticking over. I think vision and positioning is super key for these engagements. If you get that quick swap, that quick doom, of course you're going to have numbers advantage. Your ability to blow up heroes is insane for MoneyMakers. So for Wailicum, if they are going to try and enter this game with a bit of confidence, they need to position correctly, offer up the correct heroes, because at any minute you can just get completely removed from the game with the heroes like Sky and Sven on the enemy team.
Absolutely.
And it's not as if we're seeing the shard from Undying yet either to save that hero either. Like a well-placed tombstone save could be the deciding factor, but very much not there. He also just got deleted.
he does die if he's caught in the front lines, but yeah, I mean the full stuff also helps in that situation as well, and then you can kind of play the 50-50 for the Tormentor, I guess. But at some point you do just have to buy it. Like if you don't get it from this Tormentor at 20 minutes, you just have to buy it, 100%.
Yeah, let's see what the Tormentor game's saying right now. So yeah, Willow and Undying don't have shards right now, so it's between them. I would argue you'd probably want it on your Undying. The Willow one's cute but not great, and Igor pops that Exorcism plus the construct from Lucas. They are really wanting to take away this Roshan.
Yep, 2 out of 3 light switches are on as they use it to bring down Roshan, blind him, and they will take this Aegis onto the death, interestingly. I mean, yeah, I guess they don't actually have a good Aegis carrier on their team, but still. MoneyMakers, you know, despite how things have been going for them, they do have the gold lead. They now have an Aegis, which they managed to sneak away while they come none the wiser to this one. And yeah, they really need to have a better idea that they could do this on Wildcard. But I would like to see them now fight. You've got a BKB on your Primal Beast. He was able to do so much work last fight without it. With this next fight, he's going to be owning. And they don't have these abilities anymore. In fact, while they come are invading the triangle already, yeah, they're just getting all up in their grill.
The issue with what you just said, though, is the BKBs are coming out for MoneyMakers. Death Prophet completed one just as the Aegis fell. And Sven, he's only, what, 7? Yeah, actually, he can just disassemble Echo Saber. So they have 2 big BKBs available in their cores. And does Gyro really do the physical damage right now to eat through that? Especially with the Warcry from Sven? I don't think this next fight is actually that much Radiant favored. I think MoneyMakers, of course, with Aegis, without the DPL, they're still good contenders to take it away.
Let's see how it goes. Meanwhile, they're still trying to make a statement here towards MoneyMakers, but with Igor leading the charge with his Aegis, it's not really a target they want to go on, but Bezcam says, I don't care. I'm gonna throw my spells regardless, but I'll just come in, I'll get the D wards, and deny.
Oh, big deny.
Oh, feels bad.
That feels good. What do you mean? Don't be biased.
Wait, you don't be biased. It feels.
Emotions have occurred.
Yeah. That's what the people want when they complain about biased casters. That's the world you're heading for.
Imagine how annoying that would be to listen to. Just a completely neutral, no emotion cast.
Yep.
Tormentor has been destroyed by MoneyMakers.
People will feel things about that. Interesting that Chira is choosing to go for the heart next. Not something I would consider against Doom because, of course, he does have that complete anti-healing aspect to him, but he wants to be a big boy. People have been loving heart this patch from what I've seen.
Yeah, just up the HP. That means Blade Mail will be more effective, right? Because you'll just live longer, Blade Mail. So I think it's just a nice little combination to make with that one. And he is tossing and turning though. He has now just switched back for Sanj Kaya. So going for a little bit of status resistance potentially. I think maybe someone on his team was like, boss man, this isn't a pub. Let's go for Sanj Kaya. And he's like, oh yeah, sure. Yeah, we are looking at the wider items here, but you can see that I feel like MoneyMakers, their trajectory of itemization is that mid-game fight to crush them. Whilst, you know, Radiant, it's a little bit more everyone for themselves, potentially. Maybe a 4-star Fear Lotus there. But we'll have to see. Both teams actually being super disciplined as we're into this 22-minute mark of the game. They're grouping up with the smoke. Everyone's getting close to Bignum to get that activation. Beautiful change in 7.34. And Centaur, he's currently up by himself.
Yeah, that is going to throw the whole goddamn kitchen sink at him. Down he goes. Sugaret is gone. The God Strength and Mystic Flare used. And of course, when you're right in front of an objective like this, it's always good to pop that Gods, because you can then just turn it into a tower as well. And there you go. Second tower of the game going to go down for the MoneyMakers. And looking to keep it going here. HYDRA Junior, he's going to commit though. He's just going to throw down the trample, threaten Lucas just a little bit. Ruffle his truffles a tiny bit, but meanwhile on the sidelines, Vexen, he's taking a step too far forward and he's going to get picked up as well. MoneyMakers, they are in control of this game right now.
Yeah, it just feels like every time they have the key ultimate ready, they're just going for it, get the kill, reset, and they're causing just fear. And at no point have we really seen HYDRA Junior, since picking up the BKB, go, guys, let's take the fight, because unfortunately, it just synced up with MoneyMakers' timings as well, and due to that, we're still in mode farm. I think, if anything, you're waiting for a taker on this Gyrocopter to potentially finish up the Satanic, and then you need to go for that fight where the Doom gets tanked, so that Gyrocopter isn't the one doomed, and then you can really showcase what Gyrocopter's about. But I would be a little bit concerned if I was EEU right now. Just, they haven't been able to smoke up, dictate a fight, do anything. They're too afraid from the swaps from the Venge or the Doom and Mystic Flare combinations coming in. Are they smoking up now? I see them on the minimap, very grouped up together. Getting scouted out by Illusions, showing on the wave. This isn't the cleanest of smokes if they are to do it. This is a dirty smoke. Yeah.
The smoke that Mother tells you not to hang out with. And yeah, unsurprisingly, MoneyMakers have split themselves across the map far and wide. Slayer's just dangling himself as a tasty carrot on this lane, and even invising himself away from it as well, so... HYDRA will now see it. Might just take this one. Might just be like, yeah, all right, this is my...
You need something.
They're coming in. Hello. BKB needs to come out, and it hasn't done so. Double stuns coming through. Chaining it great onto one. Oh, no. He's caught inside the tombstone, inside his own BKB. Lad is less than ideal.
Oh, they've doomed the gyro.
To escape from this. Doom out onto the gyro. If they can get the gyro out of this one, it might not be too bad. Swap comes through even. Just a lot of spells and not a lot of impact from both teams here.
Yep. We've waited 25 minutes for this, and... we're going to probably wait another 25 minutes for a good one, but...
All right.
Such an awkward start to the fight. So the Primal tries to go for the Venge, out of range to get the grab, and then the Bramble Maze from the Willow, absolutely beautiful. Cancelled the Sven Blink, so then you couldn't just layer on top of the Primal Beast. And Venge with that final swap, he tried to go for the swap into Magic Missile, but once he then made the swap, he's like, wait a second, I also don't have vision. So they weren't able to connect up.
I was wondering.
A lot of things thrown out in different directions, and the victors of that will probably be EEU, right? No Doom, no Sven ult, no Death Prophet. Let's throw that Gyrocopter into the mix. Let's try and take some towers. This is your best window. You've been very passive this entire game. And finally, they haven't used their spells correctly.
Oh, damn. Homie got a Satanic. Pulled up somewhere.
Yeah, he was farming. He's farming a Storm. He's just scared because at any minute he just gets removed from the game. It's just not fun playing into this Doom hero. And you've already said, right, Stampede is going to be a beautiful counter to Doom the entire game. Like, all you need to do is if a taker gets doomed, it's like, guys, I'm doomed. Stampede, boom, disengage, run away. There aren't really that many stuns to keep them contained.
All right. 26 minutes in, and despite the 7k gold advantage for MoneyMakers, they can't really translate that into a successful fight, even with the Aegis as well. They now lose a tier 2 as EEU start to try to make this era of the game theirs. But Primal Beast caught out, doesn't BKB that, had a chance to do so, but chose not to. There comes the Tombstone, this time pretty good. Not in the middle of BKB, which is nice. And now backs himself away.
I mean, all I'm saying is this is the game for Centaur Aghanims. Like, it's such an awkward spell, but the idea of not being targeted, right? The issue is then you would swap the Centaur, breaking the cart, then making him targetable again. So it's probably a really bad game for it. But if you don't use swap correctly, can't get doomed. Either way, they're smoked up. Moneymakers, they got the swap. And he's dead.
Yeah, that's the big boy in the backlines, but he gets forced away. Now he can get a Satanic and just heal himself up all the way to full and keep the fight going. Chira comes in, slams that spell into the ground, but now he's got the BKB and the Ghost Train coming out the other side of the Doom. Does finally come down onto the Gyrocopter. He needs to get away, but won't be able to do so. Surrounded by dire heroes, he gets killed off, as does Sugaret, as it does look like the Willow's heading that way as well, trying to go for the TP out, but that is desperate. Vexen to fall, and now Moneymakers, it's their turn to do a bit of damage.
How does WALEIKUM actually position in these fights? Like, at any minute, it's just everyone's just ripping through them. The Gyrocopter, there was no one to protect him. It's so incredibly difficult that the fight's over before it even starts for them. When they respawn, maybe they have the confidence to try and go for something. Exo on cooldown for 100 seconds, Doom on cooldown for 60, but the fact that God Strength is only up in 20 seconds, there's never really a window of time where all cooldowns will be unavailable.
Yeah.
It just feels like we're just slowly trickling towards Moneymakers getting just a bigger and bigger lead.
Yeah, and there's another. A lot of these teams have very obvious jokes, which we're not going to go towards. But
go on, mate.
No, but they are gaining income rather rapidly.
Currency be flowing
into their pockets, indeed. 15k gold, up from 7k gold just a few minutes ago. One fight, and they just farm this map so damn efficiently.
Okay, WALEIKUM, finally they're smoking, they're trying to be proactive. Exo isn't caught up for 50 seconds.
Ooh, Igor, if they could just blow him up, that'd be great, but they're hesitating pretty hard in this one because they know they don't really have the nukes to just rip through this guy right now. Ateka trying to do the damage, but once again, just gonna get, oh, no, actually it's the Doom onto himself thanks to the Aghanims, but he has to back away. Shira just gonna jump in and throw him into the ground. The Pulverizer's there, Igor somehow still alive, finish the Death Prophet, but they're not gonna be able to. Lucas on top of Chira Jr. Chira Jr.'s gonna get stunned beside the Mystic Flare.
Jared's back.
Finally dies in the backlines. Sugaret finds him through the back. Gyrocopter into the fight, looking for Bignum, looking for Slayer. Neither of them actually going to fall just yet. Sugaret once again has to get out that mop and do his duty. They will kill off Bignum eventually. One manages to find him with a flak, and this time WALEIKUM do manage to piece it together. And they're going to have to go to the bottom side and wait for Roshan there.
Yeah, and this was the
4 seconds it will be.
It was the first time we didn't see the Doom laid with like Sven just jumping on top, destroying the Gyrocopter. He got doomed, but he was able to disengage. Like Sven, sure, he did 6,000 damage, but the fact that Gyrocopter was doomed, disengaged, held that high ground position the entire time. Of course, Exo was on cooldown, like we mentioned. Thank God we have a replay. But, you know, Igor, he steps up. I think primarily, look at Lucas in this fight. He's on the southern side. He walks past the Primal. He gets clipped by the flat cannon. It's what prevents him from actually blinking up onto the high ground and just ripping through them. And then he kind of walks into this awkward choke point and has to disengage. So he gets his blink cancelled by flat, wastes his BKB, and just blundering what could have been another easy fight for them with the 15k gold lead. Positioning was key, and Ateka, he took the high ground and he used it with ease. Oh, Roshan's falling, mate.
Yeah, it is. It's getting brought down pretty quick. That's the thing we should talk about. I was just looking where Doom had Ags in that fight, right? I'm not going insane.
You're going insane.
I am going insane. Okay.
You are, yes.
Right. Good to know.
Anything else you want to check for your sanity, or?
Probably check with my my therapist.
Oh, fair enough.
After that.
That's Twitch chat. I'm loading up Twitch chat right now.
Yeah. Help me, guys.
Yeah, don't worry, I'm looking.
Me.
Oh god, don't read Twitch chat. They are not helping you, Nomad. They are.
Right.
Yeah.
Surprise.
Yeah, no.
I do feel like we need some damage on this Gyrocopter, though. That's the one thing we're really lacking from this fight. Like, one good thing you can pull out versus all of these heroes with these big abilities is killing them before they get them off. But Ateka just was like, I was excited because he went Axe, then he went Chrysalis. I was like, okay, good. And then Satanic, and I was like, all right, we'll get there. And then we went Sanjin Yash, and I'm like, okay, really? They're kind of teasing us here, but finally, Gid's going back for the Daedalus now, has a recipe coming out to him, so won't be too long until we have a Daedalus, and that will give him a little bit more damage that he could rip through a hero before they can get off these big abilities.
Yeah, I like the fact that he did go for the Sanjasha. Just get a bit of status resistance. Like, if all he needs to do is survive the Doom. So if he can press Satanic pre-Doom, good. If he gets doomed, okay, he's got the Sanj to lean on in the fight. So I think overall itemization-wise, he's perfectly identified the state of the game. And I think we got to see it kind of showcase in that previous fight how it is enabling him to not just be this glass cannon gyrocopter that in other games would be awesome. The positioning though, you've got to be careful. Willow is all the way in the Radiant Triangle. So if a fight was to break out here, it wouldn't be too good for them. And okay, they are moving south away from the cluster of moneymakers.
Indeed. Yeah, one thing to mention is that if you do use Satanic before Doom, well, you can use it during Doom if you want, right? Because it now just stops healing reduction.
Yeah.
So, yeah, could be an opportunity to kill off the gyro. As the smoke up comes through, looks like we're heading.
Oh yeah, sorry, my bad. Yeah, thanks, mate. I forgot it takes away the healing. Thanks, no man.
Thing last cast, so
thanks, mate. All good. Today we learned.
Here we go. Sven just taking chunks out of Centaur War Runner, but in comes Jiro diving into the mix and trying to help out his teammate, but might just be adding to the death. He is. He's going to be chopped up as well. Ataker trying to take to the front lines now. I mean, there's no Doom available, so surely Ataker could be able to clean up here, but of course, he needs to stay on the heroes if he's going to do that. And now, oh, nice, quick glimmer, but it does. Ooh, dust is there, and he cleans through the both of them. Two supports just chopped up nicely by the Sven as. Gyro narrowly escaping that Infernal Blade there. And that'll be the end of things. Terrible fight for the side of UALEIKUM, despite having the Aegis on their side, but they just played around the Gyro beautifully.
Yeah, I love the fact that we have the Aegis bait. It happens every game. The team that's behind it getting Aegis, like, boys, we can cross the river. And then suddenly you're running into the Exo, the Doom, the God Strength, and everything just slaps you back into reality. Sure, Gyrocopter, he has this second life, but just ignore him. Just don't even go near him. And we see it here, the speed in which they initiate. The Centaur, 3 hits, half HP? Blown up quite beautifully. Primal Beast gets the Doom, and at this point, there's no fight to be had. You haven't used Qualifiers, you haven't used Stampede. There's no real position. The way in which UALEIKUM actually wins fights is in the high ground locations with the Observer Ward, utilize flak spreading on multiple heroes. But here, it's just a little bit messy, and fundamentally, that Aegis baited them into a position that isn't good for their draft to fight into.
Absolutely not. It's all about the go in, go out kind of poking and prodding team fights for moneymakers. Meanwhile, UALEIKUM, they just need to keep them in one place for a prolonged period of time. But I have to say, Chira, you can't do that to a Sven. You can't just charge at him with Onslaught and hope that you can kind of get off the Pulverize and bring him down. He just does way too much damage. He just ended up being another sausage in the blender. Lucas grabbing a Wisdom Rune as well and just running back into the base. I mean, they recognize their weaknesses very, very acutely here. moneymakers not willing to go for a fight without Exo, without basically everything back up again. Doom's just off cooldown now. How do you deal with Sven this game? And why does Willow have a Midas? These are the two biggest questions on my mind.
Ooh, which one would you like me to answer first?
Probably the important one.
Okay, so the Willow has the Midas because Ag's Moonshard is, of course, a beautiful build for late game Willows. And being able to become that additional core, always handy. Getting to that level 25 talent, like our beautiful observer's pointing out, also a beautiful addition. And I think there's a lot of supports that once you buy your one helpful item, you could probably make the excuse of my levels are going to be better than a random 4-star, because we're already dying in a split second. If I become a real hero rather than just enabling someone else, it's warranted. So few heroes can do it. Willow's probably the one that I could maybe see if I take her. He's showing on the wave and they're fully smoked up.
In we go, everything onto the gyrocopter, and he just gets torn limb from limb, wing from wing, propeller by propeller, as Lucas just takes another 2 heroes. Shagarat teeping out on the sidelines does get away with that. Everybody else just trying to scatter into the breeze. I think moneymakers are getting too big to fail at this point. Every single time they're looking with these abilities up, they're finding it. And then every time while they come back up and they're trying to find something, they're just getting sidestepped. Honestly, like, this is a game of cat and mouse where they're swapping roles of cat and mouse every kind of minute or so. But every time while they come hunting, they're just finding nothing.
Yeah, I mean, You see it perfectly where they smoke up into the dire triangle with MoneyMakers. They had heroes on the top side, bot side, like everything was so spread out that even if they were to smoke and find a hero, it'd only be one. You get one pick off using 5 heroes time. And it's been the story of the game, just a lot of smoking into the wind, getting nothing, and getting eventually just beat down by some Doom and Sven combo.
Yes, sir.
Another tower, full satanic soon complete on Lucas here. This is why Sven is so scary, the fact that you can go for Harpoon plus Swift Blink, Silver Edge. Like, attack speed was always the issue with old school Svens, but nowadays there's plenty of items for you to kind of bridge that gap. You're always going to be scaling. One wrong item isn't going to hinder your damage output later down the line.
Yeah.
They're jumping onto the Doom.
They certainly are. They're going on the backlines, but Sven, he's popped the God Strength. He's coming around the back and he's taking out both the supports. Now moving on to the Gyrocopter as well. The Doom's out onto him. The Sven is there as well. Eagle gets the kill. Now looking at the Centaur War Runner, he might be tanky, but the Sven is bigger. Yules comes out to try and slow him down. Meanwhile, the backlines, HYDRA Junior just surrounded by 4 heroes and pulled apart as Lucas finally finished the job onto Bexon as well, and now just starts smacking away at this towers before the creeps have even arrived. See, I think this one might be over. And there it is. Bexon thinks so as well. The man with the Midas calls GG as game number 1 goes convincingly towards the side of MoneyMakers.
Nearly 12,000 damage on that final fight from Sven. And I think that is the reason why Sven is such a beautiful counter to this rising hero that is Gyrocopter. Because sure, even if you can farm quickly, Sven can do it too. Yeah, you might be able to AoE down my teammates, but Sven can do it too. And when you lock the 2 cores in that 1v1 duel, Sven will always be the victor. The amount that Godstone provides, it's insane. And yeah, unfortunately, this time around, the first pick Gyrocopter from Wailakum didn't really work out for them. As yeah, we teased you with the lobby there. You wouldn't see the password though, because unfortunately, that's only for the players and us.
That was the one thing. But no, we're good. We're fine. Yeah, MoneyMakers come out with the win, and yeah, it was just a beautiful performance from them. Honestly, I love how hard they were to find when they had those ultimates down. Like they just went from like they were ninjas this game. They were just ninjas the entire game, right? They were just running out of the trees, killing someone, then disappearing again. You know, the city guard tries to find them, looks in every crevice, every corner, but can't find any trace of them at all. As MoneyMakers just playing excellently with this strategy. And I'm worried they're just going to do the same thing again in game 2. But MVBT, I'm not sure there's much to discuss here, really.
I forgot to nominate one, but I'm just going to say one and hope that you agree with me. Actually, you know what? Yeah, I must go with Lucas on the Sven.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Nice. We're on the same page. All right, thank God. I was worried that I would say Sven and suddenly you bring up someone else, but no. I think Lucas on the Sven. Sven's a great counter to Gyrocopter carry. I think he showcased that kind of balance of farm and fight. Like in the early game, lane wasn't too great, but he didn't fall victim to making too many moves. He itemized beautifully, and yeah, he was always a thorn inside of Wailakum. So yeah, love the Sven pick. We're going to see a lot more Sven, and yeah, good stuff from Lucas. 14, 3, and 9.
Yep, very groovy, very good stuff. Yeah, and you know, the Doom was kind of doing what he needed to, throwing out the Dooms. Igor was just throwing down those ultimates.
He was there, he was there.
Yeah, I mean, he's just another frontline body to, you can't really rip through super easily, you can't really blow her up too quickly, just very obnoxious on the front lines, and not a hero they could deal with easily. Scarith was there with the Mystic Flares for when they needed the damage in the early game. Then a couple of nice swaps. Like honestly, like everybody doing their job, and the Sven just kind of leading the charge. The moment he had that blink dagger, the game was over. Like they just started making only good moves when they got that blink. So it was pretty damn sick. So Sven on Lucas will be our MVP for this series. And yeah, I mean, I think we kind of have to look ahead to series number 2 now, T, and kind of consider what EEU need to do differently.
I mean, they don't want to be seeing this. That's exactly what they don't want to be seeing this. Lucas with, God, even the stats are filthy. You know, I was already pretty impressed by just the in-game stuff, and now I'm looking at this. It's too much. So I think maybe Gyrocopter. It's like, if you want to pick it, think about this Sven, because I don't think there's another hero in the game that has the same gotcha value. You know, a Void with a Chrono, Satanic can still counterplay to some degree, but the Sven is like, it's too meaty. So yeah, I think Lucas Sven might want to put it on the shelf, and yeah, that's about it. That's all I got from that previous game.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think, you know, now you're in that position where you're one game down. You're in your TI lower brackets, you know, like you want to keep the dream alive, you know, regardless of the reality of actually making it to TI, you know. If you're a player and you're trying to play Pro Dota, then you need to have the belief in yourself that you can make it all the way. So WALEIKUM, hopefully they can kind of get back to that and they can kind of tap into that belief in themselves and pull out a performance in game 2, because game 1, unfortunately, didn't look great for them. So we're going to jump to a break and then we're going to be back very shortly with game number 2 of WALEIKUMNIHAO versus the MoneyMakers. Hello and welcome back to the EEU qualifiers as we are now down into the lower bracket. That's right, the fun is starting as these teams are fighting for elimination, and we're into game number 2 of UALEIKUMNIHAO versus MoneyMakers. Let's jump into that draft, strap on the speedos and get in the deep end and see exactly what's going to be going down in game number 2. So far on the bans, nothing super interesting. We got some targeted stuff coming out. We got no Venge, no Gyro. Interesting that UALEIKUM did decide to get rid of the Gyro. Ooh, and MoneyMakers pick up the Trinity.
Finally, we get to sit, but not for Mary. That's been like the big hero combo that we've been talking about for a long time. And yeah, of course, UALEIKUM banning out the Gyro themselves. What's the flavor? Any flavor heroes been let through? I mean, again, it's so early in the patch. I think there's going to be so many different heroes popping up that will be in a week's time. It's like, oh, why haven't they banned out the Doom yet? Oh, you know, all this stuff. Because right now, I think the bans are kind of like version 1 of meta. And I think we have so many more versions to get through in this TI season.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, you know, qualifiers will have some ideas, but probably not the most. I think the most ideas are going to come from, you know, when those big teams face it up. And I reckon certain regions are going to have different takes on the regions. You know, Western EU certainly good at shaking things up. So, yeah, we will keep an eye on what's going to change and what ideas people have. But right now, it has been kind of Trian who we're looking at a lot. At least between these two teams in particular, they do seem to be looking at the Treant, but overall not that popular. I think the consistent ones are probably Nature's Prophet, Gyro, Invoker, and Beastmaster, I think have been probably the most common bans throughout the entire patch so far.
Yeah, makes sense.
Oh, and this is cool. Spirit. Been wanting to see more of this hero, honestly.
But in the previous game, I think they banned Earth Spirit in a position where UALEIKUM needed a mid. So now UALEIKUM's picking up the Earth Spirit. It's like, do they have core Earth Spirit in their playbook? They were the team to flex the Gyro to a different position. Like, they are a little bit quirkier, potentially. And I think we have been seeing some mid Earth Spirits, at least in pro pubs. It's been nothing too crazy, but in regards to mid laners, we've seen Stormstormer play it. Bryle's played it a little bit, Gunner, Weehaw, Thompson of course has played it, and I think with the rise of Vessel, it got overbuffed in 7.34, dragged back down to reality in 3.4b because of removing as many attributes as it got. It's a very aggressive hero, and of course any Earth Spirit player can go for, you know, some BKBs or Blade Mails, or they can choose how they want to play the hero after. But yeah, I think it could be a pretty good, decent, fun mid laner. You just need the correct player to want to play it. And even Quinn on his Smurf's been trying it. That's three hero puddle Quinn's been on it. So that's clearly it's a good hero.
Yeah. No, it's the buffs it received were pretty insane. I mean, it basically just changes the hero entirely and who it's countered by and how it can play against them. Like, Underlord used to be something which Esper, I believe, was really, really bad against. But now you can just slide straight on through that pit. No cares in the world. Very nice.
Yeah, a lot of spells are now upset when you see Earth Spirit. So why is he even vulnerable? Leave me alone. And it's a classic combo as well. Even if Earth Spirit is the support here, naturally it's a hero that likes to roll in, get into the middle of the fight. Disruptor uses that to then drag heroes back with that glimpse. So if this is a core Earth Spirit, Disruptor will still have the same kind of play style due to the fact that the glimpse is always going to be ready and happy to bring him back. And MoneyMakers continue down this line of just, we love deleting heroes in the mid game. So bring back the Doom, bring back a Sky. It's like, it feels so stable to look at. And I think I said this as well with UALEIKUM's draft in the previous game. Like, the heroes just look like they play themselves. And I think MoneyMakers showcased how Doom is like the better version of that, right? Like, if you're ever playing a lower bracket, having a Doom on your team is probably a good place to be, right? Because if the game gets hard, you always have the play to make, the Doom to hit, and then you can always win the 4v5.
Yep, exactly. It's just a great fallback option and a great anti-carry as well. You're playing against something against this Gyrocopter, you can just throw down that Doom upon him and just delete him from the game. So UALEIKUM, they say, all right, well, try and get the real one. We'll grab the Nagasarin, and it gives you something at least to pop out versus the Doom. not super easy to jump on a Naga Siren and just get the right one immediately.
Yeah, and naturally buys Manta as well to deal with the overgrowth of the Train Protector. Picking a core that doesn't have your own basic Dispel will then cause a couple issues in the game. So yeah, nice carry pickup in that regard. And yeah, of course, even Sky hates playing into Manta buyers normally. Just if you go Atos, you get rid of that. Even without Atos, just getting rid of the concussive slow, being able to confuse your opponents helps.
Certainly does, yeah. I mean, the one good thing about the Sky at the moment is that this Earth Spirit is a core and it jumps in, then obviously you can drop that silence upon it and kind of catch him out, but yeah, other than that, it's a pretty tricky Sky game. They've got a lot to catch you out with, and you're not a great hero when it comes to playing against illusion carries.
I want to see where it can go down the line of our Naga will be farming for about 18 minutes or so. So let's pick 4 heroes that want to scrap together. Let's not have multiple farming heroes whilst the Doom's farming and they have a counter pick carry down the line. I think they really need to pick up that extra support, that extra offlaner that can just group up and want to make things happen. And sure, like if this is a hero to rally the troops and to give it a good go, it's going to be a bounty hunter. Phase boots, track, the move speed, the vision. Heroes are going to be getting glimpsed left and right. And if there ever was a game where Tinker looked pretty poppin', this probably would be it. Imagine playing Tinker into, like, on the same team as Bounty Track, plus Glimpses, plus Naga pushing out the lanes, Earth Spirit assassinating people. I don't know if they can play it, but this kind of looks like a game where it would fit in.
Yeah, it's disgusting me to say so, but you do have to make a good point. However, MoneyMakers, they're going to throw it on the Leshrac, so even more damage. Not a cooldown this time, but they do have a ton of damage to throw down with the Skyrath and the Leshrac, so it's something to melt through the Naga Siren as well. I like this pick a lot, and not one we've seen a whole lot of so far.
It does cause concerns for Wailakum, where if they don't execute in laning phase, where they get to that first item, like Earthrit needs a vessel, Bounty Hunter needs phase boots plus a little bit of tankiness, and their damage comes through poking at you. So now MoneyMakers is like, okay, if you don't win your lanes, you will have 0 damage with your lineup. Like, these heroes on the Radiant from behind are pathetic. They are useless. So now MoneyMakers, it's like, Doom will always find his farm, Leshrac will always go even in lane, and it's like, they will always hit their mid-game timing. So it's on Wailakum to execute well, to start their draft doing the motions that it needs to do. And if they don't, once again, MoneyMakers will have this, will eventually win the game type lineup. We'll eventually have this Leshrac that can deal with the Naga, this Doom that will delete another hero. So I'm a little bit scared for Wailakum. I think their final pick really needs to tie it together, but we'll see.
Oh no, don't do it. Not on the camera. BB, please. Thank God. Not for free anyway. All right, final bounce coming out for both of these teams. What are we needing? Wailakum probably looking for an offlaner here. I'm guessing the Spirit's going to be going mid. You mentioned the Tinker.
I'd probably scratch that idea, because unless you have some like 9 pandas level of like Tinker player, then I probably wouldn't want to see it because of what I mentioned about the lack of damage, you need to do well. I think it's a bit awkward. But if they have that type of player, sure, go for it. And already the MoneyMakers bans are trying to go for like the simpler approach. It's like, pick that Visage to play around it, group up, have that body of 4 that I mentioned earlier. That's another thing that they could do, right? It's just this, pick an offlaner or a hero that enables Bounty Hunter to get this little raucous going, this little scrappy bunch of lads into the MoneyMakers side of the map.
Yeah. It is weird to see Bounty Hunter with Naga Siren, though. Like, that doesn't feel like a particularly powerful combination conceptually, considering Bounty Hunter wants to get information, he wants to make fights more valuable for your team, and then Naga Siren is like, doesn't want to fight at all.
Yeah. There is something really awkward about their lineup, and it's making me uncomfortable. Like, I love the first 2 picks. I don't mind the idea of Bounty, but all of it together, it's like, there's like too many cooks in the kitchen right now for this draft to feel good. And maybe this last pick really ties it together. And yeah, MoneyMakers, picking a Slark into a Naga Siren isn't a good idea. But the fact that you're playing Slark into the Bounty that can get rid of the track on himself, into a Disruptor, yes, Static Storm's not good for Slark to play into, but it's just non-stop pressure. It's in-your-face mentality that Disrupt to hate. So, yeah, it's not the worst, but where do they go?
Viper is going to be the cool. Wild. Okay, so that'll be Sugar at Viper. So we'll be Chiro on the Earth Spirit in the middle lane. Interesting final picks from both teams here. I'm not super keen on either. I think this Slark pick felt a bit forced. Like, I remember back in the day, they started building Radiance on Slark just as a counter when you were against Illusion Heroes because he hates those matchups so badly. So if you're against Naga or PL, then you just build a Radiance. So maybe Lucas does that. I don't know what their idea is behind this pick, but it's certainly something. It's not a good matchup carry to carry, so clearly just views it as super OP versus the other heroes in the game, which I'm not convinced about, or obviously just fitting into their own draft very well, which again, not super keen on. But yeah, give me the lowdown on this Viper. Give me the 4-1-1.
It's just I'm just looking at the cosmetic as well. It's not very nice. It's a hero that will give bounty purpose, right? Like, Viper's always that annoying body and laning phase where you want the hero to help you, you punish the enemy carry. Slark can't really now run up to the Viper and kill him. On top of that, both bounty and Viper will do plenty of damage. So maybe they're just doing it to remove that idea in the game as well, putting the poisons onto Lesh, preventing his movement with some additional slows could be annoying. Do I think it's a little bit crazy in the we have to do well in lanes? Hell yeah. I think I mentioned it earlier in the draft where I'm scared that their final pick needed to bring the draft together, but instead it's now they have to win the lanes, they have to do well, otherwise they're just going to fall flat, and we'll see if they can execute on it. This is a really scary draft to put yourself in when you are one game away from getting eliminated from the TI qualifiers. I don't think I'd want to be playing this Radiant draft. It's too many things have to go right for you. Where's the team fight? Where's the control? Where's the stuns? It's like Earth Spirit versus the world.
Yep, Chiro Jr., you have got your work cut out for you this game, but he's rising up to the plate. He's going to try and take the challenge to MoneyMakers, but yeah, I kind of want to agree with you that MoneyMakers draft just looks much simpler to play out, but last game we said the same thing about UALEIKUM's draft, so maybe it's just a case of maybe the more complicated draft wins. Maybe there's no room for simplicity here. Who knows?
It's like, I think if you ask a Naga player, this is probably the type of Naga game where you're not seeing like a perfect counter to you. Like, Leshrac, yes, is a good counter, but I think we saw at TI, splitting the illusions wider on the map, keep skipping. You can buy Mage Slayer as well to remove some of that damage. Like, there's ways for Naga to play into the matchup. And then it's like, okay, so what's the carry I'm dealing with? It's a Slark. Am I going to get doomed? Probably not. So if UALEIKUM can be super noisy and give Naga all the farm in the world, then maybe she can just 1v9 as the game goes late.
Yeah, I think she can as well. Like, looking at how they can actually like jump Naga Siren is...
You have invis, yeah, run away. There's a sentry there.
Sentry. All right, out of the sentry range. Blood grenade comes down, another sentry, another blast, and he's dead. All right, cost him 100 gold, but you get plenty more in return, so great first blood from Bignum. Not really an ideal first blood for the side of UALEIKUM, but don't very much welcome. Imagine a Scarif Mage getting first blood as well. I wonder what he's going to buy with that gold.
Would it be more regen by chance? Yeah.
Mango, wow.
Had 2 sentries. He really wanted to play the neutral camp game here. Fair enough.
Laning as well on the top lane, just got absolutely zoned by Slayer on the Tree and Protector. Completely cut out of the lane.
Heroes that like playing into Viper. I say like, no one likes playing into Viper, but heroes that can tolerate playing into Viper, it's like Clockwork and Tree and Protector. They throw their bodies in. Luckily for Slayer, he does have that leech seed, so additional heal, and he's putting Sharingan into. He just solo killed him. What did I just watch?
So stupid.
That was so pathetic.
He just ran at him. He didn't even. That's the thing. They cut down all the trees, so he didn't have any trees. So they just beelined across the lane and just ran at him as I'm punching him. I was just like, what do I do? Trying to stack up some poison attacks, but by the time he realized that he was just going to get punched to death, it was too late. That was crazy.
When you pick a Viper to hug the melee hero with you and to just non-stop bully, but the fact that they were just disjointed in the lane, allowing the tree to even get near the Viper, yeah, fair play on that one from Slayer. Not the best laning
from this though, as he's got a double wave under his tower now, including 4 range creeps for some reason. So,
if anything, I think this is about, for MoneyMakers, it's about get the levels, right? Like, get your points in living armor so you can keep the tower alive. Ooh, okay, losing a courier. And then same thing for Lucas. Like, you know at some point, this Viper will have, what, 2-3 points in poison attack, and you won't be able to dispel it quick enough where he's already done the damage. And it's at that point, just get what you can, then get the levels, go hit the jungle, accept that it's one of those lanes, right? But anything that happens before that, big W. And we'll see if they can go for another kill. That's the thing, right? A Sky TP, whilst the Viper naturally wants to play very far up the lane, a couple more deaths on this Viper and he won't have the same effect as what you would kind of want from a last pick.
Yeah, and this is the thing we've been seeing a lot with Vipers, right? Is that you pick them to win the lanes and then sometimes they just don't do well enough. And then you just kind of got some, not necessarily dead weight in the mid game, but definitely a hero which isn't impactful in the same way as you'd want it to be compared to what else you could have picked. So really a lot of pressure to do well in this laning phase. With the death already upon him, it's a tough start for Sugarat. In brackets, Vladimir. Imagine if every player did that. Just put their name in brackets.
The actual name. I mean, Luke has done it already. He's
true.
Far up. We've got the name lane. Any other names, actually? Eagle. That's a name, right?
There's a name. Don't know if it's
Mary. Oh my god. What a namely series we got, actually. Well, that's how many names? 1,
that's
2, 3, 4. We can count.
Well done.
Thank you.
Bottom lane, Net is out onto the Doom, and that's a lot of damage coming out from the Naga Sirens, and a couple more right clicks will be required to bring them down, but they have that in spades, so down goes BB, and that'll be a nice little kill down in this bottom lane. Not really something you expect to happen, really, like a Naga Siren getting kills on lane. Pretty unusual.
Yeah. Go for that, level 3 ensnared, puts himself in position, and Trent dies top as well. Slugs, mate, you don't have any passive.
Oh, no. Too much. Too much poison laid out on top of him. He's going to fall. Not really getting those essence shift stacks due to the another toxin.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised MoneyMakers went for that play. Like, you get the free kill on the Viper. You kind of know the inevitability of Viper taking over the lane, right? Levels is his friend, but they go for that duel. But Slark's not building essence shifts because of the break. So why would... Again, they're going to give it a go. They did fail. But these are the small mistakes that give Viper either perfect entry and dominance, or you kill him multiple times and he does nothing, right? And it does feel like it's swinging more towards UALEIKUM now with the fact that he gets the double. Just such a brawly lane top.
Yeah,
and Sky...
it needed to happen for UALEIKUM though, that's the thing. Like, they needed this to go well for them.
But Bignum, he's TP'd up. I don't think he's been scouted out right now.
Doesn't have a ton of mana to work with. Only going to be able to throw out...
He only needs a concussive.
Oh, he's got a stick, never mind. Yeah, we'll be able to throw out the arcane bolt as well, but the Stark has to be very, very careful. Backs himself away, but it doesn't matter. They get the kill onto the Viper regardless. Slayer also taking damage from Bexon here. Bexon will finish the job on him and won't be going down himself because Bignum's now out of mana. So the Bounty Hunter will escape. Sentry will be placed though, so he comes.
He's a mad lad.
Can pounce him in 3 seconds. Bexon seems to have an idea that there is a sentry here, though. He was watching.
Oh, well, Mary hits it. Going looking for the glimpse.
Oh, gets it, throws him back, and the Slark is dead. That is less than ideal.
Very awkward, especially with the... Like, Viper, I think he's just such an annoying constant, right? Like, you kill him, but the resources needed to kill him are so awkward. I feel like I mentioned this guy rotating in. If he'd rotated in prior, not on the first time they tried to kill off, it would be a different story. But the fact that they failed once, then bring in Sky to then die again, it's not the perfect answer to this Viper. I don't think they're too prepared to deal with it, and in doing so, they are slowly pulling ahead a 2,000 gold lead. Viper being so noisy that we have to talk about it for so long. And in doing so, Earthspirit mid and Naga bot lane are just happily free farming up.
Yep, every time BB tries to come back to this lane, he's just getting beaten down by this Naga Siren. Just net, pop the mirror image and just slash away at this Doom. Not really much he can do about that. Very awkward lane so far. Now, obviously, Doom will still farm. He'll still have a nice net worth, but yeah, you really don't want this Naga Siren just having such a free time as this.
Will Bounty Hunter get it?
Oh, Bexon, he's trying to go for the Wisdom Rune, but might just be giving his life for
He got it, he got it, he got it!
That was worth it all, chat.
That's so worth it.
Top lane, Slayer goes down. Didn't get the Wisdom Rune. Oh my god. MoneyMakers in tatters right now.
Already good at making money, not wisdom.
True, true. If those were bounty runes, different story.
It's completely different. Hard-coded game, they automatically get them. Even though they only got one bounty rune at the rune spawn at the start of the game, we don't have to talk about that.
It's not important.
Not important.
Vessel, nearly, well, yeah, nearly complete on Chira Junior. Should be getting it in the next couple of minutes, so wondering if that's going to be his cue to start rolling around the map a little bit more. Hopefully times that up with his level 6 of the Bounty Hunter, though Bounty kind of needs to be involved in a couple more engagements as well then. Meanwhile, Mary, in some trouble as Bigham's trying to chase him down, but no mana left on this Skyrath Mage. Now, here comes Begson, goes in with the Ghost Walk, and they're going to need a little bit more. And the Bounty Hunter doesn't quite have it, so going to get slowed down.
That's on the left track.
While on those sidelines, yeah, this is big. There's not much mana left on this left track either, so all they need to do is just chase him down. The slow's there from the Viper, and Begson gets a kill. That's huge.
And now you can see the motions of the draft, right? The vision of the track, the glimpses of the Disruptor, the chase ability of the Earth Spirit. You throw the Viper right in the middle, he's kind of that awkward, slow artillery behind them. This is a very robust group of 4, and Ateka, he's going to happily sit around on the other side going, yeah, boys, you do what you want. I'm going to hit some creeps, and it'll be exciting to see how UALEIKUM can utilize this, because it does look like they are going to be posturing in a way of just non-stop aggression now. I think if they ever back down and hit a kind of a farming state, that's when MoneyMakers will be a lot happier in the game. So it's all on them, on the Radiant side, to keep forcing the narrative of the game, and they're doing a pretty decent job at it so far.
Yeah, Slayer dancing with death here a little bit, but I think he might be okay. I am interested to see how Ateka plays this one, because, you know, we've seen him play very actively on carries so far. He's not really going in for these hard farming heroes, so seeing as Naga Siren is going to be an interesting one for me and how that slots into the team, etc. Keep eyes on Ateka and see how he does in this situation.
He has the Vessel on left track.
Individually, yeah, well, it gets glimpsed back into the Static Storm. Chira, he's going to try and take him down here and will be able to do so. Only use the Vessel when he knows he's going to get the kill, but now he gets doomed up and will probably die from this. Mary going to look for the deny, can't quite get it in time, and will also be falling here as well.
Oh, and Bexon just kind of waddles up and in.
Pretty much, yeah. This is questionable, but he's going to get the track off at the very least. Viper coming in as well, trying to use that range to just run him down, and might just be able to do so. The range of Viper with this Dragon Lance at the moment is just absolutely cooked. He's going to need to get a little further forward, and there we go.
They go for more.
Secures the kill, and one more will be needed, and one more might be gained. Sugarat trying to chase him down, does miss once uphill. How is that going to solve this? Oh, Bignum. Dude, he's not stopping, but he's out of mana, so he will have to pump the brakes now at last on Vladimir.
Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Naga is in her natural habitat farming a storm.
Indeed, as Nagas tend to do. Just ignoring everything. Probably not even in the voice chat channel anymore.
No.
Probably watching. Oh,
he's actually going Radiance on Lucas. He's got in his quick buy. He's actually looking at doing it. Oh my golly gosh.
God damn. That's the call of the qualifiers so far. I'll take it.
Yeah, I mean, I just didn't realize they wanted to go to a game 3 so badly. I mean, if they wanted to, they could have just left the game and just took a DQ or something. But all right, fair enough.
This was a build which is very popular in China. Started in China at the very least, then made its way over a bit. Yeah, we'll see what it's able to do. Meanwhile, the middle tower does drop. Spirit with the double damage rune, nothing to mess with.
And, ooh, jumping onto the Doom.
Hold on, there's a straight kobold in the middle lane. This is way more important. This feels forced in the bottom lane. MoneyMaker's going to have to bring heroes across.
No, so I wanted to quickly double check, but Ateka now in multiple games, when he played PA and he played Naga, he's going for the trusty shovel, but let's hold that thought because Slayer's getting jumped right now by the Earth Spirit.
Yeah, he gone. And now they can look towards the rest of these heroes as well. Picknam going to be the next target. Get that high damage support out of here. He's going to go nice big glimpse onto the Doom. Doom in some trouble as well. BB just being slapped from every which direction. Another easy kill. EEU are just walking this game at the moment. 7k gold advantage. This is getting out of hand.
Yeah, their lanes had to go well, and my golly gosh, they are just crushing it. 7,000 gold, like you just mentioned, it's just too easy for them. Any hero they see on the map is probably going to die, right? Ursula with the Vessel, the tracks, the glimpses, like it's just too easy to contain them. And at this point, you can play top and have a Viper, or you play bot and there's a Naga. They're never overlapping these two heroes so that the farm is just awkwardly distributed. They're just evenly playing the entire map and rotating beautifully. And Beskin, on his Bounty Hunter, he doesn't care about any vision, any dust. He's just running around. He's doing everything he can. And look, boop, hi Bignum, welcome to my jungle.
Oh, nice ulti out from Mary. Where's the follow-up? Here it comes, rolling in from the sidelines. Shira gets involved. And I think this might be a dead goat on my screen. Igor does go down. Not quite sure how that rolling kind of thing, but it's fine. Bignum's going to be the next target as well. Connect on that one. Another couple of kills grabbed by Bexon as well. Jesus, it's getting silly. And these are track kills. This is ridiculous.
So much golden. No, I really want to go back to the point about Naga Siren's neutral item choice. Like, she's gone for Trusty Shovel multiple games in a row now. Like, when you think about tier 1 items, and I was just double checking the percentage drop rates, right? But it's like 28% chance to get a Cobalt. Like, is the reason that she wants to get the Cobalt for the Prospector, like, is all the 4 options of Trusty Shovel just too good whilst farming the jungle? You either get passive income from the Cobalt, extra mana, regen, or a bounty rune. Like, it's cool to see that Atake's got a completely different take on the meta compared to other carries, because every time he gets Shovel, he's locking it in. Like, unfortunately, we don't get to see other options that he's navigating, but he's a Shovel enjoyer.
Out of 5 games, I'm pretty sure we've seen at least 3 shovels from him so far, maybe even more. So yeah, definitely big Shovel fan, and that is very unusual compared to other carries. So, as you say, very cool.
They have 2 shovels as well, so one in the shop to like their bounty gold. As long as they get the bounties as well, like
let's go 20 GPM. Oof. Insane.
Yeah. This is such a run your opponent over game. Like the amount of kills that they've got, pointing out the XP there just shortly, it was the Doom's just not been able to do anything. Like this is the issue with the more stagnant lineups, right? Where Doom needs to hit creeps, Slark has to hit creeps, and this time around, throwing a Leshrac into the mix, it's not as active as a Death Prophet per se. So now you just really mode farm across the entire board. At least with Death Prophet, you're tanky enough with the structural pressure that you can do things. Leshrac's a little bit item dependent to truly cross the river, and Lucas, he's trying to farm out this really awkward Radiance, and guess who's here? No, it's the Bounty Hunter.
No, but it's too late. The roll does go completely awry, but it doesn't matter. The sports can do it without him.
The big moral victory is this tier 1 tower has survived top the entire time due to the fact that there is a level 4 living armor.
Huge. Yes, they'll be ecstatic about that.
Oh, we're gonna have that stat
dropping left, right, and center.
This will be the 2nd fastest Radiance on the patch. I'm checking Pro Tracker. I'm seeing how many times I've seen Slark Radiance in 7.34.
Yeah, I'm guessing a lot.
I can't make a guess. Give me a number.
I'll go for a big fat 0.
Well, you're wrong. It's
cool.
1. No, 2.
2.
Emo picked it up once, and Kiritich picked it up once. And I'm pretty sure, without diving deeper, it probably was against Naga Siren.
Yes, I would imagine so.
Yeah, I'm just gonna guess the same thing.
Chance of it being PL, but almost definitely Naga Siren.
Yeah. So, our questions in the draft about Radiant's lineup, about EEU's ability to play out this game, it really boiled down to go even in lanes, but then break the map so that you continue fighting. And if the game at any point does stagnate, sure, MoneyMakers have all the tools in their draft to get back into it, but if EEU just never let down that pressure, this could just slowly become such a filthy lead. Already 12,000 gold at the 16-minute mark. Plenty of track kills going the way of the Radiant side. Boots of Bearing already complete on the Bounty Hunter. Well in the way to 4-staff. Like, they go zoomy. And Boots of Bearing, of course, with Viper. Viper's a very clunky hero. So, throw that aura onto him, he's going to be able to reposition quite nicely in the fight as well.
Once again, surrounding this slug, they know exactly where his nest is, and well, they're looking to try and bring him down. Gonna be interested to see how what Begson does here. Oh, he actually connects with the... he tries to leap up the high ground, connects onto him. Roll comes through. Ultimate out from Lucas. Lucas needs to leave. He's got the leap available in 2 seconds, but the glimpse back is there once again. And the slug is going to be sent crying back to his fountain once more.
Oh, and Doom and Leshak are here too. They're trying to take the fight. Slark's dead.
Yeah, not sure about this one, Chief. Roll in once again. Mystic Flare pretty nicely dropping here. Should give them enough damage to finish off the Air Spirit. Okay. Shogarat, meanwhile, getting a decent amount of damage off with these poison attacks from the sidelines. So even though they do get the Doom pretty low, not enough to finish him off. So a nice response from Moneymakers, honestly. They get themselves 2 response kills, especially onto this Air Spirit.
Yeah, Slayer had the Lotus. He quickly chucked it onto that Doom. He was about to tick out from the poison attack. And these are the errors, you know, self-forced errors, may I add, from Welcome that will give Moneymakers a little bit of breathing room in this game. In no way are they back in it, but they at least see just a glimmer of hope now. Whilst diving deep behind the tier 2, yeah, gaining about 1900 gold from that engagement.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see if Moneymakers do try and drop anything on this Naga Siren. Like,
it's so hard.
Yeah, you're trying to keep yourself alive. I'm guessing you're not really thinking about going to make a sick rotation play onto a Taker when you're just struggling to stay alive yourself. But this is a problem they're going to have to deal with at some point, and if they don't do it now, then they'll have to do it later, and that seems kind of tough. So
yeah, I think
he's now devoted to babysitting duties as well.
No, I'd say if you just look at all the items on Dire right now and just kind of compare them, it's like Leshrac is on the way to Bloodstone, Doom's on the way to BKB, Slug's on the way to Radiance. Like, they're all hoping for the big item to be their friend, and in doing that, there will all be opportunities to find pickoffs. Doom is going to be the victim this time around.
Yep. Was hoping that he could find something down here in the bottom side, maybe catch out the Naga Siren, find the real one, drop a Doom, and then team could TP in, but unfortunately they were just ready and waiting. I can understand why he tried that. Like, they've been playing mostly on the top side while they come, but of course the one time you try to make a play down at bottom, while they come awaiting.
And look at the mini-map. Everyone from Welcome is now running to top. It's like that sweeping motion from top to bot to top to bot. Keep going for the kills. You've got plenty of movement, Earthquake rolling around, Bounty just zooming with his little boots. Like, there is no respite for Moneymakers to be able to even breathe. They place one defensive ward, boom, gone. Like, Slark's in their game, but they're the ones with no real vision. It is an absolute disaster of a game 2, and they're going to have to just hope to hit as many creeps as possible, play for the high ground defense, make the map feel as wide as possible. If they show they're going to be run at. Go on, mate. What's up, Nomad?
130 gold, and we will be arriving at
the promised land. Yep, there we go. Yeah,
that's the game changer. You might be 16k gold behind, but with a Radiance in hand, anything is possible. That's what they say, right? Please tell me someone says that. Otherwise, Moneymakers might be in some trouble. Naga Siren just singing the song for people down the bottom lane.
Could you please hype cast the Radiance connecting on the slot, please? I mean, like the courier. Like, I need you to really sell me this moment, okay? The courier is currently flying towards the Slark. Take it away, come on.
But all right, here it comes, a beautiful courier, heavily loaded. Can it make it through the jungle, though? There's so many scary things in the jungle. It's got to get round the trees, past the camp, does do so. Some crystals there as well, but unimpeded. Gets his way over. Lucas, he's ready, he's waiting, he wants the Radiance, and when he picks it up, the whole game is going to completely turn on its head. Can the courier make it? Yes, it can. The final sprint, and now Radiance is gained by the Slark. What can they do with it? Probably nothing. Oh, and there's even a bounty hunter here as well. We don't know what happens when this guy arrives, but the Herald of Death. But luckily, the rest of the team are a little bit slow to connect this time around.
Bro, he's had to instantly use Shadow Dance. He was so scared of dying. He gets the Radiance, and then he's like, oh, God, no. No, whilst you're doing that beautiful commentary, I just looked at the Disruptor, I was like, please, I want him to get Radiance and instantly die. That would have really made it, but they were about 5 seconds away from getting the kill.
Yep. Well,
so, mode farm, I guess. Yep, he got the Radiance, and that was the hypest thing that they're going to be doing for the next 10 minutes. So all they can do is hit creeps. and dodge.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I'm not sure a Naga Siren who's going to be hitting with the Manta Orchid heart is going to really care about the Radiance. But I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
Oh no. Loss. Yes, the enemies will probably lose soon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Also
so...
to the loss of packets.
Okay, let's take a minute to think about the Leshrac Doom. Both of them are on the way to their BKBs, and a lot of the fight coming from EEU right now is mitigated by the BKB. The real question is, when you have survivability, do you then even have the damage because you've invested just to live? And we'll see if it does pay off. I think one well-placed smoke and a Doom will always be able to bring you back into the game. That's something that we're harping on about during the draft. And they're posturing, they're hugging each other, 5-man in the triangle at the 22-minute mark. They do not want to give any more free kills away, any freebies. The Doom himself picking up a Philo Stone, a Philly, the big boy Philly, just to get some cheap gold, and the heart complete on Naga. Oh, this is so hard to say.
Yeah,
I would be surprised if MoneyMakers get back into it.
Doom. Dude, they're literally living up to their name right now.
How many Philly Stones? We got only one, unfortunately. And Slayer,
yeah.
Look, he shows for a brief second and you're dead. Another track as well. Glimpse this way.
Yeah, this combo is so goddamn broken if they're ahead. Like, Bounty Hunter, Disruptor is just...
filth.
Oh, it's sickening. It's pure filth. Yes, he needs a shower after this game.
Oh, Lucas is having one of the worst games he's probably played in competitive history. He's now going to top side of the map to farm again with his Radiance, but if we just shimmy the camera to the right, there's a sentry and another sentry. They're just blocking the camps as well.
Come on, guys.
Leave him alone. He's a Radiant Slark. Just let him be a little wet fish in the corner losing the game. Don't beat him when he's down.
If MoneyMakers come back from this, by the way, I think maybe we.
I'm down. I'm here for no. I'm fine. I'm down to shit talk as long as possible and then win, because this will be the best comeback in the qualifier, or this qualifier at least, so far. Down 20k gold. You picked a Slark into a Naga to then buy the Radiance, like the only potential option of maybe playing it out. Like,
yeah. To be fair, like. To be absolutely clear, we don't, well, I don't dislike the Radiance. I think it's the only thing you could have done to make this matchup work. I'm just not sure why they wanted to go into it like this. I feel
because
like
they picked the Slark options. It was like the penultimate pick of the draft into the Naga.
Yeah, which is just a big question mark for me. So.
Yeah.
Doom gonna be dragged back. He doesn't care about dying. He's got a Philosopher's Stone. Still works when you're dead. But no, that is a decent pickoff once again. How does our graph look?
You were doing very well.
Are they able to? You could argue that MoneyMakers have been able to plateau the game a little bit since like 18 minutes, but it's starting to arc up again. If you just kind of cut off the end of that graph, yeah, maybe just close it down.
They're sieging on two fronts, mid and bot lane. Viper in one, with the shard, of course, able to reduce that armor. Something that I didn't really think about, but Viper into Treant, you want a living armor, bonus armor, but then you bring that back down with a poison attack. It's actually a pretty good counter. And sieging on two fronts, you can't living armor both, so they really are whittling down the dire base. And how do they defend? Their draft isn't really built for these moments. They don't have that like explosive high ground hero that can suddenly turn the fight, kick them deeper into the base, for example. Maybe if the Doom was more farmed, you'd have like that Blink Doom initiate. Again, just no real follow-up damage. They really are at the position of whatever EEU does, they have to accept. It's like, if they push, thank you, sorry sir, please welcome to our base. We'll push the other side of the map. And luckily for them, they do back out, show some discipline, move to top. If it was like EEU are playing for the, we want to take all the tier 2s, maybe get a Roshan, and then break it, and they're actually smoking up. Butterfly complete on Naga Siren though. This is such a big timing for Radiant.
Ooh, they split the targets, and now the Song's there immediately as a response. Slark, he used the Shadow Dance straight away. Oh dear. Oh, well, he's just dead then. Down goes the Slark. Doom, he's trying to find the right target. Does get the right mold, but could
Big four-star
himself. Yeah, just four-star the Naga away. Get her out of dodge. Meanwhile, Igor just gets blown up on the front lines as well. Cannot fight into the Viper. Finds the worst target to go into a spar with. And GG disconnect. That's it. Game's over. So it's time to call it. I'm not sure this was his time, but you know they went for the Hail Mary, didn't work out, and they just want to hit the showers.
To be fair, I think this is a very healthy time to call GG in this game, because you nearly lost 2 racks with just them being present at your high ground. Your Slark had completed Echo Saber after Radiance, whilst the Naga had Manta, Orchid, Heart, Butterfly. Like, the disparity in that is just unfathomable to even think about, to even mention in the game. And I think it's just a really bad pick. I think
when worth at the end of the game, by the way, almost exactly double the net worth to Slug.
It's like I see the slot pick, and in the draft, I'm saying, okay, it could be okay if you set the pace of the game and you have other answers to the Naga. But then it's like they didn't really have that. The Lesh isn't the good answer. We've seen Tundra beat it. And then on the flip side, you have this Viper pick, which causes so much disruption in the early game. So Earth Spirit free farms mid, doesn't really have any issues. Naga free farms bot. And then Bounty Disruptor thrive in the chaos because any lane they go to, things are happening. And Earth Spirit, of course, is a very sacrificial mid where you're not really hitting creeps. You're always just playing for the team. So this draft can lose like past the mid-late game. You know, when the game gets more technical, when there's decision making with the team fights and how you execute. But in the Exeter lanes, when you dictate everything, if you never take your foot off the gas, this is an exceptional draft that can just exploit teams' greediness. And yeah, MoneyMakers way too greedy in this game. Poor drafting as well. Not a fan of the slot. I'm going to happily say it again. And yeah, they fall victim to it.
Yeah, they had an idea. It didn't work out. I do want to ask quickly about the Leshrac, though. Like, why didn't we really see this hero be a thing in this game? Like, there doesn't seem to be a particular reason why the Leshrac should have had a bad game.
I think he just doesn't put any pressure on mid. So by the time that he wants to pack a punch in the game, Chira Jr.'s got a Vessel and he's got a Yours. And on top of that, he has a tree as his 5 position, so he doesn't have that additional body in the earlier scraps. So he's basically trying to play a Leshrac with only a Skyreth Mage, whilst everyone else is hitting creeps or defending towers, and only 2 heroes compared to the Bounty plus Disruptor plus the Earth Spirit. Like, you're always going to get picked apart on that logic, and I think it's just everything else just didn't work out for Leshrac to play out a game. Like, if this was Gaming Gladiators, there'd be some IO, there'd be some accelerants to give Leshrac more purpose in the early game, the Exeter laning phase. And yeah, for WALEIKUM, a very wonky looking draft, but they played it really nicely and just never took their foot off the gas, like I said. And I think Bexon, for me, needs to be the MVP because it's the weird bounty pick that they kind of draft around later on, but he doesn't care about sentries. He just keeps going and he doesn't really feed either. He's just, I think it was a really cool game from him at least.
Yep, definitely MVP Bexon this time around. Just constant movement throughout the early game, which really put them in this position to just kind of win it. And then him working with the Disruptor, I wish we could get a graphic of them two holding hands as our MVP because they were the besties with the power to get it done. The power of friendship between them was what won them this game. Bounty Hunter plus Disruptor, just absolutely broken. You get that track off, guaranteed glimpse, and all of a sudden you're dead. And they just comboed really nicely with the Earth Spirit, with the Viper, and then eventually Nagasara was just able to come in, walk through the game. It's just beautifully done. Like, it's a perfect way to play this draft. And I don't think MoneyMakers came up with nearly a good enough idea to kind of bring to the fight.
Oh, I just realized this would have been of all the times, I really wish I'd just asked production to put MVP Lucas.
You can't do it to him, man. You can't do it to him. I'm sure there's conversations going on right now in the MoneyMakers camp, especially with that instant GG disconnect. Definitely some words are being exchanged, some ideas being shared, some hopefully some fresh buns to bake in game number 3. So yeah, I think we're going to throw it over to a break, and then we'll be jumping back in with game number 3 and see if MoneyMakers can come up with some fresh ideas for the final game of the day. We'll see you in a bit.
Every day for 3 years, a secret team met across Europe to hack one of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. Meet the Deloitte cybersecurity team that developed new state-of-the-art automotive software defenses, making the world safer for drivers, passengers, and pedestrians.
Hello, my friends, and welcome back to the TI Regional Qualifiers for the EEU region. And we are down to a game number 3 between MoneyMakers and UALEIKUMNIHAO as they battle it out for their lives here in these qualifiers. Game number 1, well, MoneyMakers seem to have their number. They came in with a nice spend strategy and really just kind of wiped the floor with UALEIKUM. But game number 2, UALEIKUM then wiped the floor even harder with MoneyMakers. This Nagasiren and this Bounty Hunter just running around the map, killing everybody, and basically doing whatever they want. So who knows what game 3 has in store for us? I don't know, T.
Oof, I mean, I just hope more aggression. I feel like even in the first game, there was like elements of it, and then the game just burst alive. In the second game, even after lanes, it just poof, non-stop aggression. So I think these teams in Eastern Europe, especially the ones that are kind of struggling to string consistent results, are leaning on just fight, just go, just keep going. And I'm not opposed to it. I think one of them finally actually calibrates themselves, then they might be able to make a run, but just go brawl again, lads. Don't calm down now that it's like a single game that decides if you stay in the qualifiers or not.
Yeah, and I think MoneyMakers need to follow the same script as well. Like, game number 2 just didn't really look like it made much sense from them. You know, the weird slug pick was one thing, the weird many movements in their game. They just didn't come out of the lanes well, and then they didn't have the heroes that could make plays, so they just got picked off around the map and offered absolutely no threat. I don't want to see them go for Doom. I would say that as well. Like, Slark into Naga was kind of sketch, but Doom, absolutely not. I just want to see them kind of pick heroes that can play, and yeah, let's just both teams get some nice aggressive drafts with some kind of well-roundedness, and yeah, hopefully we can get a good game 3 in here. And with that, we can bring up the draft for game number 3.
Ooh, here we go. Yeah. So this time around, of course, UALEIKUM will be back on first pick. They were first pick in their loss. They were second pick with their Earth Spirit draft, hence why they had such a beautiful result. And will they have lost faith in the gyrocopter, already banning out the Sven to start the draft, telling MoneyMakers like, yo lads, if you don't ban gyro here, we're going to be first picking it. So already there are adaptations since the first game. Pretty cool.
Yeah, but they might be trying to get the gyro in, or they might just be knowing that the gyro is going to get banned. They might be wanting something else, which is pretty strong, possibly fishing for Nature's Prophet, Evoker, something like that. So we'll see what else they're able to do to try and navigate themselves through this ban phase and grab one of those very important ones.
I think it's like when you're banning Sven, you want like Nature's Prophet, you want Gyrocopter, and they're the big two that come to mind. Honestly, it's like I'm trying to think a little bit deeper for other meta heroes right now that hate playing into Sven. It's like there's not really. I mean, a lot of heroes hate playing into Sven. It's like a slightly more robust version of PA, right, in the regards to how explosive you can be.
Yeah, a light switch version of PA, I guess, would be a good way to describe it. Whilst PA is less consistent when it comes to actually doing the damage in the fights, the Sven has inbuilt Battle Fury, and also the abusability of his ultimate being on cooldown, so yeah. Bloodseeker ban. That is a Dawnbreaker ban. What's going on? Everyone's just going crazy in this final game.
Dire team, Radiant team.
What ban's about?
It's a ban that they've been doing consistently later in the draft, or at least they banned it on this final phase of last series. I'm just quickly double checking now. And they actually, they didn't ban it in the first game. I guess it didn't really matter because you had Gyro, but sure, there's clearly something coming into play here. Of course, MoneyMakers ban out the Pangolier. So is it really we ban Sven, you then think about Gyro, we ban Bloodseeker, you have to think about Pango. It's like, is that the logic we're going down? It feels a little bit too obvious for such a crucial game, but maybe with the new draft structure, it could work out that way, that there's so many bans that you can just throw a couple just to be like kind of flavor bans to confuse your opponent a little bit.
Yeah, maybe just throwing some smoke up, throwing some sand into the eyes, and seeing if they can sneak something through. Interesting stuff. So, WALEIKUM, they have been pretty consistent on picking their carry first, right? So,
yeah, because like right now they have
Naga came later.
Yeah, but the thing is, they pick a core kinda, like a flex core, and they are in a position where they ban a hero into instant pick. So technically, when you are first pick, you get to ban these like cheap heroes, and Moneymakers have to respond with 2 bans, right? So they went for the Prophet plus the Pango, and now WALEIKUM have 1 single ban to use before they get their overall first pick, and then Moneymakers have 1 pick to respond before another phase of bans. So like the joy of first phase is you kind of control things, and they actually go for Invoker. Like I didn't
go Gyro, Invoker through, yeah. Well,
and now, but then you give away. Didn't you just ban like the anti-Gyro heroes to then not pick Gyro? Bloodseeker's kind of not too much of a counter because of course you get Ruptured, you stand still and Flak. So it's mainly the Venge plus the Sven, but it's like if you're banning out Venge Sven, why are you not just picking up Gyro yourself? Like, wouldn't you not be banning out other heroes? I just don't see the Sven ban. Sure, maybe there's a different counter to the Gyrocopter they have prepared, but
I guess they were kind of in a bad situation, because if they then ban Gyro, pick Invoker, then they just get Venge on the side of Moneymakers, which they didn't want, and then if they ban Invoker, take Gyro, then Moneymaker just get Venge. So yeah, they kind of put themselves in an awkward position with this Bloodseeker ban. Strange. All right. So they will grab themselves a Gyrocopter and now move into a Shadow Demon pickup as well. Cool. This is not a hero we've been seeing a lot of, but yeah, going to be coming out for this next game. What does this hero do? What does it give Moneymakers?
10 seconds.
A safety policy for sure. Some insurance. If Gyro, of course, is a polarizing hero where once it's in the game, it is that we need to survive the flak or we need to get on top of them. And in all forms of Dota, there's always that one chance that you get on top of them, that one little jump. And SD will always just be there, be present. Disrupt, okay, this isn't the fight we need. Disrupt, save from the stomp. You then get to BKB after, press flak and turn it around. And sometimes it's nice to have that in your draft. There are no real disrupt plays to make with Gyro, so it's not as if you're taking illusions of Gyro and feeling good. Sure, it's going to be a little bit of damage, but it's not as crazy as other heroes. And WALEIKUM, they respond with very aggressive supports. The Clockwork for the Vision, find that SD, prevent him from hugging that tree line and hitting the saves. And of course, the Willow. We might see it where you throw the Bedlam on the clock when he hooks in. Now you have a Cogs Bedlam battery assaulted little machine thing running around. He could probably buy Blade Mail and even do more damage. So yeah, pretty aggro support, Gio. And yeah, we'll see if it pays off.
Yeah, I've been gasping for a Clockwork pick recently, honestly, because I feel like it would enable a lot of these teams to just kind of play a bit more freely, you know, to go make moves which they otherwise couldn't make. So I'm happy to see it now, you know, not necessarily the kind of game I'd want it in yet, but it's still just a good hero. Hemisphere are going to come out now for Moneymakers. Ember is definitely the not the strongest feeling hero. We've had some really bad performances from Hemisphere. It's in the middle lane, and I think that kind of comes down to the fact that it's just kind of been tweaked down a little bit over time. Is a bit abusable, you know, doesn't love making the early rotations, and if you can't make early rotations and can't threaten the enemy mid tower, then it's kind of hard to be effective in the early mid game. But if you do make it to the late game on this hero, then he is a beast. Like he's the highest damage hero in a lot of these games where you see him come into the late game, where if he makes it there and is strong.
Radiant team pick.
And go for the Rubik. I don't know if Moneymakers draft is installing joy into me right now. So they go. So when they picked Gyro Moneymakers, one of my thoughts was maybe they go Lycan in the first phase, because of having that damage reduction. We've seen, of course, Venge being very strong because of it. They then get the later pick Lycan way down the line. And now with this Lycan, there's no supports that deal with him. Fade Bolt, whatever, SD doesn't really have any toolkit to assist. And Ember, Slight's okay, but it's not as if you're stopping the onslaught of him running at you, right? It's like a little bit of chip damage. And Gyro, we've already seen in previous series, you need to farm the Ags, then the Crystallis, then the Satanic, and then you're a beast, right? So there is a large window of the game that's awkward. And with such aggressive supports like Clock and Willow, each shapeshift should just be a one fight for UALEIKUM, where they just get to dictate whatever they want. They do still need a carry here, of course. I would love to see maybe even just like a CK for UALEIKUM, just because we've seen a Taker play it already, and now you have that. You already have plenty of vision. I will just blink Reality Rift, boom, blow you up. Could be a cool option. Yeah, MoneyMakers, they really need to tie their draft together. It's a little bit potentially too greedy, or defensive at least.
Yeah, it would definitely feel more kind of similar to what the drafts they've played in the past if they went for the CK, you know, like we've definitely seen them run that style of draft before, so definitely would be safe. Trying to think of other options here. I mean, Faceless Void could be an option just for catching out these Ember Spirits, but Shadow Demon's obviously really annoying against that as well. Meanwhile, MoneyMakers need an offlaner. I just want to quickly float the Night Stalker idea for MoneyMakers. I think that could be super sick for them. Give them an answer to the Invoker, gives you a way to eat these Lycan creeps as well. You kind of force Lycan probably just to be an Ag spot or something.
I fully agree
on that route. So
no,
that could be
cool.
cool.
I love that. Big fan. I think Night Stalker is a hero that we should be seeing more pro play with, especially with the fact that you can refresh your spells with your ultimate. So you play on the Night, and then boom, get that refresh, get that double silence. Silence already lasts long enough, so it was really, really good.
Yeah, and you can get triple void with that as well, because you void, you silence, you wait, then you void again, then you refresh, and then you silence, and you can get up to 4 in like a very short space of time, and the slows just
if he has done mana. Yeah, poor Night Stalker, his mana is not great, but he has all the abilities to, and they ban out the Doom. Okay, go for it, Morphling.
All right.
The thing now is like Night Stalker is great, and like for against Lycan, okay, they still go for it. Very good call, Nomad.
Thank you.
The only concern I'd have with it is it doesn't stop Morphling ever farming in lane. It's going to be awesome, absolutely perfect for the vision of the Invoker, preventing Lycan from having fun because your Shard eats a creep like you mentioned. But there's that concern of, are you giving a Taker too easy of a lane to start the game? Just a question. We'll see if it really pays off. Lucas will need to farm really well, but I just know that this is not going to be too fun of a lane for BB3PX to play into, even if the game's great.
yeah, it's always a struggle with Night Stalker, is making it through that laning phase, making it to the first night and trying to play your way through it. On the bright side, you are likely going to have the Rubik with you, who can just fire out those damage reductions, and beyond that, they don't have a great way of dealing damage. You can also throw the Clockwork off him when you have telekinesis as well, so battery slot shouldn't be too much of an issue. I think they have ways to play through this lane, but it's definitely going to be them on the defensive, and that just means that a Taker, as you say, is going to have an absolutely free time. So yeah, how do you deal with a Taker in the later game? Well, that kind of comes towards Vessels. That kind of comes towards trying to find him whilst he's farming. You don't have any way to really catch him whilst he's morphing Agi. So it does look like a pretty good morph game. That is my biggest concern, is that Taker is kind of uncontested.
Yeah, and also Lycan, if he does want to pivot his build, like buying Ags won't feel good to put it on a Morphling. So yeah, there's going to be this like window of what does Lycan do in the game, where will he still go for the Helm of the Overlord, except that it's just going to get eaten up by the Night Stalker because he can just play on the other side of the map. Then technically, isn't there the anti-synergy where Night Stalker uses ultimate, makes it nighttime, Lycan then has Global Howl. So technically, during the daytime, Lycan will then get to still have good fights with his Howl not being in the correct positions because Night Stalker will enable it. So there's a lot of small things in this game. We'll see if it pays off, but Night Stalker versus Lycan will be the kind of the big narrative that we'll be looking at to see how they kind of fight into each other throughout the entire game.
All right, let's get into it. Game number 3, it is MoneyMakers versus UALEIKUMNIHAO, battling it up in the low bracket of the EEU TI regional qualifiers. The winning team will move on through these lower bracket. The losing team will have their TI hopes and dreams snuffed right here. Who's going to make it? Well, based on these draft, I am leaning UALEIKUM once again, but that's not done them a whole world of favors in the past, I'll be honest.
Maybe there's also like too much for the Night Stalker to do, right? Like, how many times will you really have ultimate? How much relentless aggression will there be from UALEIKUM, where it could just be there's no room, there's Gyro's farming, and Ember has to recover because potentially his lane wasn't too great or he got ganked. Yeah, I really just hope this is a perfect scaling game from both teams. Like, I really want to see a game where it's like the decisive move, the smokes, like the late game choices, because it's been a little bit kind of snowballish in the series so far.
Yeah, I'd say premeditated would probably be a good word for how these games have felt.
Yeah.
For sure. I'd like to see some real Dota coming out in this final one as a bit of scuffling for the bounty rune takes place, and Betska might have bitten off a bit more than he can chew here. They're trying to kill off the rocket, won't be able to do so, and Slayer will draw first blood onto the Dark Willow.
He stole it. No, he didn't.
I would have really liked Igor to come across and just take Slight and get the kill there. I feel like that would have been like really like if they got that, I'd have just been immediately like, all right, MoneyMakers are in such a good spot then. Like this mid lane then goes well for you, and all of a sudden you're looking at an Ember Spirit who doesn't need to play recovery and can just play the game instead. And that's what they need. Like either the Night Stalker or the Ember. I think that's what you were saying. Either the Night Stalker or the Ember needs to have a good lane.
Yeah. The thing with the Ember is like, does he want to get Slight maybe to get the kill compared to having Flame Guard, pushing out that first wave, getting the 4 CS, and then of course getting Slight soon after. So maybe he's just comfort on the Invoker matchup. Because of course Invoker versus Ember, it'll always be, you can dispel the Flame Guard, but then the Slight spam. Invoker doesn't really lose lanes. Oh, everyone's just gone. Oh, fair enough. Congratulations, UALEIKUM. You will be winning the game. Yeah.
Congratulations.
Actually, it's a 3v1. Okay.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
It's a 4v1 now. Oh, 5v1. Unheard of odds.
Now just type R and unpause.
Do you think an Ember with 5 heroes worth of gold at this point in the game, being the 43-second mark,
Through anger lies failure.
Now, if you gave a Deso right now to Ember, could he win the game?
No.
And level 6. Production's trying to kill him off with a Dagon. That's unfair.
That's really rude.
Yeah, but like, if you gave him level 6 and a Deso, I think he could at least take... How many towers could he take before he loses? I'd say like 2.
3.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I don't think he can win the game, by the way. I'm just offering up the scenario.
Yeah.
Oh, they're all back.
Time content beautifully. Everyone's back, and we're gone. All right, cool. That was efficient. Nice. More of
That's actually...
Oh, shit.
Oh, no.
Mubby.
Lag. All right, I'm checking the thing. What's the ping saying? Give me a minute. I'm having a gander.
Open up that console.
They're all within... No one says that... No one has packet loss based on my server check.
It might be server side then.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Ruh-roh. Means what do we do?
Oh, we got a fill now. Oh, no. So, Nomad, how you doing?
Oh, you know, I'm all right. Just life and stuff, you know.
I'm just waiting for what the admin says. I'm always here for this.
Yeah, this is my curse. You know, I've been through so many of these in the past. You know, the double Roshan incident, the DBC incident where Arteezy had to feed down mid. It's
well, luckily it's the 52-second mark. Like, if they have to recreate, they recreate. If they have to, you know, at least this wasn't like... If this was like 8 minutes in the game with a 6-0 kill lead to UALEIKUM, very awkward, you know? But I just remember back in the day, the old school logic would be if there was an issue let's say like 10 minutes, it'd just be you remake and have to replay the events of the 10 minutes. So you'd be seeing these pro players like role playing the scenarios like, oh, I hit you, oh, you died. And it's like you have to kind of timeline the events and
just eating like 3 tangos straight off the bat and like, okay.
Yeah. This isn't a toxic question. This isn't a toxic question, Mark. This is simply him, you know, trying to understand the situation. Because of course, there's no point us talking about the game for now.
Cheer is just a gamer who wants to game. That's all it is.
Are you lagging by chance?
I hope not. I don't think I am. Do I sound like I am?
No, we're good.
Okay, good. Don't scare me like that after today's earlier incidents. So you can just throw out there, Tico.
Oh, I was going to get someone from Twitch chat to be my co-caster. It was a fun new addition. If you have 1 million channel points, you get to replace Nomad at any minute.
You could just send a text to speak and everything that gets said in Twitch chat just said out loud.
Is TI qualifiers or? Oh yeah, it's a bit choppy. Yeah, I can see it. Yeah. He just tornadoed and it got a bit choppy, but no, we should be fine. All right, what lane are we looking at, boss?
Bottom lane at the moment, lad. We've got a Morphling and a Clockwork laning up against Shadow Demon and the Night Stalker. So Shadow Demon's laying with the Night Stalker instead of what I thought, which was the Rubik. I kind of would have preferred the Rubik, honestly, but that's fine. Bignum is the 4 player. Makes sense.
Yeah, it's... you kind of want, I think, the SD to be in the core role. Oh, Willow going down top. Already dying twice at the start of this game. But I feel like a higher farm priority SD in this game will be really good, because when you take the clones of the Morphling, always going to feel nice throughout the entire game. And on top of that, when Lycan and Clockwork are here, there's going to be plenty of things to get on top of you. So having that additional itemization will be pretty good. And unfortunately, we are clearly having some lag from both parties. MoneyMakers aren't happy. They are currently spamming all chat. Just a little bit.
That's what he said. Yeah, 2 deaths on the Willow is not ideal, and definitely giving the Gyro a pretty flying start to the game, which is not really what... I mean, we didn't like this Lycan pick, but, well, at least what the game's turned into, we weren't super keen on it, but I didn't expect the lane to be much of an issue.
All I'm saying is, if I'm Bexham right now, I'm claiming that I've got the worst lag of imaginable. I'm siding with MoneyMakers. I'm just... This is unplayable. We got to remake it, but we can't replicate the start of the game. I'm not going to feed First Blood. No. Let's just do an honest, pure restart. Keep the same draft, though. Like, if I'm Willow right now, I'm really pitching to my team. Like, please, this is our one opportunity. We've got 1 game left in us. We'll see how it goes.
Which of these teams is going to make it all the way then, T? Which of these teams is going to win TI?
I think Navi.
Let's go. No, for a serious question, who do you think is the biggest standout player out of all of these guys?
You mean the 10 players in the current lobby?
Yep. Not including me, of course.
No, yeah. You got to give me a second to think.
You can think out loud, my friend. You know, go through them.
No.
I'm the pros and cons. You know,
I'm floating around Shiro Junior for now, just because he only started his pro career in the last year or so. He played a little bit on Cybercats at the tail end of 2022, and then moved over to his current squad pretty much for the rest of the year. So I think kind of seeing like a fresh face is probably kind of cool to see. And then outside of that, I think the Kazakhstan support duo of Beaker and Mary is kind of nice. I think these players have played a little bit together on the same team. I think they played on Western Europe as well, if my memory serves me well enough, at least in 2022 again for DPC. So seeing like a support duo stick together across multiple teams is pretty fun. And yeah, I've just not seen enough of MoneyMakers. Very big names, of course, Bignum and Slayer have played enough Eastern European Dota to be recognizable, no matter how much Dota, pro Dota you play. But
they are fossils at this point.
They are. They just always surface, never qualify, but they're there. So yeah, I probably lean towards the 3 players that I mentioned.
Okay, interesting.
Who would you go for?
I mean, I was very impressed by Lucas's spend in game 1, so I was kind of ready to get in the Lucas camp, but then obviously game 2 is
slugged.
Yeah, Which less said the better. But maybe if he can impress me this time around, then I'm willing to forgive the creativity of the Slark idea, because everybody kind of dropped the ball in that one, so I can't really blame it entirely on him.
Yeah, that's the drafter as well. Like, I don't think any drafter in the history of Dota is like, what carry would you like? They have a Naga Siren. If your carry says Slark, you're either muting him, kicking him from the team for not knowing matchups, or you're picking it because you have trust that he has a way, and they're going to go. But with the smiley face, I'm expecting that they didn't get what they wanted, which is fine. Rules are rules, and we'll see how it proceeds.
Yep. So they're literally
instantly choppy lag and then back again. XD smile. Okay.
I don't think it's working.
No, I don't think it is either.
Yeah, there you go. Begson's laying it on. Can't move.
Yeah, here we go. We knew Begson was going for the, I can't move, boys. I can't play. Yeah, mate, you're fed 2 times. Of course you're going to want a remake. You've had an atrocious start to the game, Begson. You better be typing more in all chat. Go on.
Please hold on, everybody.
Don't forget, guys, of course, they will be doing these discussions in Discord. Through voice chat. They aren't going to be typing out the entire conversation.
Type that.
If I had,
exactly. That's a new feature that you can do. Just get rid of. Really works for him though. What's your favorite hero that's been being played a lot in the meta, or maybe even not being played so much in the meta, which you think should be played more? You having a sulk?
Oh, thank you. Sorry, what did you say? I couldn't hear you.
I was like, we were ignoring you. Wasn't it supposed to be the other way around? But I mean, what's your favorite hero for in the meta right now in terms of like watching getting played, or a hero you think should be played more?
Oh, I mean, it's of course Nature's Prophet. Absolutely Nature's Prophet. It's like, it gets a very... It's a pretty big change that the tangos don't work on Sprout, but then it also throws damage into the mix. So you get to see these like Nature's players who are like, do I need to go the Treants and do body blocks and weird stuff, but they just kill them so easily? Or do I now get to just max Sprout and be annoying?
Yeah,
it's just good fun.
You can do that.
Yeah, and as a support player, when Nature's Prophet is too good conceptually, everyone plays at core. But right now, there's like this awkward window where it's like supports are picking up because you can buy solo crests and have fun and just enjoy the game. And then people, of course, don't enjoy seeing supports have fun, so they're going to say that Prophet's the most broken hero in the game because cores don't really want to play it, and then it's going to get removed, and it's going to get nerfed. So it's fine. I think it probably does need a couple nerfs. You either bring back the Tango regen, or you heavily reduce the Sprout damage, give it some scaling in a different way, because... I agree, it's too spammable, it's too annoying, but let's not fully remove the hero again, and let's not listen to the cores and make it too good that the cores start playing it. Like, it's in a good supporty place, just probably tone it down a little bit.
Yeah.
What's your hero, boss?
Just regarding Nature's Prophet, like, I like the kind of concept of being able to go around the map and do stuff. Like, I think that's what the hero was missing before. You'd be like, wow, there's a Prophet coming to my lane, and then he just Sprout, and then
trees,
and then he's just like, okay, bye. And now he can actually come in and do some damage and have some effect on the lane. I like that. I don't like that he can still do everything he could do before in terms of like split pushing and like shoving down lanes and that aspect. Just get rid of treants, just change treants.
Oh no. There's a beauty to the hero where the body block of the nature's cool. Getting the treants to give vision.
You can have one.
You can have what? One or the other? I think Sprout is...
Treant.
One?
Cool and H gets one Giga Treant.
Just one greater Treant. How sad to see. There is like... This hero is always so awkward because any hero that can globally move around the map will always be better than other heroes if his toolkit gives him damage or capabilities to utilize it, right? And beforehand, he would have incredible stat gain. He would farm so quickly with his ultimate that he just becomes the core. And then, of course, people would start playing Svens and Nature's Prophets and PLs, and they'd out-time him and kind of just survive that early game window. And now he's a little bit lost on that role. But it's just too good for supports. That's the issue. Like, supporting heroes need to be shit enough that supports complain that they have to play these heroes and get one hit by PA, but not good enough that they can actually muscle up and not get one hit by the PA, you know? Like, that's basically how you balance supports. And Nature's Prophet in the support role kind of breaks away from that. He can die, he can get one hit because he does too much. So, yeah, again, this game is balanced by probably core players. It will get removed eventually, and we'll have to go back to our despair of being supports.
Unlucky.
Yeah.
This support players every time a hero is busted. Like, every time a carry hero is busted and mid lane heroes are busted, everyone's just like, oh, I'm going to play it because it's busted. And I know it's busted, and it's fine. Supports are different. The supports are built different, though. They're like, no, it's not busted. Everyone's just mad. Everyone's just salty. It's fine.
Bro, it's all the ogre players out there.
Let us keep it.
Like, there's basically in every corner of the world, there's that one ogre player who's got hundreds, if not thousands, of games, and patch after patch, through thick and thin, they don't care what happens to the hero. They're still playing it with the 43% pub win rate it has right now. They're still locking it in. Like, supports, we're built different, you know. We entered Dota 2, and we find our crew, you know. We find our player pool, and then no matter what happens, we'll try and get it to work. Yeah, it's just like, I play my AA, I hit my ult, you know, we're chilling. And but cores, of course, they're victim to the meta. You know, they need their accuracy, they need their damage, their armor, and this. You know, again, supports. We're used to getting one hit. We're used to placing our wards.
2 less starting agi. I can't play it. Unplayable. Not anymore. No, not mine.
The river rune is just 17 degrees off angle. My camera positioning is just unacceptable. It's literally impossible. Yeah. God, and thank God we're seasoned podcasters. Crapper. What's happening? Where's my game?
Where game, please?
Where game?
It sucks that the conversation moves to Discord and we can't commentate on the discussions taking place. But alas,
that'd be beautiful. I want to know what player on the team is the spicy one. Yeah. With a live translator. Don't forget we're in Eastern Europe here. We'd know nothing. We could actually be there and be like, yes.
He sounds angry.
Yes, I think he just smiley faced IRL. No idea how he did that.
It sounded happy. But yeah, my hero I want to see more of is probably Troll. I think his shard change was kind of cool. Did you know that it works with Battle Fury?
The Troll gives a bonus attack speed, right?
So
like the extra stacks, right?
It fires another.
Oh yeah, it does. It does. Yeah.
Click.
Yeah,
it's a range right click, but it applies melee effects, so it can bash with the same chance as a melee attack, and it can also cleave. So it's kind of goofy.
No, it's really good. Also, I think with the shard, you can forego your 15 talent with the 5 further attack speed, and you can still get to like max attack speed kitted out just because of the additional 4 from the shard. So it gives you whirling X damage options. Like, yeah, I think Troll is one of those heroes, of course, easily kiteable. Based on itemization. His ultimate is still such a weird one in the game. But everything else about him's like awesome. I think Troll could also be an answer to Gyrocopter down the line, because if you can get the Troll on top of the Gyrocopter, you don't care about some flak, satanics, etc. And off you go. And oh my golly gosh, I need to get my lens out. I'm going to translate live. Do not fear.
For the Google.
Yeah. No, do you want to make a prediction what they're saying?
This is where you got to say, I speak.
No,
I speak it.
I don't. No.
Run it through my head because I'm reading it in their language, so therefore.
No, I will. They said hold. Wait, the Google Lens is a bit slow. Waiting. Okay, they're waiting for an answer. There you go.
They're letting us know. Thank you.
Yeah.
What homies?
I was about to type in all chat, but I forgot that we are casting a TI qualifier game. That would have been a bit too far, maybe.
Yeah.
Hello, lads. How you doing? What's the dealio,
chaps? How would you, if you were to rework the Troll ultimate, what would you do to it?
Just first of all, you have to remove it, right? It's for yes. Nay.
That's what reworking means. You don't just
no, I know.
I made the first hero in Dota without an ultimate.
It's really good. Give him another passive, mate. No, I think I like the idea of something. But the thing is, he's built around attack speed. You know what? Bring back his old one where he just screams and everyone gets it. No, I like the idea of maybe like a blink type spell, you know? Like you can blink on a location and have bonus attack, but then that's just PA blink strike. What am I describing? That's a shit ultimate. What would you do? Do you have ideas?
I have a few different ideas on it, but I think I'll leave you guys waiting because we're going to go to a break because I guess production is sick of us filling time. So, you know, it's what it is. We'll
Hell yeah.
personally, but
I'm going to cry.
I'm going to have a cry, yeah. So we're going to have a cry. You guys can do whatever you want, you know, go grab a snack, but make sure you keep the stream on in the background, constantly checking with us, make sure the games are about to get going, and yeah, we'll catch you on the other side, whenever that is, and we'll fill you guys in when we have some more information about what the hell is going on. So we're going to throw it over to break, but we'll see you very soon, hopefully.